Rosanthe Publishing presents Ruined by Blood, Feretti Syndicate Series. Book 2. Written by Sherry Blake. All rights reserved. Subscribe to our channel to not miss any new audiobooks. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. Sienna. The water runs down my skin, my hands scrubbing until it turns red. No matter how hard I try, I can't wash away the feeling of being dirty. My throat tightens as I stare at my reflection in the fogged mirror, dark hair dripping onto the marble counter. The expensive bathroom, like everything else in this mansion, is just another gilded cage. Crystal sconces mock me with their sparkle. The Italian marble reminds me of the fortune built on broken lives. I wrap myself in a plush robe, my fingers trembling slightly as I secure the belt. A familiar rage burns in my chest. At my father, at the clients, at my own helplessness. I slam my fist against the counter, relishing the sharp sting of pain. At least it's a feeling I chose. The bedroom door opens without warning. My spine stiffens as father's polished shoes click against the hardwood floor. The rage evaporates, replaced by ice in my veins. I trust our guest left satisfied? His voice carries that smooth, cultured tone he uses in board meetings, the one that makes people forget he's a monster. I shrink back, shoulders curving inward. My eyes fix on a spot on the carpet, an invisible stain I've memorized over years of similar conversations. Yes, Father. The words come out barely above a whisper. He steps closer. The expensive cologne he wears fills my lungs, making it hard to breathe. His manicured hand grips my chin, forcing my face up. Those cold blue eyes, so like my own, study me with calculated interest. You've been crying. Not a question. His thumb brushes my cheek, a parody of fatherly concern. You know how I feel about that. It's bad for business. I try to still my trembling. I'm sorry. He straightens his already perfect tie. Good girl, rest up. You have another appointment this evening. The casino opening. Father's lips curve into what others might mistake for a smile. I expect you dressed and ready by 8. Wear the black Valentino, the one with the slit. My stomach twists. The dress he chose leaves little to the imagination, exactly as intended. Mr. Jones will be there. He adjusts his cufflinks. Platinum, worth more than most people make in a month. He's been a loyal client, very generous. Make sure he feels appreciated. The name sends a chill through me. Jones, known for his particular tastes, his carefully hidden cruelty. The bruises from our last meeting had taken weeks to fade. I've arranged a private room for you both. After the opening ceremony, naturally. We wouldn't want to be crude. Father's voice carries that hint of amusement that makes my skin crawl. His business could double our Asian market share. I force myself to nod, fighting the urge to run, to scream, to shatter every pristine surface in this gilded prison. But I've learned what defiance costs. The scars on my back tell that story. I have meetings until 7. He moves toward the door, each step measured and precise. Don't disappoint me, Sienna. You know I hate having to teach the same lesson twice. The threat hangs in the air like his cologne, choking me with its presence. I wait until his footsteps fade before letting out the breath I've been holding. 8 o'clock. The casino opening. I press my palms against my eyes until I see stars, trying to push back the panic rising in my chest, one night at a time. That's how I survive. Just one more night. Chapter 2. Sienna. The lights of the casino blur into streams of gold and red, making my head spin as I weave between the slot machines. Their electronic chimes and bells create a chaotic symphony that sets my teeth on edge. I've never been in a place like this before, so many people, so much noise. I brush my hair forward, letting it shield my face as I pass by a group of laughing men at the craps table. My fingers fidget with the hem of my dress, a habit I can't seem to break when I'm nervous. A cocktail waitress brushes past, her tray loaded with colorful drinks. The scent of alcohol and cigarette smoke hangs heavy in the air, mixing with expensive perfumes and aftershaves. It's suffocating. "Place your bets!" A dealer's voice booms from nearby, making me flinch. I step back, bumping into an empty chair at a blackjack table. "Would you like to join, miss?" The dealer's smile seems genuine, but I shake my head, already moving away. The cards remind me too much of evenings at home, watching father play with his business associates, knowing one wrong move could trigger his temper. I find myself drifting toward the edges of the gaming floor, where the crowds thin out. Here, crystal chandeliers cast softer shadows, and the cacophony of the casino fades to a more manageable hum. My reflection fragments across mirrored pillars, a pale girl in a blue dress who looks as out of place as I feel. Through floor-to-ceiling windows, I catch glimpses of the garden outside. The sight of trees and flowers, their shapes dark against the evening sky, pulls at something in my chest. It's the first familiar thing I've seen since entering this glittering maze. A burst of raucous laughter from a nearby poker table sends me moving again. I keep my steps measured, careful not to draw attention. That's one skill I've mastered, being invisible when I need to be. But here, with so many eyes and cameras watching, with the constant movement and noise, it's harder to disappear. The click of my heels against the marble floor seems too loud, too noticeable. I focus on breathing, on keeping my face neutral despite the anxiety crawling up my spine. Father always said a lady never shows her discomfort in public. It's one of his many rules that still echo in my head, even here. A flash of movement catches my eye. Two men in expensive suits lean against the bar, their heads bent close in conversation. I slide onto a plush velvet chair nearby, angling myself away while staying within earshot. "Feretti's really outdone himself with this place," one says, swirling amber liquid in a crystal glass. "The old families are taking notice." "Smart move, expanding into legitimate business," his companion replies, my fingers still on my dress hem. The name Feretti stirs something in my memory, whispered conversations behind Father's office door, phone calls that made his face darken. The casino's just the beginning. Word is he's consolidating power, making new alliances. I risk a glance at the men. Their suits are perfectly tailored, shoes gleaming, the same careful attention to appearance Father demands from his associates. But I've never seen them before. Father keeps me away from his business dealings, locked in our gilded cage of a house. "Speaking of Feretti," the first man's voice drops lower. "He's here tonight." My pulse quickens. I shouldn't be listening. If Father knew I was here, eavesdropping on conversations about another family. "Over by the private rooms," the second man gestures with his glass. "See the tall one? Dark hair." I don't look. Years of training keep my eyes fixed on my hands, though curiosity burns through me. Another family, another world of power and secrets, so close yet completely separate from the isolated existence Father has carved out for me. He's heading this way. The first man's voice tightens. "Let's move." Their footsteps fade into the casino's ambient noise, leaving me alone with my thundering heartbeat. I keep my gaze fixed on my hands, studying the way my fingers twist in my lap. But my other senses sharpen, catching things I wish they wouldn't. The subtle shift in the air around me, the way conversations near the bar drop to whispers, the sound of measured footsteps approaching, confident, unhurried, different from Father's quick, aggressive stride. A fresh scent cuts through the casino's stuffiness, crisp cologne with notes of bergamot and cedar, not the heavy, suffocating fragrance other men wear. The bar stool 2 spaces down scrapes against the floor. Ice clinks against glass. My shoulders tense, though I force them to stay level. Years of practice keep my breathing steady, my posture perfect. Just another patron enjoying a quiet moment away from the gaming tables. But I can feel him there, like standing too close to a fire. The heat of his presence radiates through the careful space I've maintained. Power has a weight to it, a gravity that pulls at everything nearby. I learned that lesson early, living in Father's orbit. This feels different, though, where Father's power crackles like lightning, sharp and unpredictable. This man's energy reminds me of a banked flame, controlled, contained, but no less dangerous. I risk letting my hair slide further forward, creating an extra barrier between us. You seem lost, Piccola. The voice slides through the casino's noise, deep, accented, closer than expected. I keep my eyes down, assuming he's speaking to someone else. The weight of his attention prickles against my skin. Not much of a gambler, are you? My fingers freeze on my dress hem as I realize he's addressing me. The urge to look up wars with years of conditioning to stay small, unnoticed. I force my breathing to remain steady. Most people come here to play. His words carry an edge of amusement. Yet you've been watching exits for the past 20 minutes. Ice spreads through my veins. He's been observing me. The thought sends my heart racing, but I keep my posture carefully controlled. Father's voice echoes in my head. A lady never shows weakness in public. The clink of his glass against the bar counter seems impossibly loud. Your silence is answer enough. I hear the subtle shift of expensive fabric as he moves, sense him turning more fully toward me. The scent of his cologne grows stronger, and I fight the instinct to lean away. Most girls would be flattered by my attention. His voice drops lower, a dark velvet that makes my skin tingle. But you're trying to disappear. The observation hits too close. My fingers curl into my palm, nails biting into skin. Look at me. The command, soft as it is, sends a shiver down my spine. Not harsh like Father's orders, but carrying a different kind of power. My body responds before my mind can process, head turning slightly, eyes lifting through the curtain of my hair. Dark hazel eyes capture mine, intense and assessing. His face is all sharp angles and perfect symmetry, like something carved from marble. But it's the way he looks at me that makes my breath catch, like he's reading every secret I've tried to hide. There you are. His lips curve slightly. Crystal blue eyes, unusual. Heat blooms across my cheeks. I want to look away but can't. His presence fills the space between us, making the air feel thick and heavy. You're running from something. He leans closer and my pulse jumps. Or someone. My throat tightens. The casino's noise fades to a distant hum, everything narrowing to this moment. This man whose words strip away my carefully constructed shields. I can smell fear on you, Piccola, but there's something else. He inhales slightly and my skin prickles. Defiance. You're not as broken as someone wants you to be. The truth in his words makes me tremble. I press my hands flat against my thighs to stop their shaking.
Enzo. I study her while waiting for her response. Those crystal blue eyes hold secrets, darting around the room like a trapped animal seeking escape. Her delicate features and fair skin make her look fragile, almost breakable. But there's steel beneath that softness. Long, dark waves fall past her shoulders, creating a curtain she keeps trying to hide behind. My first instinct was that she's a plant, someone sent to infiltrate and gather intel. We've had attempts before, but her fear is too raw, too genuine. The way she perches on that bar stool, spine rigid and shoulders tense, speaks of someone used to watching their back. Her slender fingers keep fidgeting with the stem of her untouched drink. She opens her mouth to speak, and I lean in slightly, curious what explanation she'll offer. But before she can utter a word, a thick arm snakes around her waist. There you are, sweetheart. A man in an ill-fitting suit appears behind her. His meaty fingers dig into her hip possessively. "I've been looking for you." The change in her is instant. Whatever fragile trust I'd started building crumbles as she shrinks into herself, her already pale complexion going ghost white. The fury that rises in my chest surprises me. I've seen enough abuse to recognize the signs, the way she freezes, the slight tremor in her hands, the complete shutdown in her eyes. This isn't some corporate spy. This is something else entirely. I keep my voice deliberately casual, but my eyes lock onto his grip on her waist. I believe the lady and I were in the middle of a conversation. The man's lip curls into an ugly sneer. She's mine for this evening. His fingers flex against her waist, and I can tell by her expression that she doesn't want him around. "So why don't you find your own date?" My jaw tightens. The implication turns my stomach, but it's his tone that makes my blood boil. No one speaks to me that way in my own casino. I straighten to my full height, letting him feel the full weight of who he's challenging. "Remove your hand." Each word drops like ice. "Listen here. I wasn't asking." I step closer, invading his space. The temperature around us seems to drop 10 degrees. In this establishment, everyone, paid or otherwise, is treated with respect. That's not a suggestion. His face flushes red. "Do you know who I am?" A harsh laugh escapes me. "Do you know who I am?" I lean in, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "I am Enzo fucking Feretti. I own this casino. Every table, every chair, every crystal in that chandelier above your head. And I decide who stays and who gets thrown out on their ass." The girl between us hasn't moved, hasn't breathed. Her eyes are fixed on some distant point, like she's trying to be anywhere but here. "Now!" I smile, but there's nothing friendly in it. "Would you like to remove your hand, or shall I remove it for you?" The man's grip loosens, but he doesn't let go. His other hand cups her elbow as he leans down to whisper something in her ear. I strain to catch the words, but they're too quiet, meant only for her. My muscles coil, ready to intervene. If she's in trouble, all she needs to do is say the word. One signal, one look, and this piece of shit won't know what hit him. She lifts her face to mine. "It's better if I leave now." Her voice is steady, controlled, too controlled. "Thank you for the conversation, Mr. Feretti. Something's off about this whole situation, but I can't pin it down. If she's truly in danger, why not take the out I'm offering? I've made it clear I have the power here." "Listen here, you overdressed thug," the man sneers, puffing up his chest. "Mind your own business and stick to running your little gambling den." I bark out a laugh. "Little gambling den? You're standing in $1 billion operation, you stupid fuck. But please, keep talking. Give me one more reason to have you removed." He starts to reply, but the girl tugs on his arm. "Please, let's just go." As they turn to leave, she throws one last look over her shoulder. I can't read the expression in those blue eyes. It's not quite fear, not quite pleading, not quite resignation. I watch them disappear into the crowd, my hands clenched at my sides. Something about this doesn't sit right. But what can I do? She made her choice. Chapter 3. Enzo. I weave through the crowd, a forced smile plastered on my face as I shake hands with yet another politician whose name I've already forgotten. The casino's grand opening is in full swing, a sea of glittering dresses and sharp suits filling all 3 floors. I move through the crowd, shaking hands and making small talk, all the while feeling like a fish out of water. This is Damiano's world, not mine. My eyes scan the room, searching for a familiar face, someone I can actually stand to talk to for more than 30 seconds. Instead, I'm cornered by a group of businessmen, their faces flushed with excitement and expensive champagne. "Enzo, my boy," one of them booms, clapping me on the shoulder. "This place is magnificent. Your brother has outdone himself." I nod, mumbling some vague words of agreement. Truth is, I had little to do with this glitzy monstrosity. Give me a warehouse full of crates and a gun in my hand any day over this circus. As I extricate myself from the group, I catch sight of Damiano across the room. He's in his element, charm oozing from every pore as he works the crowd. Zoe's by his side, radiant in a form-fitting gown that shows off her small baby bump. They look like the perfect power couple. I make my way to the bar, desperate for a moment's peace and a stiff drink. As I wait for the bartender, I overhear snippets of conversation around me. Everyone's talking about the casino, the Feretti family, the bright future ahead. If only they knew the blood and sweat that went into making this night possible. "Scotch. Neat," I tell the bartender, who nods and turns to pour my drink. As I wait, I lean against the bar, surveying the room once more. It's impressive. I'll give Damiano that. Every detail has been meticulously planned, from the layout of the gaming tables to the subtle security measures most guests would never notice. As midnight approaches, the noise and press of bodies become too much. I slip out onto the ground floor balcony, breathing in the cool night air. The contrast between the opulent interior and the serene park behind the casino is stark. Trees sway gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling softly. Flower gardens add splashes of color, even in the dim light. I lean against the railing, loosening my tie and letting the tension drain from my shoulders. The muffled sounds of laughter and clinking glasses fade into the background as I focus on the peaceful scene before me. This, I think, is more my speed. A movement in the shadows catches my eye. I tense, my hand instinctively moving towards the concealed weapon at my hip. But it's just a rabbit, hopping across the manicured lawn. I chuckle at my own paranoia, shaking my head. The park stretches out before me, a hidden oasis in the heart of our territory. It's hard to believe that just beyond these trees lie the gritty streets where we conduct our real business. For a moment, I allow myself to imagine a simpler life, one where I could enjoy this tranquility without constantly looking over my shoulder. But that's not the hand I've been dealt. I'm Enzo Feretti, and this world of shadows and danger is the only one I know. Still, as I stand here in the quiet of the night, I can't help but appreciate the beauty of this small pocket of peace. Just as I'm starting to relax, a scream pierces the night. It's coming from the trees. Without hesitation, I vault over the balcony railing, my hand already on my gun. The manicured grass muffles my footsteps as I race towards the sound. My heart pounds in my chest as I weave through the shadows, every sense on high alert. The music and chatter from the casino fade away, replaced by the rustle of leaves and my own measured breathing. Another scream echoes through the park, closer this time. I push through the dense foliage, my heart pounding in my ears. The screams have stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that sets my teeth on edge. As I round a large oak tree, I spot a crumpled form on the ground. "Shit," I mutter, rushing forward. The crumpled form comes into focus. It's her, the woman from the bar, Her blue dress is hiked up around her thighs, and blood seeps from a wound in her side. A stiletto knife glints in the moonlight beside her. Fuck. I drop to my knees next to her, pressing my fingers to her neck. Her pulse thrums weak but steady under my touch. My jaw clenches at the sight of bruises forming on her pale skin. I shrug off my jacket and drape it over her exposed legs, preserving what dignity I can. With one hand, I pull out my phone and hit Noah's number while keeping my gun trained on the surrounding darkness. "Boss?" Noah answers on the first ring. "Park behind the casino. Now." I keep my voice low, eyes scanning the trees. "Woman down, stiletto wound. And Noah, make it fucking quiet." "On it." The line goes dead. I shift closer to her unconscious form, positioning myself between her and any potential threat. The metallic scent of blood mingles with her perfume, something light and floral that triggers a flash of recognition from our earlier encounter. A twig snaps somewhere in the darkness. I angle my gun toward the sound, finger steady on the trigger. The shadows between the trees seem to writhe and dance, playing tricks on my eyes. But I know better than to dismiss any movement as harmless. Her breathing is shallow, but regular. I want to check her wound properly, but I can't risk taking my attention off our surroundings. Not until Noah arrives with backup. "Hold on," I murmur, though she can't hear me. "Help's coming." My phone vibrates. "Boss, South Entrance Alley. Black SUV waiting." I holster my gun and slide my arms under her slight frame, lifting her against my chest. Her head lolls against my shoulder, dark hair spilling over my arm. She weighs almost nothing. Too light, too fragile. "Merda," I curse as fresh blood seeps through her dress onto my white shirt. I quicken my pace through the gardens, staying close to the shadows. A soft whimper escapes her lips. Her eyes flutter open, unfocused at first, then widening with recognition. Pure terror floods her face. "No, please." Her fingers clutch weakly at my shirt. "Don't take me back to him. Please. You're safe." I keep my voice low, gentle, a tone I rarely use. "No one's going to hurt you." Tears spill down her cheeks. "He said he'd—" Her words cut off as her body goes limp again. Fuck. I break into a run, my jaw clenched so tight it aches. Noah appears at the alley entrance, gun drawn. He takes one look at the woman in my arms and yanks open the SUV's back door. "Hospital?" he asks. "No." I slide into the back seat with her, keeping her cradled against me. "My place. Call Dr. Romano." Blood continues to seep between my fingers, where I press against her wound. Questions burn through my mind. Who is this woman? Who's hunting her? And why does the sight of her fear make me want to tear someone apart? The SUV tears through empty streets while I cradle her against my chest, my hand pressed firm against the wound. Her skin grows colder with each passing minute. "Faster!" I growl at Noah. Blood stains my fingers, her dress, my shirt. Too much fucking blood. The memory of her earlier at the bar slams into me. Those blue eyes had been screaming for help, and I let that piece of shit drag her away. My muscles coil with rage. "Almost there, boss." Noah takes a sharp turn. She stirs, a weak moan escaping her lips. Her eyelids flutter, revealing unfocused blue eyes. Cold. "Stay with me." I pull her closer, trying to share my body heat. "You're going to be fine." He said, "No one would believe." Her words slur together. I believe you. My voice comes out rough, fierce, and I'm not letting anyone near you again. Her hand finds mine, her grip fragile as a bird's wing. Something in my chest constricts. How could I have missed the desperation in her eyes earlier? I'm supposed to read people, to see through their masks. But I'd hesitated, let propriety and protocol override my instincts. Never fucking again. The SUV screeches to a halt. Noah's already opening my door, phone to his ear. Doc's 10 minutes out. I lift her carefully, mindful of the wound. Her head rolls against my shoulder, consciousness slipping away again. Hold on, I murmur. Just hold on a little longer. Blood drips onto marble floors as I carry her through me to the guest room. Each crimson drop feels like an accusation. I should have stopped that bastard. Should have trusted my gut when I saw fear beneath her smile. Set up security, I tell Noah as I lay her on the bed. No one gets in without my approval, and find out everything about that fucking casino client who had her. On it! Noah disappears, already barking orders into his phone. I grab the medical kit from the bathroom and cut away the fabric around her wound. The stiletto missed anything vital, but she's lost too much blood. My hands don't shake as I apply pressure bandages. They never shake, but something else trembles inside me. I've got you, I promise her unconscious form. You're safe now. And whoever did this, my voice drops to a dangerous whisper. They're going to wish they were never born. Chapter 4. Enzo. I'll leave you to rest. I step back from the bed, giving her space. Ginevra will stay close if you need anything. Her eyes dart between us, still wary, but the panic has dulled to exhaustion. The medicine is taking effect. Her blinks grow longer, her shoulders slump. When you're stronger, we need to talk about what happened. I move toward the door, keeping my movements measured. About who did this to you. She tenses, fingers twisting in the blanket. I can't. Not now. I hold up my hand. Get some sleep first. Ginevra adjusts the pillows behind her. I'll bring up some soup later if you feel up to it. I pause at the threshold, watching as Ginevra's presence seems to ease some of the woman's rigid posture. Good. She needs someone gentle right now. Remember what I said. I meet her tired gaze. You're safe here. No one will hurt you under my roof. She doesn't respond, but I catch the slight tremor in her hands, the way she presses deeper into the pillows. Whoever she's running from, has left deep scars, and not just the physical ones. Come, Enzo. Ginevra ushers me out. Let her rest. I follow Ginevra into the hallway, pulling the door mostly closed behind us. Through the gap, I see the woman's eyes finally close, her body surrendering to sleep. I'll check on her every hour, Ginevra says quietly. The doctor left detailed instructions. I nod, my jaw tight. Alert me the moment anything changes. And Ginevra? I fix her with a stern look. Don't let her leave that room.
Sienna. The silk sheets beneath my fingers feel too smooth, too expensive. Every luxurious detail in this room screams wealth and power, exactly like Father's house. My heart pounds against my ribs as I scan the space for exits. A massive window spans one wall. The door isn't locked, but that doesn't mean I'm free to leave. I learned that lesson years ago. Think. My whisper breaks the silence. I force myself to take slow breaths, fighting the urge to curl into a ball. The man, Enzo, His eyes held something different when he promised protection, not the false concern Father's friends showed before they revealed their true nature, but men like him, men with power. They all want something in return. My fingers trace the fresh bruises on my neck. At least Henry won't find me here, unless Enzo knows him, unless this is all part of their game. The bedroom could belong in a magazine. Crystal lamps, antique furniture, artwork worth more than my life. But beautiful things can hide ugly truths. A sound in the hallway makes me flinch. Footsteps? My pulse races as I slide off the bed, legs shaking. The woman, Ginevra, she seemed kind. The room spins slightly as I stand. Whatever they gave me for pain still clouds my head, makes me vulnerable, weak. My reflection in the ornate mirror shows a stranger. Pale face, wild eyes, dark hair tangled from the attack. The designer dress they changed me into probably costs more than I've ever owned. Another golden chain. The silence presses in, filled with possibilities that turn my stomach. What does Enzo want? Why bring me to his home instead of a hospital? Men like him don't save women like me without expecting payment. My fingers find the delicate cross necklace, Mom's last gift, the only real thing in this beautiful prison. A clock ticks somewhere, marking time in this strange limbo. Waiting. Always waiting for the other shoe to drop. For the mask to slip and reveal the monster beneath. The exhaustion finally wins. My body betrays me, dragging me into darkness despite my fight to stay alert. When my eyes flutter open, sunlight streams through the massive windows. I jolt upright, panic clawing at my throat until I remember where I am. Not Henry's house. Not yet. Ah, you're awake. Ginevra's voice is warm as she carries in a tray. You slept through the night and most of the morning. Your body needed the rest. Steam rises from a bowl of soup, the aroma making my stomach growl. I can't remember the last time I ate. Ettore made this specially for you, his grandmother's recipe, stracciatella romano, good for healing, he says. She sets the tray across my lap. That man fusses over everyone with his cooking. The soup looks different from anything I've had before. Clear broth with wisps of egg and tiny specks of green. My hands shake slightly as I lift the spoon. The first taste floods my mouth with warmth, rich chicken broth, tender bits of egg, fresh herbs, simple but somehow perfect. My eyes sting with unexpected tears. When was the last time you ate, dear? Ginevra's face creases with concern. I swallow hard, stirring the soup. Yesterday morning, I think. Maybe. Days blur together. She clicks her tongue disapprovingly. Well, eat up. Ettore will be offended if you don't finish every drop. He's very passionate about feeding people. The soup settles warm in my stomach, chasing away some of the cold fear that's lived there so long. I force myself to eat slowly, to savor each spoonful while it lasts. After finishing the soup, I eye the bathroom door. Would it be okay to shower? Of course, dear. Everything you need should be in there. Ginevra collects the tray with gentle efficiency. Take your time. The ensuite bathroom matches the bedroom's luxury. Marble counters, gleaming fixtures, and a shower big enough for 3 people. My reflection catches in the massive mirror, and I quickly look away. Steam fills the space as hot water cascades down. For a moment, I just stand there, letting it wash over me. The expensive shampoo smells like jasmine. I scrub until my skin turns red, trying to erase the feeling of his hands on me. Some marks won't wash away. A pile of clothes sits folded on the counter. I hadn't noticed them before. Soft gray sweatpants, a loose black t-shirt, and my breath catches. New underwear with tags still attached. A note rests on top in elegant handwriting. I hope these fit. Let me know if you need anything else. No signature. The handwriting could be Generva's, but something about the precise strokes makes me doubt it. The clothes look expensive despite their simplicity. My fingers trace the soft fabric. Clean clothes. Such a simple thing, but it makes my throat tight. When was the last time someone gave me something without expecting payment? Don't be stupid. There's always a price. Always. I step out of the bathroom, clutching the borrowed clothes close to my body. My steps falter as I spot him. Enzo Feretti sits in a leather armchair by the window, his powerful frame making the furniture seem small. Sunlight catches the sharp angles of his face, the strong jaw, aristocratic nose, and those penetrating hazel eyes that lock onto mine. His dark curls are styled perfectly, not a strand out of place. My breath catches. Up close, his presence fills the room like a gathering storm. The tailored black suit emphasizes broad shoulders and a lean, muscular build that speaks of contained strength. His large hands rest on the chair's arms, and I notice subtle scars across his knuckles, marks of violence that make my pulse quicken. He radiates dangerous energy, the kind that commands attention without effort. Every movement is controlled, precise, like a predator at rest. The way he holds himself, spine straight and shoulders squared, screams authority. When he shifts slightly, I catch a glimpse of a holster beneath his jacket. Of course he's armed. Men with power always are. His olive-toned skin and features mark his Italian heritage. But it's more than that. There's an old-world intensity about him that makes modern businessmen look like boys playing dress-up. I wrap my arms around myself, hyper-aware of how small I feel under that penetrating gaze. His eyes darken as they move to the bruises on my neck, and his jaw tightens. His gaze stays steady on me, but he doesn't move from the chair. First, I need your name. I shake my head, fingers digging into my arms. I'm not talking to you. My voice comes out hoarse, barely above a whisper. The corner of his mouth tightens. I found you half dead in my park. You begged me not to take you back to someone. I think I deserve at least your name. I can't. The words scrape my throat. I can't trust anyone, not even myself anymore. His eyes narrow, tracking my movement as I edge toward the wall. The space between us crackles with tension. You don't have to trust me. His accent thickens slightly. But you're in my home, under my protection. That means we need to establish some basic facts. A bitter laugh escapes me. Protection? That's what they all promise, right before they... I cut myself off, pressing my lips together. He leans forward, those hazel eyes darkening. Before they what? I press my back against the wall, needing its solid support. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except staying alive long enough to... I snap my mouth shut again. Stupid. I'm saying too much. To what? His voice drops lower, dangerous. I shake my head hard, dark hair falling across my face like a shield. I told you, I'm not talking. I want to leave. My voice shakes, but I force the words out. Now. Enzo's expression hardens, those hazel eyes turning almost black. He rises from the chair in one fluid motion, and I press harder against the wall. You'll leave when you tell me what I need to know. His voice drops to a low rumble that sends shivers down my spine. Not before. My fingers clutch the fabric of the borrowed clothes. You can't keep me here. I can. Two simple words delivered with absolute certainty. And I will until I know who's hunting you. The room feels smaller with him standing, his presence overwhelming. I turn my face away, using my hair as a shield. Silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken threats. I count my heartbeats, focusing on breathing past the tightness in my chest. Very well. His accent thickens with frustration. We'll try this again later. His footsteps cross the room, measured and controlled. The door opens, then closes with a soft click that sounds like a prison gate. I slide down the wall, wrapping my arms around my knees. trapped again in another beautiful cage. At least this one doesn't have Henry in it. Yet.
Chapter 5. Enzo. I burst into Damiano's office, finding him behind his desk, with Zoe perched on the leather couch. Their weekend bags sit unpacked by the door, a reminder of their cancelled plans because of my mess. About fucking time. Damiano's eyes lock onto mine. Noah filled me in. What's the deal with this girl? I don't know shit about her. I run a hand through my hair, pacing the length of his office. First time I saw her was at the bar during the opening. Some asshole in a cheap suit was pawing at her. And you just had to play hero, Damiano asks, leaning forward. She looked terrified, like a trapped animal. I stopped pacing and faced them. I offered help, but she left with that piece of shit anyway. Next thing I know, she's bleeding out in our fucking park. Damiano's fingers drum against his desk. You're sure you never saw her before? Positive, but something's off. She won't tell me her name, won't say who's after her. I plant my hands on his desk. The way she begged me not to take her back to him, whoever the fuck that is. Could be competition trying to plant someone inside, Damiano suggests. No. I shake my head. You didn't see her eyes, Fratello. That fear was real. Real or not, she's a liability until we know more. Damiano exchanges a look with Zoe. My phone buzzes and I check the caller ID. Alessio, what you got? We've got movement around the casino. Alessio's voice comes through clear. Henry Sterling's men are asking questions about a girl matching your guest description. Blue eyes, black hair, early 20s. My blood runs cold. Sterling? The trafficking kingpin? The same. Word is, she's his daughter. Sienna Sterling. Fuck. I grip the phone tighter. How sure are you? Very. He is offering serious cash for information. I end the call and meet Damiano's questioning gaze. Remember Henry Sterling? Damiano's expression darkens. Hard to forget that bastard. What about him? The girl upstairs? She's his daughter. Merda. Damiano stands, running a hand over his face. That complicates things. Now I know why she's so fucking terrified. The pieces click into place. Her fear, the desperation, the silence. Sterling's not just another rich asshole. He's a monster. Zoe sits up straighter. Henry Sterling? The philanthropist? That's his public face, I say. Behind closed doors, he runs one of the biggest trafficking operations on the East Coast. We've been trying to nail the fucker for years. And now, his daughter's under our roof, Damiano mutters. I straighten my shoulders. Now that we know who she's running from, she'll talk. She has to. I head for the door. Time to have another chat with Miss Sterling. I take the stairs two at a time, my mind racing with what I now know. The guards nod as I pass them in the hallway. Outside her door, I pause, squaring my shoulders before entering. She jumps at my entrance, backing away from the window where she'd been standing. Those eyes track my every move like a cornered animal. Your father's looking for you. I keep my voice level, watching her reaction. Henry Sterling. The color drains from her face. Her fingers clutch the windowsill behind her, knuckles white. Her chest rises and falls in quick, shallow breaths. His men are crawling all over my casino. I take a step closer, offering serious cash for information about you. Please. The word comes out barely above a whisper. She wraps her arms around herself, trembling. You don't understand what he'll do. Then help me understand. I soften my tone, but maintain my stance. Start with your name. She swallows hard, eyes darting between me and the door. The silence stretches until I think she won't answer. Sienna. Her voice breaks on the word. My name is Sienna.
Sienna. I press myself against the wall, my heart hammering against my ribs as Enzo towers over me. His presence fills the room, dark and dangerous, yet different from the suffocating fear I feel around Henry. Pleased to finally meet you properly, Sienna Sterling. His voice carries a hint of satisfaction, like a predator who's cornered its prey. Please. My voice cracks. Don't take me back to him. I wrap my arms around myself, feeling the phantom ache of old bruises. The mere thought of returning to that house, to Henry's controlled smiles and cruel hands, makes my stomach turn. Fucking hell, Piccola. Enzo steps closer and I flinch. He stops, his hazel eyes darkening. Look at me. I force myself to meet his gaze, though every instinct screams to look away, to make myself smaller. You think I'd hand you back after finding you bleeding in my park? His Italian accent thickens with each word. After that bastard left you for dead? My fingers trace the bandage at my side. You don't know Henry. He'll come for me. He always does. The words taste bitter on my tongue. His connections, his reach. Let him try. Enzo's jaw clenches, a muscle ticking beneath his skin. He plants his hands on either side of me against the wall, caging me in. But instead of fear, I feel sheltered. This is my territory, my rules, and you're under my protection now, whether you like it or not. Why? The question slips out before I can stop it. What do you want from me? His lips curve into a dangerous smile. Right now, answers. Starting with why Sterling's precious daughter was running through my casino like a hunted animal. I stare at the wall behind Enzo's shoulder, unable to meet his piercing gaze. My throat tightens as memories flash through my mind. The endless nights, the bruises, the screams that no one ever answered. Just kill me. The words come out in a whisper. If you won't protect me, kill me now. It's better than going back there. Enzo's body goes rigid. His hands drop from the wall as if burned. What did you just say? Please. I wrap my arms tighter around myself, feeling the raised scars beneath the borrowed shirt. I'd rather die than let him touch me again. Then watch him. My voice breaks. You have a gun. Make it quick. I won't fight. Fuck. The word explodes from him like a gunshot. He grabs my shoulders and I can't help but flinch. Look at me, Sienna. Now. I force myself to meet his gaze. His hazel eyes burn with an intensity that steals my breath. Death isn't an option. His fingers dig into my shoulders, not painful but grounding. You hear me? Not while you're under my roof. Then you don't understand what he's capable of. I press my palms flat against the wall behind me, needing its solid support. The things he does, death would be mercy. Tell me. His voice drops lower, dangerous. Tell me what that bastard did to make his own daughter beg for death. But I can't. The words stick in my throat like shards of glass. Instead, I lift my chin and meet his gaze with all the broken determination I have left. If you won't kill me, then give me your gun. I'll do it myself. Enzo's expression transforms into something lethal. His hands leave my shoulders as he takes a step back, running his fingers through his dark curls. The only one dying will be the bastards who hurt you. His voice carries a promise that sends shivers down my spine, including your father. I shake my head, pressing harder against the wall. You don't understand. No, you don't understand. He moves closer, his body heat radiating against my skin. I'm not giving you a fucking choice here, Piccola. You're staying alive. His proximity makes it hard to breathe, but not from fear. There's something different about Enzo's dominance. It doesn't feel like Henry's cruel control. Look at me. His finger tilts my chin up, the touch surprisingly gentle. I can protect you, but you need to talk. Tell me what he did. Who else is involved? I can't. The words come out broken. He'll know. He always knows. Not here. Enzo's thumb brushes my jawline. You're in my house now, under my protection, but I need to know what I'm dealing with to keep you safe. Safe? I let out a bitter laugh. I haven't been safe since I was born. That changes now. His voice drops lower, his Italian accent thickening. But you need to trust me enough to tell me everything. Soon. His hand falls away from my face, and I find myself missing the warmth of his touch. It's been so long since anyone has touched me with gentleness instead of cruelty. How soon? I whisper. Tonight. Tomorrow. The faster you talk, the better I can protect you. His hazel eyes darken. Your father's men are already searching. I need to know what we're up against.
Chapter 6. Enzo. I stare at Sienna, her plea hitting me like a punch to the gut. Fuck. The terror in those blue eyes tells me everything I need to know about Henry Sterling. My jaw clenches as I process her words. She'd rather die than return to that bastard. Get some rest. I keep my voice steady, controlled. No one's killing you or taking you anywhere. I stride out of the room, my footsteps echoing through the hallway as I head back to Damiano's office. My blood boils with each step. The fear in her voice, the way she trembled, it paints a clear fucking picture of what that monster's done to his own daughter. I burst through Damiano's door without knocking. He looks up from his desk, phone in hand. We've got a bigger problem than we thought. I plant my hands on his desk, leaning forward. Sterling's daughter would rather die than go back to him. You know what that means. Damiano's expression darkens. Merida. The bruises on her arms, the way she flinches. That piece of shit's been hurting her. My knuckles turn white against the desk. And now he's got his men searching every corner of Vegas for her. If Sterling finds out we're harboring his daughter, Damiano lets the implications hang in the air. I don't give a fuck about Sterling. I straighten up, pacing the office. You should have seen her face when I mentioned him. That kind of fear, it comes from years of abuse. We need to be smart about this, Fratello. Damiano sets his phone down. Sterling's not just some common criminal. He's got connections, influence. So do we. I stop pacing, fixing him with a hard stare. I'm not handing her over to that monster. We need Lucrezia to talk to her. I run a hand through my hair. She's around Sienna's age, and she has a way of getting through to people. Damiano's eyes narrow. After what happened to her, you want to drag her into this. Look how quickly she connected with Zoe. I lean against his desk. Those two became inseparable within days. Lucrezia understands trauma, knows how to handle it. She's still dealing with her own shit, Enzo. I know that. My voice comes out sharper than intended. But she's stronger than you think. And Sienna needs someone she can trust. Someone who isn't a man twice her size, making her feel trapped. Damiano rubs his jaw, considering. Lucrezia's been doing better lately. Her therapist says she's making progress. Exactly. And helping someone else might help her too. I straighten up. You've seen how protective she's become of other women since the attack. how she lights up when she feels useful. Fine, Damiano says, but we ask her, not order her. And if she says no, we drop it. Of course. I nod, relief washing through me. She might be the only one who can get Sienna to open up about what that bastard's done to her. I find Lucrezia in her art studio, paint splattered across her smock as she works on a canvas. The scent of oils and turpentine fills the air. She doesn't turn when I enter, too focused on her work. Your technique's improving. I lean against the doorframe. She glances over her shoulder, brush paused mid-stroke. What do you want, Enzo? Can't I compliment my favorite sister's art? I'm your only sister. She sets her brush down, wiping her hands on her smock. And you never come to my studio unless you need something. Fuck, she knows me too well. We have a guest, a girl around your age who needs help. Lucretia's expression shifts, her eyes sharpening with interest. What kind of help? The kind you might understand better than anyone. I step closer, keeping my movements slow and deliberate. Her name's Sienna, Sterling's daughter. Henry Sterling? Her voice catches. I nod. She's terrified of him. Won't tell us why, but the bruises tell enough of the story. Lucretia's hands clench in her smock. What do you need me to do? Just talk to her. Help her feel safe. I meet her eyes. You don't have to if you're not ready. No pressure. She's quiet for a moment, studying her painting. Does she know about what happened to me? Number. And you don't have to tell her. I rest a hand on her shoulder. Just be there. Sometimes that's enough. Lucrezia straightens her spine, a familiar determination crossing her face. I'll do it. Give me 10 minutes to clean up. You're sure? Yeah. She manages a small smile. Maybe we can help each other. I step closer to Lucrezia, my chest tight with emotion. Thank you for doing this. It means a lot. She tilts her head, paint-stained fingers fidgeting with her smock. You still haven't told me why this matters so much to you. Since when does Enzo Feretti get involved in saving random girls? Fuck. I run a hand through my hair. Maybe because I failed to protect you when you needed me most. Her breath catches. Enzo? No, let me finish. I lean against her workbench. When those bastards hurt you, I wasn't there. And now, I gesture vaguely. Maybe the universe is giving me a chance to help someone else's little sister. Someone who needs protection as much as you did. Tears well up in Lucrezia's eyes. She drops her paintbrush and wraps her arms around my waist, burying her face in my chest. I freeze for a moment before pulling her close. You didn't fail me, she whispers against my shirt. You found me. You killed them. You got me help. Should have prevented it in the first place. She pulls back, wiping her eyes. Stop beating yourself up. You're here now. For me, and as it seems, for Sienna. I press a kiss to the top of her head. Clean up. Take your time. I'll have Ginevra bring some tea to Sienna's room. Lucrezia nods, already gathering her brushes. I leave her to it, knowing she needs a moment to compose herself. Some wounds never fully heal, but maybe helping Sienna will help my sister too.
Sienna. A soft knock breaks through my spiraling thoughts. The door opens slowly, revealing a striking young woman with flowing dark hair and intense brown eyes. Her movements are careful, deliberate, as if she's approaching a frightened animal. Maybe that's exactly what I am right now. Hi, I'm Lucrezia, Enzo's sister. Her voice carries a gentleness that catches me off guard. She stands near the doorway, giving me space. May I come in? I pull my knees closer to my chest, pressed against the headboard, but manage a small nod. Something in her eyes speaks of understanding, not pity, but a deep personal knowledge of fear. The room can feel suffocating sometimes, can it? She moves to the window, opening it slightly. Fresh air rushes in, and I hadn't realized how much I needed it until this moment, especially when everything feels out of control. My fingers twist in the soft fabric of the borrowed clothes. Did Enzo send you? He did. Lucrezia perches on the edge of a chair, her posture relaxed but something guarded in her expression. But I came because I wanted to. Sometimes it helps to have another woman around, someone who might understand things the men just can't. The way she says it, there's weight behind her words. Personal experience that echoes in the slight tremor of her voice. It makes me look at her, really look at her. Beyond the designer clothes and perfect makeup, I see something familiar in her eyes, the same shadows I see in my mirror every morning. I love what they've done with this room, Lucrezia says, her fingers trailing along the silk curtains. Though I fought Enzo on the color scheme, he wanted everything dark and masculine. Can you imagine? A tiny smile tugs at my lips, despite everything. The room is soft cream and pale blue, nothing like what I'd expect from the intimidating casino owner. Do you paint? She points to my hands, and I realize I've been unconsciously moving my fingers like I'm holding a brush. Yes, my voice comes out stronger than expected. Whenever I can. Me too, her face lights up. Though I'm terrible at landscapes, give me abstracts any day. What's your preferred medium? Oils. I uncurl slightly from my defensive position. But watercolors, when I need to work quickly. I'm 22, and I still can't master watercolors. Lucrezia rolls her eyes dramatically. They just do whatever they want. That's what I love about them. The words slip out naturally. I'm 21, and sometimes letting the colors blend and flow feels like the only freedom I have. Something flickers in Lucrezia's eyes. Recognition, maybe understanding. She moves to sit cross-legged on the floor, casual yet keeping her distance. We should paint together sometime. I have a whole studio set up in the East Wing. Enzo thinks it's a mess, but I call it organized chaos. The mention of sometime makes my chest tight, a future I can't count on. But talking about art, something so removed from my current reality, helps me breathe easier. What else do you like to do? She asks, her tone light but careful. Reading, when I can. Photography, too, though. I stop, remembering the last time Henry caught me taking pictures without permission. I'm hopeless with cameras. Lucrezia fills the silence smoothly. But I love dancing. Even took ballet until I drove my instructor crazy with my improvising. The easy conversation with Lucrezia almost makes me forget where I am, until a sharp pain shoots through my side. My hand flies to the bandaged wound, and reality crashes back. The casino, the park, the knife. Are you okay? Lucrezia's expression shifts from friendly to concerned. My throat tightens as fragments of last night flash through my mind. The man's rough hands, the cold metal against my skin, the darkness of the park. I shouldn't be here. Henry will... Hey! Lucrezia's voice turns firm but gentle. You're safe here. No one gets past our security without permission. But she doesn't understand. No one truly understands what Henry is capable of. My hands start trembling. You don't know him. He'll find me. He always does. Sienna. Lucrezia stands slowly, keeping her movements measured. You need rest. The medication Dr. Romano prescribed will help with both the pain and sleep. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to stop shaking. The room suddenly feels smaller, the walls closing in despite the open window. I'll come check on you later, okay? Lucrezia moves toward the door. Try to get some sleep. You're protected here, I promise. As she leaves, I hear the subtle click of the lock engaging. Protected or trapped? Right now, I'm not sure which is worse.
Chapter 7. Enzo. I pace in my office, mind racing with possibilities about Sterling's daughter. The sharp knock at my door breaks my concentration. Enter. Lucrezia slips in, her usual vibrant energy dimmed. Dark circles under her eyes tell me the conversation with Sienna wasn't easy. She's terrified, Enzo. Lucrezia drops into the leather chair across from my desk. Not just scared, fucking terrified. The way she looks, it's like seeing myself after. Her voice cracks. My fists clench. The memory of finding my sister broken and bleeding months ago burns fresh. What did she say? Nothing specific, but that look in her eyes. Lucrezia wraps her arms around herself. She stops, swallowing hard. I move around the desk and crouch beside her chair. You don't have to do this if it's too much. No. She straightens her spine. I need to. That girl needs someone who understands. But Enzo, her eyes meet mine. Whatever her father did to her, it's bad. Really fucking bad. The muscle in my jaw ticks. Henry Sterling's reputation for cruelty is legendary. But to his own daughter? Did she open up at all? Not a chance. Those walls of hers, they're reinforced concrete. Lucrezia's fingers twist in her lap. But I recognize something else in her. That calculated stillness, always watching the exits. She's planning her escape. Like hell she is. The words come out as a growl. You can't keep her prisoner here. I'm keeping her safe. Are you? Lucrezia's challenge hits hard. Because from where she's sitting, you're just another man trying to control her. The truth in my sister's words stings, but the image of Sienna's blood pooling on the pavement won't leave me. What do you suggest? Give her choices, small ones at first. Let her see you're different. Lucrezia stands touching my arm. And brother, when she does try to run, and she will, don't react with anger. That's exactly what she expects. You're right. I run a hand through my hair, frustration burning in my chest. Exactly. Lucrezia's eyes flash with understanding. Remember how I shut down after what happened? Pushing me only made it worse. My throat tightens. Those first weeks after her attack, watching her spiral while refusing help, still haunt me. But we got through it. Because you gave me time. Space. She perches on my desk, legs swinging slightly. And most importantly, you let me come to you when I was ready. Sterling's not going to wait around while we play the patience game. The thought of that bastard anywhere near his daughter makes my blood boil. Then we make sure she knows she's truly safe here first. Lucrezia's voice carries the weight of experience. No assumptions about what happened to her, no matter what we suspect. Let her tell her own story. And if she doesn't, then we protect her anyway. Her chin lifts in that stubborn way that reminds me she's still a Feretti. But forcing her to relive whatever trauma she's been through, that'll just drive her away. The logic hits home. Much as I want to hunt Sterling down right now, acting without full understanding could make things worse for Sienna. Fine. We do this your way. Lucrezia slides off my desk, a hint of her old spark returning. I'll invite her to breakfast tomorrow. Nothing formal, just family. You think she'll come. Maybe not, but offering normalcy might help crack those walls. She straightens her blouse. I rub my temples, tension building. I have no fucking clue how to handle this, Lucrezia. Give me a business deal or territory dispute. But this... A small smirk plays at her lips. The great Enzo Feretti, stumped by one tiny woman. Not funny. Actually, it's hilarious. She crosses her arms. You're used to intimidating everyone into submission, but that won't work here, big brother. I trust your judgment on this. The admission comes easier than expected. You understand what she's going through better than anyone. Her expression softens. Careful there. Almost sounds like you're admitting you need help. Don't push it. Too late. She heads for the door, pausing with her hand on the handle. You know what's really funny? How you can't stop thinking about those blue eyes of hers. Out! I point at the door, but can't quite hide my smile. Whatever you say, brother dear. Her laughter trails behind her as she leaves. I lean back in my chair, shaking my head at Lucrezia's parting shot. My sister's got balls of steel these days, a change I secretly love seeing. The scared, broken girl from a few months ago has transformed into this fierce woman who doesn't take shit from anyone, even me. A smirk tugs at my lips, remembering how she called me out. The great Enzo Feretti, stumped by one tiny woman. She's not wrong, but I'll never admit that to her face. Her ego's big enough already. My fingers drum against the desk. Lucrezia's always been a spitfire, but this new edge to her, this fuck you attitude she's developed, it suits her, makes me proud in ways I can't express without ruining my hard-ass reputation. Almost sounds like you're admitting you need help. Her teasing voice echoes in my head. Damn right, I need help with this situation. And thank fuck my sister's strong enough now to provide it. But she doesn't need to know how much I admire her resilience, how watching her fight back from hell has been one of the most inspiring things I've witnessed. Nope. That stays locked in my chest, where it belongs. Can't have her getting cocky. I glance at the door where she just left, unable to suppress another smile. My baby sister, teaching me how to handle delicate situations. Who would have fucking thought?
Sienna. I wake to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar curtains. My body aches from the injuries, but the bed feels like a cloud compared to what I'm used to. A soft knock at the door makes me tense. Good morning. Lucrezia's voice carries through the wood. We're having breakfast downstairs. Would you like to join us? I can show you around the house after. My stomach growls at the mention of food. When was the last time I had a proper breakfast? Not the rushed bites standing in Henry's kitchen, afraid he'd catch me eating more than he allowed. I dot. My voice cracks. I clear my throat. I don't want to impose. Nonsense. The warmth in her tone seems genuine. Ettore always makes too much food anyway, and I could use the company. I slide out of bed, wincing as my feet hit the floor. The borrowed clothes hang loose on my frame, but they're soft and clean. You don't have to decide right now, Lucrezia adds through the door, but there's fresh coffee, and Ettore's pastries are amazing. I need to get to the bathroom first, I say, and make my way there. Yeah, sure, I'll be here. Lucrezia answers me. I stare at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. Dark circles shadow my eyes despite the hours of sleep. My fingers trace the fading bruise on my cheek, Henry's last reminder before I ran. The borrowed clothes mask how thin I've become. A long-sleeved blouse in deep blue and flowing pants that don't show the marks on my legs. I smooth the fabric, trying to look presentable. Henry's voice echoes in my head. A Sterling always maintains appearances. My hands shake as I braid my hair. The dining room means exposure, multiple exits to track, unknown people to assess. Will Enzo be there? His presence both reassures and unnerves me. A normal family breakfast. When was the last time I experienced that? Before Mother. Number, don't think about her now. The slippers make no sound as I approach the door. My hand hovers over the handle. One choice, stay or go. I open the door to find Lucrezia waiting with a gentle smile. She doesn't rush me as I take careful steps behind her through the hallway. The smell of coffee and pastries grows stronger, making my stomach clench. We reach the dining room doorway and I freeze. 5 people sit around a massive wooden table, their conversation stopping as they notice me. My fingers grip the doorframe, ready to bolt. Hey, it's okay. Lucrecia's hand finds mine, warm and steady. Come sit by me. I let her guide me to an empty chair, keeping my eyes down as I sink into the soft cushion. The table holds platters of fresh fruit, pastries, and steaming coffee cups. It looks like a scene from a magazine. Nothing like the cold, silent breakfasts with Henry. Everyone, this is Sienna. Lucrezia squeezes my hand before letting go. Sienna, meet my family. She points to each person in turn. That's my brother Damiano and his wife Zoe. A tall man with intense eyes nods, while the blonde woman beside him offers a kind smile. Alessio. A broad-shouldered man raises his coffee cup in greeting. And you've met Enzo. My gaze flicks to him briefly. He watches me with that same penetrating look from the casino, but says nothing. Good morning, I whisper, my voice small in the grand room. Good morning, Kara. Zoe's warm smile reaches her eyes. Did you sleep well? I nod, unsure how to handle such genuine concern. Ettore outdid himself today, Damiano says between bites of a flaky pastry. You must try these. They're incredible. Lucrezia reaches for a crystal pitcher. Orange juice? Freshly squeezed this morning. Yes, please. The words come automatically, years of etiquette training kicking in. She fills my glass, then serves herself. The simple act of someone pouring my drink makes my chest tight. When was the last time anyone did something for me without expecting something in return? The weather's perfect today, Alessio comments, breaking the awkward silence. Clear skies, not too hot. Perfect for the garden, Lucrezia agrees. The roses are blooming beautifully. I sip the juice slowly, savoring its sweetness. Around me, their conversation flows naturally.
Chapter 7. Enzo. I pace in my office, mind racing with possibilities about Sterling's daughter. The sharp knock at my door breaks my concentration. Enter. Lucrezia slips in, her usual vibrant energy dimmed. Dark circles under her eyes tell me the conversation with Sienna wasn't easy. She's terrified, Enzo. Lucrezia drops into the leather chair across from my desk. Not just scared, fucking terrified. The way she looks, it's like seeing myself after. Her voice cracks. Chapter 8. Enzo. I can't take my eyes off her during breakfast. The way she hunches over her plate, those delicate fingers trembling as she picks at her croissant. Her dark hair falls like a curtain, shielding her face from view. Not once does she look in my direction, though I know she feels my gaze. The expansion plans for the West Wing are moving forward, Damiano says, but his words float past me. I grunt in response, watching as Sienna flinches when Alessio's fork clinks against his plate. Every little sound, every sudden movement sets her on edge. More coffee, Lucrezia offers, and Sienna gives a barely perceptible nod. The usual morning banter feels forced, hollow. Zoe tries to lighten the mood with a story about her latest shopping spree, but even her animated gestures seem muted today. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. The contractors start next week, Damiano continues, shooting me a pointed look. Fine. I take a sip of my espresso, noting how Sienna's shoulders tense when my cup hits the saucer. Diego from the kitchen staff enters to clear some plates. As he reaches past Sienna for an empty dish, she jerks back so violently her chair scrapes against the floor. The sound echoes through the dining room, followed by a heavy silence. "I'm sorry," she whispers, her first words all morning. Her voice sounds raw, broken. "No need to apologize, Cara." Lucretia's tone is gentle, but I catch the worried glance she throws my way. My jaw clenches. Every instinct screams to reach out, to protect, to fucking destroy whoever put that fear in her. But I stay rooted to my chair, knowing my presence only adds to her distress. I fucking hate how she shrinks away every time I move. Those eyes dart toward me, then quickly away, like a frightened animal expecting to be struck. Her fear feels like a knife twisting in my gut. The contractors mentioned adding a new VIP lounge. Damiano cuts in, clearly trying to steer attention away from Sienna's discomfort. Something about gold fixtures and... "I don't give a fuck about fixtures right now," I growl, then immediately regret my harsh tone when Sienna's spoon clatters against her coffee cup. Zoe leans forward, her voice soft. "Sienna, is there anything you need? Clothes, toiletries? I could take you shopping." "No, thank you. I'm fine." Sienna's words come out barely above a whisper. She tugs at the sleeve of her sweater, making herself smaller in the chair. "Are you sure? It's no trouble at all. Please, I'm fine." Her knuckles turn white around her coffee cup. I push my chair back, needing space to breathe. The legs scrape against the floor, and Sienna flinches again. Fuck. Every reaction, every tremor of fear, it's like a punch to the chest. I'm used to people being afraid of me, welcome it even, but not like this. Not this raw, primal terror that radiates from her small frame. "Enzo!" Damiano's warning tone tells me he sees my growing frustration. I force myself to sit back down, to soften my posture. But it doesn't matter. The damage is done. Sienna keeps her eyes fixed on her plate, her breakfast untouched, her body coiled tight like a spring ready to snap. I clear my throat, trying to sound gentler. Fuck if I know how. "Would you like some more pastries? Ettore makes them fresh every morning." My voice comes out awkward, stilted, nothing like my usual commanding tone. From the corner of my eye, I catch Alessio's shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. "What's so fucking funny?" I snap, forgetting my attempt at being soft-spoken. Alessio loses it completely, doubling over. "Sorry, but hearing you try to sound sweet, it's like watching a bull in a china shop, trying to tiptoe." "Vaffanculo," I mutter, but that only sets off Damiano too. "He's right," Damiano wheezes. "You sound constipated." Even Zoe can't hold back her giggles now, like a grumpy bear attempting baby talk. "All of you can go fuck yourselves." I glare at my family, but it only makes them laugh harder. Lucretia wipes tears from her eyes. "Oh God, Enzo, please never try that voice again. Just be yourself." I glance at Sienna, expecting to find her terrified by my outburst. Instead, she's watching us all with something close to fascination. Her eyes move from face to face, studying each person's reaction. She's not smiling, but some of that bone-deep tension has left her shoulders. "Fine. Next time you all can handle breakfast without me. I grab my coffee, not bothering to hide my scowl. No, stay, Alessio chokes out between laughs. We need the entertainment. Keep it up, and you'll be doing inventory checks for a month. This threatens, sends them into fresh peals of laughter. Fucking traitors, all of them.
Sienna. I stare at my half-eaten croissant as chairs scrape against the floor. Damiano rises first, his hand finding Zoe's waist as they head toward the door. "Meeting in 20, Damiano calls over his shoulder. Alessio follows, gathering his phone and car keys. "Thanks for breakfast, Ettore." The room grows quieter, but I feel his presence. Enzo hasn't moved from his seat. The weight of his gaze burns into me, making my skin prickle. I focus on the intricate pattern of the tablecloth, tracing the swirls with my eyes. Something about his stare pulls at me, like a magnet trying to draw my gaze up to meet his. My fingers twist in my lap. The urge to look at him grows stronger with each passing second. But I can't. I learned long ago that eyes reveal too much, both his and mine. One look and he might see everything I'm trying to hide. All the pain, the fear, the secrets I've buried so deep. And his eyes? I caught a glimpse earlier. Dark, intense, searching. They hold something that makes my chest tight. Understanding? Curiosity? Whatever it is, it's dangerous. The last thing I need is for him to read me like an open book. The silence stretches between us. My heart pounds against my ribs. Why won't he leave? The scrape of Enzo's chair breaks the silence. His footsteps fade down the hallway, and I release the breath I've been holding. My shoulders drop as the tension bleeds away. "He scares you." Lucretia's voice is gentle, not a question, but an observation. I smooth my napkin, focusing on the crisp white fabric. They all do. Every man. "Enzo." Lucrezia pauses, choosing her words. "If he wanted to hurt you, he would have already. That first night in the park or any moment since." My finger's still on the napkin. She continues. "This family, we have our dark sides, I won't lie. But hurting innocent people, hurting women, that's not who we are. Not Enzo, not any of them." Something in her tone makes me look up. Her eyes hold a shadow of understanding that catches me off guard. For the first time since arriving, I feel a small knot in my chest loosen. But then Henry's face flashes through my mind. That cold smile, those calculating eyes. My throat tightens. "If he finds me..." The words stick, refusing to come out. "Sienna." Lucrezia reaches across the table, her hand stopping short of touching mine. "You're safe here." I wrap my arms around myself, trying to stop the tremors. The thought of Henry tracking me here, of his men dragging me back, the fear claws at my insides, threatening to consume me whole. "Would you like to see the rest of the house?" Lucretia's question pulls me from my spiral of fear. "If you're done with breakfast, yes, please." I push my chair back, careful not to make too much noise. The less attention I draw, the better. Lucrezia rises with a grace I envy. In the short time I've known her, I've noticed how she moves, confident yet gentle. Nothing like the sharp, calculated movements I've learned to survive by. Perfect. She gestures toward the doorway. There's quite a bit to see. The house has been in the family for generations. I follow her lead, keeping a careful distance. My bare feet make no sound on the polished floors, a habit ingrained from years of trying to move unnoticed through Henry's mansion. The thought of him makes my steps falter, but I force myself to keep moving. "Are you cold?" Lucrezia asks, noticing my arm still wrapped around myself. "We can get you something warmer to wear before the tour." "No, I'm fine." The words come out automatically, my standard response to any question about my comfort. But the borrowed clothes they've given me are softer than anything I've worn in years. "These are nice. Thank you." A small smile touches her lips. You're welcome. Shall we start with the ground floor? I nod, letting her take the lead. Away from the dining room, I feel my shoulders begin to relax, just slightly. Maybe seeing the house will help me understand where I am, and more importantly, where the exits are. Lucrezia's room takes my breath away. Sunlight streams through tall windows, casting warm patches across a space that feels more like an artist's sanctuary than a bedroom. Canvases lean against walls, some blank, others exploding with color. The scent of oil paint and turpentine mingles with something floral, maybe the fresh roses on her desk. This is where I spend most of my time, Lucrezia says, moving toward an easel positioned near the window. The light here is perfect for painting. I drift closer to a finished piece propped against the wall. Bold strokes of red and orange dance across the canvas, forming what looks like a woman emerging from flames. The raw emotion in the brushwork makes my chest tight. That one. Lucrezia's voice softens. I painted it a few months ago. Paint supplies cover a large table by the window. Brushes standing in jars, tubes of color arranged by shade, palettes with dried swirls of mixed pigments. Everything has its place, but there's a comfortable disorder to it all. Her bed sits in an alcove, draped with a deep purple duvet and scattered with embroidered pillows. Bookshelves line one wall, filled with art books and novels. The spines show wear. These aren't just for show. Look at this one. Lucrezia guides me to a smaller canvas. It's a landscape, but something about the stormy sky feels personal, intimate. I painted it last week, when I couldn't sleep. I step closer, drawn to the turbulent clouds. It's beautiful, I whisper, surprising myself by speaking. The way the light breaks through? Lucrezia smiles, and for a moment, I forget to be afraid. Her room feels like a different world, one where creativity flows freely and darkness can be transformed into something beautiful on canvas. A drafting table holds sketches and half-finished drawings. Reference photos are pinned to a corkboard above it, along with what looks like inspiration. Magazine clippings, dried flowers, snippets of fabric. This room tells the story of someone who lives fully, who creates without restraint. It's so different from my stark bedroom at Henry's mansion, where every item had to be approved, where self-expression was dangerous. Here, Lucrezia's personality shines through every detail, from the paint-splattered smock hanging by the door to the collection of brushes arranged in colorful ceramic mugs.
Chapter 9. Enzo. I storm into Damiano's office, my jaw clenched. Any news on Sterling? Damiano looks up from his laptop, his expression grim. Nothing concrete yet. But listen, we need to talk about this situation. What's there to talk about? The fucker's looking for her. That's exactly my point. Damiano leans back in his chair. Having her here puts our family at risk. Sterling's not someone we want to mess with right now. My fist slams on his desk. Are you fucking kidding me? You want to throw her back to that monster? I didn't say that. She's terrified of him, Damiano. You haven't seen the look in her eyes when she talks about going back. And what about Lucrezia? Zoe? Have you thought about what Sterling might do if he finds out we're harboring his daughter? Blood rushes to my face. So we just hand her over? Is that what we do now? Throw innocent women to the wolves? Keep your voice down. Damiano stands, matching my intensity. I'm trying to protect our family. You're letting your emotions cloud your judgment. My emotions? I step closer, voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. You didn't see her in that park, bleeding out. You didn't hear her beg me to kill her rather than return to him. Enzo! I run my hand through my hair, my anger deflating, as I consider Damiano's words. Fuck, you're right about one thing. We need to be smart about this. Damiano raises an eyebrow, waiting for me to continue. The country house, I say, pacing the office. It's isolated, secure. Sterling won't think to look there. Go on. I take her there myself. Keep her away from the family until we figure out what game Sterling's playing. I stop at the window, staring out at the city lights. Noah can coordinate security. We've got cameras, panic rooms, the works. And what about running the casino? I can manage both. The house is only an hour away. I turn back to face him. This way, if Sterling discovers anything, the heat stays on me. Lucrezia, Zoe, they stay clear of it. Damiano drums his fingers on the desk. It's not ideal, but it's better than having her here. When? Tonight. The longer we wait, the more chances Sterling has of finding her. And you think she'll go with you? She can barely look at you without flinching. She doesn't have a choice. My jaw tightens. Better scared of me than dead at Sterling's hands. Fine. Damiano stands. I'll have Noah prep the house. But Enzo? He catches my arm as I head for the door. Don't let this become personal. Whatever happened to her, it's not your fight. I shake off his grip. It became my fight the moment I found her in that park. Tonight, I tell Damiano, already heading for the door. The sooner we get her somewhere secure, the better. Enzo. His voice stops me. Be careful. I give him a sharp nod and stride through the hallway, my footsteps echoing against the marble floors. The guards posted outside Sienna's room straighten as I approach. With a gesture, I dismiss them. I pause at her door, taking a breath to compose myself. The conversation with Damiano has left me on edge, and I need to keep my emotions in check. I knock once before entering. The room is dim, lit only by a bedside lamp. Sienna sits curled in an armchair by the window, her dark hair falling like a curtain around her face. She flinches at my entrance, but doesn't move. We're leaving, I announce, keeping my voice level. I'm taking you somewhere safer. Her head snaps up, those eyes wide with fear. Where? A secure location, one your father doesn't know about. She wraps her arms tighter around herself. How do I know this isn't a trick? The question hits harder than it should. I cross the room slowly, maintaining enough distance to not overwhelm her. If I wanted to return you to Henry, I would have done it already. Her eyes search my face, looking for any sign of deception. I hold her gaze, letting her see the truth in mine. When? She whispers. Tonight. Pack whatever you need. I gesture to the clothes Lucrezia left for her. We'll get you anything else once we're there. She hesitates, fingers twisting in her lap. Will you be there? Something in her voice makes my chest tighten. Yes, I'll be there to protect you. I close Sienna's door behind me and stride down the hallway to my room. My chest feels tight, like something's pressing against my ribs. Running a hand down my face, I enter my bedroom and pour myself 2 fingers of whiskey. The amber liquid burns down my throat as memories flood back. Another woman's face flashes in my mind. Her smile, the way she'd curl into me at night, how her perfume lingered on my sheets. There have been years since she betrayed me, and the wound still feels raw. Fuck. I slam the glass down on my desk. Since that, women have been simple. A night or two of pleasure. No strings, no complications. Just the way I need it. the way it has to be. But Sienna, those crystal blue eyes haunt me. The way she flinches when I enter a room tears at something inside me. Her plea not to return her to Henry echoes in my head, making my hands curl into fists. I pour another drink, trying to drown out thoughts of her small frame curled up in that chair, dark hair falling like a shield, the vulnerability in her voice when she asked if I'd be there, the strange urge I felt to step closer, to promise her more than just protection, to touch her. Get it together, I mutter to myself. She's Henry Sterling's daughter. A complication, a responsibility, nothing more. I drain the whiskey and set the glass down hard. This is dangerous territory. I can't afford to feel anything for her. Not after I threw my heart in a trash bin. Not with everything at stake. But even as I think it, I know I'm lying to myself. Something about her pulls at me, makes me want to break down those walls she's built, makes me want to see her smile, hear her laugh. Every time I close my eyes, I see Sienna's face, twisted in fear, but still holding that spark of defiance. It drives me crazy that I can't name this feeling, can't explain why she's gotten under my skin so quickly. I pause mid-pour of my third whiskey, her eyes flashing in my memory. That final look before I left her room. There was something else there besides fear. A quick flash, barely noticeable, but unmistakable, now that I think about it. Clever little thing, I mutter, a smile tugging at my lips. Let's see what you've got, Piccola, I murmur to myself, enjoying this new dimension to our dangerous dance.
Sienna. My heart pounds against my ribs as Enzo's command echoes through the room. Get ready. We're leaving. The words slice through me like ice. I shuffle toward the bathroom, keeping my movements slow and measured. The bathroom door clicks shut behind me. My hands shake as I press against the cool marble counter. The mirror reflects a pale face I barely recognize. Dark circles under crystal blue eyes, tension etched in every line. He's going to take me back to Henry. Why else would we need to leave so suddenly? The thought sends bile rising in my throat. All his talk of protection means nothing. They're all the same, men who make promises only to break them. I step out of the bathroom, my heart hammering against my ribs. The window catches my eye, floor-to-ceiling glass that opens to a garden below. I press my palm against the cool surface, scanning the grounds. 2 guards patrol near the fountain, their weapons visible even from this distance. Another stands by the gate checking his phone. My fingers trace the window latch. It's not locked. They never thought I'd try something this desperate, or maybe they did, and this is a test. Either way, it's my only shot at freedom. I've learned to move silently in my years with Henry, a survival skill that might save my life now. The window slides open without a sound, and the morning breeze carries the scent of roses from the garden. The drop isn't far, maybe 15 feet. I've fallen further before, survived worse. My hands grip the windowsill as I calculate angles and timing. The guards will make another round in minutes. If I time this wrong, I'm dead, or worse, back in Henry's hands. A car engine rumbles somewhere out front. Enzo could return any second. My window of opportunity shrinks with each passing heartbeat. I take a deep breath. Jump or stay. Trust or run. The choice weighs heavy, but it's the first real choice I've had in years. That alone makes it precious. The guard by the gate lights a cigarette, turning his back to my window. Now or never. My feet hit the ground with less noise than a whisper. Freedom beckons just yards away. I crouch, ready to sprint. Strong arms lock around my waist, yanking me backward against a solid wall of muscle. My heart stops. I know those arms, that scent of expensive cologne and leather. Going somewhere, Piccola? Enzo's deep voice rumbles against my back. I thrash in his grip, but it's like fighting steel cables. He lifts me effortlessly, my feet leaving the ground as I kick uselessly at air. "Let me go!" My voice breaks with panic. "So you can break that pretty neck trying another escape?" I don't think so. He carries me toward a waiting black SUV, his stride unhurried despite my struggles. "You've got some fucking guts, though. I'll give you that. Lucky I caught you and not one of the guards. They're not as gentle as me." The teasing note in his voice makes me still. Is he amused? I expect rage, punishment, but his grip, while unbreakable, isn't painful. Most people don't try jumping from windows at my place. He deposits me in the back seat, smoothly sliding in beside me before I can bolt. Then again, you're not most people, are you, Sienna? I press myself against the door as far from him as possible. His words echo in my head. Gentle, he'd said. Lucky. The concept feels foreign, dangerous to consider. I wrap my arms around myself, staying silent as the car pulls away from the mansion. "Nothing to say?" Enzo's voice carries that same hint of amusement. "After that impressive attempt at flying?" I keep my eyes fixed on the passing scenery, but I feel his gaze on me like a physical touch. My silence is my only weapon now, small as it is.
Chapter 10. Enzo. I carry Sienna to the SUV, still amused by her failed escape attempt. Her small frame weighs nothing in my arms as she struggles, but I notice how she trembles against my chest. "Let me go." Her voice breaks. "Not happening, Piccola." I open the passenger door and set her down on the leather seat. She presses herself against the backrest, those eyes wide and wary as I lean in. My hands find the seatbelt, and she flinches when my knuckles brush against her hip. "Easy." I keep my voice low, gentle. "I'm just putting on your seatbelt." The click echoes in the tight space between us. I'm close enough to catch the scent of lavender shampoo in her hair, see the rapid pulse at her throat. Her breath catches as I reach up, brushing a dark strand of hair behind her ear. Time stops for a heartbeat as our eyes lock. Fear mingles with something else in her gaze, a flash of heat that makes my fingers linger at her temple. Her lips part slightly, and I notice the small tremor in her bottom lip. The moment stretches, electric and dangerous. Her chest rises and falls in quick, shallow breaths. My thumb traces the curve of her ear, and she shivers. There. My voice comes out rougher than intended. All secure. I slide behind the wheel, the leather seat creaking under my weight. The engine purrs to life, and we pull away from the mansion. Sienna keeps herself pressed against the passenger door, as far from me as possible, in the confined space. My grip tightens on the steering wheel. The bastards who hurt my sister paid with their lives, but it wasn't enough to erase what happened. Now, watching Sienna's careful breathing and rigid posture, I recognize the same signs of abuse, the same desperate need to escape. "I'm not taking you back to him." The words come out before I can stop them. She turns slightly, watching me from the corner of her eye. Her fingers twist together, knuckles white. "Why should I believe you?" The question hits like a punch to the gut, because a few months ago, I couldn't protect my own sister, because I failed Lucretia, and now she paints her darkness onto canvas after canvas, trying to exorcise her demons through art, because something in me recognizes the wounded creature beside me, and the alpha in me demands I shelter her from further harm. But I can't say any of that. Instead, I keep my eyes on the road and say, because I fucking hate men who hurt women. Her breath catches, and in my peripheral vision, I see her shoulders drop a fraction. The silence that follows feels different, less brittle, more contemplative. I drive on, memories of Lucrezia's trauma mixing with thoughts of the frightened woman beside me. The protective instinct that failed my sister once roars to life again. This time will be different. This time, I won't let the monster win. The silence stretches between us, heavy and thick. I reach for the radio, keeping my movements slow and deliberate. What kind of music do you like? Her eyes dart to my hand, then back to the window. I don't know. You don't know? I arch an eyebrow. How's that possible? She shifts in her seat. Henry only allows classical music. Fuck that. I scroll through stations. Let's find something you actually enjoy. Ever heard rock? Pop? Maybe some Italian classics? A guitar riff blasts through the speakers, making her jump. I quickly lower the volume. Too much. She shakes her head, but her fingers grip the seatbelt tighter. I switch to another station. What about this? A slow jazz number fills the car. It's nice. Her voice is barely a whisper. Nice? I snort. That's the most boring word in the English language. Piccola. Come on, be honest. You hate it, don't you? The corner of her mouth twitches. Not quite a smile, but close. I hit the button again. Ah, here we go. The opening notes of Sweet Home Alabama ring out. A classic. Even Italians know this one. Her eyes widen slightly as I start drumming my fingers on the steering wheel, deliberately offbeat. I'm terrible at rhythm, I say, exaggerating my bad timing. Good thing I didn't pursue a music career. That gets me the ghost of a smile, there and gone in an instant. But it's something. Progress. I keep switching stations, making outrageous comments about each song, watching her from the corner of my eye. The tension in her shoulders eases slightly with each passing mile, though she never fully relaxes.
Sienna. The radio plays softly in the background as I keep my eyes fixed on the passing scenery. Enzo switches stations again, making another comment about some rock song I don't recognize. His deep voice fills the car, trying to create a casual atmosphere, but my muscles won't unclench. I wrap my arms tighter around myself. The leather seat is soft and comfortable, yet I can't stop my body from pressing against the door, maintaining as much distance as possible between us. This one's better, no? Enzo glances my way, his hazel eyes catching mine in the reflection of the window. I give a small nod, hoping it's enough to satisfy him. My throat feels too tight to speak. Every time he moves, even just to adjust his grip on the steering wheel, my heart jumps. I close my eyes, fighting the urge to flinch when he shifts in his seat. My body refuses to relax, despite his obvious attempts to appear non-threatening. We can ride in silence if you prefer. His voice is softer now, understanding in a way that makes my chest ache. I nod again, grateful for the offer. The music fades as he turns down the volume. The quiet should feel more uncomfortable, but instead it's a relief. No need to force responses or pretend I'm not terrified. My reflection in the window shows a pale face with dark circles under the eyes. I look as exhausted as I feel. Fighting against ingrained fear takes more energy than I have left. The SUV slows to a stop in front of a sprawling house, modern and sleek against the darkening sky. My fingers dig into the leather seat as Enzo kills the engine. He steps out, but I stay frozen in place, my seatbelt still firmly clasped. The passenger door opens and Enzo's tall frame blocks my escape route. Come on, Piccola, this is where we'll stay. His accent thickens as he extends his hand. I press myself further into the seat, shaking my head. The house looms behind him, another unfamiliar place where anything could happen. "Don't make me carry you again." A smirk plays at his lips. "Though you seemed to enjoy it last time, clinging to my neck like that." Heat floods my cheeks. I did not. "No, your arms were quite tight around me." His eyes dance with amusement. "And you buried your face in my chest." "Because I was terrified." The words slip out before I can stop them. "Terrified?" He raises an eyebrow. "Is that what you call it when a woman holds on to a man like he's her lifeline?" My face burns hotter. "You're twisting things." "Am I?" He leans against the doorframe, his massive presence making the SUV feel smaller. "We can test the theory. Stay in the car and I'll have to carry you again." "You wouldn't dare." His grin turns predatory. "Try me, Piccola." I grip the seatbelt tighter, calling his bluff. No way he'll actually... In one fluid motion, Enzo reaches across me, unclicks the belt, and scoops me into his arms. A squeak escapes my lips as my feet leave the ground. "Put me down!" My hands press against his chest, but it's like pushing against a brick wall. "I warned you, Piccola." His chest rumbles with laughter. "Now you face the consequences." My body betrays me, melting into his warmth despite my mind screaming to maintain distance. His cologne fills my senses, something expensive and masculine that makes my head spin. See? Much better than trying to escape through windows. He adjusts his grip, pulling me closer. "Though I admire your creativity, I hate you." The words lack any real bite, especially when I'm curled against him like this. "No, you don't." He carries me through the front door with ease. "You're just afraid to admit how safe you feel right now." My cheeks burn because he's right. Something about his solid presence does make me feel protected, even as it terrifies me. He sets me down in a spacious living room, his hands lingering on my waist a moment longer than necessary. "Make yourself at home. I need to grab our things from the car." I wrap my arms around myself, already missing his warmth. "You trust me alone?" I might run again. "Try it." His eyes darken with challenge. "I'll just catch you and carry you back. Again." The way he says it sends shivers down my spine. I watch him stride toward the door, his powerful frame filling the space. "Wander around, Piccola. Just stay inside." He pauses at the threshold. "Unless you want another excuse to be in my arms?" I grab a throw pillow from the couch and hurl it at him. He catches it with a laugh, disappearing outside. Once Enzo's footsteps fade, I venture deeper into the house. The kitchen draws me in, warm light spilling through large windows, honey-colored cabinets, and a massive island topped with gleaming granite. My fingers trail along the smooth countertop. Everything here feels lived in, welcoming, so different from the cold, sterile kitchen at Henry's mansion, where even the air feels sharp with tension. The copper pots hanging above the island catch the sunlight, creating dancing patterns on the walls. A fruit bowl sits centered on the counter, filled with fresh apples and oranges. A half-empty coffee cup rests beside an open newspaper. My throat tightens as memories surface. Before Mom left, our kitchen used to feel like this. The scent of her morning coffee, her humming while she cooked breakfast, the way she'd leave little notes for me by the fruit bowl. After she left, the kitchen became another room to avoid. Henry turned it into a showcase. Everything pristine, untouched, perfect for the occasional business dinner where I'd play my part as the dutiful daughter. I open one of the cabinets, finding mismatched mugs instead of perfectly arranged crystal. Some have silly sayings, others show signs of daily use. One has "World's Best Sister" painted in wobbly letters, probably a gift for Lucretia. The refrigerator door is covered in photos and magnets. The Feretti siblings making funny faces at the camera. Zoe and Damiano's wedding picture. My fingers brush against a shopping list written in flowing script. Such a normal, everyday thing. But in this kitchen, it feels like evidence of a real home, not just a perfect facade hiding ugly truths. The sound of the front door closing makes me jump. I quickly step away from the fridge, crossing my arms over my chest as Enzo's heavy footsteps approach.
Chapter 11. Enzo. I pause at the kitchen entrance, watching Sienna. Her delicate fingers trace the marble countertop, lost in thought. Her eyes cloud with a sadness that tugs at something deep in my chest. Fuck, she looks so small and vulnerable standing there. Like what you see, little bird. My voice breaks through her daze. She startles, backing against the counter. Her dark hair falls forward, creating that familiar shield. Always hiding, always ready to bolt. I need to take a shower. I lean against the doorframe, crossing my arms. And as much as I enjoyed our little chase earlier, I'd rather not repeat it. You planning any more escape attempts while I'm gone? Her eyes dart to the windows, then back to me. No. Good. I push off the doorframe and take a step closer. She tenses but holds her ground. Because trust me, Piccola, I'll catch you every fucking time. And next time, I might not be so gentle about it. A flash of defiance crosses her face before she looks away. That fire inside her, it's there, buried under layers of fear. There's food in the fridge if you're hungry. Make yourself at home. I gesture around the kitchen. Just stay inside. The security system's armed, and my men are watching the perimeter. She gives a small nod, still not meeting my eyes. Look at me, Sienna. When she finally raises her gaze, I hold it. I meant what I said in the car. You're safe here. No one's taking you back to that bastard. Not while I'm breathing. Something shifts in her expression. Confusion, maybe disbelief. Like she can't comprehend someone actually protecting her without ulterior motives. I'll be quick. I turn to leave, then pause. Try not to burn the place down while I'm gone. I study her for a moment, noting the way her clothes cling to her from our earlier chase. Bathroom's down the hall if you want to clean up too. A smirk tugs at my lips. Or you could always join me in mine. Her head snaps up, those crystal blue eyes blazing. Her mouth opens, then closes, like she can't decide between outrage and something else. The corner of her lip twitches. She's fighting back a smile. What's wrong, Piccola? Cat got your tongue. I take a deliberate step closer. The shower's plenty big enough for two. She crosses her arms, but I catch the slight tremor in her shoulders. Not from fear this time, but from suppressing laughter. You're impossible. Impossibly charming, you mean? I wink at her. Offer stands. Though fair warning, I like my showers hot. A flush creeps up her neck, and she turns away, but not before I glimpse the smile she can't quite hide. It transforms her whole face, that brief moment of genuine amusement. Your loss. I head for the doorway. Try not to miss me too much while I'm gone. Hot water cascades down my back as I brace my hands against the shower wall. Fuck. What is it about her that gets under my skin? I came to protect her. Simple business decision to keep Sterling's daughter away from that bastard. But the way she looked in my kitchen just now, that flash of a genuine smile she tried to hide, it hit me in places I thought were long dead. Running my hands through my wet hair, I replay the moment she tried to escape. Most women would have cowered, begged, or tried to manipulate their way out. Not Sienna. She calculated those risks and took that fucking leap without hesitation. That kind of courage, wrapped in such a delicate package, it's intoxicating. Merda, I mutter, turning the water temperature down. I haven't felt this pull toward a woman since Hell, I can't even remember. Years of keeping everyone at arm's length, focusing on business, on survival. Then she stumbles into my casino with those haunted blue eyes. The protective instinct I felt seeing her crumpled in that park was one thing. But this need to see her smile again, to break through those walls she's built, it's different, dangerous. Steam fills the bathroom as I shut off the water. I can still feel the weight of her in my arms when I carried her inside. How she fought it at first, then melted against me like she finally felt safe, like she belonged there. Grabbing a towel, I try to shake these thoughts loose. I'm supposed to be keeping her safe, not thinking about how perfectly she fits against me, or how that defiant spark in her eyes sets my blood on fire. But fuck if I can stop myself from wanting more than just to protect her.
Sienna. I grip the cool glass in my hands, letting the water soothe my parched throat. The nerve of that man. Just because he saved me doesn't mean I'm going to fall at his feet like some lovesick puppy. My fingers tighten around the glass as I replay his cocky smirk, that suggestive comment about sharing his shower. Does he think I'm that easy? That desperate? Sure, he's gorgeous with those intense eyes and that perfectly sculpted jawline. But no. I shake my head, banishing those thoughts. The water sloshes as I set the glass down harder than intended. The sound of the shower running upstairs only reminds me of his arrogance. I bet women throw themselves at him all the time. The powerful casino owner, the knight in shining armor. Well, I'm not some damsel who needs saving. My reflection catches in the window above the sink. The bruises are fading, but the memories aren't. Men like Enzo Feretti are all the same deep down. They want control. They want submission. The fact that he's attractive just makes him more dangerous. The shower stops running upstairs. I pour myself more water, trying to cool the heat rising in my cheeks. It's not attraction, it's anger. Pure, simple anger at his assumption that I'd be interested just because he rescued me. Get it together, Sienna, I mutter to myself. He's just another man who thinks he owns you. But a traitorous voice in my head reminds me how safe I felt in his arms when he carried me inside, how his touch was firm but gentle, nothing like, "Number, I won't go there. I won't let myself be fooled again." I drain the glass in one long gulp, wishing it was something stronger. The water does nothing to wash away the bitterness of knowing that even now, after everything, some part of me still responds to a handsome face and empty promises of protection. I drag myself up the stairs, my legs heavy with exhaustion. The hallway stretches before me, lined with closed doors. The first one I try is locked. The second one, too. The third door reveals exactly what I need. A guest room. Plain cream walls, generic artwork, and a queen-size bed with crisp white linens. No personal touches. My fingers trail along the soft duvet as I circle the bed. The mattress gives perfectly under my weight as I sit, then lie back. The ceiling fan spins in lazy circles above me, hypnotic in its rhythm. I roll to my side, curling into myself. The sheets smell fresh like lavender detergent. My eyes grow heavy as tension seeps from my muscles. A part of me knows I should stay alert, keep my guard up. But the bed cradles me like a cloud, and the quiet hum of the fan drowns out my racing thoughts. Just 5 minutes, I tell myself. 5 minutes to pretend I'm somewhere safe, somewhere far from Henry's reach. The peaceful haze of near sleep shatters as the door creaks open. My eyes snap wide, and my breath catches in my throat. Enzo stands in the doorway, water droplets trailing down his chest. A white towel hangs low on his hips, and I can't tear my gaze away from the defined muscles of his abdomen. Scars mark his skin here and there, telling stories I shouldn't want to know. My face burns as I trace the V-line disappearing beneath the towel. His powerful thighs and broad shoulders speak of raw strength. But it's the casual grace in how he leans against the doorframe that makes my heart race. Like what you see, Piccola. His voice drops lower, rougher. You're in my bedroom, by the way. I bolt upright, mortification flooding through me. This isn't the guest room? No. That infuriating smirk plays across his lips. Though, if you wanted to share my bed, you could have just asked. I didn't. My voice comes out squeaky. I clear my throat, trying to look anywhere but at his chest. The other rooms were locked. Sure they were. He runs a hand through his damp hair, and I catch myself staring at the flex of his bicep. My eyes are up here, Sienna. Heat blazes across my cheeks as I realize I've been caught. Again. You weren't checking me out. He takes a step closer, and I catch the spicy scent of his body wash. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're enjoying the view. My breath catches as his words sink in. The casual threat of undressing makes my heart hammer against my ribs. I'll leave. I scramble off his bed, my legs shaky. Why? I don't mind an audience. His voice carries that dangerous edge of amusement. I bolt for the door, but his hand catches my wrist. His grip isn't painful, but it's firm enough to stop me dead in my tracks. The heat of his skin burns against mine. Let go. My voice wavers. No. All playfulness vanishes from his tone. You want my help? Then start talking. What the fuck is going on with Sterling? The mention of Henry's name sends ice through my veins. I try to pull away, but Enzo holds steady. I can't. The words scrape my throat. Can't or won't? His fingers flex around my wrist. I'm putting my family at risk by protecting you. I deserve to know why. Please. Tears sting my eyes. You don't understand. Then make me understand. His other hand comes up to tilt my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze. The concern in his eyes almost breaks me, almost makes me spill every dark secret, every nightmare. But Henry's threats echo in my head. What he'd do if I ever told anyone. He'll kill me. The whisper escapes before I can stop it. Not while I'm breathing. The conviction in Enzo's voice makes me shiver, but I need to know what we're...
Chapter 11. Enzo. I pause at the kitchen entrance, watching Sienna. Her delicate fingers trace the marble countertop, lost in thought. Her eyes cloud with a sadness that tugs at something deep in my chest. Fuck. She looks so small and vulnerable standing there. Like what you see, little bird. My voice breaks through her daze. She startles, backing against the counter. Her dark hair falls forward, creating that familiar shield. Always hiding, always ready to bolt. I need to take a shower. I lean against the doorframe, crossing my arms. And as much as I enjoyed our little chase earlier, I'd rather not repeat it. You planning any more escape attempts while I'm gone? Her eyes dart to the windows, then back to me. No. Good. I push off the doorframe and take a step closer. She tenses, but holds her ground. Because trust me, Chapter 12. Enzo. I toss the towel aside and grab fresh clothes from my closet, but my mind keeps drifting back to that moment. Those blue eyes of hers, wide and startled when she saw me. There was something else there too, a flash of heat before the fear took over. Fuck. I yank on my black slacks and button up my shirt. I need to focus. I grab my phone and dial Damiano's number while fixing my cuffs. The line clicks. Hey, asshole. Damiano's in the shower. Zoe's playful voice comes through instead of my brother's. Zoe, always a pleasure. Where's my brother? I just told you. Showering. Some of us actually enjoy getting clean together instead of brooding alone. I roll my eyes. Tell him to call me when he's done playing water games with you. We need to discuss Sterling. Oh. Found anything interesting about our mystery girl's daddy dearest? Nothing concrete yet. No kidding. The fear in her eyes when you mentioned him. Zoe's voice loses its teasing edge. Listen, maybe I could talk to her. Woman to woman. Not yet. She's barely holding it together as is. Too many people pushing will make her shut down completely. And you think you're the best person to get through to her, Mr. Warm and Fuzzy? Fuck off, I growl, but there's no real heat in it. Just have Damiano call me. Will do, oh grumpy one. Try not to terrify the poor girl any more today. I hang up, shaking my head at Zoe's antics, but her words stick with me. Am I the right person to handle this? The image of Sienna's frightened eyes flashes through my mind again, followed by that glimpse of something else. Something that made my blood run hot. I dial Alessio's number next, pacing the length of my bedroom. The phone barely rings once, before he picks up. Enzo, I was about to call you. What happened? My jaw tightens at his tone. Shit show at the casino. 2 drunk idiots got into it over a poker game. One of them pulled out a piece. Fuck. I stop pacing. Casualties? One guy took a bullet to the shoulder. Nothing fatal, but there's blood all over the new carpet in the high-stakes room. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Security? Marco and the team had them both down in seconds, but not before the other players scattered like roaches. We've got the shooter in custody. Police. Already here. Noah's handling it, but... Alessio lowers his voice. It's gonna cost us. Captain Roberts wants double his usual rate to make this disappear. That greedy bastard. I slam my fist against the wall. Tell Damiano to pay him. We can't afford bad press right now. Yeah, especially with Sterling sniffing around. My thoughts snap back to Sienna in the next room. Any movement from his men? They're still combing the area, but staying clear of the casino after the shooting. Small favors, I guess. Keep eyes on them. I want to know every move they make. Will do, boss. Want me to send extra security to your place? Number. The less attention here, the better. I end the call and rest my forehead against the cool wall. One night. We can't even keep the peace for one fucking night without someone pulling a gun. And now, with Sterling's daughter under my roof. The sound of something falling in the guest room pulls me from my thoughts. Sienna. I stride toward the guest room, my hand instinctively reaching for the door handle before stopping. The crash wasn't loud enough to indicate real trouble. She's probably just knocking things over, trying to find an escape route. Fuck. I press my forehead against the door, wrestling with the storm inside me. Every instinct screams to check on her, but I know my presence will only make her more anxious. My phone buzzes again. Another message about Sterling's men searching the city. They're getting closer, more desperate. One wrong move, and this could explode into a war between families. The smart play would be to send her away, wash my hands of this mess. But those eyes, that moment in the kitchen when she actually smiled, brief and real before the walls slammed back up. The way she fought like hell to escape, even knowing she was surrounded. Broken, but not beaten. Just like... Number. I can't think about that now. Can't let old ghosts cloud my judgment. But the parallel is there. Another woman trapped by a monster, wearing a father's face. I push off from the door and pace the hallway. My family has to come first. It's always been that way. One girl's safety isn't worth risking everything we've built. But what kind of man would I be if I turned her away? What would that make me if I handed her back to Sterling, knowing what awaits her? Another crash from her room, this one deliberate, testing my reactions. Smart girl. Fuck it, I mutter, making my decision. She's mine to protect now, regardless of the consequences. I'll deal with Sterling, with Damiano's objections, with whatever comes, but I won't abandon her. I pull out my phone and text Noah. Need everything you can find on Sterling's operation, especially anything involving his daughter. Priority 1. The response is immediate. On it, boss. But you sure about this? I don't bother responding. For the first time in my life, I'm choosing to follow my conscience instead of family protocol. God help us all.
Sienna. I curl up on the bed in the guest room, my heart still racing from the encounter with Enzo. The memory of him in just a towel, water droplets trailing down his chest, makes my cheeks burn. I press my face into the pillow, trying to push the image away. The silence of the room weighs heavy. It reminds me of all the nights I spent alone in my room. No friends to text, no one to talk to about my day, just emptiness and fear. I trace patterns on the bedspread, remembering how other girls my age went to college, dated, lived normal lives. I never had that chance. Henry made sure I stayed isolated, cut off from anyone who might help me escape. My stomach twists when I think about Enzo, the way his presence fills a room, how his voice sends shivers down my spine. The safe feeling I got in his arms earlier, despite my fear, it's different, unfamiliar. I've never felt this pull toward someone before. What's wrong with me? I whisper to myself, rolling onto my back to stare at the ceiling. My body reacts to him in ways I don't understand. My heart races when he's near. My skin tingles where he touches me. Even now, thinking about him makes my breath catch. I sit up, hugging my knees to my chest. These feelings terrify me more than Henry's threats. At least with the other men, I knew what to expect. But this warmth that spreads through me when Enzo looks at me, the way my defenses crumble around him, I have no reference point for it. 21 years old and I've never even been kissed. Never held hands with a boy, never gone on a date. A thud echoes from downstairs, jolting me from my thoughts. My muscles tense as I slip off the bed, bare feet silent against the floor. I pause at the top of the stairs, listening. The soft clink of glass and rustle of movement comes from the kitchen. My heart pounds. I should go back to the room, but curiosity pulls me forward. The kitchen light spills into the hallway. I peek around the corner and find Enzo at the counter, fully dressed in dark jeans and a black Henley that stretches across his broad shoulders. He pours amber liquid into a glass, his movements precise and controlled. I must make some small sound because his head snaps up, those intense hazel eyes locking onto mine. Can't sleep? My fingers grip the doorframe. I heard noise. Bourbon? He holds up the bottle, one eyebrow raised. I shake my head, but my feet carry me into the kitchen anyway. The tile is cool under my bare feet. Sit. He nods toward the bar stool. It's not quite a command, but his tone leaves little room for argument. I perch on the edge of the seat, watching as he moves around the kitchen with easy familiarity. His presence fills the space, making it feel smaller somehow. Water? He pulls a glass from the cabinet without waiting for my answer. Thanks. I accept the water, wrapping both hands around the cool glass. The silence stretches between us, broken only by the soft clink of ice in his bourbon. The bourbon swirls in his glass as he studies me over the rim. Are you hungry? My stomach answers before I can, letting out a small growl. Heat floods my cheeks. I'll make us something. He sets his glass down and moves toward the fridge. A laugh bubbles up before I can stop it. The image of this dangerous, powerful man cooking is too absurd. You cook? He turns, eyes narrowing. What's so funny about that? Nothing, it's just... I bite my lip, trying to contain my smile. You don't exactly look like someone who spends time in the kitchen. And what do I look like? He crosses his arms, making his biceps flex under the Henley, like someone who has people cook for them, or orders takeout. Another giggle escapes. I mean, can you even tell a spatula from a whisk? Fucking hell, Bambina. His accent thickens with mock offense. I'm Italian. Cooking is in my blood. Being Italian doesn't automatically make you a chef. The words slip out before I can stop them. I freeze, waiting for anger, but his eyes dance with amusement. Watch and learn, little doubter. He rolls up his sleeves, exposing strong forearms. I'll show you what these hands can do in a kitchen. My cheeks flame at the double meaning, but I can't look away as he moves with surprising confidence through the space. I love Italian food, I admit, tracing the rim of my water glass. My mother used to make the most amazing lasagna before... I trail off, the memory catching in my throat. Enzo's eyes soften for a moment. Then you're in for a treat, Bambina. I'll make you my favorite, pasta alla vodka. Vodka? In pasta? Trust me. He starts pulling ingredients from the cupboards. It's a creamy tomato sauce with a kick. My nonna taught me this recipe when I was 12. Your grandmother? See, she'd smack my hands with a wooden spoon if I measured wrong. His lips quirk up. Said cooking was about feeling, not numbers. I watch as he moves with practiced ease, gathering tomatoes, heavy cream, and other ingredients. The familiar scent of garlic and olive oil fills the air as he starts cooking, and something in my chest loosens. You really do know what you're doing, I murmur, surprised. You sound disappointed. He shoots me a teasing look over his shoulder. Were you hoping to mock my cooking skills? Maybe a little. I hide my smile behind my glass. It would have been entertaining to watch you burn water. Fucking hell, you're sassy when you relax. He points a wooden spoon at me. Keep it up and I'll eat this all myself. The casual banter feels strange on my tongue, but somehow right, like muscles remembering how to move after being still too long. Chapter 13. Sienna, the rich aroma of garlic and shallots fills the kitchen as Enzo heats olive oil in a large pan. His hands move with practiced grace, chopping and measuring ingredients. Nonna always said the secret is to let the shallots turn golden, not brown. He stirs the pan with focused attention. One shade too dark and it ruins the whole sauce. I lean forward on my stool, drawn in despite myself. My mother used to say timing was everything in cooking. Smart woman. He adds minced garlic to the pan. Watch this, 30 seconds exactly. Any longer and it gets bitter. The methodical way he works soothes something inside me. No sudden movements, no unpredictability, just careful, precise steps. Now the vodka. He splashes the clear liquid into the pan, and flames leap up. She caught me trying to sneak a sip once, chased me around the kitchen with her wooden spoon. A genuine laugh escapes me at the image of a young Enzo running from his grandmother. The tomatoes need to be crushed by hand. He demonstrates, his large hands surprisingly gentle as they break down the whole tomatoes. She said machines couldn't feel the right texture. My shoulders relax as I watch him work. There's something hypnotic about the way he moves through the kitchen, confident but unhurried. The cream goes in last. He pours a generous splash, stirring until the sauce turns a rich coral color. Too early and it splits. Too late and it won't blend right. It smells amazing, I admit, breathing in the savory aroma. His eyes meet mine over the steam rising from the pan. See? Not just a pretty face after all. I roll my eyes but can't hide my small smile. Don't let it go to your head. The comfortable silence stretches as Enzo stirs the sauce. My fingers trace patterns on the cool marble counter. What are you planning to do with me? The question slips out before I can stop it. Why protect me when you barely know me? His movements slow, jaw tightening. You remind me of someone. Who? Lucrezia. He sets the spoon down, turning to face me. A few months ago, she was attacked, raped. His accent thickens with anger. I failed to protect her, found her broken, bleeding. My breath catches. The pain in his voice mirrors something deep inside me. She's still healing, has nightmares, flinches at sudden movements. His knuckles whiten against the counter. The fear in your eyes, it's the same as hers. When you begged not to go back to Sterling, I wrap my arms around myself, fighting the chill his words bring. I couldn't save her from what happened. His hazel eyes lock onto mine. But I can fucking save you from whatever Sterling's done. I won't fail another woman who needs protection. The raw honesty in his voice makes my chest tight. I'm sorry about Lucrezia. Don't be sorry, be smart, let me help you. He steps closer, his presence filling my space. Tell me what we're dealing with. I shake my head, the words stuck in my throat. Even thinking about telling him makes my skin crawl. Fine, he returns to stirring the sauce. But I'm not letting you face him alone, whether you tell me or not. The rich aroma of the pasta makes my stomach clench with hunger as Enzo plates 2 generous servings. He slides a bowl in front of me, the sauce coating each piece of rigatoni perfectly. I twirl some pasta onto my fork and take a bite. The flavors explode on my tongue, creamy, savory, with just the right kick from the vodka. Before I can stop myself, a small moan of pleasure escapes my lips. Enjoying yourself, Piccola? Enzo's eyes dance with amusement. Those are some interesting sounds you're making. Heat floods my cheeks. I duck my head, letting my hair fall forward to hide my embarrassment. Shut up, it's just really good. Oh, I can tell. His voice drops lower, teasing. Should I leave you and the pasta alone for a private moment? You're impossible. I stab another piece of pasta, trying to ignore how red my face must be. But I can't help taking another bite, closing my eyes at the perfect balance of flavors. There it is again. Enzo leans forward, a wicked grin playing at his lips. Who knew pasta could be so stimulating? I throw my napkin at him. Are you always this annoying when you cook for someone? Only when they make it so entertaining. He catches the napkin easily, his dimples showing as he smirks. Please don't hold back on my account. Express yourself freely. I focus on my pasta, determined not to give him more ammunition, but I can feel his eyes on me, watching with that infuriating mix of amusement and heat that makes my skin tingle. I had no idea about Lucrezia, I say softly, pushing the pasta around my plate. She seemed so put together when she tried to help me, so determined to make me feel safe. That's Lucrezia. Enzo's voice carries a mix of pride and pain. She fights her demons by helping others, refuses to let what happened define her. I think about her gentle smile, the way she tried to connect with me, the strength it must have taken to reach out when she was dealing with her own trauma. You're both stronger than you know. Enzo's fork clinks against his plate. Now, enough heavy talk. Tell me, what's your verdict on my cooking skills? Better than expected from a dangerous Mafia boss. The sudden shift makes me blink, but I'm grateful for the lighter tone. It's adequate. Adequate? His eyebrows shoot up in mock offense. I slave over a hot stove, channel my grandmother's sacred recipes, and you call it adequate. Well, I take another bite, fighting a smile, maybe slightly above adequate. You wound me, Piccola. He clutches his chest dramatically. After all those appreciative sounds you were making earlier. I was just being polite. Polite? He leans forward, eyes sparkling with mischief. Should I remind you of that little moan when you took your first bite? I did not moan. My cheeks flame again. It was a normal eating sound. Normal eating sound? His grin widens. Is that what we're calling it? I point my fork at him. Keep it up and I'll take back even the adequate rating. His rich laugh fills the kitchen, and for a moment, I forget about everything else. About Henry, about danger, about the walls I've built. For just this moment, I'm just a girl having dinner with a frustratingly charming man who makes excellent pasta and terrible jokes.
Enzo. I watch Sienna devour the pasta, her obvious enjoyment stirring something inside me. The way her eyes light up, the small sounds of pleasure she makes. It's disarming. Too disarming. Katerina's face flashes in my mind, and my jaw clenches. That same innocent expression, those same grateful looks. Fuck. I trusted her, let her close, and she betrayed me, just like every other woman who crossed my path. My mother abandoned us, and Katerina, she played me like a fucking violin before selling our family secrets to our enemies. Each time I opened up, each moment of weakness, it all ended in betrayal. The fork in my hand bends under my grip. Sienna glances up, concern crossing her features. Those big blue eyes look so genuine, so pure. But hadn't Katerina's eyes held the same false innocence? Everything okay? Sienna's soft voice breaks through my dark thoughts. I force my expression neutral. Fine. What the fuck am I doing? Cooking for her, sharing family recipes, letting my guard down. I'm acting like some lovesick teenager instead of the hardened capo I am. The weight of my gun against my side reminds me who I really am, what I really am. Yet something about Sienna feels different. My instincts usually serve me well in reading people, and everything in me says her fear is genuine. But those same instincts told me to trust Katerina. Look how that turned out, with 3 dead soldiers and a security breach that nearly destroyed everything we'd built. I push my plate away, appetite gone. Sienna's presence in my house, in my kitchen, suddenly feels dangerous, not because of what she might do to me, but because of what she's already doing to my carefully constructed walls. You should get some rest, I say, my voice coming out harder than intended. She flinches at my tone, and something in my chest tightens. Fuck. Even that small reaction affects me. I'm getting soft, letting her vulnerability chip away at my defenses. Before I can stop myself, I reach across the table. My fingers brush her cheek, feeling the softness of her skin. I like seeing you smile. It changes your whole face. Sienna freezes for a moment, then relaxes into my touch. Her eyes lock with mine, filled with a mix of uncertainty and something else, something that makes my pulse quicken. I lean in closer, drawn by some magnetic pull I can't resist. Her breath catches. The kitchen feels too small, too intimate. Her lips part slightly, and I'm close enough to feel her warm breath. What the fuck am I doing? I jerk back, dropping my hand like her skin burns. Images of Katerina flash through my mind again. Her betrayal, the bodies, the cleanup. I can't do this. I won't make the same mistake twice. Sienna's eyes immediately drop to the table, her cheeks flushing pink. The vulnerability in her posture hits me like a punch to the gut. She wraps her arms around herself, retreating back into that protective shell I'd just managed to crack. The word sticks in my throat. For once, I don't know what to say. The space between us fills with uncomfortable silence. I'm sorry, I manage to say, running a hand through my hair. My voice sounds rough, unfamiliar. I shouldn't have. It's okay. Sienna's voice is barely above a whisper. You were gentle. Those words hit me harder than any punch. Gentle. When was the last time anyone described me that way? In my world, gentle gets you killed. But with her, I grip the edge of the table, knuckles turning white. My phone buzzes in my pocket, a convenient escape. I need to make some calls. I push back from the table, the chair scraping against the floor. Help yourself to more pasta. I stride out of the kitchen, not trusting myself, to look back at her. In my office, I slam the door and lean against it, breathing hard. What the fuck is wrong with me? One meal, a few smiles, and I'm ready to kiss her. This woman is dangerous, not because she might be working for my enemies, but because she makes me forget who I am, what I am. I pull out my phone, desperate for a distraction. There are messages from Damiano, updates from Alessio about the casino situation, business, violence, power plays. This is my world. This is what I understand. Not soft touches and vulnerable eyes that make me want things I can't have. Fuck. I need to get my head straight before I do something stupid.
Chapter 14. Sienna. I stare at the empty doorway where Enzo disappeared moments ago, my lips still tingling from the phantom kiss that never happened. His fingers had been so gentle on my cheek, those dangerous hands capable of such tenderness. The contrast makes my heart race. Get it together, I whisper to myself, but the memory of his dark eyes looking down at me refuses to fade. For a split second, I'd seen something raw and hungry in his gaze before he'd pulled away. The kitchen suddenly feels too warm. I press my cool palm against my flushed cheek where his touch lingers. What am I doing? This man is dangerous. Maybe not in the same way as the other men I've met, but dangerous all the same. I've seen how he commands respect, how others defer to him without question. Yet when he'd leaned in close, all I'd wanted was for him to close that final distance. This isn't right, I mutter, pushing away from the counter. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to hold all my pieces together. Getting attached to Enzo Feretti would be a deadly mistake. He might claim he wants to protect me, but I learned long ago that everyone wants something in return. The price is always higher than I'm willing to pay. But my traitorous mind keeps replaying that moment. The heat of his body so close to mine, the subtle scent of his cologne, the way his breath had caught when our eyes met. For just a heartbeat, I'd felt safe, wanted, and that makes him more dangerous than any threat of violence. I wander into the living room while Enzo takes his calls, my bare feet silent against the polished hardwood floors. The space is massive, but somehow still feels intimate, with high ceilings and walls of windows overlooking the city lights below. A huge leather sectional dominates one corner, its rich brown leather worn to butter-soft perfection. Throw pillows in deep burgundy and gold, add warmth against the modern lines. The coffee table looks like a solid piece of dark wood, its surface marked with natural grain patterns that catch the light. My fingers trail along a bookshelf that spans an entire wall. Unlike the sterile perfection of my home's library, these shelves show signs of actual use. Dog-eared paperbacks mixed with leather-bound classics, family photos tucked between volumes. I pause at a black and white photograph of what must be a young Enzo with his siblings. His smile is carefree, arms slung around Lucrezia's shoulders while Damiano ruffles his hair. It's strange seeing him look so normal. Happy. A sleek entertainment system takes up another wall, but it's the grand piano beside it that draws me in. The instrument gleams under the recessed lighting, its lid propped open. Sheet music rests on the stand. Something classical I don't recognize. Beautiful, I breathe, not daring to touch the keys. The whole room speaks of money, but not the cold ostentation I'm used to. This space feels lived in, comfortable despite its luxury. From somewhere down the hall, I hear Enzo's muffled voice rise and fall as he handles whatever business demanded his attention. The sound reminds me that I'm an intruder here, no matter how welcoming the space feels. I sink onto the edge of the sectional, tucking my feet under me. The leather is warm against my skin. Through the windows, the city sparkles like scattered diamonds against the dark. It would be so easy to pretend I belong here, in this moment of peace. I run my fingers along the book's spines, reading titles in the dim light. Most are in English, but Italian volumes are scattered throughout, their foreign words elegant and mysterious. A worn copy of The Count of Monte Cristo catches my eye. The leather binding is cracked, but well preserved, like someone has read it many times while taking care not to damage it. I carefully pull it from the shelf, inhaling the distinct scent of old paper and leather. The description on the jacket speaks of revenge, betrayal, and redemption, themes that hit too close to home. Still, I clutch it to my chest while continuing to browse. Other titles jump out at me. Sun Tzu's Art of War, of course, collections of Italian poetry, and surprisingly, some modern thrillers. There's even a well-worn copy of The Godfather that makes me smile despite myself. A few shelves hold what look like business texts and books on strategy, their spines pristine compared to the more loved volumes around them. My attention snags on a collection of classic literature. Jane Austen sits next to Dickens and Dumas, their pages marked with colored tabs. Someone in this house, Enzo, is a serious reader. The thought of him curled up with Pride and Prejudice is both amusing and oddly endearing. I shift the Dumas novel in my arms, drawn to explore more titles. Each one reveals another layer to the people who live here. These aren't just props meant to impress visitors. These books are companions, their pages dog-eared and margins filled with notes.
Enzo. I lean against the doorframe, watching Sienna run her delicate fingers along my bookshelf. Her dark hair cascades down her back, drawing my eyes to the curve of her spine. The t-shirt clings to her small frame in ways that make my blood rush south. Fuck, I mutter under my breath, forcing my gaze away. But it's useless. My eyes drift back to her slender legs, bare beneath the hem of those sleep shorts. The urge to touch her smooth skin, to feel her warmth under my palms, hits me like a physical blow. I imagine pinning her against those bookshelves, lifting her up until those legs wrap around my waist. The fantasy of how she'd gasp, how her eyes would darken with desire, makes me grip the doorframe harder. And then she stretches up on her tiptoes to reach a higher shelf, and her shirt rides up, revealing a strip of pale skin at her waist. My hands itch to grab those hips, to pull her back against my chest and taste the curve of her neck. The monster inside me roars to claim her, to mark every inch of that perfect skin, to make her mine in every way possible. The intensity of my desire scares even me. I haven't felt this kind of raw need since ever. I force myself to remember why she's here. The fear in her eyes when she mentioned her father, the way she flinches at sudden movements. She needs safety, not another man trying to possess her. But watching her delicate movements, the unconscious grace in every gesture, makes my control slip. The urge to cross the room, to cage her against the shelves with my body, to show her pleasure instead of pain. Cazzo. I drag a hand down my face. These thoughts need to stop. Now before I do something we'll both regret. Finding anything interesting, Piccola? Sienna jumps at my voice, the book slipping from her fingers. I catch it before it hits the ground, my body moving closer to hers by instinct. The scent of her, vanilla, and something uniquely her, fills my nose. Her eyes go wide, darting to the exits like a trapped animal. My chest tightens at her fear. I want to smooth away that tension, to show her she's safe with me. But the book in my hands draws my attention, and rage floods my system. My mother's copy of Pride and Prejudice. The worn spine and dog-eared pages mock me. Each crease represents a moment she chose to escape into fiction rather than face her family, rather than face me. I'm sorry, Sienna whispers, backing away. I shouldn't have touched your things. The urge to hurl the book across the room burns through my veins, to rip out every fucking page my mother's hands touched before she walked out that door, before she abandoned her children for some fantasy of freedom. This, my voice comes out harsh. I hold up the book, watching Sienna flinch. This belonged to someone in this family who didn't deserve to own it. I stalk to the fireplace, the match already in my hand before I can think. One strike, one flame, and I could erase this reminder of betrayal. But Sienna's soft gasp stops me. I turn to find her pressed against the bookshelf, her eyes wide with understanding, with recognition. Fuck. She knows that pain, knows what it's like to be left behind. The match burns my fingers, and I drop it, letting it sputter out on the hardwood floor. The book feels heavy in my hand, weighted with memories I can't burn away. Not the only one with parent issues, I see. Sienna's voice is barely a whisper, but it hits me like a punch to the gut. I turn to face her, the book still clutched in my hand. The understanding in her eyes makes me want to look away. But I can't. Not when she's finally opening up, even if it's just a crack in that fortress she's built around herself. My mother. The words taste bitter on my tongue. She loved her books more than her children, lived in these fantasy worlds until one day she decided to make her own fairy tale, without us in it. Sienna takes a small step forward, her fingers twisting in the hem of her shirt. At least she left. Some stay and... She cuts herself off, but I catch the tremor in her voice. And make your life hell, I finish for her, watching as she wraps her arms around herself. A nod, just a tiny dip of her chin, but it speaks volumes. The tension in her shoulders eases slightly, and I realize this is the most she's willingly shared since I found her. Fuck. I set the book down, resisting the urge to reach for her. Parents are supposed to protect their children, not. The rage builds again, but this time it's not just for my past. Sometimes the monsters don't hide under the bed. Her voice is stronger now, tinged with a bitterness I recognize all too well. Sometimes they're sitting at the head of the dinner table. The truth of her words settles between us, like a physical presence. We stand there, two broken people, recognizing the familiar shapes of each other's scars. The silence stretches between us, heavy with shared understanding. Sienna shifts her weight, tugging at the hem of her shirt again. I need a shower. She breaks eye contact, taking a step toward the doorway. Need company, Piccola. The words slip out before I can stop them, my voice rougher than intended. Her cheeks flush pink, those crystal blue eyes widening. For a moment, she looks like she might bolt, but then the corner of her mouth twitches, almost a smile. In your dreams, Feretti. She slips past me, her shoulder barely brushing my chest. I watch her disappear down the hallway, the sway of her hips making my hands clench. The sound of the bedroom door clicking shut echoes through the house. Fuck. I drag a hand down my face and head to the bar cart. The whiskey bottle feels cool against my palm as I pour 2 fingers into a crystal tumbler. The first sip burns, helping to dull the edge of wanting her. I sink into my leather armchair, letting my head fall back. The water starts running upstairs, and my mind immediately conjures images of Sienna under the spray, water sliding down her curves, her dark hair plastered to her skin. Cazzo! I down the rest of the whiskey in one swallow.
Chapter 15. Sienna. Hot water cascades down my back, easing the tension from my muscles. I close my eyes and lean against the cool tile wall, letting myself breathe. The steam fills my lungs, and for once I don't feel the constant need to look over my shoulder. My fingers trace the expensive shower products lined up on the shelf. Everything in this bathroom screams luxury, but not the cold, sterile kind I'm used to. This feels lived in, real. I catch myself smiling, remembering the playful banter with Enzo in the kitchen. The way his eyes crinkled when he laughed at my pasta commentary, how he didn't flinch or lash out when I teased him about his cooking. The mirror slowly clears as I wipe away the steam with my palm. My reflection stares back, cheeks still flushed from the hot water. I barely recognize the person looking back at me. There's something different in my eyes, a spark I haven't seen in years. "What are you doing?" I whisper to my reflection, wrapping the plush towel tighter around myself. The ease I felt talking with Enzo earlier throws me off balance. I've spent years calculating every word, every gesture around men, especially powerful ones. But with him, the words just flowed. I actually enjoyed our conversation. My hand drifts to my cheek where his fingers touched earlier. The memory sends an unexpected shiver through me that has nothing to do with fear. This is dangerous territory. I know better than to let my guard down, to feel safe. And yet, I can't stop replaying our kitchen conversation in my mind, the genuine warmth in his laughter, the way he shared pieces of his past without demanding mine in return. I step out of the steamy bathroom, towel clutched to my chest, expecting an empty bedroom. My heart stops. Enzo stands by the dresser, his tall frame frozen mid-motion. His eyes lock onto my exposed shoulder, where the longest scar runs from my collarbone down my back. I'd left the towel on the bed. I grab it, but not before he sees more scars. The cigarette burns on my ribs, the jagged line across my hip. "Turn around," I whisper, my voice cracking. But Enzo doesn't move. His eyes darken as they trace each mark on my skin, cataloging years of cruelty. My hands shake as I clutch the towel tighter. The air feels thick, making it hard to breathe. I want to run, to hide, to cover these ugly reminders of my past. But my feet won't move. "Sienna." His deep voice breaks the silence. The way he says my name, soft, almost reverent, makes my chest ache. A drop of water falls from my hair, sliding down my back. I flinch as it traces one of the scars, the sensation bringing back unwanted memories. Enzo takes a step forward. I press myself against the bathroom door frame, my wet hair plastering to my skin. His gaze hasn't left my body, but there's no lust in his eyes, only a dangerous mix of fury and something else I can't name. Who, his accent thickens with each word, did this? I shake my head, unable to speak. Faces flash through my mind, cold smiles as he brought down the belt, his laughter as I begged him to stop.
Enzo. I can't tear my eyes away from the marks etched across her delicate skin. Each scar tells a story of pain, of torture, of a monster who dared lay hands on what should have been precious and protected. My blood boils, jaw clenching, as I catalog every fucking mark. I said, "Who the fuck did this to you?" The words come out rough, dangerous. I already know the answer, but I need to hear it from her lips. Sienna's blue eyes go wide with fear. Her small frame trembles as she clutches the towel tighter, water dripping from her dark hair onto the floor. The vulnerability in her stance hits me like a punch to the gut. Please leave. Her voice comes out barely above a whisper, those eyes pleading with me. I take a step closer, unable to stop myself. Tell me it was Sterling. Tell me that bastard father of yours did this. She flinches at his name, and that's all the confirmation I need. My hands curl into fists at my sides, imagining all the ways I'll make that piece of shit suffer. Enzo, her voice trembles. Please, I need to get dressed. The fear in her tone snaps me back to the present moment. Fuck, I'm scaring her, looming over her while she's exposed and vulnerable. Everything in me rebels against stepping back, against leaving her alone when those scars are still branded in my mind. But I force myself to move toward the door. Get dressed, Piccola, but this conversation isn't over. I pause at the threshold, catching her gaze one last time. No one will ever hurt you like that again. I promise you that. I'll wait downstairs. I keep my voice controlled, though rage still pulses through my veins. Take your time getting dressed, but when you come down, we're having this conversation. Her fingers tighten on the towel, knuckles going white. The sight of those delicate hands, imagining them trying to shield herself from that bastard's blows, makes my chest constrict. I can't. She shakes her head, dark hair falling forward like a shield. You don't understand what he's capable of. Look at me, Sienna. I wait until those crystal blue eyes meet mine. I know exactly what that monster is capable of. I can see it written all over your body. And I'm telling you right now, he won't touch you again. A shudder runs through her small frame. He'll kill anyone who tries to help me. He always does. Let him fucking try. My voice drops lower, darker. I'm not some helpless victim he can intimidate or destroy. I'm Enzo fucking Feretti, and when I say I'll protect something that's mine, I mean it. Her eyes widen at my words, a mix of fear and something else flickering across her face. I force myself to step back, giving her the space she needs. Get dressed. Come downstairs. Tell me everything. I pause at the door. No more running. No more hiding. It's time to face this. I turn and walk out, closing the door behind me. My hands are still clenched into fists, Sterling's marks on her skin burned into my memory. The urge to hunt him down right now, to make him suffer for every scar he left on her, burns through me like acid. But first, I need her story. All of it. I pace the living room, my mind racing with violent possibilities. The scars on Sienna's skin bring back memories I've tried to bury, memories of finding Lucrezia broken and bleeding. The same rage that consumed me, then burns through my veins now. Those fuckers who hurt my sister learned exactly what happens when you cross the Feretti family. Damiano and I made sure their deaths were slow, painful lessons that echoed through the underworld. I remember the satisfying crunch of bones under my fists, their screams as we extracted every detail of what they'd done to her. My hand tightens around the bourbon glass until it nearly cracks. Sterling deserves worse than those rapist pieces of shit got. A father who'd burn his own daughter with cigarettes, beat her with belts until her skin split open. My stomach turns at the thought of each scar I saw. I down the bourbon in one burning swallow. The crystal tumbler shatters in my grip, shards cutting into my palm. I barely feel it. The pain is nothing compared to what that bastard did to her. I'll take my time with Sterling, make him feel every fucking mark he left on her skin. By the time I'm done, he'll beg for the mercy of a quick death. But mercy isn't in my vocabulary when it comes to men who hurt innocent women. First, though, I need Sienna to trust me enough to tell me everything, every detail of what that monster did to her. Then I'll show him exactly what kind of monster I can be.
Chapter 16. Sienna. I stand frozen in the middle of the room, water dripping from my hair onto the plush carpet. My hands shake as I clutch the towel tighter around my body. The door clicks shut behind Enzo, but his words echo in my head. The dresser holds neatly folded clothes, simple cotton things in soft colors. I reach for them, but my vision blurs. Number I can't cry. Not now, not after he's seen. I slip on the underwear first, keeping my eyes fixed on the floor. Each movement pulls at the scars across my back. They feel more visible now, more raw, even though they're years old. The cotton t-shirt slides over my head and I bite my lip hard enough to taste blood. My throat closes up as I step into the sweatpants. The fabric is so soft, nothing like the scratchy, revealing things Henry made me wear. A sob builds in my chest, but I swallow it down. Crying won't help. It never has. I catch my reflection in the mirror and quickly look away, but the image burns in my mind. Wet hair plastered to my neck, eyes red and glassy, shoulders hunched inward. I look exactly like what I am, broken, marked. My fingers find the longest scar, the one that curves around my ribcage. The memory hits like a physical blow, the belt, the screaming, the blood. I press my fist against my mouth to hold back the sound, trying to escape. Focus. Breathe. Don't think about his face when he saw them. Don't think about having to explain. Just breathe. I run my fingers through my tangled hair, using the sharp pulls of pain to ground myself. The tears still threaten, hovering just behind my eyes, but I won't let them fall. I can't show that weakness. Not now. Not with him waiting downstairs. I grip the banister as I descend the stairs, each step heavier than the last. The wood creaks under my feet, announcing my presence before I reach the bottom. My damp hair clings to my neck, sending a chill down my spine. Or maybe that's just the fear. Enzo's massive frame fills the doorway to the living room. He doesn't move, just watches me with those intense eyes. My stomach knots. What can I possibly tell him? The truth would put him in danger. Put everyone in danger. Sit. His deep voice carries across the space between us. I perch on the edge of the couch, as far from him as possible. The leather is cool against my bare arms. I focus on that sensation, anything to avoid meeting his gaze. Talk to me, Piccola. That soft tone makes my chest ache. Part of me wants to tell him everything, about the deals, the men, the endless nights of terror. But the words stick in my throat. My fingers trace the edge of the couch. I can't. You can't, or you won't? I risk a glance up. His jaw is tight, but his eyes, there's something there that makes my defenses waver. Understanding? Concern? Both. I wrap my arms around myself. You don't understand what he's capable of, what he'll do if... The words choke off. Enzo takes a step closer. I flinch before I can stop myself. He freezes and pain flashes across his face. I won't hurt you, Sienna. That's what they all say. The bitter words escape before I can catch them. He runs a hand through his dark curls. I know you have no reason to trust me, but I need to know what we're dealing with to keep you safe. Safe. The word echoes in my mind. When was the last time I felt truly safe? Maybe with Mom. Before everything. The first scar. My voice cracks. I press my fingertips against my collarbone, feeling the raised line there. I was 14. The leather couch creaks as Enzo shifts. I can't look at him. Can't bear to see his reaction. It was my birthday. Mom had saved up to buy me this beautiful blue dress. Henry ... My throat tightens around his name. He came home drunk, said the dress was too revealing, that I was turning into a whore like my mother. My fingers dig into my arms. The memory floods back. The sound of fabric ripping, Mom's screams, the sharp bite of the belt buckle. He used his belt, said he'd teach me a lesson about modesty. A hollow laugh escapes me. The irony is, later that year, he'd force me to wear things that made that dress look modest. Silence fills the room, heavy, suffocating. The tick of the clock on the wall sounds like gunshots. I can feel Enzo's presence, the weight of his stare, but he doesn't speak, doesn't move. My hands shake as I twist them in my lap. The quiet presses against my skin like a physical thing, making it hard to breathe. Each second stretches longer than the last. The memory of that night hangs between us like smoke, toxic and choking. I want to take the words back, stuff them deep down where they belong, but they're out now, floating in this awful silence, and I can't make them disappear. My hands tremble as I sit across from Enzo. The memories I've locked away for so long claw their way to the surface. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to hold the pieces together. There was this man. My voice comes out barely above a whisper. He liked to hurt me first. I touch one of the circular scars on my arm. He'd put his cigarette out on my skin while the words stick in my throat. Enzo's jaw tightens, but he stays silent, waiting. Sometimes he'd use his belt. I trace another scar near my collarbone. Said he wanted to mark me, make sure I remembered who I belonged to. The bile rises in my throat, but I force it down. My fingers clutch the soft fabric of my borrowed shirt. There were other things, too. Things I can't. I shake my head, the rest of the story locked behind walls I'm not ready to break down. Enzo leans forward, his eyes intense. When did this start? I look away, focusing on the window behind him. A while ago. The vague answer hangs between us. There's so much more, darker things, worse things, but speaking them aloud would make them real again. And your father? Enzo's voice is careful, measured. Where was he when this happened? My chest tightens. I dig my nails into my palms until the pain grounds me. He ... The words die on my lips. I can't tell him. Not yet. Not about Henry's role in everything. I should get some sleep. Sienna. Enzo's tone holds a warning. Please. I meet his eyes, silently begging him not to push further. I can't. Not tonight. I need time. My voice cracks as I wrap my arms tighter around myself. I can't just pour it all out, not right now. Enzo's presence fills the room, making it hard to breathe. His eyes track my every movement, reading more than I want him to see. One day. I force myself to meet his gaze. I promise I'll tell you everything. Just not tonight. He shifts forward in his chair, and I flinch before I can stop myself. His jaw tightens at my reaction. Sterling must have known. His words slice through the air. A father would notice these marks on his daughter. The truth burns in my throat. Henry's face flashes through my mind. That cold smile, those calculating eyes. My fingers dig deeper into my arms as memories threaten to overwhelm me. I stay silent. What could I possibly say? The truth would destroy what little safety I've found here. And Henry would make me pay for speaking it. Your silence tells me enough. Enzo's voice drops lower, dangerous. I stare at the floor, counting breaths like Mom taught me years ago. 1, 2, 3. Anything to keep the panic at bay. The weight of unspoken horrors hangs between us. I can feel Enzo's eyes on me, see his hands grip the armrests tighter. But I can't give him what he wants. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I hold my breath, waiting for Enzo to push harder, to demand answers like everyone else in my life. But his expression shifts, softening at the edges. Look at me, Piccola. His voice drops low, gentle in a way I haven't heard before. I lift my eyes, meeting his hazel gaze. I'm not going anywhere. He leans back, giving me space. And neither are you. We have time. The knot in my chest loosens slightly. I uncurl my fingers from where they've been digging into my arms. When you're ready to talk, I'll listen. He runs a hand through his dark curls. But forcing it won't help either of us. I've seen what rushing trauma does. His jaw tightens. With Lucrezia. I nod, grateful for his understanding. The mention of his sister's similar past makes me feel less alone, even if our situations aren't exactly the same. Just know this. His voice takes on that commanding tone again. Whatever you tell me, whenever you decide to share it, I won't let him near you again. That's not negotiable. The certainty in his voice makes my eyes burn. I blink back tears, not used to someone offering protection without demanding everything in return. Thank you, I whisper, meaning it more than he could know. I watch Enzo from beneath my lashes, trying to understand this dangerous man who's turned my world upside down. His words echo in my head. I protect what's mine. The possessiveness in his tone should terrify me, but somehow it doesn't. My fingers trace patterns on the couch cushion. Why are you doing this? The question slips out before I can stop it. Enzo's eyes lock onto mine, that intense hazel gaze making my breath catch. Doing what? This. I gesture at the space between us, protecting me, giving me a safe place. You don't even know me. He shifts in his chair, his jaw tightening. I know enough. But why do you care? I press, needing to understand. And what did you mean earlier about protecting what's yours? A shiver runs down my spine. I don't belong to anyone. His expression darkens at my words, and for a moment I see that dangerous edge that makes grown men fear him. But when he speaks, his voice is controlled, measured. You're under my protection now, he says, each word deliberate. That makes you my responsibility. I shake my head. But why take on that responsibility? What do you get out of this? The question hangs between us. Enzo leans forward, and I resist the urge to shrink back. Not everything is about getting something in return, Piccola. His voice softens on the Italian endearment. Sometimes you see someone drowning and you throw them a lifeline. Simple as that. But nothing in my life has ever been simple. Every kindness came with strings attached, every gift with a price tag. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to make sense of this man who defies everything I know about people with power. And the mine part? I whisper, my heart racing. Something flashes in his eyes, something hungry and possessive that makes my skin tingle. But he doesn't answer, just holds my gaze until I have to look away.
Chapter 17. Enzo. I watch her silently, my blood boiling at the thought of what that bastard did to her. The scars tell a story I've seen before with Lucrezia, but this is different. Worse. My jaw clenches as I remember the marks across her skin. Each scar represents a moment of terror, of pain, of betrayal by someone who should have protected her. The dim light cast shadows across her delicate frame, highlighting the vulnerability she tries so hard to hide. My fingers itch to touch her, to show her what gentle hands feel like, but I keep them firmly at my sides. The last thing she needs is another man thinking he has the right to her body. Fuck. The word escapes through gritted teeth before I can stop it. The rage builds inside me, a familiar darkness that demands blood for blood. But her flinch at my outburst reminds me to keep my fury in check. She sits there, small and fragile on my couch, yet with a core of steel I've rarely seen. Her arms wrap around herself, a protective gesture that makes my chest tighten. The oversized sweater she wears can't hide the tension in her shoulders or the way she makes herself smaller, like she's trying to disappear. My eyes drift to a particularly nasty scar peeking out from her collar. Cigarette burn, unmistakable. I've seen enough violence in my life to recognize the signatures of cruelty. The systematic nature of these marks speaks of calculated torture, not random abuse. This wasn't just violence, it was ownership branded into flesh. The urge to hunt down every fucking man who's ever hurt her pounds through my veins. But I force myself to remain still, to not let my rage show. She's had enough of men's violent impulses, even those claiming to be protective. Thank you. Her voice is barely a whisper, but the sincerity in those blue eyes hits me like a punch to the gut. For saving me that night. For everything. My chest tightens at the raw honesty in her expression. Gone is the defensive mask she usually wears. For the first time since I found her bleeding in that park, she looks at me without fear or suspicion. You don't need to thank me, Piccola. I keep my voice low, gentle. The last thing I want is to shatter this fragile moment of trust. A tear slides down her cheek, and my fingers twitch with the urge to brush it away. But I know better than to touch her without permission. She's had enough of men taking liberties with her body. I do, though. Her chin lifts slightly, that spark of defiance I'm starting to recognize. You could have left me there, or sent me back to... She swallows hard, unable to say his name. But you didn't. The gratitude in her eyes makes me uncomfortable. I'm not used to being seen as anything but dangerous, a monster, the big bad wolf. But she's looking at me like I'm something else entirely. No one's going to hurt you again. The promise comes out rougher than intended, thick with the rage I'm barely containing. Not while I'm breathing. Another tear falls, but this time there's the ghost of a smile on her lips. Real, unguarded. It transforms her entire face. And fuck if it doesn't do something to my chest I'm not ready to examine. I need to pull her out of these dark memories. The weight of her confession hangs heavy in the room, and her eyes still shine with unshed tears. Since we're stuck here together, I lean back, deliberately keeping my posture relaxed. What do you want to do? Movie? Music? I wave my hand toward the entertainment system. Your choice, Sienna. Her eyes widen slightly at being given a choice. Fuck. That reaction tells me more about her life with Sterling than hours of conversation could. I dot. She bites her lip, looking uncertain. I haven't really watched movies in years. He didn't. She stops herself. Perfect time to start then. I grab the remote, tossing it gently onto the cushion beside her. Whatever you want, even those awful romantic comedies Lucretia loves. A tiny smile tugs at her lips. You'd sit through a romantic comedy. For you, I arch an eyebrow. I'll even suffer through one of those singing movies if that's what you want. Her laugh catches us both by surprise. A quick, bright sound that transforms her face. Musicals, she corrects. They're called musicals. Ah, so you're an expert? I tease, enjoying this glimpse of a lighter Sienna. Going to make me watch people burst into song for no fucking reason. Maybe. There's a hint of mischief in her eyes now. Though I wouldn't want to damage your tough guy image. My image can handle it. I stretch my arms along the back of the couch, careful to maintain space between us. But you'll owe me a horror movie next time. Ever played any games? I ask, watching her face carefully. The question seems innocent enough, but like everything with Sienna, there's a weight to it I hadn't anticipated. She tucks a strand of dark hair behind her ear, her eyes distant. Not really. I mean, when I was little, my mom and I used to play board games. Candyland was my favorite. A shadow crosses her face. But after, the unfinished sentence hangs between us. Another piece of the puzzle that is Sienna Sterling falls into place. Even something as simple as games was taken from her. What about card games? I shift in my seat, keeping my movements slow and deliberate. Chess? Video games? She shakes her head. Henry didn't. She stops herself again, that familiar tension returning to her shoulders. I wasn't allowed to waste time on things like that. Fucking Henry Sterling. Each new detail makes me want to put a bullet in his head even more. But I push down the rage, focusing on the woman in front of me. Well, Piccola, I lean forward slightly. Seems like we need to fix that. I've got a whole collection of games upstairs. Board games, cards, even one of those gaming consoles Lucrezia insisted I needed. Her eyes light up for a moment before doubt creeps in. I wouldn't know how to play any of them. That's the fun part. I give her a challenging smirk. I'll teach you. Unless you're afraid of losing? That spark of defiance returns to her eyes. You seem pretty confident for someone who might get beaten by a beginner. Is that a challenge, Piccola? I raise an eyebrow, enjoying this glimpse of playfulness. Maybe. Her lips twitch with the ghost of a smile. But only if you promise not to let me win. Wouldn't dream of it. I stand, careful not to move too quickly. So what'll it be? Cards? Chess? Or are you brave enough to try Mario Kart? Her comment catches me off guard, and I can't help but laugh. The sound echoes through the room, genuine amusement replacing the tension from earlier. Strange? I cock an eyebrow at her. How so? Well, she gestures vaguely at me. You're this scary mafia boss who carries guns and threatens people, but here you are, making pasta from scratch and offering to play board games. It's unexpected. My lips twitch at her description. Scary mafia boss? Is that how you see me? You were about to throw a man across your casino for disrespecting me. She pulls the sleeves of her sweater over her hands. But then you cook like an Italian grandmother. Fuck, don't let Nonna hear you say that. I run a hand through my hair. She'd have my ass for even attempting her recipes. So when was the last time you actually played any games? Her blue eyes hold genuine curiosity now. Years ago, with Lucrezia and Damiano. I lean back, memories surfacing. We used to have game nights before. Well, before everything got complicated. Business took over, and somehow we stopped making time for it. But you kept all the games. Couldn't bring myself to throw them out. I shrug. Maybe I knew I'd need them someday to entertain a runaway princess who thinks I'm strange. Her cheeks flush at the nickname, but there's a hint of a smile playing at her lips. I didn't say strange was bad. No. I lean forward slightly. Then let me show you just how strange this mafia boss can be at games. Fair warning though, I might be rusty, but I never let anyone win. Not even pretty girls who mock my cooking.
Sienna. I watch as Enzo moves through his entertainment center, pulling out different games. My fingers twist in my lap, unsure what to expect. Let's see. Mario Kart might be too intense for your first time gaming. He shuffles through more cases. Ah, perfect, Uno. What's Uno? Enzo's head snaps up, his eyes darkening. Fucking hell, you've never played Uno? He pulls out a deck of colorful cards. Get over here. I edge closer to where he sits on the plush carpet, keeping a careful distance. The cards he spreads out are bright, reds, blues, yellows, and greens with numbers and symbols. It's simple. Each player gets 7 cards. His large hands move with surprising grace as he deals. The goal is to match either the number or color of the card in the middle. First one to get rid of all their cards wins. I pick up my cards, arranging them like I've seen people do in movies. What do these symbols mean? This one makes the next player draw 2 cards. He points to a card with a plus sign. This reverses the direction of play, and this evil bastard right here is the draw 4. Makes the next player draw 4 cards and you get to choose the new color. Seems straightforward enough. Oh, and one more thing. A dimple appears in his cheek. When you're down to your last card, you have to say Uno or you draw 2 more cards. I study my cards, biting my lip. A red 7 stares up at me. Ladies first. Enzo flips over the top card from the deck, a blue 7. My hand hovers over my red card. So I can play this, because it's the same number? Look at you catching on already. His voice carries an approving warmth that makes my chest tighten. Uno! I call out triumphantly, holding my last card. Enzo's jaw clenches as he stares at his handful of cards. How the fuck are you beating me? You just learned this game. I lay down my final card, a blue reverse, and can't hold back my giggle at his outraged expression. It's my 3rd win in a row. Again, he demands, gathering the cards with quick, aggressive movements. You must be cheating somehow. Maybe you're just not as good as you think. The words slip out before I can stop them, but instead of fear, I feel a bubble of laughter rising in my throat at his scowl. I'll show you good. His hands shuffle the cards with practiced efficiency. Best of 7. I win that round too, and the next. Each victory brings a string of Italian curses from Enzo that only makes me laugh harder. My sides actually hurt from laughing. When was the last time that happened? How? Enzo throws his cards down. I've been playing this since I was 6. My smile fades a little as I realize why I might be good at this. I've always been good at reading people. Had to be. Enzo's expression shifts, understanding darkening his eyes. But before he can say anything, I quickly add, your left eye twitches when you have a good card. It does not. Does too. And you tap your thumb when you're bluffing. He stares at me for a moment, then starts dealing again. One more game and I'm not moving a single fucking muscle. The laughter bubbles up again, but there's an ache beneath it. Such a simple thing, sitting on the floor, playing cards, laughing freely. All the years I missed of this normal life hit me suddenly. My throat tightens. Hey, Enzo's voice is softer. Your turn. I blink hard and focus on my cards, grateful he doesn't push. For now, I just want to stay in this moment where I can laugh and play and pretend everything is normal. The cards scatter as Enzo sweeps them aside with a huff. Since you're apparently a card shark in disguise, let's try something else. My shoulders tense at the shift in his tone. Like what? Truth or dare? His hazel eyes lock onto mine, a dangerous glint sparking in them. Simple rules. I ask, you choose truth or dare. Then we switch. The easy comfort from our card game evaporates. I don't know. Scared I'll finally win something? His mouth quirks up at the corner. Come on, I'll even let you go first. I wrap my arms around my knees, considering. The game sounds risky. Too many opportunities for questions I can't answer. But refusing might make him suspicious. Fine, but nothing too personal. I make no promises. He settles back against the couch, long legs stretched out. Truth or dare? I bite my lip. A dare might be safer than questions, but who knows what he'd make me do? Truth. Playing it safe? His smile widens. All right. What's your favorite color? The question is so unexpectedly innocent that I laugh. Blue, like the ocean. See? Painless. He leans forward. Your turn. Truth or dare? Dare. Of course he does. Pure male confidence radiates from him. I dare you to... I glance around the room. Do your best impression of Damiano. Enzo's eyes narrow, but he stands up, straightening an imaginary tie. Enzo, you can't just shoot everyone who pisses you off, he mimics in a higher pitch. Think of the paperwork. A giggle escapes me at his dramatic gestures. He drops back down, closer than before. Truth or dare, Sienna?
Thank you for watching. Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Hit the subscribe button, like this video, and share this video with a friend. It helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. This way, we will be able to create more audiobooks for free for you. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
Chapter 18. Enzo. Dare, she whispers, surprising me. Her eyes finally meet mine, a mix of fear and determination in them. Kiss me. The words come out before I can stop them, my voice deeper than intended. Her face pales, and she pulls back slightly. I've never... She tucks a strand of dark hair behind her ear. I've never kissed anyone before. You'll be disappointed. The admission hits me like a punch to the gut. My gaze drops to her lips, soft, pink, and trembling slightly. They remind me of rose petals after rain, delicate and untouched. The urge to claim them, to be her first, crashes over me with unexpected force. My breath catches at her innocent admission. The protective instinct wars with the primal need to claim those untouched lips. I lean closer, keeping my movements slow and deliberate. If that's your only hesitation, I can show you how. My voice comes out rough, hungry. A blush spreads across her cheeks, turning them a lovely shade of pink. She bites her lower lip, a gesture that makes my control slip another notch. Okay. The word is barely audible, but her crystal blue eyes stay locked on mine. I reach out, cupping her face with one hand. My thumb traces her jawline, feeling her pulse race beneath the delicate skin. Her breath hitches at my touch, but she doesn't pull away. Relax, I murmur, drawing her closer. I won't hurt you. She trembles slightly but nods, her hands coming to rest hesitantly on my chest. The trust in that simple gesture makes my heart pound harder. I tilt her face up, studying every detail, the flutter of her dark lashes, the slight part of her lips, the way her eyes darken with anticipation. Everything about her calls to something deep inside me, something possessive and protective. The moment her lips touch mine, everything else fades away. I keep the kiss gentle, barely a whisper of contact, giving her time to adjust. Her inexperience shows in the slight tremor of her mouth, the uncertainty in her movements. But then she sighs, this soft little sound that breaks my control. My hand slides into her hair, gripping those dark waves as I deepen the kiss. She tastes like innocence and danger all at once. The combination drives me fucking crazy. Her fingers curl into my shirt, holding on like I'm her anchor. The trust in that gesture wars with my need to possess, to claim, to mark her as mine. I force myself to go slow, to savor each tentative response. My other hand finds her waist, pulling her closer until she's practically in my lap. She gasps against my mouth, and I take advantage, sliding my tongue past her parted lips. The kiss turns hungry, demanding. She responds with unexpected passion, pressing closer, learning quickly how to match my rhythm. Each small sound she makes feeds the fire building inside me. I want to devour her, to show her exactly what she does to me. But beneath the desire, I feel her slight trembles, the way she still holds back. It reminds me to keep control, to not push too far too fast. This isn't just any kiss. It's her first. The significance of that hits me hard. I force myself to pull back, just enough to let her breathe. Her eyes are wide, pupils blown with desire, lips swollen from my kiss. The sight makes me want to drag her back in, to show her exactly what else those lips could do. Fuck, I growl, resting my forehead against hers. You're dangerous, little one. I pull back, steadying my breath. The taste of her lingers on my lips, making it hard to focus. Your turn to ask. She shifts away slightly, but her eyes stay locked on mine. Truth or dare? Truth. I want to see what she'll ask, what she needs to know about me. Her fingers twist in her lap. Have you... She pauses, gathering courage. In your world, with what you do, have you ever hurt women? The question hits like ice water. My jaw tightens as memories flash. The sound of gunfire, the weight of decisions, faces of those I've had to deal with. But never. No. My voice comes out hard, final. Never women. Never children. Those are my rules, carved in fucking stone. I lean forward, making sure she sees the truth in my eyes. I've done things that would give you nightmares, Sienna. I won't pretend otherwise. But hurting women? That's a line I don't cross. She studies my face, searching for lies. Even in business, when they're on the other side? Even then, I run a hand through my hair. We find other ways. My sister Lucrezia, you've seen how I am with her. That's not just family loyalty. It's principle. Her shoulders relax slightly, but uncertainty still lingers in her expression. And the men who do hurt women, in your world? A dark smile crosses my face. They tend to disappear, permanently. I reach out, touching her chin lightly. Is that what you needed to know, little one? If I'm like him... She flinches at the reference to Sterling, but holds my gaze. Maybe. I needed to know, to understand what kind of monster I am. The words come out softer than intended. What kind of man you are, she corrects me. Truth or dare? I ask, my voice still rough from our kiss. Truth. She pulls her knees to her chest, making herself smaller. The vulnerability in her posture tugs at something deep inside me. What's one dream you want to come true? The question slips out before I can think better of it. Something you wish for more than anything. Her eyes cloud over, and she wraps her arms tighter around herself. The silence stretches until I think she won't answer. I want ... Her voice cracks. She swallows hard and tries again. I want to see my mother, just for a minute. Her fingers twist in the fabric of her pants, to hug her one more time. The raw pain in her voice makes my chest tight. Fuck. Of all the answers she could have given, this one hits hardest. Where is she? I keep my tone gentle, careful not to spook her. Henry put her in some clinic. She bites her lip, fighting tears. I don't even know which one. He said it was for her own good, but... She shakes her head. dark hair falling forward to hide her face. I just want 1 minute with her, to tell her I love her, to feel her arms around me again. The longing in her voice reminds me of Lucretia after our mother left, that same desperate need for maternal comfort. But this is different. Sterling didn't just separate them, he locked her mother away. My hands clench into fists. Another crime to add to Sterling's growing list. Another reason he needs to fucking pay. Truth or dare? Sienna's voice comes out soft, but steadier than before. Dare. I lean back, watching her face, carefully. After that first kiss, I expect her to choose something safe, something distant. Her cheeks flush pink, but she meets my eyes. Kiss me again. The request catches me off guard. My pulse kicks up, and I can't help the satisfied smile that spreads across my face. Already addicted to my kisses, Sienna. Instead of shrinking away, she lifts her chin. Maybe I just want to practice. Practice, I growl, moving closer. Is that what we're calling it? My hand finds her waist, pulling her toward me. She comes willingly this time, no hesitation in her movements. When my lips meet hers, she responds immediately, pressing closer. This kiss is different from the first, less tentative, more demanding. She learns fast, matching my rhythm, her fingers curling into my shirt. The little sounds, fuck, dot me. When we break apart, her eyes are dark, lips swollen. The sight makes me want to drag her back in for more. Admit it, I smirk, running my thumb across her lower lip. You couldn't resist my irresistible charm. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the smile she tries to hide. Your ego is showing, Feretti. Can you blame me? The beautiful Sienna asking for more kisses. I wink at her. That's worth being a little smug about. Her laugh, soft and genuine, makes my chest tighten. It's the first real laugh I've heard from her, and the sound is addictive.
Sienna. My lips still tingle from Enzo's kiss. The warmth spreads through my chest, making my heart flutter in a way I've never experienced before. But I push those feelings aside, focusing on the game that makes me feel normal for once. Your turn. I tuck my legs under me on the couch, trying to keep my voice steady. Truth or dare? Truth. Enzo's dark eyes lock with mine, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. What's the most embarrassing thing Damiano has caught you doing? A laugh escapes him, deep and genuine. Dancing to Britney Spears in my office. Full choreography. No way. The mental image makes me giggle. This dangerous mafia boss recreating, oops, I did it again. Your turn, Piccola. Truth or dare? I bite my lip, considering. Truth. What's your favorite memory? The question catches me off guard. I close my eyes, searching for something untainted by Henry. When I was 12, Mom and I spent a whole day baking cookies. We made such a mess, flour everywhere. But she didn't care. We just laughed and kept baking until the kitchen smelled like vanilla and chocolate. When I open my eyes, Enzo's expression has softened. My breath catches as I watch him, desire coursing through my veins. For the first time ever, my body craves someone's touch. Not just anyone. His touch. The thought should terrify me, but instead it sets my skin on fire. Truth or dare? My voice comes out husky, barely above a whisper. Dare. His eyes darken and the air between us grows thick with tension. My heart pounds against my ribs. I've never wanted anything like I want him right now. The feeling is foreign but intoxicating. I wet my lips, gathering every ounce of courage I possess. I want you to take me to bed. The words tumble out before I can stop them. I want you to touch me. Enzo goes completely still, his expression unreadable. Sienna. Not because I have to. I need him to understand this isn't like before. This isn't duty or obligation or fear. Because I want to. Because for the first time in my life, I actually want someone to touch me. His jaw clenches, and I see the battle raging behind his eyes. You don't know what you're asking for. I do. I move closer, drawn to him like a magnet. I trust you, Enzo, and I want you. My heart hammers as Enzo lifts me into his arms. His muscles flex beneath his shirt, and the scent of his cologne fills my senses. Every step he takes toward the bedroom makes my stomach flutter with equal parts excitement and anxiety. I've never wanted anyone before, never felt this electric pull, this burning need to be touched. But doubt creeps in as we reach his room. What if he sees all my scars in the light? What if I don't know how to do this right? How to be normal? How to be wanted? Enzo sets me on the edge of his massive bed, the mattress sinking beneath my weight. His fingers trace my jawline, and I lean into his touch, craving more while fighting the urge to shrink away. We can stop any time, he murmurs, his voice rough with desire. Just say the word. I shake my head. I don't want to stop. My voice trembles. I've never what, Piccola? Never been with someone I actually wanted. Heat floods my cheeks. Never been touched because I chose it. His expression darkens for a moment before softening. He kneels before me, taking my hands in his. Then we go slow. You set the pace. My fingers shake as I reach for the buttons of his shirt. What if... I swallow hard. What if you don't like what you see? The scars. Every mark on your body tells me how strong you are. His thumb brushes my cheek. How you survived. Nothing about you could make me want you less. The sincerity in his eyes makes my chest ache. I lean forward, pressing my lips to his, letting myself believe that maybe, just maybe, I deserve to be wanted like this. Chapter 19. Sienna. Enzo towers over me, his broad shoulders blocking out the lamplight. The unabridged audiobook version is available on our website. Click the link or scan the QR code to start listening now. He presses a tender kiss to my damp forehead, stroking my hair back from my face. Say Mia, he murmurs, his voice soft with satisfaction and something sweeter, warmer. You are mine, Sienna.
Chapter 20. Enzo. I wake to sunlight filtering through my bedroom windows. The digital clock reads 6:28 a.m., 2 minutes before my alarm would normally sound. I silence it before it can disturb the sleeping form beside me. Sienna. She's curled on her side, dark hair spilling across my pillow like spilled ink. Her breathing comes slow and even, face relaxed in sleep, in a way it never is when she's awake. Those walls she keeps up, the constant vigilance, all gone now. In sleep, she looks almost peaceful. I prop myself up on one elbow, drinking in the sight of her. Last night replays in my mind, her soft gasps, the way she trembled beneath my touch. Not from fear, but from pleasure. The way she whispered my name, like a prayer, when she came undone. Fuck, I didn't expect any of this when I found her bleeding in that park. Didn't expect the fierce protectiveness that slammed into me when I saw those scars. Didn't expect the way my chest tightens now, just watching her breathe. She was so goddamn brave last night. Vulnerable, yet determined. Those scars that map her body like a battlefield. She tried to hide them, ashamed. But when I kissed each mark, showed her how beautiful she remains despite what that monster did to her. Something shifted between us. The sheet has slipped down, exposing the curve of her shoulder where a cigarette burn mars her skin. My fingers hover above it, not touching. Rage bubbles up inside me. Henry Sterling will pay for every mark on her body. Every fucking one. She stirs slightly, mumbling something incoherent before settling again. A strand of hair falls across her face, and I gently brush it back, careful not to wake her. She needs the rest. Last night wasn't just sex. I've had plenty of that. Meaningless encounters that satisfied a physical need and nothing more. This was different. The way she trusted me, with her body despite everything she's been through. The way something protective and possessive roared to life inside me when she came apart in my arms. I traced the air above the curve of her cheek, not quite touching. She's gotten under my skin in ways I never expected, in ways that should fucking terrify me. A soft sigh escapes her lips, and she shifts slightly, her hand unconsciously reaching out until it rests against my chest. Even in sleep, she seeks connection. My throat tightens. What the hell am I doing? She's vulnerable, traumatized, running from a monster who happens to be her father. The last thing she needs is to get tangled up with someone like me. Yet I can't bring myself to regret last night. Not when it brought that rare, genuine smile to her face. Not when it was the first time I've seen her truly let go of her fear, even if just for a moment. I ease out of bed, careful not to wake Sienna. My body feels different somehow, lighter yet more grounded. What the fuck is happening to me? Standing at the window, I watch the sunrise, paint the sky in shades of orange and pink. Behind me, Sienna's soft breathing fills the silence. The sound shouldn't affect me this way, shouldn't make my chest tighten with something dangerously close to tenderness. I grip the windowsill, knuckles turning white. The marks on her body tell a story of systematic cruelty that makes my blood boil. I've seen violence, inflicted it when necessary, but what was done to her? That's something else entirely. Something that awakens a primal rage I've rarely felt. And yet, it's not just anger driving me now. It's the way she looked at me last night, like I was something good, something worthy of trust. No one looks at me that way. They see the power, the danger, the man who gets what he wants. They don't see past that. She did. Fuck, I whisper under my breath. I'm getting attached to a woman who's damaged, vulnerable, and connected to one of the most dangerous men in the city. A woman who makes me want to be better than I am, who makes me want to protect rather than possess. I run a hand through my hair, trying to make sense of these unfamiliar emotions. I don't do this. Don't let people get close enough to matter. Not since Katerina's betrayal. Not since I learned that attachment is just another word for weakness. Yet here I am, watching Sienna sleep in my bed, planning how to keep her safe, how to make Henry Sterling pay for every mark on her body, thinking about her smile, rare and genuine, remembering how it felt when she trusted me enough to be vulnerable. She's crawled under my skin, into places I thought were sealed off for good. The realization should send me running, should make me put up walls, create distance. That would be the smart play. Instead, I find myself turning back toward the bed, drawn to her like gravity. This is dangerous territory. Feeling this much, caring this much. It makes me unpredictable, compromises my judgment. Everything I've built could crumble if I make decisions based on these new, unsettling emotions. And yet, watching her sleep peacefully in my bed, I can't bring myself to regret it. I head downstairs, leaving Sienna sleeping peacefully. My mind's still racing with thoughts of her, of last night, but I need to focus. Check in with Damiano, see what's happening at the casino after yesterday's incident. My phone sits on the kitchen counter where I left it last night. 3 missed calls from Damiano. Fuck, that's never good. I call him back immediately, leaning against the counter. About fucking time, Damiano answers on the first ring. His voice is tight, controlled in that way that tells me something's wrong. What's happened? Henry Sterling called me this morning. The name sends a surge of rage through my body. My grip tightens on the phone. What did he say exactly? He was polite. Damiano spits the word like it's poison. Asked if we'd seen Sienna, said she'd gone missing. Then he mentioned that someone told him they saw you putting her in your car. Fuck. I run a hand through my hair, pacing the kitchen. Who the fuck saw us? He didn't say. Could be bullshit. Could be he has eyes everywhere. Either way, he knows. I glance toward the stairs, thinking of Sienna still asleep in my bed, the marks on her skin, the fear in her eyes whenever her father's name comes up. What did you tell him? I ask, though I already know the answer. That I had no fucking idea what he was talking about, that my brother doesn't report his every move to me. There's a pause. But Enzo, he didn't believe me. He's going to come looking. Let him try. The words come out as a growl. This isn't some street thug we're talking about. Sterling has connections. Power. If he wants his daughter back, she's not going back to him. My voice drops, deadly serious. You didn't see what he did to her, Damiano. The scars. He's been torturing her for years. Silence stretches between us. When Damiano speaks again, his voice is quieter. What's your plan? Keep her safe. Make Sterling pay. That's simple, huh? There's no humor in his laugh. And where does she fit into all this? Into our world? I don't have an answer for that. Last night changed things, but I haven't had time to figure out what it means. Just watch your back, Damiano continues, when I don't respond. Sterling isn't someone we want as an enemy unless we're prepared for war. Some enemies are worth making. Is she worth it? It's a genuine question, not a challenge. I think of Sienna upstairs, how she trusted me despite everything she's been through, how something protective and fierce woke up inside me when I saw those scars. Yes, I answer without hesitation. She is. I hang up with Damiano and immediately dial Noah. My nerves are on edge after learning Sterling is already hunting for Sienna. We need information, anything we can use against this bastard. Boss, Noah answers on the third ring, his voice alert despite the early hour. Tell me you have something on Sterling, I say, keeping my voice low. I glance toward the stairs, making sure Sienna isn't there. Some, but not enough. Noah's voice drops to a business tone. The man's careful. Publicly, he's squeaky clean, real estate mogul, philanthropist, the American fucking dream. Cut the bullshit. What's beneath the surface? That's where it gets interesting. I hear papers shuffling. My contacts in Vice say there have been whispers about Sterling for years. Human trafficking allegations that never stick. Girls disappearing around his properties. But nothing concrete. No witnesses willing to talk. No paper trail. I think of the scars covering Sienna's body. What about his daughter? Anything specific about how he treats her? Public appearances only. They look like the perfect father-daughter duo in photos. But I found something odd. Medical records. Girls been to private clinics at least 12 times in the last 3 years. Broken wrist, concussion, fractured ribs. My free hand curls into a fist. Accidents. That's what the records say. But that many? Come on. What about her mother? Noah pauses. Charlotte Sterling. Officially, she died in a car accident 8 years ago. Officially? Yeah, that's where it gets weird. I can't find a death certificate. The pieces click together in my mind. Sienna's desperate wish to see her mother. Sterling's lies. Her mother's alive, I mutter. Sterling's been keeping her locked away. Looks that way, Noah agrees. I run a hand through my hair, mind racing through options. Keep digging. I need something concrete we can use against him. And Noah. Yeah, boss. Put extra security on all our properties. If Sterling wants a war, we'll be ready. Already done. What about the girl? I think about Sienna upstairs, finally sleeping peacefully after years of torture. She stays with me. No one touches her. I climb the stairs quietly, my mind still processing Damiano's warning. Henry Sterling knows his daughter is with me. The clock is ticking. When I push open the bedroom door, Sienna is still asleep, curled on her side, with her dark hair fanned across my pillow. The morning light filters through the blinds, casting stripes across her bare shoulder where the sheet has slipped down. She looks peaceful, vulnerable, different from the terrified woman I found bleeding in my casino garden. I lean against the doorframe, watching her breathe. Last night was unexpected, intense, but I can't let myself get distracted by what happened between us. Not when Sterling is already making moves to find her. We need a plan, and for that, I need the full story. The parts she's still holding back. Those scars tell me enough about what kind of monster Henry Sterling is, but I need specifics. Why was she at the casino that night? Who was that man who stabbed her? What exactly has Sterling been doing to her all these years? And most importantly, what is he capable of doing to get her back? I move closer to the bed, careful not to wake her yet. My eyes trace the faint line of a scar visible on her shoulder. Rage builds in my chest, but I force it down. Anger won't help me protect her. Information will. Sterling is powerful, connected. Taking him down won't be simple, especially if I don't know what I'm up against. Damiano's right to be concerned. We can't afford to go into this blind. I need to know everything, every detail she's been too afraid to share. What Sterling's business really involves. Why he keeps her so controlled. What he uses her for. The thought makes my jaw clench. I have suspicions based on the way that client treated her at the casino, but I need confirmation from her lips. Sienna stirs slightly, her brow furrowing in sleep, as if sensing my presence. Or maybe she's caught in another nightmare. I've seen how they grip her. I'll let her sleep a little longer. Give her this moment of peace before I have to drag her back into the darkness of her past with my questions. But one way or another, today she needs to trust me with the whole truth, not just for my sake or my family's, but for hers too. Because Henry Sterling is coming, and I can only fight what I understand.
Chapter 21. Sienna, I wake up feeling strange, rested. My eyes blink open to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar curtains. For a moment, panic rises in my chest before I remember where I am. Enzo's house, Enzo's bed. The sheets beside me are empty but still warm. I stretch, feeling a delicious soreness in muscles I didn't know existed. My body feels different somehow, lighter, more alive. Last night. The memory washes over me in waves of heat. The way his hands moved over my scars like they were beautiful instead of shameful. How he looked at me, not with pity or disgust, but with hunger and something else I can't quite name. I press my face into his pillow, breathing in his scent. My body tingles with the memory of his touch, and I'm surprised to find myself wanting more. I've never wanted before. Not like this. Touch has always meant pain, violation, something to endure. But with Enzo, my fingers trace the path his lips took across my collarbone, down my stomach. I shiver, remembering how he whispered against my skin in Italian when he lost control, how he checked with me at every step, making sure I was okay. I roll onto my back, staring at the ceiling. This feeling is dangerous, this wanting. My body craves him like a drug I never knew existed. I close my eyes and can almost feel his weight above me, the scratch of his stubble against my neck, the way his muscles tensed under my fingertips. "What are you doing to me, Enzo?" I whisper to the empty room. Part of me wants to run. This connection is terrifying, more frightening than Henry's fists in some ways. I've built walls for years, learned how to disappear inside myself. But Enzo somehow slipped past every defense, touched something I thought was dead. I sit up, wrapping the sheet around me. My reflection in the mirror across the room startles me. I look different. My eyes brighter, cheeks flushed. I look alive. The sound of movement downstairs pulls me from my thoughts. Enzo is down there, probably making coffee, maybe on the phone with his brothers, planning, protecting. The thought sends a different kind of warmth through me. I should be scared. I should be planning my escape. Instead, my body remembers his touch and wants more. My heart remembers his promise and wants to believe. For the first time in years, I want something for myself, not just survival, not just making it through another day without being hurt. I want him. I hear footsteps approaching the bedroom door. My heart skips as Enzo enters, carrying 2 steaming mugs. His hair is still damp from a shower, and he's wearing just jeans and a black t-shirt that stretches across his chest. He looks almost normal, not like the dangerous man who carries guns and jumps off balconies to save strangers. "Good morning, Bella," he says, his voice rough with morning. He sets 1 mug on the nightstand beside me and sits on the edge of the bed. I realized I don't know if you like coffee. I pull the sheet higher, suddenly self-conscious in the morning light. I do. Thank you. I made it black because I don't know how you take it. His eyes crinkle at the corners. Actually, I know very little about you. Your favorite food, movie. He takes a sip from his mug. Whether you're a morning person or if I should fear for my life right now. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, surprising me. When was the last time I laughed? You should definitely fear for your life. I'm terrible before coffee. His smile widens. Noted. I'll wear body armor next time. I reach for the mug, wrapping my fingers around its warmth. I like it with a little cream if you have it. See? Already learning. He reaches out to brush a strand of hair from my face, his touch gentle. What else should I know about Sienna? The question is simple but feels enormous. No one has asked about my preferences in years. What I want has never mattered. I like blue, as I already told you, I say finally. Not light blue, deep blue, like the ocean at night. Enzo nods, his eyes never leaving mine. Blue suits you. What about food? Pasta alla vodka, I say with a small smile. Since last night. He laughs, the sound rich and warm. I've created a monster. What else? I take a sip of coffee, thinking. I like reading, and I used to love strawberries with chocolate when I was little. My mother would... I stop, the memory catching in my throat. I hate mushrooms, Enzo offers, filling the silence. Can't stand them. Damiano teases me because what kind of Italian hates mushrooms? I smile gratefully at the shift. I love mushrooms. Clearly we're doomed, he says dramatically. What about music? I sip my coffee, watching Enzo over the rim of the mug. There's something surreal about sitting in his bed, wrapped in his sheets, having this normal conversation. I think you're the mysterious one, I say, surprising myself with my boldness. Big, scary Mafia boss wanting to know my favorite food? I tilt my head, studying him. What's your angle here, Feretti? His eyebrows shoot up, and for a moment he looks genuinely surprised before his lips curve into that dangerous smile. Mafia boss. Me. He places a hand over his heart in mock offense. I'm just a humble businessman. I roll my eyes. Right, and I'm the Queen of England. Your Majesty. He gives a little bow from his seated position, and I can't help but laugh. You know what I mean. Men like you don't usually care about trivial things. Enzo's expression shifts, something serious flickering behind his eyes. Nothing about you is trivial, Sienna. The intensity in his gaze makes me look away. I focus on my coffee instead, not knowing how to handle the weight of his attention. Well, he says after a moment, his voice lighter, I never thought you'd have a sense of humor, too. I look up, narrowing my eyes. What's that supposed to mean? Just that you've been so... He gestures vaguely with his hand. Serious. Understandably so, he adds quickly, but I like seeing this side of you. I wasn't always like this, I say quietly. Before everything, I used to laugh a lot. Enzo reaches out, his fingers brushing against mine where they grip the mug. I'd like to hear that more often. My laugh? He nods. It's a good sound. Heat creeps up my neck at the tenderness in his voice. How is this the same man who terrifies hardened criminals, who commands an empire with an iron fist? So, I say, trying to regain my composure, does the mysterious Enzo Feretti have a favorite color? Or is that classified information? Enzo's smile softens at my question. He takes a long sip of his coffee before answering. Green, he says finally. Dark forest green. That seems fitting, I reply, pulling the sheet tighter around me. He looks down at his mug, turning it in his hands. You know, this isn't how I usually am. I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? This. He gestures between us at the casual conversation, the coffee in bed. Relaxed, talking about favorite colors and mushrooms. His voice drops lower. Only my family gets to see me like this. Something warm unfurls in my chest at his words, the implication that I'm seeing a side of him others don't. So the rest of the world gets what? The scary Mafia boss who makes men piss themselves with just a look? I try to keep my tone light, but I'm genuinely curious. Enzo's mouth quirks up at one corner. Something like that. He reaches out to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear, his fingers lingering against my cheek. It's necessary. In my world, showing softness is dangerous. I understand that, I whisper, and I do. I've lived my entire life hiding vulnerability, knowing it would be exploited. I know you do. His eyes hold mine, and there's a depth of understanding there that makes my breath catch. That's part of why I feel comfortable with you seeing this side of me. I don't know what to say to that. The intimacy of his admission feels almost more significant than what we shared physically last night. So I'm special? I ask, trying to sound teasing, but the question comes out more vulnerable than I intended. Enzo's expression turns serious. Yes, he says simply, you are. I feel Enzo's calloused fingers brush against my cheek, sending a shiver down my spine. His touch is gentle, but his eyes darken with an intensity that holds my gaze captive. The scent of his cologne, sandalwood and something distinctly him, fills my senses. "Sienna," he whispers, my name a soft prayer on his lips. His thumb traces the curve of my jaw, tilting my face up to his. I hold my breath, anticipating his next move. His lips claim mine, and this kiss is different from our first. There's no hesitation, no fear, only a warmth that spreads through my body, making my heart race. His other hand slides into my hair, cradling the back of my head with a surprising gentleness. I lean into him, my fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt. Our kiss deepens, and a soft sound escapes my throat. My body seems to move of its own accord, pressing closer, as if drawn by an invisible force. I want more of his warmth, more of this feeling that makes the world around us disappear. As if reading my thoughts, Enzo pulls back slightly, his eyes searching mine. "Last night I held back," he admits, his voice low and rough. "It's not in my nature to be gentle, but seeing you like that, I couldn't bring myself to be rough." My heart skips a beat at his confession. I search his eyes, seeing the raw desire burning there. "But now," he continues, his thumb brushing my lower lip, "seeing you like this, all I want to do is take you hard, show you what it's like when a man really wants you." A rush of heat floods my cheeks, and my pulse quickens. I want to tell him that I'm not afraid, that I want to explore this side of desire with him, but the words stick in my throat, tangled up in my past traumas. Enzo's eyes narrow slightly as if sensing my inner conflict. "You've got that look again," he murmurs, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "The one that says you want to try something but are scared to ask." I swallow, my cheeks flaming even hotter. How does he always seem to know what I'm thinking? "I won't force you," he says, his voice gentle but firm. "But know this, Sienna, I crave your body, and I prefer things harder between us. So if you're ready to explore that side of pleasure, I promise to give you an experience you'll never forget." My breath catches at his words, and I feel a surge of desire mixed with nervousness. I take a steadying breath, summoning my courage. "I want to try," I whisper, my voice shaking only slightly. "I want to discover everything with you." A slow, dangerous smile spreads across Enzo's face, and his eyes darken with a mixture of desire and something akin to triumph. "Then, my sweet Sienna, prepare yourself for an education in pleasure." His lips capture mine once more, this time with a hunger that mirrors my own. As his kiss becomes more demanding, I find myself responding in kind, my body moving in rhythm with his. The kiss deepens, and a rush of sensations overwhelms me, making me forget everything but the feel of his lips on mine and the promise of the pleasure to come. Chapter 22. Sienna. Enzo's lips trail a path of fire along my neck, sending shivers down my spine. I smiled, my body still humming with the memory of his touch. "So are you," I replied, my voice laced with a satisfaction that matched his own. I watch as Enzo rises from the bed. His muscled form is breathtaking. "I'll make some tea and coffee," he says, running a hand through his tousled hair. "Want something to eat?" "Let me prepare something for us." The words tumble out before I can stop them. "After I shower." His eyebrow lifts, but his lips curve into a small smile. "The kitchen's yours." As he reaches for his clothes, I slide from the bed, wrapping the sheet around me. My legs still feel shaky, but I make my way to the bathroom, feeling his gaze follow me across the room. The marble bathroom gleams, pristine and luxurious. I drop the sheet and step into the shower, turning the water as hot as I can stand it. The steam rises around me and I close my eyes, letting the water cascade over my shoulders. For once, the memories that usually haunt my quiet moments stay at bay, replaced by fresh ones of Enzo's touch, his kisses, the way he made me feel safe despite everything. The water runs down my back, washing away the morning sweetness with Enzo. I close my eyes, letting steam curl around me. For once, I feel safe, protected. Maybe even a crack splits the air, sharp, unmistakable, gunshot. My body freezes before my mind can process. Water still pounds against my skin, but I'm suddenly ice cold. The bathroom door splinters open. A man in black charges through the steam. His face is masked, eyes cold slits behind the covering. Before I can scream, his gloved hand clamps over my mouth. "Got her," he grunts into what must be an earpiece. I thrash against his grip, water and soap making my skin slippery. My feet skid across the wet tile. My nails claw at his arm, but the fabric of his jacket is too thick. He drags me from the shower, not bothering to turn off the water. My naked body hits the cold bathroom floor, sending pain shooting through my hip. "Move!" he barks, yanking me upright. I fight harder, twisting my head to bite at his hand. My teeth sink into the leather glove. He curses, loosening his grip just enough for me to scream. "Enzo!" The man backhands me across the face. Stars explode behind my eyes. The taste of copper floods my mouth. "Shut up!" he hisses, dragging me across the bathroom floor. Water streams from my hair, my skin. I'm completely exposed, vulnerable in the worst way possible. The humiliation burns almost as much as the terror. "Please," I gasp, my voice breaking. "Let me get dressed." He ignores me, hauling me toward the bedroom door. My feet scramble for purchase on the polished wood floor. Every instinct screams to cover myself, to hide, but my hands are locked in his grip. "Target secured," he says into his comm. "Moving to extraction point." Another gunshot sounds from somewhere downstairs. My heart seizes. "Enzo, who are you?" I choke out. "What do you want?" The man doesn't answer. His grip tightens, fingers digging into my arm hard enough to bruise. My body remembers this feeling, being handled like an object, dragged against my will. Number, not again. My heart pounds in my ears as the man drags me through the hallway. I'm naked, dripping wet, my skin prickling with cold and terror. The plush carpet beneath my feet feels like sandpaper as he hauls me down the stairs. "Move faster," he growls, yanking my arm so hard I nearly tumble forward. We reach the living room, the same space where Enzo and I played Uno last night, where we laughed and flirted, and I felt normal for the first time in years. Now it's a nightmare. The furniture has been shoved aside. Blood spatters the hardwood floor. And there, in the center of the room, "Enzo!" The scream tears from my throat. He's tied to a chair, arms bound behind his back. Blood trickles from a cut above his eye and from the corner of his mouth. His shirt is torn open, revealing a nasty bruise forming on his ribs. When he sees me, his eyes widen with rage. The muscle in his jaw twitches violently. "What the fuck is this?" he roars, straining against his restraints. "Let her go." The man holding me chuckles. "Not part of the plan, Feretti." Another man steps into view, taller, with a scar running down his neck. He looks me up and down, his gaze crawling over my naked body. I try to curl inward to hide myself, but the first man's grip keeps me exposed. "Let her put some fucking clothes on," Enzo demands, his voice deadly quiet. "Now." "Why?" Scarneck smirks. "We're just admiring Sterling's merchandise." Enzo's eyes darken to black. "Touch her and I'll cut off your hands and feed them to you. Cover her, now!" Something in his tone makes the men exchange glances. Even bound and bleeding, Enzo radiates lethal promise. "Fine," Scarneck mutters. He grabs a throw blanket from the couch and tosses it at me. "Cover yourself." The first man releases my arm just enough for me to catch the blanket. I wrap it around my body with shaking hands, clutching it tight against my chest. It's thin, barely adequate, but at least I'm not completely exposed anymore. "If you touch her," Enzo says, each word precise and sharp, "if you so much as look at her wrong, I will hunt every one of you down. I will take my time. I will make it last days." The first man shoves me toward the center of the room, next to Enzo's chair. I stumble, nearly falling, but manage to keep the blanket around me. "Big talk for someone tied to a chair," Scarneck says, but there's a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes.
Chapter 23. Enzo. Blood trickles down my temple as I stare at these fucking amateurs holding Sienna. My hands strain against the zip ties, cutting into my wrists, rage building with each passing second. How the fuck did they get in? I've been so careful with every other aspect of security. Then it hits me. The back door. I disabled the alarm system this morning to let Ettore deliver groceries. After last night with Sienna, I'd been distracted, sloppy. The one fucking time I let my guard down. "You're dead men walking," I growl, eyes locked on the bastard gripping Sienna's arm. "You just don't know it yet." Damiano's warning echoes in my head. I didn't listen. I was too caught up in Sienna, in protecting her, in feeling something real for the first time in years. I ignored basic security protocols, didn't reset the system, didn't check the perimeter cameras. Amateur mistakes that could cost Sienna everything. My jaw clenches so hard my teeth might crack. 3 men, armed, Sienna trembling in a blanket, all because I got careless, because I thought my reputation alone would keep us safe. "Your boss send you?" I ask, buying time while I work the zip tie against the chair's edge. Sterling too much of a coward to come himself. The zip tie digs deeper into my skin, drawing blood. I don't care. Pain is nothing compared to what I'll do to these men if they harm her. "Worry about yourself, Feretti," the leader says, pressing his gun harder against my temple. I catch Sienna's eyes, trying to communicate without words. "Stay calm. I've got this. Even though I fucked up, I'm getting us out. Damiano will be calling soon when I miss our check-in, but that could be hours from now. This is on me. I let my guard down after years of perfect vigilance. One night of happiness, and I forgot who I am, what world we live in. I'll never make that mistake again." I lock eyes with the one holding Sienna, the bastard who's got his filthy hands on her. His face is masked, but I can see the coldness in his eyes. Professional, not some random thug Sterling picked up off the street. "So what's the plan here?" I ask, keeping my voice casual despite the blood dripping down my face. "You break in, tie me up, terrorize a woman, and then what? Just stand around looking stupid." The leader, the one not holding Sienna, steps forward and backhands me across the face. Pain explodes across my cheek, but I laugh through bloody teeth. "That the best you got?" I taunt, spitting blood onto his shoes. My grandmother hits harder. I need to keep them talking, keep them focused on me instead of Sienna. Every second they're distracted is another second I have to work on these zip ties. "You're waiting for orders, aren't you?" I say, watching their reactions carefully. The smallest one shifts his weight. Bingo. Sterling hasn't decided what to do with us yet. That's why you're standing around with your dicks in your hands. The one holding Sienna tightens his grip, making her wince. My blood boils, but I force myself to stay calm. "Shut the fuck up," he growls. "No, I don't think I will," I reply, my voice dropping dangerously low. "Because here's what's going to happen. Sterling's going to call. He's going to tell you to bring Sienna to him and kill me. And then you're all going to die. The leader chuckles, but there's uncertainty in it. Big talk from a man unable to stand up from that fucking chair, Feretti. I'm just stating facts, I say with a cold smile. You broke into my house. You put your hands on what's mine. There's no scenario where you walk away from this. One of them checks his phone, confirming my suspicion. They're waiting for instructions. Sterling must be desperate, I continue, feeling the zip tie giving slightly. Sending you in without a clear plan. What did he tell you? Grab the girl and wait. Not very thorough. The leader steps closer, pressing his gun under my chin. One more word, and I'll blow your fucking head off. I grin up at him, unafraid. Go ahead. Pull the trigger. See how he rewards failure. His hesitation tells me everything. They need me alive. For now. That's their mistake. I glance at Sienna, trying to convey strength despite my position. Her eyes are wide with fear, but there's something else there too. Trust. She believes in me. I won't let her down again. I see the shift in Sienna's eyes, that subtle hardening of resolve I've come to recognize. She's going to make a move. My heart hammers against my ribs as I watch her gather herself, muscles tensing beneath that thin blanket. I need to use the bathroom, she says, voice small but steady. The guard loosens his grip slightly. Too fucking bad. In that fraction of a second, when his attention wavers, she twists away, blanket slipping as she makes a desperate lunge toward the hallway. Sienna, don't! I start, but it's too late. The bastard's hand shoots out, grabbing a fistful of her dark hair, yanking her backward with such force she cries out. My vision goes red at the edges. You need to fucking behave, he snarls, twisting her hair tighter, or I'll have to hurt you. Understand? Sienna's face contorts in pain, tears welling in her eyes as she nods frantically. Something breaks loose inside me, something dark and vicious that I usually keep carefully chained. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, low and menacing, building until it fills the room. All three men turn to stare at me. Something funny, Feretti? The leader asks. My laughter dies abruptly, replaced by a smile that feels like a knife slash across my face. You just signed your death warrant, I say, voice eerily calm. Touching her hair like that? Big mistake. Huge. The man holding Sienna shifts uncomfortably. See, I was going to kill you quickly before, I continue, leaning forward in my chair. 1 bullet each. Clean. Professional. But now, I shake my head slowly. Now I'm going to take my time with you. I'll start with your fingers, 1 joint at a time, then your toes. Then we'll see how creative I can get. Shut the fuck up, the leader snaps, but I can see the uncertainty in his eyes. You know who I am, I say, my voice dropping to a whisper that forces them to lean in. You know what my family does, what I do. You think zip ties and guns protect you from me, from what's coming. I lock eyes with the one gripping Sienna's hair. Let her go now, or I swear to God, I'll make you beg for death before this day is over.
Sienna. The man throws his head back, a harsh laugh echoing through the room, but I see it. The flicker in his eyes when Enzo threatens him, a hairline crack in his confidence. You think your threats scare me, Feretti? His voice carries a false bravado. We both know who holds the cards here. He turns to me, eyes traveling over the blanket I clutch against my body. The way he looks at me makes my skin crawl worse than the cold air against my wet skin. "And you," he sneers, crouching down to my level where I sit on the floor, "too stupid to run away from Daddy properly, weren't you? All this trouble, and for what? To end up right back where you started?" My throat tightens at the mention of my father. The confidence in his voice tells me everything I need to know. Henry sent them. My escape attempt failed. The brief taste of freedom with Enzo will soon become just another bittersweet memory to haunt me. "Do you even know?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. "Do you know what Henry did to me?" The man's lips curl into a smile that chills me to the bone. He leans closer, his breath hot against my face. "Of course I know, sweetheart. Everyone in the inner circle knows what happens to Henry Sterling's special projects." His eyes gleam with something dark and hungry. "Been waiting for my turn for a long time. Maybe once we deliver you back, I'll ask for a little bonus payment. Something more personal." The implication in his words hits me like a physical blow. This man knows everything. The parties, the business associates, the locked rooms. He knows what Henry has done to me, what he's made me do, and he wants the same. Something snaps inside me. Years of fear and compliance give way to a white-hot rage that burns through my veins. Without thinking, I gather every ounce of saliva in my mouth and spit directly into his face. The glob lands on his cheek, sliding down toward his mouth. For a moment, he freezes, shock registering in his eyes. "You fucking bitch!" he snarls, wiping his face with the back of his hand. The man's fist connects with my cheek, a blinding flash of pain that sends me sprawling onto the floor. The blanket slips, exposing my shoulder as I instinctively curl into myself. The metallic taste of blood fills my mouth, where my teeth cut into the inside of my cheek. "Don't fucking touch her," Enzo roars, his voice thundering through the room. I've never heard such raw fury. Through watery eyes, I see him thrashing against his restraints, the zip ties cutting into his wrists as he struggles. Blood trickles down his hands, but he doesn't seem to notice or care. "I swear to God I will kill you slowly for that," Enzo continues, his voice dropping to something more dangerous than his shout. "I will cut off your hands and feed them to you piece by piece." The cold calculation in his tone makes even me shiver. This isn't empty bravado. It's a promise from a man who knows exactly how to fulfill it. The man turns to Enzo, momentarily distracted from me. He sneers, raising his hand again, this time poised to strike me harder. "Let's see how many threats you make when I really give her something to cry about." I flinch, raising my arm to shield my face, the blanket now clutched desperately to my chest with my other hand. My cheek throbs with each heartbeat, and I taste more blood as I bite down on my lip to keep from crying out. This pain is familiar, an old friend I've known for years. Henry's men have always been encouraged to discipline me when necessary. The difference now is having someone fight for me, someone who looks at my pain and feels rage instead of satisfaction. I catch Enzo's eyes over the man's shoulder. The intensity there isn't just anger, it's something deeper, something that makes me feel seen in a way I never have before. Even tied to a chair, bleeding and outnumbered, he's still trying to protect me. The man's hand hovers in the air, ready to strike again, his face twisted with cruel anticipation. I brace myself for the impact, knowing from experience that showing fear only makes it worse. Chapter 24. Sienna. Pain pulses through my head as consciousness creeps back. The world spins behind my closed eyelids. Muffled sounds filter in, grunts, thuds, the crack of bone meeting bone. A body crashes near me, making the floorboards shake. My eyes flutter open to a blurred scene of chaos. Dark shapes move in violent ballet through my swimming vision. The metallic scent of blood fills my nostrils. "You're dead," a voice growls. Enzo's voice, but different, raw, feral. The sound of flesh hitting flesh follows. I blink hard, trying to clear my sight. 2 men lie motionless nearby, their limbs at unnatural angles. Another flies past, propelled by unseen force, and slams into the wall with a sickening crunch. Through the haze, I make out Enzo's form. Blood runs down his wrists where the ropes cut deep. But he moves like a predator unleashed. His fist connects with an attacker's jaw. The crack echoes through my skull. "Where is he?" Enzo demands, lifting someone by their throat. "Where's Henry?" The man chokes out something unintelligible before going limp. Enzo drops him like garbage. More thuds, more bodies falling. My head throbs with each impact. I try to push myself up, but my arms shake too much to hold my weight. The room keeps tilting sideways. Through my wavering vision, I watch Enzo systematically destroy the men who hurt me. His movements are precise, lethal. Nothing like the controlled businessman I've known. This is someone else, something else, a demon of vengeance wearing his skin. The violence continues around me, a symphony of breaking bones and pained screams. I should be terrified. Instead, a small part of me feels safe. For the first time, the brutality isn't directed at me. It's in defense of me. My head drops back to the floor as darkness creeps in again. The last thing I see is Enzo standing among the fallen, chest heaving, knuckles dripping red. I struggle to focus as Damiano's face swims into view. His lips move, asking something, but the words sound distant and garbled. My head still pounds from the blow, making it hard to piece together what happened after I blacked out. Sienna. Damiano's voice finally breaks through the fog. "Are you hurt? Can you hear me?" Before I can answer, strong arms slide under my body. The familiar scent of Enzo's cologne wraps around me as he lifts me against his chest. My fingers curl instinctively into his shirt, still damp with blood. His or theirs, I'm not sure. "I've got you," he murmurs, his voice steady and sure despite what he just endured. I know he must be in agony from the rope cuts and the fight, but his arms remain rock solid around me, not betraying a single tremor. "Enzo, your wrists!" I try to pull back to check his injuries, but he holds me tighter. "Don't worry about me." His tone brooks no argument. Looking up at his face, I see no trace of the savage fury from earlier. His expression is composed, controlled, as if he hadn't just torn through a room of armed men with his bare hands. My head spins again, and I press it against his shoulder. He adjusts his grip, cradling me closer. If the movement causes him any pain, he doesn't show it. His heartbeat thrums, strong and steady against my cheek, grounding me in the chaos. I drift in and out of consciousness as voices discuss my fate around me, still cradled in Enzo's arms. "We need to move, now." Damiano's authoritative tone cuts through my haze. "The house is secured. Zoe and Lucrezia are there with our security detail." "I've got her," Enzo says, his chest rumbling against my cheek as he speaks. Despite his injuries, his grip remains steady as he carries me toward what I assume is their car. The leather seat is cool against my skin as Enzo settles me in the back, sliding in beside me. My head automatically finds his shoulder again, seeking that anchor of safety. "Alessio," Damiano's voice rings out. "Clean this up, all of it. Make sure there's nothing left to trace." I hear car doors opening and closing, then Damiano's weight shifts the vehicle as he gets in. The engine purrs to life, and we're moving. Through half-closed eyes, I watch houses blur past the window, my mind struggling to process everything that just happened. The adrenaline is wearing off, making every bruise and ache more pronounced. My cheek throbs where that man struck me, but somehow the pain feels distant compared to the shocking violence I witnessed. Enzo's transformation from controlled businessman to lethal fighter replays in my mind. He'd torn through those men like they were nothing, all because they'd hurt me. No one has ever fought for me before. I press closer into Enzo's side, feeling his arm tighten around me protectively. His shirt is still damp with blood beneath my cheek, but I don't care. For the first time in my life, I feel truly safe, even as we're fleeing from danger. The irony isn't lost on me. I've found safety with people most would run from in terror. But after what I've survived, perhaps it takes monsters to protect you from other monsters.
Enzo. I grip Sienna tighter against my chest as Damiano drives through the night. The car's engine hums quietly, matching the silence that's fallen over us. My brother keeps his eyes on the road, his knuckles white against the steering wheel. He doesn't say a word, and I'm fucking grateful for it. Damiano always knows when to shut up. It's one of his better qualities, understanding when words will only make things worse. Right now, any question about what happened, any comment about Sterling, would just be salt in an open wound. Sienna's awake now, her body no longer limp in my arms. Her breathing has steadied, but I feel the slight tremors running through her. She's crying, so fucking silently, I wouldn't know if I couldn't feel the wetness soaking through my shirt. No sobs, no sounds, just tears sliding down her face, like she's learned to grieve without making a single noise. It breaks something inside me. "You're safe," I whisper into her hair, keeping my voice low enough that only she can hear. "I've got you." Her fingers curl into my shirt, holding on like I might disappear. The streetlights flash across her face in rhythmic intervals, illuminating tracks of tears on her cheeks. Each one is like a knife to my gut. I should have protected her better. I should have anticipated Sterling would find us. I run my thumb gently across her cheek, wiping away a tear. The bruise forming on her face from that bastard's hand makes my blood boil all over again. I wish I'd killed them all slower. "Almost there," Damiano says, the first word spoken since we got in the car. Sienna doesn't acknowledge him, just burrows deeper against my chest. Her silent tears continue, and I wonder how many times she's cried like this, without sound, without comfort, without anyone knowing. The thought makes me tighten my hold on her. The car turns onto our private road, and I catch sight of the house through the trees. Lights are on inside, Lucrezia and Zoe waiting for us. I glance down at Sienna, her blue eyes vacant as she stares at nothing. "Hey," I say softly, tilting her chin up so she looks at me. "No one's going to touch you again. Not while I'm breathing." For a moment, something flickers in her eyes, a tiny spark of trust fighting through the fog of trauma. She doesn't speak, but her silent tears slow. It's not much, but it's something. As Damiano pulls up to the house, I make a silent vow. Henry Sterling is a dead man walking. He just doesn't know it yet. The car rolls to a stop in front of our secure house. I keep Sienna cradled against me as Damiano kills the engine and jumps out to open my door. "I've got her," I say, sliding out carefully while keeping her close. The front door flies open before we reach it. Lucrezia rushes down the steps, her face pale with worry. Her eyes lock on Sienna's huddled form in my arms, and I see the flash of recognition, the same haunted look that lived in my sister's eyes for months after her own attack. "Bring her inside," Lucrezia says, her voice steady, despite the emotion I can see swimming in her eyes. I carry Sienna through the doorway, the warm light of the house a stark contrast to the darkness we left behind. Zoe stands in the entryway, her expression grim as she takes in Sienna's state and my bloodied wrists. "Doctor, Romano is waiting in the living room," she tells me. Lucrezia steps forward, arms outstretched. "Let me take her, Enzo." I hesitate, reluctant to let Sienna go. She stopped crying, but her body trembles against mine like a leaf in a storm. Her fingers still clutch my shirt, knuckles white with tension. "Sienna," I murmur. "Lucrezia going to help you now." Slowly, her grip loosens. I lower her gently until her feet touch the floor, keeping my hands on her waist to steady her. The moment she's standing, Lucrezia wraps her arms around her. Sienna freezes for a second before collapsing into the embrace, her entire body shaking uncontrollably now. "I've got you," Lucrezia whispers, echoing my earlier words. "You're safe here." Dr. Romano appears from the living room, medical bag in hand. His eyes narrow as he assesses me. "Bed. Now," he commands, pointing toward the hallway. "Those wrists need immediate attention, and I need to check that shoulder wound." I don't move, my eyes still on Sienna. "Enzo," Zoe says firmly, stepping closer to Sienna and Lucrezia. "Go. We'll take care of her." She turns to Sienna, her voice softening. "Let's get you to my room. We'll clean you up and find you some fresh clothes." Something in Zoe's tone seems to reach Sienna. The violent trembling subsides slightly, and she pulls back from Lucrezia's embrace. She takes a deep, shuddering breath, her first sign of regaining control since the attack. "Thank you," Sienna says, her voice barely audible, but steady. The gratitude in those two simple words hits me like a physical force. After everything she's been through tonight, because of me, because I failed to protect her, she still finds the strength to thank us. "Go," Lucrezia mouths to me over Sienna's head. "We've got this." I watch as Lucrezia and Zoe lead Sienna away, her small frame looking even more fragile between them. Every instinct screams at me to follow, to keep her in my sight, but I force myself to stay put. "Let's go, Feretti," Dr. Romano says, gesturing toward the hallway. "Those wrists need immediate attention." "I'm fine," I tell him, flexing my hands. The movement sends fresh pain shooting up my arms, but I don't flinch. "It's just some cuts from the zip ties." Romano gives me a look that says he's not buying my bullshit. "And the blood soaking through your shirt? That's just a fashion statement." I glance down, noticing for the first time the dark stain spreading across my left shoulder. One of those fuckers must have grazed me during the fight. The adrenaline had masked the pain until now. "It's nothing," I insist, but Romano is already setting his medical bag on the side table. "Shirt off. Now." Damiano steps forward, his expression leaving no room for argument. "Let him check you, Enzo. You're no good to anyone if you bleed out." Reluctantly, I pull my shirt over my head, wincing as the movement pulls at the wound. Romano whistles low as he examines my shoulder. "Bullet wound?" "Probably just a graze," I mutter as he prods the area. Romano cleans the wound with antiseptic, the sting making my jaw clench. His hands move with practiced efficiency as he examines the damage. "You're lucky," he says finally. "The bullet only scratched you. Deep enough to bleed, but no serious damage." He applies a clean dressing, then moves to my wrists, cleaning the raw skin where I'd torn through the restraints. The silence stretches between us as he works, broken only by the distant murmur of women's voices from somewhere in the house. "That should hold you," Romano says, taping the lost bandage in place. "Try not to get into any more gunfights tonight." "We done here?" I ask, already standing. He nods, packing his supplies. "You'll live." "Good. Go check on Sienna," I tell him, pulling on a clean shirt Damiano hands me. "Make sure she's okay." "I will," Romano promises, closing his bag. "But but she'll need more than just physical care. I meet his eyes, understanding the weight behind his words. I know. As Romano heads toward the women's voices, I turn toward the hallway. My body aches, but my mind is racing. I need to think, to plan our next move. I head straight for Damiano's room, knowing my brother will follow. Sterling's men found us once. They'll find us again unless we end this now. I pace the length of Damiano's room, my mind racing faster than my feet. The walls feel too close, the air too thick. Every cell in my body wants to be back with Sienna, but I need answers first. Sit down before you fall down, Damiano orders, pointing to the chair across from him. I'm fine, I growl, but the room tilts slightly, reminding me I've lost more blood than I'd like to admit. Sit. The fuck. Down. This time his tone leaves no room for argument. I drop into the chair, wincing as my shoulder protests the movement. How did you know to come? How did you find us? Damiano leans forward, elbows on his knees. I had an alarm system installed at the country house last month. Silent trigger, connects directly to my phone. What? I stare at him. You never told me. I was going to. Just never got around to it. He shrugs. After what happened with Lucrezia, I've been upgrading security everywhere. The pieces click together in my head. So when those bastards broke in, the alarm triggered. I got the alert on my phone and called you immediately. When you didn't answer, I knew something was wrong. Damiano runs a hand through his hair. They were sloppy, Enzo. Professional enough to get past the front security. But then they waited. Waited? They delayed entering the house. Spent almost 15 minutes scoping the place out first. That's the only reason I got there in time. His eyes darken. They were waiting for orders. Sterling. I spit the name like poison. Probably. They weren't supposed to kill you. At least not right away. They were there to grab Sienna and wait for further instructions. Damiano's jaw tightens. If they'd gone in guns blazing, you'd both be dead. I close my eyes, the image of Sienna being dragged naked down the stairs, flashing through my mind. The terror in her eyes, the bruise forming on her cheek. My hands curl into fists, reopening the cuts on my wrists. Sterling's going to pay for this, I say, my voice deadly calm. Every mark on her body, every tear she's shed, he'll pay for all of it. Damiano watches me carefully. We need to be smart about this, Enzo. Sterling has connections, powerful ones. I don't care if he's friends with the fucking president, I snap. He's a dead man. I lean back in the chair, the pain in my wrists a dull throb compared to the rage burning through me. Damiano's eyes are fixed on me, searching my face. Do you even know what we're dealing with here, Enzo? He asks, his voice low and serious. Sterling isn't just some street thug. He's connected. I know exactly what we're dealing with, I say, memories of that bastard's words to Sienna flashing through my mind. Or at least, I can fucking guess. I stand up, unable to stay still, and move to the window. Outside, the night is quiet, peaceful, a stark contrast to the storm raging inside me. That piece of shit who hit her, I start, my voice tight with controlled fury. He knew things, said he knew about Sterling's special projects, the way he looked at her. My fist clenches at the memory, like she was merchandise. Damiano's expression darkens. Human trafficking? That's what Noah's intel suggested. I turn to face my brother. But it's worse than that. The way that asshole talked to her, the things he said. This wasn't just about Sterling selling strangers. He was selling his own daughter. The words hang in the air between us, ugly and raw. He told her she'd never really escape, I continue, each word like acid on my tongue. That Sterling would always find her, called her Sterling's favorite asset, said men paid good money for her. Damiano curses under his breath, running a hand through his hair. And the way Sienna reacted. I shake my head, remembering her vacant stare, the silent tears. It wasn't new to her, Damiano. The fear, the resignation. She's lived with this for years. I pace the room, my mind racing through the pieces of this sick puzzle. Those scars on her body weren't just from beatings. Some looked like she was branded, marked as property. The words taste like poison. Sterling's been using his own daughter as a commodity, renting her out to the highest bidder. Damiano's eyes meet mine, and I see the same murderous rage I feel reflected there. Her mother, I say suddenly, remembering Sienna's plea during our game of truth or dare. She begged to know where her mother is. Sterling's got her locked away somewhere, probably to control Sienna. I stand by the window, staring out into the darkness, my mind racing with plans for Sterling's destruction. The rage hasn't subsided. It's transformed into something colder, more focused. We're officially at war with Henry Sterling, Damiano says behind me, his voice deadly calm. Once Sienna tells us everything, we'll plan our next moves carefully. I turn to face my brother. There's no going back from this. I know. Damiano's eyes meet mine. I saw how you handled that man who hit her. I've never seen you like that before. I remember the moment, the sound of my fist connecting with that bastard's face, the way his nose shattered under my knuckles, the primal satisfaction of making him pay for touching what's mine. You crossed a line tonight, Damiano continues, studying me. Not that I blame you, but it was different from your usual calculated violence. What's your point? I ask, though I already know. Damiano leans forward. My point is that I saw how you looked at her, how you protected her. Sienna is family now. That's what I realized watching you with her. The word family hits me harder than I expect. In our world, family means everything. It's who you kill for, die for, live for. She's mine, I say simply, the words feeling right as they leave my mouth. And I will have my revenge for what was done to her. Our revenge, Damiano corrects. Sterling has touched our family. That makes this personal for all of us. I nod, grateful for my brother's support, but knowing that ultimately, this is my fight. Sterling will die by my hand, no one else's. When we move against Sterling, we need to be strategic, Damiano says. He has powerful friends, political connections. I don't give a fuck who his friends are, I snap. Every single person who hurt her, who stood by while she was abused, who profited from her pain, they're all dead men walking. Damiano doesn't argue. He knows me well enough to recognize when my mind is made up. For now, we protect her, he says. Then we let her tell us everything in her own time. And then we destroy Henry Sterling, I finish. Not just kill him. Destroy everything he's built. Take his empire, his reputation, his legacy. Make him watch as it all burns before I put a bullet in his head.
Chapter 25. Sienna. The warm water embraces my aching body as I sink deeper into the tub, letting the heat seep into my bruised skin. Each breath feels like a small victory after what happened at Enzo's house. The memory of those men's hands on me makes my stomach turn, but I push it away, focusing instead on the lavender scent filling the bathroom. When the water begins to cool, I reluctantly pull myself out, wrapping a plush towel around my body. My reflection in the mirror shows a face I barely recognize, pale, with a darkening bruise on my cheek where that man struck me. I touch it gently, wincing at the tenderness. I open the bathroom door and freeze. Lucretia and Zoe sit on the edge of the bed, talking in hushed tones. Between them stands an older man with silver-streaked hair and kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. He carries a black medical bag. "There she is," Lucretia says, her voice gentler than usual. "Sienna, this is Dr. Romano. He's here to check you over." My hand tightens around the towel. "I'm fine." "You're not," Zoe counters firmly. "That bastard hit you hard enough to knock you out." Dr. Romano steps forward, his movements careful, measured. "I won't hurt you, Miss Sterling. I just need to make sure there's no serious damage." I look to Lucretia, searching her face for reassurance. Something in her eyes, a shared understanding of violation, makes me nod slightly. "Can I keep the towel on?" I ask. "Of course," Dr. Romano answers. "I only need to examine your face and any other areas where you were struck." I sit on the edge of the bed while he checks my pupils with a small light, his touch clinical and impersonal. He examines the bruise on my cheek, then asks me to show him any other injuries. I reluctantly reveal my wrists, raw from where they dragged me, and my shoulder that aches from being yanked down the stairs. "Deep breath," he instructs, listening to my lungs. Again. When he finishes, he steps back with a small nod. "The good news is I don't see anything concerning. The bruising will heal, and there's no sign of concussion. I recommend rest and some anti-inflammatory medication for the pain." Relief washes through me. "So I'm okay?" "Physically, yes." He removes some pills from his bag and hands them to Lucretia. "These will help with pain and swelling. Take them with food, twice daily." After packing up his supplies, Dr. Romano exchanges a few quiet words with Lucretia that I can't hear, then leaves with a reassuring smile in my direction. As Dr. Romano leaves, an uncomfortable silence fills the room. I clutch the towel tighter around me, suddenly aware of how exposed I feel. "I should get dressed," I murmur, glancing toward the closet, wondering if any clothes would fit me. Zoe stands up, smoothing her hand over the small but noticeable bump of her stomach. "I'll go grab you something to wear for now. My pre-pregnancy clothes should fit you." She pauses, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. "And when you're feeling better, we need to order you some new clothes. You can't keep wearing borrowed things." "You don't have to," I start, but she waves away my protest. "Don't be silly. Every woman needs her own clothes." Zoe steps closer, and I notice how she protectively cups her belly with one hand. "How far along are you?" I ask before I can stop myself. A genuine smile lights up her face. "Just starting my 3rd month." She sits beside me on the bed, close enough that I can smell her light floral perfume, but not so close that I feel trapped. Zoe reaches out slowly, telegraphing her movement before gently taking my hand. Unlike the rough grip of those men, her touch is soft, warm. "Listen, Sienna, I know we barely know each other, but I want you to understand something." Her green eyes hold mine steadily. "What happened today wasn't your fault. None of this is your fault." My throat tightens as unexpected tears threaten. I blink them back. "This family protects its own," she continues, her voice quiet but firm. "And right now, that includes you." I don't know what to say. The concept of being protected rather than controlled feels foreign, impossible. Zoe squeezes my hand once before standing. "I'll be right back with those clothes." She pauses at the door, exchanging a look with Lucrezia before slipping out. Once Zoe leaves, Lucrezia sits beside me on the bed, careful to maintain a respectful distance. Her dark eyes, so similar to Enzo's, study me with concern. "How are you really feeling?" she asks, her voice soft. I pull the towel tighter around my shoulders. "I don't know. Everything happened so fast." Lucrezia nods, tucking a strand of her long hair behind her ear. "I understand. When you're ready to talk about it, about any of it, I'm here. Sometimes it helps to speak with someone who—" She hesitates, her fingers absently tracing the pattern on the bedspread. "Someone who understands certain things." The weight of what she's offering settles between us. I remember what Enzo told me about her attack, the trauma she survived. "Thank you," I say, meaning it, "but I think I need to talk to Enzo first." Her eyebrows lift slightly. "Enzo?" "Well, he's probably still with Dr. Romano getting his wrists treated." A small smile plays at her lips. "My brother can be a bit intense." "A bit?" I can't help the small laugh that escapes. "Okay, a lot intense," Lucrezia admits, her smile widening. "He's overprotective to the point of suffocation sometimes. When I started dating again after everything, he actually followed me to a coffee shop and sat 3 tables away, wearing sunglasses indoors, like some cartoon detective." The image makes me smile despite everything. "Did you call him out?" "Better." I pretended not to notice, then asked the barista to send him a pink frothy unicorn drink from his secret admirer. Lucrezia's eyes sparkle with mischief. He was so committed to his cover that he actually drank it while glaring at my date over the whipped cream. I laugh, surprising myself with the sound. "Don't let the scary Mafia boss act fool you," she continues. "Deep down, he's a good man, just wound way too tight." She leans closer, as if sharing a secret. "Did you know he stress bakes? Midnight kitchen raids will sometimes reveal him making tiramisu while muttering about business rivals." "Really?" I try to picture Enzo in an apron, dusting cocoa powder with the same intensity he shows when threatening people. "Really, the angrier he is, the more elaborate the dessert." Lucrezia winks. "If you ever see him making a croquembouche, run for cover." I manage a small smile at Lucrezia's stories about Enzo, but uncertainty gnaws at me. "I appreciate everything you're doing, but—" I hesitate, picking at a loose thread on the towel. "I know Damiano doesn't really want me here. I'm causing problems for your family." Lucrezia rolls her eyes dramatically. "Don't worry about Damiano. My oldest brother always looks like he's plotting someone's murder. It's just his face. Damiano thinks breathing is dangerous," Lucrezia counters with a dismissive wave. "Trust me, my big brother is way worse than Enzo when it comes to the whole brooding Mafia boss routine." She shifts on the bed, tucking her legs underneath her. "You should have seen him before Zoe came along. Complete nightmare. Always scowling, barking orders, terrifying everyone." A mischievous grin spreads across her face. "Now, total teddy bear whenever she's around." "Really?" I find that hard to believe. "Oh yeah, the man who once made a rival piss himself with just a look? I caught him last week practicing how to assemble a crib while watching YouTube tutorials." Lucrezia laughs, the sound bright and genuine. "And don't get me started on how he follows Zoe around asking if she needs water or a snack or to put her feet up." I can't help but smile at the image. He doesn't seem like the doting husband type. "That's because you haven't seen him when he thinks no one's watching. He wants everyone to believe he's this dangerous, untouchable boss." She lowers her voice conspiratorially. "But around Zoe, complete marshmallow. Yesterday, she mentioned craving strawberry gelato, and he literally sent 3 men to search every gelateria in the city at midnight." The contrast between the intimidating man I've seen and Lucrezia's description is so stark that I actually laugh. I can't picture it. "Just wait. You'll see it yourself soon enough." Lucrezia's expression softens. "That's how the Feretti men are, They act tough, but when they care about someone, they'd move mountains. I sit on the bed, clutching the towel around me while Lucrezia tells me more stories about her brothers. There's something soothing about her chatter, the way she speaks about her family with exasperated affection. It feels normal, something I haven't experienced in years. A soft knock interrupts us, and Zoe returns, her arms laden with clothes. She dumps them on the bed beside me with a satisfied smile. I might have gone a bit overboard, she admits, spreading out the items. There are jeans, t-shirts, sweaters, even a couple of dresses. I wasn't sure what you'd prefer, so I brought options. I run my fingers over a soft blue sweater. This is too much. Nonsense. These are just collecting dust in my closet now that nothing fits. She pats her small bump with a rueful smile. Might as well get some use out of them before I donate them. I notice tags still attached to several items. These are new. Zoe shrugs, not meeting my eyes. I may have gone shopping recently and bought the wrong sizes. You know how it is. She's lying, but the kindness behind it makes my throat tight. Thank you, I whisper, gathering the clothes closer. Take your time trying things on, Zoe says, heading toward the door. Fair warning, though. I don't know when I'll be able to wear any of these again, so keep what fits. I take the pile into the bathroom, overwhelmed by their generosity. After drying off, I select a pair of soft gray leggings and the blue sweater that caught my eye. The fabric feels luxurious against my skin. Nothing like the stiff, revealing clothes Henry always insisted I wear. When I step out of the bathroom, I freeze. Enzo stands by the window, his broad shoulders tense beneath his shirt. His wrists are bandaged, and there's a darkening bruise along his jawline. Despite his injuries, he radiates controlled power. Our eyes lock, and something shifts in his expression. Relief, maybe, or something deeper I can't name. Sienna, he says, my name soft on his lips. Lucretia clears her throat from where she sits on the edge of the bed. See? I told you she was fine. Zoe stands beside her, watching us with a knowing smile that makes heat rise to my cheeks. How are you feeling? Enzo asks, his deep voice gentler than I've ever heard it. I tug at the hem of the sweater, suddenly self-conscious. Better. How are your wrists? He glances down at the bandages as if just remembering they're there. They're fine. Nothing serious. The room falls silent, charged with unspoken words. Lucrezia and Zoe exchange glances, and I know they can feel it too, this strange, fragile thing growing between Enzo and me. Lucrezia stands up, giving Zoe a meaningful look. We should let you two talk. Absolutely, Zoe agrees, a little too quickly. I need to find Damiano anyway. He promised to help me pick something I need for the nursery room, and I'm not letting him off the hook. They slip out of the room, Lucrezia closing the door behind them with a soft click that seems to echo in the sudden silence. I stand awkwardly by the bathroom door, unsure what to do with my hands, my gaze, my body. Enzo takes a step toward me, then another. His movements are careful, deliberate, like he's afraid I might bolt. Maybe I would have before, but not now. Not after everything. I'm sorry, he says, his voice rough with emotion. I shake my head. You have nothing to apologize for. You saved me. I put you in danger. His jaw tightens. I should have been more careful. The security system. You couldn't have known. He's close enough now that I can see the flecks of gold in his hazel eyes, smell the faint scent of his cologne mixed with antiseptic from his bandages. His hands rise slowly, giving me time to step back if I want to. I don't. His fingers curl around my waist, warm and solid through the soft fabric of the sweater. My breath catches as he pulls me closer, our bodies nearly touching. I should have protected you better, he whispers, his breath warm against my face. When I saw him hit you. His grip tightens slightly, then relaxes. I've never felt rage like that before. I won't let anyone hurt you again, he promises, one hand leaving my waist to cup my cheek. Not Sterling, not anyone. Before I can respond, he leans down and captures my lips with his. The kiss is different from our others, not playful or passionate, but tender, apologetic. His lips move against mine with such gentleness that tears prick behind my eyelids. I rise on my tiptoes, pressing closer, my arms sliding around his neck. He makes a sound low in his throat, deepening the kiss as his arms encircle me completely, holding me like I'm something precious. When we finally break apart, he rests his forehead against mine, eyes closed. I'm going to keep you safe, he whispers. I swear it. I pull back from the kiss, overwhelmed by the safety I feel in Enzo's arms. His eyes search mine, and I see determination hardening his features. Sienna, he says, his voice gentle but firm. You need to tell me what's going on. All of it. I can't protect you properly if I don't know what we're dealing with. I take a deep breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. The thought of saying these things out loud makes my stomach twist, but Enzo deserves to know. He's risked everything for me already. Okay, I whisper, nodding slowly. I'll tell you everything. Enzo leads me to the bed and we sit side by side. He takes my hand in his thumb tracing circles on my skin. The small gesture gives me strength. I stare at our joined hands, trying to organize the chaos in my mind. How do I even begin to explain what my life has been? The words feel stuck in my throat, heavy with years of silence and shame. Take your time, Enzo says, squeezing my hand. Minutes pass as I gather my courage. The room is quiet except for our breathing. Finally, I lift my gaze to meet his. I was 14 when Henry told me that from now on I will bring money to the family, I say, my voice surprisingly steady despite the trembling in my chest. The memory floods back with painful clarity. Henry's cold eyes, the way he assessed me like merchandise, the birthday dress I'd been so proud of. I take a deep, shuddering breath, the memory rushing back with painful clarity. Enzo's hand in mine anchors me to the present, but my mind slips back to that night. The night everything changed. It was my 14th birthday, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Henry, my mother and I were having dinner. He'd been unusually pleasant all evening. I remember thinking maybe, just maybe, we might have a normal family celebration for once. I swallow hard, feeling the familiar tightness in my throat. We were having dessert when he said it. So casual, like he was discussing the weather. He told me that some men had asked him if they could have some company with me. The words taste bitter on my tongue. I didn't understand what he meant at first. I was so naive. Enzo's grip tightened slightly around my fingers, but he remained silent, giving me space to continue. My mother understood immediately. She started yelling at him, calling him a monster. I'd never seen her stand up to him like that before. A sad smile touches my lips for just a moment. She was so brave. I close my eyes, the scene playing out behind my eyelids in vivid detail. Henry just sat there at first, letting her scream. Then, without warning, he stood up and hit her. My voice cracks. Just slapped her across the face so hard she fell out of her chair. There was blood. Her lip was split open. And he just stood over her, completely calm, straightening his cuffs like he'd just brushed away a fly. I open my eyes, finding Enzo's gaze. The rage I see there isn't directed at me, but I still flinch slightly. That was the first night I understood what kind of man my father really was. I continue, and it was just the beginning. I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of memories pressing down on me. He brought a doctor for her that night, one of his private doctors who doesn't ask questions. My fingers tighten around Enzo's. That became a pattern. My mother would try to protect me, Henry would hurt her, then a doctor would come. Enzo's jaw clenches, but he stays silent, letting me continue. There were so many times when doctors came to our house, always different ones, always discreet. They'd treat her injuries, give her medication, and leave without a word. I stare at a spot on the wall, unable to meet Enzo's eyes. Sometimes they'd look at me with pity, but no one ever helped. They were all too afraid of Henry. I swallow hard, the memories flowing faster now that I've started. Up until I was 14, Henry never hit me, not once. A bitter laugh escapes me. I used to think that meant he loved me in his own way, that I was special somehow. I shake my head at my own naivety. But it wasn't love. It was my mother. She was always watching, always putting herself between us. She'd provoke him deliberately when she sensed his anger turning toward me. My voice breaks. She'd say something, do something to draw his attention back to her instead. Tears burn behind my eyes, but I blink them away. She sacrificed herself over and over again to keep me safe. Every bruise on her body was one I didn't have to bear. I looked down at our joined hands. But after that night, my birthday, everything changed. He started separating us more and more, making sure she couldn't interfere. I fall silent, remembering how helpless I felt watching my mother's protection slowly stripped away. "Your mother sounds incredibly brave," Enzo says softly, his thumb tracing gentle circles on my hand. "She was," I whisper. "She is. I have to believe she still is somewhere." I take a deep breath, squeezing Enzo's hand. My mother's story. I can't talk about all of it right now. I'll tell you the rest another time. Enzo nods, his expression softening. "Whenever you're ready." The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken horrors. His thumb traces gentle patterns on my skin, giving me courage. After that night, after my mother couldn't protect me anymore, Henry started... My voice catches. I force myself to continue, staring at our intertwined fingers rather than meeting Enzo's eyes. There were men who paid him to spend time with me. Enzo's body goes rigid beside me, his hand tightening around mine. "What kind of time?" he asks, his voice dangerously quiet. I swallow hard, the kind where I had to smile and be charming, look pretty, make them feel special. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Some wanted more than conversation. A muscle jumps in Enzo's jaw. "The man at the casino that night, the one who grabbed you, he was one of them?" I nod, feeling sick at the memory. "Do you know his name?" Enzo asks, his voice tight with controlled rage. Enzo shifts to face me fully, his eyes searching mine. The fury I see there should frighten me, but it doesn't. It's not directed at me. "How many?" he asks, simply. I look away. I stopped counting after a while. It became easier not to remember their faces. My voice drops to a whisper. Some were worse than others. Enzo's free hand gently turns my face back toward him. "I'm going to find them all," he says, his voice a promise and a threat wrapped into one. "Every single one." Enzo pulls me into his arms, his embrace tight yet gentle, mindful of my bruises. I stiffen for just a moment, a reflex born from years of fear, before melting against his chest. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat anchors me as the walls I've built around myself for so long begin to crumble. "I've got you," he whispers against my hair. "You're safe now." Something breaks inside me at those simple words. A dam I've been holding together through sheer will finally collapses, and tears flood my eyes. I try to hold them back. Crying has always been dangerous, but they spill over anyway, hot tracks down my cheeks. "I'm sorry," I gasp, trying to pull away to hide my weakness. Enzo doesn't let me go. His arms tighten around me, one hand cradling the back of my head. "Don't apologize. Not for this. Not ever. A sob tears from my throat, then another. Years of pain, fear, and loneliness pour out of me in waves I can't control. I clutch at his shirt, my fingers digging into the fabric as if I might drown without him to hold on to. I never had anyone to talk to, I choke out between sobs, not since they took my mother away. I was so alone. His hand strokes my hair, steady and comforting. You're not alone anymore. I couldn't tell anyone. There was no one I could trust. My words tumble out between ragged breaths. Henry made sure of that. Everyone around me either worked for him or was terrified of him. I press my face against Enzo's chest, inhaling his scent, letting it ground me. For years, I've kept everything locked inside. Every horrible thing he did, every person he sent me to. I had to pretend it wasn't happening. I had to smile and act like everything was normal. Enzo's body tenses at my words, but his touch remains gentle. You don't have to pretend anymore. Not with me. I lift my tear-stained face to look at him. I don't know how to do this, how to trust someone. I don't know if I remember how.
Chapter 26. Enzo. I watch Sienna's face as she finishes telling me about the nightmare she's lived through. Her eyes are red-rimmed, tears still clinging to her lashes. The weight of her confession hangs heavy between us. Fury burns in my chest, but I keep it carefully contained. She doesn't need my rage right now. You should get some rest, I tell her, my voice gentler than I usually allow. Your body needs to recover. She looks up at me, vulnerability written across her features. Will you stay? Just until I fall asleep. Something shifts inside me at her request. This woman who's been through hell still finds the courage to ask for what she needs. Fuck if that doesn't impress me. I'm not going anywhere, I promise, settling beside her on the bed. Sienna curls onto her side, facing me. Her dark hair spills across the pillow like ink. I resist the urge to touch it, to run my fingers through those silky strands. Instead, I just sit there, a silent guardian, as her breathing gradually slows. Her hand finds mine in the dim light, fingers curling around my palm. The trust in that simple gesture hits me like a physical blow. I give her hand a gentle squeeze. Thank you, she whispers, eyes already heavy with exhaustion. Sleep, I murmur. I've got you. It takes less than 10 minutes for her to drift off. Even in sleep, her face isn't entirely peaceful. Small furrows appear between her brows, her lips occasionally twitching, as if she's arguing with someone in her dreams. Fighting ghosts, even now. I carefully disentangle my hand from hers and rise from the bed. She stirs slightly, but doesn't wake. I stand there for a moment longer, watching the rise and fall of her chest, before I quietly slip from the room. The hallway feels colder somehow. I head downstairs, my mind racing with plans and calculations. Sterling is a dead man walking. He just doesn't know it yet. The rich aroma of garlic and herbs hits me as I approach the kitchen. Ettore is there, humming to himself as he chops vegetables with practiced precision. His blue eyes brighten when he spots me. Ah, Signor Enzo, I was just preparing some. I need you to make something for Sienna, I interrupt, leaning against the doorframe. Something light but nourishing. She hasn't eaten properly in God knows how long. Ettore nods, already shifting gears. The poor piccola, perhaps a light minestrone, with some fresh bread. Good for the body and soul. Perfect. When it's ready, let me know. I'll take it up to her. Of course, of course. He waves a wooden spoon at me. Now out of my kitchen. I need to work my magic. I almost smile at his familiar bossiness. Almost. But the weight of Sienna's story presses down on me, making even the smallest lightness feel wrong somehow. Ettore, I say, pausing at the doorway. Make it special. He looks up, understanding crossing his face. For her, only my best, Signor Enzo. Only my best. I head straight for Damiano's study, my footsteps heavy with purpose. The weight of Sienna's confession sits like lead in my chest, fueling a rage I'm barely containing. When I push open the door, I find them all waiting for me. Damiano behind his desk, Zoe perched on the arm of his chair, Lucrezia on the leather couch, and Alessio standing by the window. 4 pairs of eyes lock onto me as I enter. How is she? Lucrezia asks immediately. Sleeping, I say, dropping into the empty chair across from Damiano. Finally. Alessio pushes off from the window. Did she tell you anything? I run a hand over my face, feeling the stubble that's grown over the past few days. Everything. Fuck. I wish she hadn't. Damiano leans forward, his expression grim. We need to know, Enzo. I nod, drawing in a deep breath. The words taste like poison on my tongue. Sterling's been using her since she was 14. Her own fucking father. My hands clench into fists. Started on her birthday. Zoe's hand flies to her mouth. Lucrezia's face goes pale, her eyes haunted by memories of her own trauma. He'd bring men to the house, business associates, politicians, wealthy fuckers looking for... I can't finish the sentence. If she refused, he'd beat her. Her mother tried to protect her, but he'd just hurt them both. Jesus Christ, Alessio mutters, shaking his head. Damiano's expression hardens into something dangerous. And her mother? Noah found. She might be alive, locked away in some clinic. Human trafficking, Damiano says, his voice cutting through my violent thoughts. His eyes are hard as stone. It's something our family has been fighting against for years. We've taken down 3 major rings in the last decade alone. I nod sharply. And now we take down Sterling. I don't give a fuck who he is or what connections he has. I'm going to destroy him. My voice drops to a dangerous whisper. Him and every single man who laid a hand on her. Lucrezia leans forward, her delicate features hardened by determination. Sienna needs more than revenge, Enzo. She needs healing, safety, a chance to find her mother if she's still alive. She'll get all of that, I promise, meeting my sister's eyes. But Sterling doesn't get to breathe the same air as her anymore. That ends now. Zoe shifts closer to Damiano, one hand resting protectively over her barely visible pregnancy. We need to be careful. Men like Sterling don't go down easily. They have contingency plans, insurance policies. Zoe's right, Alessio interjects from his position by the window. We need a solid plan. Sterling's powerful, connected. We can't just go in guns blazing. He crosses his arms. We need to be smarter than him. Agreed, Damiano says with a nod. This needs precision. Lucrezia stands, smoothing her dress. I should check on Sienna. She shouldn't be alone when she wakes up. I'll come with you, Zoe says, rising from her perch on Damiano's chair. She gives her husband's shoulder a gentle squeeze before turning to me. We'll take care of her, Enzo. You focus on taking care of Sterling. I watch them leave, the door closing softly behind them. The room feels different without their presence. Colder, more dangerous. This is the space where we plan our darkest work. Now, Damiano says, leaning forward across his desk. Let's talk strategy. I watch Lucrezia and Zoe leave the room, a strange feeling settling in my chest. When did my little sister become this fierce, protective force? And Zoe, the woman who once wanted nothing to do with our world, now strategizing like she was born into it. Since when did Lucrezia and Zoe gain so much control in our Mafia business? I ask, turning back to Damiano and Alessio. They're giving orders like they run the place. Alessio's face breaks into a wide grin, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He chuckles, leaning against the bookshelf. Damiano has no fucking choice anymore. They've made quite the duo against him. Damiano mutters something in Italian under his breath, a particularly colorful curse involving Alessio's mother and a farm animal. Alessio throws his head back and laughs, the sound filling the room. See what I mean? The great Damiano Feretti, brought to his knees by his wife and sister. Vaffanculo, Damiano growls, but there's no real heat behind it. I catch the slight upward tilt at the corner of his mouth. He's proud of them, even if he'd never admit it. Zoe started asking questions about our operations after the Byron thing, Alessio explains, still grinning. And Lucrezia, well, after what happened to her, she wanted to be involved in the protection side of things. Together, they're fucking unstoppable. I shake my head, impressed despite myself. Remind me never to cross either of them. Smart man, Damiano says, finally allowing himself a small smile. Now, can we get back to the matter at hand? Sterling isn't going to destroy himself. I lean forward in my chair, the pieces of a plan clicking together in my mind. The familiar rush of strategy, the chess game I've played since I was old enough to understand our family business, courses through me. I have an idea, I say, my voice low and controlled, despite the rage still simmering beneath my skin.
Sienna. A soft knock pulls me from the edge of sleep. I blink away the heaviness, momentarily confused about where I am until the memories rush back. My confession to Enzo, the weight lifting from my chest as I finally spoke the truth aloud. The door opens slowly, and Lucrezia appears in the doorway. Her face is a careful mask, but I catch the flash of emotion in her eyes before she controls it. "May I come in?" she asks, her voice gentle. I nod, pulling myself up against the headboard. The bruises from earlier throb in protest. Lucrezia crosses the room with graceful steps and sits on the edge of the bed. Without hesitation, she reaches for my hands, taking them in hers. Her touch is warm, her fingers slender but strong as they wrap around mine. "Enzo told me," she says simply. I look down at our joined hands, unable to meet her gaze. Shame burns through me even though I know I have nothing to be ashamed of. It's a feeling I can't shake, like Henry's dirt will never wash off. "I understand," Lucrezia continues, her thumb tracing small circles on the back of my hand. "More than you know." I glance up, catching something raw and familiar in her expression, the same haunted look I see in my own reflection. Enzo mentioned, "Something happened to you too," I say hesitantly. She nods, her dark waves falling forward. Different circumstances, but the same violation. Her voice doesn't waver, but her grip tightens slightly. "I want you to know you're not alone here. Not anymore." The kindness in her voice makes my throat tight. I've spent so long being alone with my secrets, carrying the weight by myself, that the idea of sharing the burden feels foreign. "Does it ever go away?" I whisper. "The feeling that you're damaged?" Lucrezia's eyes meet mine directly. "It changes. Some days are better than others, but you learn to reclaim yourself piece by piece." She squeezes my hands. And it helps to have people who understand, who don't look at you differently. I swallow hard. I keep thinking about my mother, if she's alive, what Henry might be doing to her. We're going to find her, Lucretia says, with such conviction that I almost believe it's possible. The Ferettis protect their own. But I'm not. You are now. She cuts me off, her tone leaving no room for argument. Enzo has made that clear to everyone. I take a deep breath, trying to organize my scattered thoughts. The idea of having someone who might understand me, truly understand, feels like a lifeline I'm afraid to grasp. I've never had this before, I admit quietly, my voice barely above a whisper. Someone to talk to, I mean. Lucretia tilts her head slightly, her dark eyes attentive but not pushing. At Henry's house, there was just me. The words feel strange leaving my mouth, acknowledging the isolation that became so normal I stopped recognizing it as abnormal. The staff wouldn't talk to me. I think they were afraid of him. And the women who came and went, they avoided eye contact, like they knew what would happen to them if they formed connections. I twist the edge of the blanket between my fingers, finding comfort in the small movement. When things got really bad, I'd talk to myself sometimes, in mirrors or windows, just to hear a voice that wasn't his. I feel heat rising to my cheeks at this confession, but Lucretia doesn't look at me with pity or judgment. It sounds crazy, I know. It doesn't, she says firmly. You found a way to survive. There's nothing crazy about that. I look down at our still joined hands. I prefer this, having someone real to talk to, even if it hurts to say the words out loud. The words need air, Lucretia says softly. They fester inside you otherwise. I nod, understanding exactly what she means. Every confession feels like lancing a wound, painful but necessary for healing. I'd like to be that person for you, she continues. Someone you can talk to, whenever you need, about anything, not just the hard things. The offer brings unexpected tears to my eyes. It's such a simple thing, friendship that most people take for granted. But to me, it feels monumental. I'd like that, I manage to say through the tightness in my throat. Lucretia squeezes my hands gently, her eyes full of understanding. I'm here for you, Sienna. Whatever you want to share, whenever you're ready. No pressure, no expectations. I take a deep breath, feeling something shift inside me. The heaviness of my confession still lingers, but there's a new lightness too, like I've made space for something else. You know what? I say, surprising myself with a small laugh. At this point, I'd actually love to talk about normal things, the kind of stuff girls usually talk about with each other. Lucretia's face brightens, her smile genuine. Normal girl talk? I can definitely do that. I wouldn't even know where to start, I admit, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. I never had friends to talk with. What do girls usually discuss? She leans back slightly, making herself comfortable on the edge of the bed. Oh, everything. Books, movies, fashion, embarrassing stories. She tilts her head. Do you have a favorite movie? Or book? The question is so simple, yet I find myself having to think. I used to sneak romance novels from the library when I was younger, before everything got worse. I loved stories where people found happiness despite difficult circumstances. I'm a sucker for those too, Lucretia confesses. Damiano teases me mercilessly about my bookshelf full of happy endings. And music? I ask, eager to continue this normal conversation that feels so extraordinary to me. What do you listen to? Everything from classical to pop. I paint to different music depending on my mood. Her eyes light up. You should try painting sometime with me. I have supplies you could use. Lucretia offers, then laughs. Fair warning, though. I'm territorial about my studio space. Even Enzo knows better than to move my things around. The mention of Enzo brings warmth to my cheeks, which Lucrezia immediately notices. "Oh, speaking of my brother," she says with a knowing smile, "now we're getting to real girl talk territory." I feel my blush deepen. Lucrezia's eyes light up suddenly. "I just had an idea. Wait here." She rises from the bed with graceful movements and heads toward the door. "I have something I want to show you," she says over her shoulder. "I'll be right back." As the door closes behind her, I lean back against the pillows, feeling a strange warmth spreading through my chest. The conversation with Lucrezia has left me with an unfamiliar sensation, something light and hopeful that I barely recognize. I trace the pattern on the blanket with my fingertip, replaying our conversation. Normal girl talk. Such a simple thing that most women take for granted, yet for me, it feels like discovering water in a desert I've been wandering through my entire life. Minutes later, Lucrezia returns carrying something flat and wrapped in cloth. "I want you to have this," she says, carefully placing it on my lap. I unwrap the cloth to reveal a small painting, a sunrise over water with colors so vibrant they seem to pulse with life. Strokes of gold and orange bleed into purple and blue, creating a horizon that feels like a promise. "It's beautiful," I whisper, running my fingers along the edge of the canvas. "I painted it after what happened to me," Lucrezia explains softly. "It was the first morning I woke up and felt like maybe I could heal someday." I look up at her, touched beyond words by the gesture. "I'll bring you more of my work tomorrow," she says, squeezing my hand, "and maybe some supplies if you'd like to try painting yourself." "I'd love that," I reply, surprised by how much I mean it. After Lucrezia leaves, I place the painting carefully on the nightstand, where I can see it from the bed. The colors catch the light, making the horizon line shimmer between darkness and dawn. A smile forms on my lips as I realize what's happening inside me. This feeling, this lightness, is what I've missed most of all. More than freedom from Henry, more than safety, even more than physical comfort. I found someone to talk to, someone who understands, someone who sees me as a person worth knowing. For the first time in years, I don't feel completely alone. The walls I've built so carefully around myself have a window now, small but letting in light. And that light feels like the beginning of something I'd almost forgotten could exist. I've barely had time to settle with the painting when Lucrezia returns, this time carrying a small stack of books. Her eyes brighten when she sees I've placed her artwork on the nightstand. "I thought you might like something to read," she says, sitting beside me on the bed. "Sometimes getting lost in someone else's story can be the best escape." She hands me the top book, a well-loved paperback with a cracked spine and dog-eared pages. The cover shows a woman standing on a cliff overlooking the ocean. "This one's my favorite," Lucrezia explains, tapping the cover. "It's about a woman who rebuilds her life after losing everything. The writing is beautiful and—" She pauses, tucking a strand of dark hair behind her ear. "I read it over and over during my recovery. It helped when nothing else did." I run my fingers over the worn cover, imagining Lucrezia finding comfort in these pages during her darkest moments. The thought that she's sharing something so personal with me makes my chest tighten with emotion. "There are a few others, too," she continues, gesturing to the small stack. "Some lighter reads for when you need a break from heavy thoughts. A mystery, a romance, and that one," she points to a book with a bright yellow spine, "will make you laugh out loud, I promise." I look down at the books, then back at Lucrezia's face. Her expression is open, kind, expecting nothing in return for her generosity. Something shifts inside me, a wall crumbling that I didn't even realize was still standing. Without overthinking, I lean forward and wrap my arms around her in a hug. It's awkward at first. I can't remember the last time I initiated physical contact with anyone, but Lucrezia immediately returns the embrace, her arms gentle but secure around my shoulders. "Thank you." I whisper against her hair, my voice thick with emotion. For the books, the painting, for understanding. Lucrezia holds me a moment longer before pulling back slightly, her eyes suspiciously bright. That's what friends are for, she says with a small smile. The word friends echoes in my mind, unfamiliar but welcome. I've never had a friend since I was little, never known what it's like to have someone who stands beside you rather than above or below you. The thought that Lucrezia might see me that way makes me feel both vulnerable and stronger at the same time. I'll let you rest, she says, squeezing my hand once more before standing. But I'm just down the hall if you need anything. I clutch the book to my chest, nodding gratefully as she heads toward the door.
Chapter 27. Enzo. I drag my tired body down the hallway, my muscles aching from the confrontation with Sterling's men. Damiano's hand claps my shoulder as we reach the main staircase. Get some rest, brother. We'll have dinner tomorrow night and discuss our next steps, he says, his voice carrying that familiar, authoritative tone. My path to Sienna's room takes me through the kitchen, where Ettore is humming some old Italian tune while stirring a pot that fills the room with a rich, savory aroma. Ah, just the man I was looking for, Ettore booms when he spots me. The minestrone for your little bird is ready. He ladles the steaming soup into a bowl, carefully arranging a small plate with fresh bread beside it on a tray. She needs to eat. Too skinny, that one. He wags a wooden spoon at me, like I'm personally responsible for her weight. This will put some meat on her bones. I take the tray, inhaling the familiar scent of tomatoes, basil, and garlic. Thanks, Ettore. Tell her I expect the bowl to come back empty, he calls after me. I balance the tray with my good hand as I make my way to Sienna's room. My knuckles still throb from the fight, but the pain feels distant compared to the rage still simmering inside me. Every detail Sienna shared about Sterling's abuse replays in my mind, fueling a murderous resolve I haven't felt since Lucretia's attack. I knock softly on her door before pushing it open. Sienna sits cross-legged on the bed, a book open in her lap. The afternoon light streaming through the window catches in her dark hair, creating a halo effect that makes my chest tighten. She looks up, her blue eyes meeting mine, and for a moment, I forget to breathe. Ettore sent soup, I say, lifting the tray slightly. He says you're too skinny. A ghost of a smile touches her lips. Is that a professional medical opinion? In this house, Ettore's food opinions carry more weight than most doctors' prescriptions. I set the tray down on the bedside table, careful not to spill. What are you reading? She tilts the book cover toward me. It's one of Lucrezia's romance novels. Any good? I ask, perching carefully on the edge of the bed. It's different. She marks her place with a finger. The hero isn't very realistic. Too perfect. Too patient. Her eyes meet mine again, and there's something vulnerable there that makes my heart race. No man waits so many pages to kiss the woman he wants. I can't help the smile that tugs at my lips. Her comment about the romance novel hero hits somewhere between amusement and recognition. Maybe he's just savoring the anticipation, I suggest, watching her eyes darken slightly at my words. Sienna sets the book aside, her fingers tracing the edge of the blanket. Enzo, I've been thinking. She pauses, eyes fixed on her hands before looking up at me. I want to help you take down Sterling. My body tenses immediately. No. But I know things, information that could help. His schedules, his contacts, the way he operates. Absolutely fucking not. The words come out sharper than I intended, and I see her flinch slightly. I take a breath, softening my tone. Sienna, you've already been through enough. This is my fight too, she insists, a flicker of determination hardening her delicate features. Maybe more than anyone's. I reach for her hand, careful not to disturb her bruises. Listen to me. The best thing you can do right now is focus on healing. Let us handle Sterling. But, no buts. I squeeze her fingers gently. Sterling and his men would use you as leverage in a heartbeat. I won't put you in that position. Her eyes flash with frustration. So I'm just supposed to sit here while you all risk your lives? Because of me. Not because of you. Because of him. I correct her firmly. What happened to you wasn't your fault, and this isn't your responsibility to fix. She pulls her hand away, wrapping her arms around herself. I don't want to be useless. You're not useless. I lean closer, making sure she meets my eyes. You survived. You got away. You trusted me enough to tell me the truth. That took more strength than most people have in their entire lives. Her eyes shine with unshed tears, but she doesn't look away. My family has been dealing with men like Sterling for generations, I continue. We have resources, connections, and experience. This is what we do. And what am I supposed to do? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. Eat Ettore's soup before it gets cold, I say, nodding toward the tray. And trust me to keep my promise to you. I stand to leave, letting Sienna have some space with her thoughts and Ettore's soup. My hand reaches for the doorknob when an idea strikes me. Give me a minute, I tell her, not waiting for a response as I step into the hallway. I move quickly through the house, heading for the garden where Geneva tends her prize flowers. She's always fussing over them like they're her children, threatening anyone who dares to pick them without permission. But today, I'm willing to risk her wrath. The garden is empty when I arrive, which is fortunate. I select a perfect red rose in full bloom, its petals velvety and rich with color. I carefully snap the stem, avoiding the worst of the thorns, though one still manages to nick my finger. A small price to pay. When I return to Sienna's room, I find her sitting up straighter, the soup bowl already half empty on the tray. Good. Ettore will be pleased. I step inside, holding the rose behind my back. Her eyes track my movement, curious and slightly wary, as always. But there's something else there too, a warmth that wasn't present before. With deliberate slowness, I approach the bed and reveal the rose, extending it toward her. Sienna's eyes widen, her lips parting slightly in surprise. She stares at the flower, then at me, as if trying to solve a complex puzzle. Is that for me? She asks, her voice hesitant, disbelieving. I pull the rose back slightly, tilting my head with exaggerated thoughtfulness. Actually, I was thinking of giving it to Alessio. He's been looking a bit down lately. Her face falls for just a fraction of a second before she catches the teasing in my eyes. A small, genuine smile breaks across her face, the kind that reaches her eyes and makes something in my chest tighten. You're terrible, she says, but there's no heat in her words. Terrible at lying, maybe. I extend the rose again. Of course it's for you. She takes it carefully, her fingers brushing against mine in the exchange. She brings it to her nose, inhaling its scent with closed eyes. It's beautiful, she whispers. Thank you. Careful of the thorns, I warn. They bite. Like you, she asks, a hint of playfulness in her voice that I've rarely heard. I grin, unable to help myself. Exactly like me. Dangerous on the outside, but worth the risk. I watch Sienna's expression shift, the soft wonder in her eyes suddenly replaced by something calculated and familiar. She sets the rose on the nightstand with deliberate care, then turns back to me. Her fingers reach for the top button of her borrowed shirt. I should thank you properly, she says, her voice taking on a hollow quality that sends ice through my veins. I catch her wrist before she can undo the button, my grip firm but gentle. What the fuck are you doing? I ask, unable to keep the edge from my voice. She looks confused, her eyes darting between my face and my hand on her wrist. I thought, isn't this what you want? The realization hits me like a punch to the gut. This is what Sterling and his men taught her, that gifts come with expectations, that kindness must be repaid with her body. I release her wrist and step back, needing distance to control the rage building inside me. No, I say firmly. That's not how this works. Her expression falters, uncertainty replacing the mechanical seduction. I don't understand. The rose is just a rose, Sienna. A gift, nothing more. I run a hand through my hair, struggling to keep my voice steady. You don't owe me anything for it. Not a thank you, not a fucking thing, and certainly not that. She pulls her knees to her chest, making herself smaller. I'm sorry. I thought... Don't apologize. The words come out harsher than I intended, and I take a deep breath. You have nothing to be sorry for. I sit on the edge of the bed again, careful to maintain enough distance that she doesn't feel crowded. Listen to me, I say, my voice quieter now. You deserve things, nice things, beautiful things, without having to earn them, without having to pay for them. Do you understand? Her eyes meet mine, confusion and disbelief evident in their blue depths. But why would you? Because that's how the real world works, I interrupt. Not the fucked up version Sterling showed you. The thought that she's been conditioned to believe she doesn't deserve even a simple flower without trading her body for it makes my blood boil. I want to put my fist through a wall, or better yet, through Sterling's face. I gave you that rose because I wanted to see you smile, I tell her, my voice gentler now. That's all. No strings attached. I take a deep breath, pushing down the fury that's not meant for her. The last thing Sienna needs is to think my anger is directed at her. I move closer on the bed, careful to keep my movements slow and deliberate. I'm not angry with you, I say, making sure to meet her eyes. I'm angry at what that bastard taught you to believe about yourself. Her shoulders relax slightly, but wariness still lingers in her expression. Sienna, listen to me. I reach for her hand, giving her plenty of time to pull away if she wants. She doesn't. What happened between us before? That was because we both wanted it. Because there was something real there. I run my thumb over her knuckles, feeling the delicate bones beneath her skin. You're mine now, I continue, my voice dropping lower. But that doesn't mean what Sterling taught you. It means I protect what's mine, even from myself, if necessary. Her eyes widen slightly at this. We only have sex when you want to have sex, when you truly want it, not because you think you owe me or because you're trying to please me. I squeeze her hand gently. Do you understand the difference? She nods slowly, a small furrow appearing between her brows as she processes my words. I've never... She starts, then stops, searching for words. No one has ever just given me something before, without expecting. I know, I say, fighting to keep my voice steady. But that's how it's going to be from now on. That's my promise to you. The tension gradually leaves her body. Her fingers curl around mine, returning the pressure of my grip. Thank you, she whispers, the words carrying more weight than just gratitude for the rose. I lean forward, giving her time to pull away if she wants. When she doesn't, I press my lips to hers in a gentle kiss. There's no urgency in it, no demand, just a soft connection that says more than words could. When I pull back, there's a new light in her eyes, something fragile but real. It's a beginning, and for now, that's enough.
Sienna. I trace my finger along the rose petal's soft edge, watching Enzo's expression soften. The moment feels delicate, like we're building something fragile between us. I need to shower, Enzo says, running a hand through his dark curls. I'll be back soon. I nod, suddenly feeling the walls closing in. I've been in this room for hours, and memories of being locked away in Henry's house start crawling back. Actually, I was wondering if I could go for a walk, just around the house. The request feels strange on my tongue, asking permission for such a simple thing. Enzo pauses at the door, those hazel eyes studying me. For a moment, I brace myself for rejection, for rules and limitations. It's what I'm used to. This is your house too, Sienna. His voice carries a gentleness that catches me off guard. You don't need permission to move around here. My house, too. The words feel foreign, impossible. Yes, fucking yours too. A hint of that familiar intensity returns to his face. You're not a prisoner here. You never will be. I can't help the small smile that forms. That's the first time you've cursed at me without being angry. I curse when I'm passionate about something. His dimple appears with his half smile. Get used to it. After he leaves, I sit on the edge of the bed, letting his words sink in. My house, too. I've never had a space that was mine, not since I lived with Mom before Henry took over our lives. I stand, my legs a little shaky, and move toward the door. My hand hesitates on the handle for a second before I push it open. The hallway stretches before me. No guards, no locked doors. Just freedom to move. I take a deep breath and step out, feeling like I'm breaking a rule even though Enzo just told me I wasn't. Old habits and fears don't disappear overnight. The house is quiet except for the distant sound of running water. Enzo in the shower. I walk slowly, trailing my fingers along the wall, feeling the texture of expensive wallpaper beneath my fingertips. This is your house, too. I don't believe it yet, but something warm unfurls in my chest at the thought. Not a cage, not a prison, just a house where I'm allowed to walk freely, to exist without constantly looking over my shoulder. For now, that's enough. I step into the hallway, my bare feet silent against the polished hardwood floor. The house feels different when I'm alone, less intimidating, more inviting. Each step I take feels like a small rebellion against years of confinement. I pass several closed doors, resisting the urge to peek inside. Those aren't my spaces to invade. Old habits die hard. Henry would have beaten me for entering a room without permission. Even now, with Enzo's words echoing in my mind, I can't bring myself to turn those handles. The hallway opens to a grand staircase, and I descend slowly, trailing my fingertips along the smooth banister. No rushing, no hiding, just me, exploring at my own pace. The thought is exhilarating. At the bottom of the stairs, I follow the familiar path toward the living room. The evening light streams through tall windows, casting long shadows across the floor. I pause at the entrance, taking in the space that already holds memories. Our game of Uno, Truth or Dare, that first kiss. The living room looks different in this light. Bookshelves line one wall filled with volumes I've only glimpsed before. A large sectional sofa dominates the center, plush and inviting. Near the window sits a chess set on a small table, pieces arranged mid-game. I move toward the bookshelves, scanning titles I recognize and many I don't. My fingers brush across the spines, feeling the different textures: leather, cloth, paper. No one's watching me. No one's timing how long I take. The freedom to simply browse feels luxurious. I let myself believe it just for a moment. Not a place where I'm hiding, not a temporary shelter, but somewhere I belong. I continue my exploration, drawn to the sounds and smells coming from the kitchen. The aroma of something savory cooking pulls me forward like an invisible thread. I pause at the doorway, taking in the scene before me. Ettore stands at the stove, his back to me as he stirs something in a large pot. Ginevra moves efficiently around him, arranging items on a tray. Neither notices me at first, and I watch their comfortable routine with fascination. They work together like dancers who've memorized each other's steps, never colliding despite the limited space. Ginevra turns and spots me hovering in the doorway. Her warm smile makes the corners of her eyes crinkle. "Ah, Miss Sienna. Come in, come in." She gestures with a dish towel. "Don't stand there like a stranger." Ettore glances over his shoulder, his beard twitching with his smile. The sleeping beauty awakens. Perfect timing. I'm testing a new risotto recipe. I step into the kitchen, still feeling like an intruder despite their welcome. The kitchen is warm and filled with delicious smells that make my stomach rumble embarrassingly loud. "Sorry," I mumble, wrapping my arms around myself. "Nonsense!" Ettore waves a wooden spoon. "That's the highest compliment a chef can receive." Ginevra approaches me, her eyes kind but assessing. "Can I get you anything, dear? You look like you could use something." The offer catches me off guard. In Henry's house, the kitchen was off limits unless I was summoned. Food and drink were controlled, measured, timed. Here, Ginevra looks at me expectantly, waiting for me to express a desire as if it's the most natural thing in the world. Could I hesitate, testing the waters. "Could I have a cup of tea, please?" The request feels monumental, though I know it shouldn't. "Of course." Ginevra's face brightens. "I have chamomile, Earl Grey, English breakfast, green tea with mint. Which would you prefer?" The array of choices overwhelms me for a moment. Henry never allowed choices. "Chamomile would be nice," I decide, my voice stronger now. "Excellent choice," she says, moving to fill a kettle. "It's soothing for the nerves. Please sit down." I perch on a stool at the kitchen island, watching as Ginevra prepares my tea with care and attention that makes my throat tighten with emotion. Such a simple thing, making tea for someone, yet it feels like a gift. I accept the steaming mug from Ginevra with both hands, savoring the warmth against my palms. "Thank you," I murmur, the words feeling inadequate for the kindness behind this simple act. "Drink it while it's hot, dear," she says, patting my shoulder gently, "and there's plenty more where that came from." I nod and turn to leave, cradling the mug like it's something precious. In a way, it is, a freely given comfort, offered without expectation or demand. Back in my room, not a cell, I settle on the window seat, tucking my legs beneath me as I watch steam rise from the chamomile tea. The liquid is pale gold in the fading afternoon light. I take small sips, letting the gentle flavor spread across my tongue. It tastes like comfort, like safety. I'm still sitting there, empty mug beside me, when the door opens. Enzo steps in, hair damp from his shower, wearing fresh clothes. The scent of his cologne drifts toward me, something woodsy and clean. "There you are," he says, eyes finding mine across the room. How was your exploring? I turned from the window, surprised he remembered. It was nice. The word feels insufficient. I met Ginevra and Ettore in the kitchen. She made me tea. Enzo moves closer, his movements careful, measured, like he's always aware of how his presence might affect me. And did you see anything else that caught your interest? The bookshelves, I admit. I didn't touch anything, just looked. Something flickers across his face. Sadness, maybe. Sienna, you can touch the books. You can read them. Hell, you can reorganize the entire fucking shelf if you want to. I look down at my empty mug. Old habits. He sits on the edge of the bed, giving me space. Tell me about these habits. What was it like living with him? The question hangs between us. Part of me wants to deflect, to protect him from the ugliness, but another part, a stronger part, wants him to understand. Like walking on glass, I say finally. Every step measured, every word calculated. Touching things without permission meant punishment. Taking food without being offered, it meant going without the next day. I look up at him. Your house feels impossible. Too good to be true. I study Enzo's face, noticing the shadows under his eyes and the tension in his shoulders. Despite everything he's been through, the attack, his injuries, learning about my past, he's still here, still strong. You should rest, I say softly. You've been through a lot today. He shakes his head, that stubborn set to his jaw that I'm beginning to recognize. I'm fine. Are you sure? You look tired. I've gone days without sleep before. His voice carries that edge of steel that reminds me he's not just the man who makes me pasta and plays Uno. He's Enzo Feretti, a man people fear. A playful thought crosses my mind, something light to break the heaviness between us. The corner of my mouth quirks up. Truth or dare? His eyebrows rise in surprise, and that rare dimple appears as he smiles. Picking up where we left off? I nod, feeling a flutter of confidence. These games with him, they're safe, controlled ways for me to test boundaries and choices. Each time I ask a question or make a choice, I reclaim a small piece of myself. Truth, he says, leaning back against the headboard, his eyes never leaving mine. The power to ask him anything settles over me. It's a strange feeling, being given the freedom to demand honesty from someone. With Henry, questions were dangerous things that led to pain. With Enzo, questions lead to understanding. I gather my courage, knowing this might be dangerous territory. What happened with your mother? His jaw tightens, that familiar tension returning to his shoulders. For a moment, I think he might refuse to answer. You're getting better at this game, he deflects, his tone lighter than his expression. Here I thought you'd never played before. I'm a quick learner, I say, holding his gaze, and you're avoiding the question.
Chapter 28. Enzo. I smirk, watching her blue eyes lock with mine. Coffee first, then I'll answer your question about my mother. I'm not avoiding it. Not exactly. But talking about my mother isn't something I do casually, or at all. The last time I discussed her with anyone outside family was... Christ, I can't even remember. Don't move, I tell Sienna, my voice dropping an octave. I'll be right back. I head downstairs to the kitchen, where Ginevra is wiping down counters, humming softly to herself. She turns when she hears my footsteps, her expression softening the way it always does when she sees any of us. Enzo, what can I get you? Just coffee, Ginevra. Strong. She nods, moving to the espresso machine with practiced efficiency. The girl is settling in. Sienna, I correct her automatically. And yes, she seems to be. Ginevra gives me a knowing look, as she grinds the beans. She's good for you. I haven't seen you this present in years. I lean against the counter, watching her work. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Language, she scolds, but there's no heat in it. You know exactly what I mean. You're actually here, not just physically, but mentally, not constantly thinking about the next deal or threat. The machine hisses as she pulls my espresso. She's been through enough, Generva. As have you. She hands me the small cup. Some people heal better together than apart. I take the coffee without responding. Geneva has always seen too much. Thank you, I say finally, meaning more than just the coffee. Go on then. She shoos me away with a dish towel. Don't keep her waiting. When I return to the room, Sienna is still on the bed, looking more relaxed than I've seen her since she arrived. Something tightens in my chest at the sight. Next time, I come back and find you on this bed, I say, voice rough with desire. You better be naked and waiting for me. I watch as Sienna's eyes widen slightly, her lips parting in surprise at my bold statement. For a moment, I wonder if I've pushed too far, if the wounds from her past are still too raw for this kind of talk. Then her expression shifts. A small, tentative smile curves her lips. I won't forget, she says softly. Her voice gains confidence as she continues. Next time, I'll be exactly as you want me to be. Something primal and possessive flares inside me. Good girl, I murmur, reaching out to brush my thumb across her lower lip. The words slip out naturally, but I watch her reaction carefully. With her history, praise could be complicated, could remind her of things she'd rather forget. But instead of tensing, she leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering closed for just a moment. When she opens them again, there's a clarity there I haven't seen before. Not just desire, but something that looks dangerously like trust. I take a sip of my espresso, letting the bitter taste ground me. This woman has me feeling things I haven't felt in years, maybe ever. It's fucking terrifying and exhilarating at the same time. So, I say, setting my cup down on the nightstand, you wanted to know about my mother. I settle on the edge of the bed, keeping some distance between us. This isn't a conversation I have often, or ever, really. My mother left when I was 8. Damiano was 11. I keep my voice even, matter of fact. She just disappeared one morning. No note, no warning. Her clothes were gone, passport missing, like she'd never existed. Sienna's eyes widen slightly, but she stays silent, giving me space to continue. My father was destroyed at first, then angry, then cold. I run a hand through my hair, remembering those first few months. He threw himself into the business. Damiano and I practically raised ourselves for a while. I take another sip of espresso, the bitter taste matching the memory. 3 years later, he met Lucretia's mother, Sophia. They married quickly. She was good to us, treated us like her own. I find myself nodding slightly, acknowledging a debt I rarely speak about. Lucretia was born a year after they married. We became a family again, in our own way. Sienna shifts on the bed, pulling her knees to her chest. Did you ever find out why your mother left? Money, I say flatly. She took $500,000 from my father's safe. We later found out she'd moved to Argentina with some fucking tennis instructor she'd been seeing. I stand up, suddenly restless. My father hired people to find her, but he never went after her himself, never tried to bring her back. I think he knew she'd never loved any of us. Not really. I turned back to Sienna, my expression carefully neutral. Sophia died when Lucrezia was 16. Cancer. My father followed 5 years later. Heart attack. I shrug, as if summarizing decades of family history. So there it is. Damiano and I stepped up to run the family business. We made sure Lucrezia finished school, kept her safe. We became what we needed to be. I don't tell Sienna how I'd wake up for years expecting to find my mother in the kitchen. Don't mention the birthday cards I'd hoped would come, but never did. Don't explain how Damiano and I made a pact never to abandon each other or Lucrezia, no matter what. Some things are better left unsaid. I watch Sienna's expression change as she processes my story. There's sympathy there, but not pity. I couldn't handle fucking pity right now. Her blue eyes soften, and she opens her mouth to speak. I press my finger gently against her lips, stopping her. No, you've already had your turn. I feel a smile tugging at my lips, despite the heaviness of what I've just shared. It's my turn now. Truth or dare? The sudden shift catches her off guard. Good. I don't want to dwell on my mother's abandonment or my father's slow withdrawal from our lives. Those ghosts can stay buried where they belong. Sienna blinks, her thoughts visibly recalibrating. But I was going to ask. The game doesn't work that way, I say, my tone firm but playful. One question, one answer. Now it's my turn. I move closer, the mattress dipping under my weight as I lean toward her. Truth or dare, Sienna? She hesitates, teeth catching her lower lip in that way that drives me fucking crazy. I can see her weighing her options, calculating risks like she's been trained to do her whole life. Truth, she says finally, her voice quiet but steady. I nod, considering what to ask. I could go deep, ask about her mother, about the details of what Sterling did that she hasn't shared yet. But I can see the vulnerability in her eyes after hearing my story, and something in me wants to protect that fragile trust growing between us. What's something you've always wanted to do but never got the chance? I ask instead. Her eyes widen slightly, surprised by the simplicity of the question. For a moment, she looks almost lost, as if the concept of wanting something for herself is foreign. She starts, then stops, searching for words. I've never been to the beach. The admission hangs between us, heartbreaking in its simplicity. Not because it's unusual. Plenty of people haven't been to the beach, but because of what it represents. All the normal experiences stolen from her, all the simple pleasures denied. Never? I confirm, keeping my voice casual, even as rage builds in my chest toward the man who kept her prisoner for so long. She shakes her head. Henry said it was... She pauses, swallows. He said it was too public. Too many eyes, too many chances for me to try something. I reach out, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Then that's what we'll do, I say, my decision made instantly. When this is over, when Sterling is no longer a threat, I'm taking you to the beach.
Sienna. Let's not play truth or dare anymore, I say softly, running my finger along the rim of my coffee mug. I'd rather tell you about my mother instead. If you want to hear. Enzo's expression shifts, the tightness around his eyes relaxing. He leans forward, elbows on his knees, giving me his full attention. I'd like that, he says, his voice gentler than I've ever heard it. I take a deep breath, letting memories of her wash over me. My mother was beautiful. Not just her face, but her soul. She had this laugh that made everyone around her smile, even when nothing was funny. My lips curve upward at the memory. She used to sing while she cooked. Old jazz songs, mostly. She said music makes food taste better. Enzo watches me intently, not interrupting. When I was little, before Henry took control of everything, she'd sneak me out of bed at night sometimes. We'd go to the kitchen and bake cookies at midnight, giggling like we were getting away with something huge. I paused, swallowing hard. She called them moonlight cookies, said they tasted better because they were made with starlight. She sounds incredible, Enzo says. She is. I correct myself, hope fluttering in my chest. The day Henry put her in that clinic was the worst day of my life, worse than anything he ever did to me. Enzo reaches for my hand, his large fingers enveloping mine. The warmth spreads up my arm. "We're going to find her, Sienna," he says, his voice low and intense. "I promise you that. And when we do, I want to meet the woman who made moonlight cookies with her daughter." Something breaks open inside me at his words. Not the violent shattering I'm used to, but a gentle cracking, like ice giving way to spring. "You would do that?" My voice barely rises above a whisper. Enzo's eyes hold mine, unwavering. "Family is everything to me. Your mother is your family. That makes her important." He squeezes my hand. "I want to know the woman who gave you your strength. Because make no mistake, Piccola, you're the strongest person I've ever met." Tears blur my vision. In all my life, no one has ever seen me this way, as strong rather than broken, as someone worth knowing rather than using. I look at this dangerous, complicated man sitting across from me, and for the first time, I don't feel afraid of what might happen tomorrow. I feel hopeful. Enzo's grip on my hand tightens slightly. "Do you know where your mother is now? Which clinic?" The question pierces through my momentary peace. I shake my head, feeling that familiar helplessness creep back in. "Henry never told me. He said it was better I didn't know." My voice catches. "Better for him," he meant, "so I couldn't find her." Enzo's jaw clenches, a muscle twitching beneath his skin. What exactly happened? When did he separate you two? I stare down at our joined hands, drawing strength from his steady presence. "It happened 5 years ago. My mother, she tried to help me escape." The memory floods back, sharp and painful. We had been planning for weeks. Henry's men always watched me at school, followed me everywhere, but my mother found a blind spot in their surveillance. I take a shaky breath before continuing. "It was a Tuesday night. Henry was supposed to be at a business dinner until late. Mom packed a small bag for each of us, just essentials. We had fake IDs she'd somehow gotten. We were going to take a bus to Canada, start over where he couldn't find us." Enzo remains silent, but his thumb traces small circles on my hand, encouraging me to continue. "We almost made it out. We were in the garage, about to get into one of the less conspicuous cars when—" My voice breaks. "Henry came home early. He'd forgotten some documents for his meeting. He caught us there, bags in hand." The tears I've been holding back spill over. I've never seen anyone so angry. He didn't yell. That would have been better. He just got cold. He told his security to take me to my room, and then I can't finish the sentence. "He hurt your mother." Enzo fills in, his voice deadly quiet. I nod, unable to speak for a moment. I could hear her screams from upstairs. I tried to get to her, but they'd locked me in. By morning, she was gone. Henry told me she'd been committed to a private mental health facility for her dangerous delusions and unstable behavior. I wipe angrily at my tears. That's what he told everyone, that she had a breakdown, but it was punishment for trying to take me away from him. "And you haven't seen her since?" Enzo asks. "Number." He wouldn't even tell me which facility. Said I'd encouraged her instability and contact would be detrimental to her recovery. I look up at Enzo, desperation clawing at my throat. For all I know, she could be dead. He could have... I can't hold back the tears anymore. They spill down my cheeks, hot and unstoppable, as memories of my mother flood through me. Enzo shifts closer, his arm coming around my shoulders. I should flinch at the contact, but I don't. Instead, I lean into him, drawing comfort from his solid presence. She used to braid my hair every night. I whisper through my tears. 3 strands, over and under, so gentle I'd almost fall asleep sitting there. She said it was our special time, just for us. Enzo's hand moves in slow circles on my back, steady and patient. We had this game we'd play when Henry wasn't home. We'd pretend we were famous chefs, creating ridiculous dishes with whatever we could find in the kitchen. A watery laugh escapes me. Once we made peanut butter and pickle sandwiches with cinnamon sprinkled on top. It was disgusting, but we ate every bite, laughing until our stomachs hurt. I wipe at my tears, but they keep coming. After she was gone, the house felt so empty, so cold. My voice breaks. I was so lonely, Enzo. For 5 years, I've been surrounded by people. Henry's staff, his business associates, the men he'd... I can't finish the sentence. But I've never felt more alone. I look up at him, not caring that my face is tear-stained and vulnerable. I used to talk to her in my head. At night, when things got really bad, I'd imagine what she'd say to comfort me. But as the years passed, it got harder to remember her voice. Enzo pulls me closer, and I rest my head against his chest. I can hear his heartbeat, strong and steady. The worst part is not knowing if she's okay, if she's being treated well, or if she's suffering. My shoulders shake with a fresh wave of sobs. What if she thinks I forgot about her? What if she's waiting for me to find her, and I've failed her all these years? Sienna, Enzo says softly, his voice rumbling in his chest against my ear. You haven't failed her. You survived. That's what she would have wanted. I close my eyes, letting his words sink in. For the first time in 5 years, I don't feel completely alone. I wipe at my tears, embarrassed by my breakdown, but unable to stop. Years of pain pour out of me in waves, each sob releasing a fraction of the grief I've carried alone for so long. Sienna, look at me, Enzo says, his voice gentle but firm. I lift my gaze to meet his, my vision blurry through tears. I will find your mother. His eyes darken, intensity radiating from him. I don't care what it takes. I will tear down every fucking clinic in this country if I have to. I'll bring the entire world down to its knees if that's what it takes to find her. The conviction in his voice steals my breath. This isn't empty comfort or casual reassurance. This is a vow from a man who has the power and will to make it happen. Henry has connections, resources. I start, my voice breaking. So do I. Enzo cups my face in his hands, his thumbs wiping away my tears. And unlike him, I have something worth fighting for. A fresh wave of emotion crashes over me. No one has ever made me a priority like this. No one has ever looked at my pain and decided it was worth moving mountains to heal. Thank you, I whisper, my voice catching on a sob. My body shudders with the force of my crying, years of hopelessness giving way to something fragile and new. Thank you. Enzo pulls me against his chest, one hand cradling the back of my head while the other wraps securely around my waist. I clutch at his shirt, anchoring myself to him as I break apart and begin to rebuild. Your mother will hold you again, Piccola. I swear it. His lips press against my hair, his voice a low rumble against my ear. And Henry will pay for every tear he's made you shed. I can't speak, can only nod against his chest as my tears soak into his shirt. For the first time since that terrible night 5 years ago, hope blooms in my chest, painful and beautiful and terrifying all at once.
Chapter 29. Enzo. her body molding to mine like we were made for each other. "And you are mine," Sienna whispers back.
Sienna. Enzo's arms feel like a shield around me, solid and warm. We've been tangled together on the bed for what feels like forever, my head tucked against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. I don't want to move. I don't want this moment to end. "You should sleep," Enzo murmurs, his voice a deep rumble I feel against my cheek. It's been a long day. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my back, and I close my eyes, savoring the gentleness of his touch. This can't be real. Men like Enzo don't exist in my world. Protection without demands, kindness without price tags. What if I wake up and you're gone? The words slip out before I can stop them. What if this is just some dream my mind created to cope with everything? I've had dreams of escape before, dreams where someone came to save me from Henry. They always ended the same way, with me waking up alone in that cold bedroom, the walls closing in around me. Enzo shifts, tilting my chin up so I have to look at him. His hazel eyes are dark and intense in the dim light. "I'm real, Tesoro. This is real." His thumb brushes my lower lip. "When you wake up tomorrow, I'll still be here." I want to believe him. God, I want to believe him so badly it hurts. "Henry always finds a way," I whisper. "He always takes everything good from me. Not this time." Enzo's voice hardens, that dangerous edge returning. "Not fucking ever again." I trace the lines of his face with my fingertips, memorizing every detail. The strong jaw, the slight dimple in his left cheek when he almost smiles, the tiny scar near his right eyebrow. "No one's ever fought for me before," I say. "Then they were all fucking idiots." A small laugh escapes me, surprising us both. Enzo's eyes widen slightly before his expression softens. "Sleep now," he says, pulling me closer. "I'll keep watch." I nestle against him, feeling safer than I have in years. Maybe this is a dream. Maybe I'll wake up back in Henry's mansion with all his rules and punishments. But for now, I'll let myself believe in this reality, in Enzo's arms, in his promises, in the possibility of finding my mother and building something new. As I drift toward sleep, one thought circles in my mind. Even if this is just a beautiful dream, I never want to wake up. Chapter 30. Sienna, I stir awake, Enzo's solid warmth pressed against my back. He presses a tender kiss to my damp forehead, stroking my hair back from my face. I curl into Enzo's chest, savoring the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath my ear. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my bare shoulder, sending pleasant shivers down my spine. I've never felt this kind of peace before, this sense of belonging. "You're thinking too loud," Enzo murmurs, his voice rumbling through his chest. I tilt my head up, meeting his warm hazel gaze. "Good thoughts, I promise." His lips curve into that rare smile that makes his dimple appear. "Care to share?" "Just this. How different everything feels with you." I trace my finger along his jawline, still amazed I can touch him so freely. Enzo captures my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm. We lie tangled together for several more minutes before he sighs and shifts beneath me. "As much as I'd love to stay in bed with you all day, Tesoro, I need a shower." He sits up, running a hand through his tousled hair. "I have some business to take care of." My stomach tightens at the thought of him leaving. What kind of business? "Nothing dangerous," he assures me, reading my expression. "Just some calls I need to make, paperwork to review." Damiano's been handling everything, but I can't dump it all on him. I nod, trying to hide my disappointment. Enzo stands, stretching his powerful frame, and I can't help but admire the play of muscles beneath his olive skin. As he turns toward the bathroom, a sudden impulse strikes me. Before I can overthink it, I slip out of bed and follow him. Enzo pauses at the bathroom door, raising an eyebrow as I approach. Needs something. I swallow hard, gathering my courage. I thought maybe we could shower together? His eyes darken, that predatory intensity returning to his gaze. Are you sure? Instead of answering, I step past him into the bathroom and turn on the shower. The massive glass enclosure could easily fit 4 people. Steam begins to fill the room as hot water cascades down. Enzo's arms wrap around me from behind, his lips finding the sensitive spot where my neck meets my shoulder. You continue to surprise me, Sienna. I turn in his embrace, rising on tiptoes to kiss him. Good surprises, I hope. The best kind, he murmurs against my lips. We step under the spray together, warm water sluicing over our bodies. Enzo reaches for the shampoo, pouring some into his palm. Turn around, he commands softly. I obey, closing my eyes as his strong fingers work the shampoo into my hair, massaging my scalp with gentle pressure. No one has ever washed my hair before. The intimacy of it makes my throat tight with emotion.
Chapter 31. Enzo. I watch Sienna adjust the collar of her shirt, a simple grey V-neck that somehow looks better on her than it ever did on me. Her damp hair curls around her face, still wet from our shower. Something shifts in my chest when she catches me staring and doesn't look away. What? She asks, that hint of defiance in her voice I'm starting to crave. Nothing. I cross the room and brush my thumb across her cheek. Just thinking you look good in my clothes. A blush spreads across her face, and I fight the urge to kiss her again. We'd never make it downstairs if I start that now. We need breakfast, I say, dropping my hand. Then I've got work to handle. The house feels different with her in it, warmer somehow. Each room we pass through seems to absorb her presence, making spaces I've known for years feel new. In the kitchen, Ettore is already at work, the smell of fresh coffee and something sweet filling the air. Buongiorno, he calls without turning around. The old man has radar for when someone enters his domain. Morning, Ettore, I respond, pulling out a chair for Sienna at the kitchen island. What's for breakfast? Ricotta pancakes with fresh berries, he announces, flipping a perfectly golden disc in the pan. And prosciutto. Sienna slides onto the stool, her eyes widening at the spread Ettore has already laid out. Fresh fruit, yogurt, pastries. The old man always goes overboard when we have guests. Coffee? I ask, already reaching for mugs. Please, she says, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I pour us both a cup, adding a splash of cream. I slide the mug toward her, our fingers brushing. Even that small contact sends a current through me. Fuck, I'm in deep. So, I say, leaning against the counter opposite her, after breakfast, I'll be in my office for a few hours. Sienna wraps her hands around the mug, breathing in the steam. Would it be okay if I joined you? In your office? The request surprises me. You want to watch me do paperwork? She shrugs, a small smile playing at her lips. I don't want to be alone, unless I'd be distracting you. You're always distracting me, I admit, earning another blush. But yes, you can join me. Ettore places plates in front of us, the pancakes light and fluffy, adorned with berries and a dusting of powdered sugar. Grazie, Ettore, I say, and the old man nods, pleased. Sienna takes a bite and closes her eyes, savoring the taste. This is amazing. I'm about to respond to Sienna when the kitchen door swings open and Lucrezia strides in, still in her silk pajamas, dark hair piled messily on top of her head. "Morning," she announces, making a beeline for the coffee pot. "Please tell me there's enough left." "Always is," I say, watching as she pours herself a large mug. Lucrezia takes a long sip, then turns to face us, her eyes moving between Sienna and me with obvious curiosity. The bruise on Sienna's cheek has darkened overnight, and my bandaged wrists are clearly visible. "How are you two feeling?" she asks, leaning against the counter. "Those bruises look painful." Sienna touches her cheek self-consciously. "It's not so bad." "And your wrists? Your wound?" Lucrezia asks me, raising an eyebrow. I flex my hands, feeling the pull of the bandages. "I'll live." "Did you sleep okay?" Lucrezia's question seems innocent enough, but the mischievous glint in her eyes tells me she's fishing for details. "Fine," I say flatly, giving her a warning look. Sienna nods, her cheeks pinking slightly. "Yes, thank you." Lucrezia smiles over the rim of her mug, then turns her attention fully to Sienna. "I'm going to paint today. Would you like to join me? My studio has the best light in the morning." I watch Sienna's face transform, her eyes widen, lips parting slightly. It's the same expression she had when I mentioned taking her to the beach, pure, unfiltered joy at something so simple. "Really?" she asks, sitting up straighter. "I'd love to. I mean, if it's okay with Enzo." Fuck, that smile. It hits me in the chest, seeing her genuinely happy, not the careful smiles she gives when she thinks she should, or the brave ones when she's trying to hide her fear. This is real, bright, and unguarded. "Of course it's okay," I say, surprising myself with how soft my voice comes out. "I'll be doing paperwork anyway. Boring as hell." "Perfect," Lucrezia says, already planning. "I have extra canvases, and you can use any of my supplies." "Yes," Sienna admits. "Thank you, Lucrezia." "Don't be silly," Lucrezia says. "Thank you for wanting to spend your day with me." I watch them chat, something loosening in my chest. This is what Sienna needs. Normal moments, chances to discover who she is beyond survival. And seeing her excitement, the way she gestures with her hands as she talks with my sister, I realize I want to give her 1,000 more moments like this. I finish my coffee and set the mug down, watching Sienna's animated conversation with Lucrezia. They're discussing different painting styles, and Sienna's eyes light up when Lucrezia mentions Impressionism. It's like watching a flower unfold in the sun, seeing her passion emerge from beneath layers of fear. "I should get to work," I announce, standing from my stool. "Those reports won't review themselves." Sienna looks up, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face, before she nods. "Okay, I'll see you later." I round the kitchen island, unable to resist. Standing behind her stool, I wrap my arms around her shoulders, pulling her back against my chest. Her body tenses for a split second, that instinctive reaction she still can't control, before melting into me. "Have fun with Lucrezia," I murmur against her ear, "but not too much fun." I press my lips to her temple, inhaling the scent of her still damp hair. When I pull back, I notice Lucrezia watching us with undisguised interest, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Sienna tilts her head back, looking up at me with those blue eyes. I can't help myself. I lean down and kiss her properly, my hand cradling her jaw. It's meant to be brief, but her lips part under mine, and I linger longer than I should. When I straighten, Lucrezia makes an exaggerated gagging sound. "Gross," she says, her eyes dancing with amusement. I think I've lost my appetite. Shut up, I growl, but there's no heat in it. Who knew my brother was such a softy? Lucrezia continues, clearly enjoying herself. What happened to the big, bad Enzo Feretti, replaced by this love-struck puppy? I narrow my eyes at her. I can still make your life miserable, Sorellina. Worth it, she sing-songs, winking at Sienna. Look at him blushing. I'm not fucking blushing, I protest, even as I feel heat creep up my neck. Sienna laughs, a real laugh that makes her eyes crinkle at the corners, and the sound stops me cold. It's the first time I've heard her laugh like that, free and unguarded. You kind of are, she says softly, reaching up to touch my cheek. I capture her hand and press a kiss to her palm. Traitor. Okay, that's my cue to leave before I vomit in Ettore's pancake batter, Lucrezia announces, standing up. Come on, Sienna, let's leave Romeo here to his paperwork. I release Sienna reluctantly, shooting my sister a warning look. Behave yourself. Never, Lucrezia replies cheerfully, looping her arm through Sienna's. Let's go make some art.
Sienna. I follow Lucrezia down the hallway, still feeling the warmth of Enzo's lips on mine. It's strange how quickly my body has learned to miss his touch. You're going to love this space, Lucrezia says, leading me to a door at the end of the corridor. It's my sanctuary. She pushes the door open and sunlight floods my vision. The art studio is massive, with floor-to-ceiling windows that bathe everything in natural light. Canvases in various stages of completion rest on easels scattered throughout the room. Paint splatters decorate the wooden floor like colorful constellations. This is incredible, I whisper, afraid speaking too loudly might break the magic. Welcome to my little world. Lucrezia's face brightens as she watches me take it all in. Come, let me show you around. I step carefully into the space, drawn to a large canvas featuring bold strokes of red and black. That's my angry period, she explains with a small laugh. Damiano hates it, says it makes the room feel like a crime scene. Her fingers trail along a workbench covered in tubes of paint, brushes standing in jars like soldiers at attention. Everything you need is here. Acrylics, oils, watercolors. I'm not precious about supplies. Use whatever speaks to you. In the corner sits a comfortable-looking couch draped with a paint-stained sheet. That's where I nap when inspiration keeps me up all night, she says, following my gaze. I move toward a shelf lined with sketchbooks. May I? Of course. Lucrezia nods. Art is meant to be shared. I flip through pages of stunning landscapes, portraits, and abstract pieces. The talent evident in each stroke makes my heart ache with longing. Art saved me, Lucrezia says quietly, moving to a smaller canvas partially hidden behind others. She pulls it forward, revealing a painting of a woman curled into herself, surrounded by darkness with just a sliver of light breaking through. This was my first painting after what happened to me. The vulnerability in her voice makes me look up. Our eyes meet, and I see in hers the same shadows that haunt mine. Did it help? I ask. More than anything, still does. My therapist says that we have a lot of work yet, but painting helps me daily. She smiles, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. Sometimes there are no words for what we've experienced, but there are colors and shapes. She walks to an empty easel and places a blank canvas on it. This one's yours. Paint whatever's inside you, the good, the bad, the ugly. No one will judge it here. For the first time in years, I feel a flutter of excitement that isn't tinged with fear. I don't know where to start. That's the beauty of it, Lucrezia says, handing me a palette and brush. You just begin. I lose track of time as my brush moves across the canvas. The first strokes were hesitant, my hand trembling slightly as I dipped the brush into deep blue paint. But then something shifts inside me. I stop thinking and let my emotions guide me. Hours pass in a blur. The outside world fades away as colors blend and shapes emerge. I don't plan what I'm creating. It simply flows from somewhere deep within me. Dark blues swirl into blacks, with hints of purple bleeding through the shadows. In the center, a small spark of white grows outward, fighting against the darkness surrounding it. "This is what it feels like," I whisper to myself, stepping back to look at what I've created. The painting isn't beautiful in a conventional sense, but it's raw and honest, a visual representation of the prison I've lived in and the tiny flame of hope that refused to die. My shoulders ache from standing so long, and my fingers are stained with blues and purples. I hadn't noticed Lucrezia leaving me alone with my thoughts, giving me the space to pour myself onto the canvas without an audience. The light in the studio has changed. Afternoon sun casting longer shadows across the floor. I've been painting for hours without realizing it. The sensation is oddly freeing, to be so completely absorbed in something that time loses meaning. No fear, no calculating risks, no performing for someone else's benefit. Just me and the canvas. I dip my brush again, adding another layer of light to the center of the painting. Each stroke feels like reclaiming a piece of myself that Henry stole. The physical act of creation heals something I didn't know was broken. It feels perfect, this sense of control over my own expression. No one telling me what to paint or how to feel, just the freedom to let whatever's inside me take form. I'm still lost in the painting when a knock at the door startles me. My body reacts before my mind does. Shoulders tensing, brush freezing mid-stroke, eyes darting toward the potential threat. Old habits. The door opens and Enzo steps in, his powerful frame filling the doorway. The tension in my body shifts to something else entirely when our eyes meet. "You're still at it?" he asks, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I glance at the windows, surprised to see the sun much higher than when I started. "What time is it?" "Almost noon," Enzo says, walking toward me. His eyes move from my face to the canvas, and I fight the urge to step in front of it, to hide this raw piece of myself. "Already?" Lucrezia exclaims from her spot across the room. I hadn't even noticed her return. Time flies when you're creating. I completely lost track. Enzo studies my painting, his expression unreadable. I hold my breath, waiting for judgment or questions I'm not ready to answer. Instead, he simply nods, as if he understands exactly what the chaotic swirls of dark and light represent. "I've finished my work for the morning," he says, turning back to me. His fingers reach out, gently brushing a smudge of blue paint from my cheek. The simple touch sends warmth cascading through me. "You have paint everywhere." "Occupational hazard," Lucrezia chimes in, holding up her own color-stained hands. "I wanted to let you both know we're having dinner tonight," Enzo says. "Everyone will be there. Damiano, Zoe, Alessio. Ettere's already planning the menu." "A family dinner?" Lucrezia asks, raising an eyebrow. "Yes," Enzo confirms, his eyes still on me. "A family dinner." The word family hangs in the air between us, such a simple concept that's always been so complicated for me. Henry's version of family dinners involved business associates, forced smiles, and the constant threat of punishment for any perceived misstep. But the way Enzo says it, like it's something warm and inviting rather than something to fear, makes me want to believe in the possibility of belonging somewhere. "I should clean up," I say, looking down at my paint-covered hands. "Take your time," Enzo says. "Dinner's not until 7. I stand in front of the mirror, smoothing down the simple navy blue dress Zoe lent me. It's casual but pretty, a soft cotton material that falls just above my knees with short sleeves and a modest neckline. My reflection shows someone I barely recognize, cheeks with a hint of color, eyes less haunted than they were days ago. "You look beautiful," Enzo says from the doorway. He's changed into dark jeans and a crisp button-down shirt that stretches across his broad shoulders. The sight of him makes my heart skip. "It's just something Zoe gave me," I say, suddenly self-conscious. "Is it appropriate for dinner?" Enzo crosses the room and stands behind me, his eyes meeting mine in the mirror. "Perfect," he murmurs, his hands resting lightly on my shoulders. The warmth of his touch sends tingles down my spine. We make our way downstairs together, his hand at the small of my back. The gesture feels protective rather than possessive, a distinction I'm still getting used to. When we enter the dining room, everyone else has already gathered. Damiano and Alessio are deep in conversation while Zoe arranges something on the table. But it's Lucrezia who catches my attention immediately. She's wearing a stunning emerald green cocktail dress with a plunging neckline, her dark hair swept up in an elegant style. Diamonds glitter at her ears and throat. She looks like she's about to attend a red carpet event, not a family dinner. I freeze in the doorway, suddenly feeling underdressed and out of place. "Maybe I should change," I whisper to Enzo. "I didn't realize this was formal." Lucrezia spots us and glides over, the skirt of her dress swishing dramatically. "You look lovely," she says, kissing my cheek. "I feel underdressed compared to you," I admit, gesturing at her outfit. "Maybe I should have worn something more formal." Zoe overhears and laughs, joining us. "Don't worry about it. We don't have a dress code here." Lucrezia tosses her hair back with a dramatic sigh. I never get to go anywhere special these days, so I wear my dresses whenever I can. She twirls, making the fabric flare out. "Even if we're just jogging in the garden, I'll wear sequins if I feel like it." "It's true," Zoe confirms with an eye roll. "Last week she wore a cocktail dress to water the plants." "Life's too short for boring clothes," Lucrezia declares, linking her arm through mine. "But your dress is perfect, simple and elegant." Her easy acceptance makes the tension in my shoulders release. For the first time in forever, I feel like I can just be myself, without calculating the consequences of every choice, even something as simple as what to wear. I take my seat at the dinner table, still feeling a bit nervous despite Lucrezia's reassurance. The Feretti dining room is beautiful, all dark wood and crystal glasses that catch the light from the chandelier overhead. Ettore has outdone himself again, serving plates of what looks like homemade ravioli with a fragrant sauce that makes my mouth water. I glance around at the faces surrounding me. I've spent time with Enzo and Lucrezia and Zoe, but I've barely exchanged more than a few words with Damiano or Alessio. They're still strangers to me, powerful men in a dangerous world. Damiano sits at the head of the table, his posture perfect, shoulders broad in his tailored shirt. His face carries the same hard edges as Enzo's, a man clearly accustomed to giving orders and having them followed without question. But then Zoe leans over to whisper something in his ear, and his entire expression transforms. The stern lines soften, his eyes crinkle at the corners, and a gentle smile replaces his serious expression. So that's what love looks like, I think to myself. The way he gazes at her makes something twist in my chest, a mix of wonder and longing. "How are you finding your stay with us, Sienna?" Damiano asks, his attention shifting to me. I straighten in my chair. "Everyone has been very kind," I say carefully, especially considering the circumstances. "The Ferettis protect their own," he replies simply, as if I somehow belong in that category now. Alessio reaches for his wine glass. "We're not all scary Mafia men all the time," he says with a wink, though Enzo tries his hardest to maintain the image. "Speaking of images," Enzo interrupts, a mischievous glint in his eye, "should we tell Sienna about the charity gala last year? When you tried to impress that redhead by claiming you could speak fluent French?" Alessio groans dramatically. "I thought we agreed never to mention that again." "He spent the entire evening avoiding her after she turned out to be from Paris," Enzo continues, grinning at me. She cornered him by the dessert table and asked him a question in French. His response was to stuff an entire eclair in his mouth and pretend to choke. A laugh bubbles up from my chest before I can stop it, a genuine sound that surprises even me. I cover my mouth, but it's too late. See what I have to deal with? Alessio gestures toward Enzo. No respect. The lady asked for your number while you were still coughing up pastry cream, Damiano adds, joining in the teasing. I laugh again, feeling something tight inside me loosen just a little more. I laugh again, feeling something tight inside me loosen just a little more. We're happy to have you join us for dinner, Sienna, Damiano says, his intense gaze softening as he looks at me. It's good to see new faces at our table. The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. I've spent years analyzing men's expressions, searching for hidden meanings and threats beneath their words, but Damiano's statement seems genuinely welcoming. Thank you, I reply, my voice quieter than I intended. I clear my throat and try again. I appreciate being included. Damiano nods, a small smile playing at the corner of his lips. He looks so much like Enzo when he does that. The same strong jawline, the same confident posture. But where Enzo burns hot, Damiano seems to simmer with a cooler, more controlled intensity. Besides, Alessio chimes in, raising his wine glass with a mischievous glint in his eye, Damiano doesn't want you to hate us since you're apparently the only woman who can stand being around Enzo for more than 5 minutes without wanting to stab him. Vaffanculo, stronzo, Enzo mutters under his breath, shooting Alessio a dark look that would make most men flinch. Alessio just grins wider. I don't need to understand Italian to recognize a curse when I hear one. The corner of my mouth twitches upward as I glance between them. Don't mind them, Zoe says, leaning toward me conspiratorially. They've been like this since I met them. It's how they show affection. It's true, Lucrezia agrees, twirling pasta around her fork. If Enzo doesn't insult you at least once a day, it means he doesn't like you. Enzo rolls his eyes, but I catch the hint of a smile he tries to hide by taking a sip of his wine. His hand finds mine under the table, giving it a gentle squeeze. The gesture is small, private, just for me, and it makes my heart flutter in my chest. I squeeze back, marveling at how natural it feels to sit here among these people who were strangers just days ago. The laughter around the table feels like a warm blanket wrapped around my shoulders. For a moment, I forget about Henry, about the scars on my body, about the years of pain. I'm just a normal woman having dinner with... An alarm pierces the air, a harsh pulsing sound that shatters the peace. The change is instant. Damiano, Alessio, and Enzo move in perfect synchronization, chairs scraping against the floor as they stand. Guns appear in their hands as if conjured from thin air. Basement now. Enzo's voice is unrecognizable, cold, commanding, deadly. Lucrezia grabs my arm while Zoe is already moving toward a door I hadn't noticed before. My heart hammers against my ribs as Lucrezia pulls me along. This way, she says, her earlier playfulness vanished. We rush through the kitchen, past a startled etere, toward what looks like a pantry door. Zoe punches a code into a keypad hidden behind a spice rack. The floor shakes beneath my feet. The sound comes a split second later, a deafening boom that makes my ears ring. Dust rains from the ceiling. Move! Zoe shouts, but I'm frozen in place. This is because of me. Henry has found me again, and now he's attacking the Ferettis. These people who showed me kindness, who made me laugh for the first time in years, are in danger because of me. I think of Enzo's face this morning, relaxed in sleep. I think of Lucrezia sharing her art studio with me. I think of Zoe's gentle smile when she lent me this dress. They're all risking their lives because of me. I can't, I whisper, pulling away from Lucrezia's grip. This is my fault. Sienna, we need to go, Lucrezia insists, reaching for me again. I back away, shaking my head. He wants me, not you. If I go to him, maybe he'll leave you alone. That's not how this works, Zoe says, her voice surprisingly steady despite the chaos. Henry Sterling isn't going to stop. This isn't just about you anymore. Another explosion rocks the house, closer this time. The lights flicker. I can't let people die for me, I say, my voice breaking. I'm not worth it. You are to Enzo, Lucretia says fiercely, and to us. I hear gunfire from somewhere in the house. My mind races. If I surrender myself to Henry, would he really leave the Ferettis alone, or would he kill them anyway to tie up loose ends? I don't know what to do, but I know I can't hide while others fight my battles. Not anymore.
Chapter 32. Enzo. The door blasts off its hinges in a cloud of splintered wood and dust. I drop into a crouch, gun raised, scanning for targets through the chaos. "Contact front!" Alessio shouts from my right. 3 figures storm through the smoke, weapons drawn. I squeeze my trigger twice. The first intruder drops. Damiano takes down the second with a clean headshot. "Cover the east hallway." I bark at our men positioned along the corridor. The mansion security system wails in my ears, but I tune it out, focusing only on the threats coming through our shattered entrance. More footsteps pound outside. These fuckers came prepared. Sterling must have sent his entire crew. "Sienna," I mutter under my breath, a jolt of fear cutting through my focus. I need to end this quickly. "Alessio, flank left," Damiano orders, his voice deadly calm despite the chaos. I've always admired that about my brother, how he becomes icier the hotter things get. Bullets tear into the wall beside me, sending marble fragments flying. I roll behind an overturned table, returning fire. The acrid smell of gunpowder fills my nostrils. "4 more coming in," one of our men shouts, before taking a hit and crumpling to the floor. The mansion goes eerily quiet. The initial gunfire dies down, leaving only the wailing alarm and our heavy breathing. I stay crouched behind the overturned table, finger steady on the trigger, waiting. "Feretti," a voice calls out from beyond the smoke-filled entryway. "We can end this without more bloodshed." I exchange glances with Damiano across the room. His face remains impassive, but I catch the subtle shake of his head. "Don't engage." I ignore the voice, using the moment to reload my weapon and assess our situation. 3 of Sterling's men down, at least 1 of ours wounded. The rest of our security team has formed a perimeter around the main areas. "Mr. Sterling wants to resolve this peacefully," the voice continues, clearer now. A tall figure steps partially into view, keeping most of his body shielded by the doorframe. "We just need the girl. Hand over Sienna, and we'll leave without harming anyone else." My jaw clenches so hard, I can hear my teeth grinding. The fucking audacity. "That's not happening," I call back, my voice deadly calm, despite the rage boiling inside me. "Think about it, Feretti. This isn't your fight. She's Sterling property. Why risk your family, your business, your life for some damaged goods?" Something snaps inside me. The world narrows to a pinpoint of pure, focused fury. I think about the scars covering Sienna's body, the fear in her eyes when she talks about her father, how she flinched when I first touched her. "Damaged goods," I repeat, my voice so low it's almost a growl. "Tell Henry if he wants her, he can come get her himself, instead of sending his dogs to do his dirty work." I shift my position slightly, getting a better angle on the doorway. Alessio has moved to my right, his weapon trained on the same target. "This is your final chance, Feretti. Give us the girl, or we burn this place to the ground with everyone inside. I lock eyes with Damiano. In that silent exchange, we reach perfect understanding. We've spent our lives preparing for moments exactly like this one. Tell Sterling something for me, I call out, buying seconds while our men get into position. Tell him the next time I see him, I'm going to put a bullet between his eyes. In fact, you're all dead men walking, I start to say, when a voice cuts through the chaos, one that turns my blood to ice. Stop. I'll go with them. Sienna steps into view from the hallway, her face pale but determined. They'll take me and leave without harming anyone else. What the fuck are you doing? I roar, lunging toward her. Get back. But it's too late. She moves forward, past Damiano's outstretched arm, into the open space between us and Sterling's men. Sienna, no. The words tear from my throat. I surge forward, but freeze mid-step. The lead gunman has his arm around Sienna's neck, pressing a pistol against her temple. Her eyes lock with mine, wide, terrified, but somehow still resolute. That's close enough, Feretti, the man snarls, tightening his grip on Sienna. She winces as the gun barrel digs into her skin. One more step, and this bitch goes down with me. My entire body vibrates with rage. Every muscle screams to attack, to rip this fucker limb from limb. But I can't move. Not with that gun against her head. Let her go, I say, my voice deadly quiet. This is between me and Sterling. The gunman smirks. Mr. Sterling disagrees. She's his property, and he wants her back. I watch Sienna flinch at the word property. Her eyes never leave mine, silently communicating something I can't fully grasp. Fear, yes, but also determination. You won't make it out of here alive, Damiano says from behind me, his tone conversational, but ice cold. Our men have the perimeter covered. Maybe, the gunman concedes, backing toward the door with Sienna. But she'll definitely die first. Your choice, Feretti's. I've never felt so fucking helpless. Every instinct in my body demands action, but my brain knows better. One wrong move, and Sienna's dead. Enzo, Sienna's voice cuts through the chaos, fragile but steady. Let them take me, please. My heart slams against my ribs. Not happening, I growl, finger still on the trigger, eyes locked on the man holding her. This is my life, she continues, tears streaming down her face. I knew this would happen eventually. Henry always gets what he wants. The gunman tightens his grip around her throat, making her wince. Every muscle in my body tenses, ready to lunge forward despite the risk. Forget about me, she pleads, her blue eyes boring into mine. I'm so sorry for all this mess, for bringing this to your door, for putting your family in danger. Sienna, I start, but she cuts me off. I'm sorry, Damiano, she calls over my shoulder to my brother. Your home, your people, this is all because of me. Damiano says nothing, but I can feel his presence behind me, solid and unwavering. How touching, the gunman sneers, backing toward the door with Sienna in his grip. Now that we've got that settled, we'll be taking what belongs to Mr. Sterling. She doesn't belong to anyone, I spit, taking a half step forward before freezing as he presses the gun harder against her temple. Enzo, please, Sienna begs, fresh tears spilling down her cheeks. Just let me go. It's better this way. But there's something in her eyes, something beyond the fear and resignation, a flicker of, What? Trust. Hope. Listen to the girl, Feretti, the gunman says, continuing to edge backward. Be smart for once. I keep my weapon trained on him, calculating angles, possibilities, risks. If I take the shot and miss, Sienna dies. If I don't act, Sterling gets her back, and that's a fate worse than death. I'm sorry, Sienna whispers again, her eyes never leaving mine. For everything. I stand frozen, gun aimed at the bastard holding Sienna, my mind racing through every possible scenario. Each one ends with her dead if I make the wrong move. The weight of the weapon in my hand feels useless against the barrel pressed to her temple. I force myself to think strategically. Getting her killed now solves nothing. I need to play the long game, something Sterling understands all too well. Tell Henry something, I say, lowering my weapon slightly. Now that he has Sienna back, I expect no more surprises, no more attacks on my family or property. The gunman's eyes narrow, suspicious of my sudden cooperation. This ends tonight, I continue. He got what he wanted. We're even. Even? The man laughs. You don't dictate terms to Mr. Sterling. Just deliver the message, I say through gritted teeth. Sienna's eyes never leave mine. Tears stream down her face, but there's something else there, a silent understanding passing between us. She knows I'm not abandoning her. This isn't surrender, it's strategy. Enzo, she whispers, her voice breaking. It's okay, I say, fighting to keep my voice steady. Every instinct screams at me to lunge forward, to risk everything to keep her here. But that's not how you win against men like Sterling. The gunman backs toward the door, dragging Sienna with him. Smart choice, Feretti. Live to fight another day. I stand perfectly still, my face a mask of cold indifference, while my insides burn. I memorize every detail of the men taking her. Faces, builds, voices. I'll hunt each one down later. The gunman shoves Sienna through the doorway, keeping his weapon trained on us until they disappear into the night. The sound of car doors slamming, engines starting, and then she's gone. I stand frozen, staring at the empty doorway where Sienna disappeared. The rage inside me threatens to explode, but I force it down, channeling it into cold, focused fury. What the fuck just happened? Damiano roars, turning to our security team. How did they get past our perimeter? How many men do we have down? Daniel appears from the east corridor, blood splattered across his tactical vest. Sir, all our exterior guards are down. They hit them first, silently. Professional work. The alarm, I say, my voice deadly calm despite the storm raging inside me. It was delayed. They were already inside before it triggered. Damiano's face darkens. They hacked our system? Had to, I reply, mind racing through the implications. This wasn't some rushed job. Sterling planned this meticulously. Enzo, Damiano, Lucretia's voice cuts through the chaos as she and Zoe emerge from the west hallway, both looking shaken but unharmed. We're sorry, Zoe says, her hand protectively covering her stomach. We tried to get Sienna to the panic room, but she just left. She planned to give herself up from the start, I mutter, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. Damiano grabs my shoulder. Enzo, we need to move. Now, if they compromised our security system, this location isn't safe anymore. I shake my head, clearing it. Number. They got what they came for. Sterling won't waste resources on a second attack tonight. We can't be sure of that, Damiano argues. I am. My voice cuts through the room like a blade. Sterling thinks he's won. He has Sienna back. He'll savor that victory before making another move. I turn to Daniel. Get our tech team here immediately. I want to know exactly how they breached our system, and I want it fixed tonight. Yes, sir. Alessio, I call out, spotting him checking on our wounded. Contact Noah. Now. Alessio nods sharply. What are you planning? Damiano asks, his voice low. I meet my brother's gaze, and I know he sees the deadly intent in my eyes. I'm getting her back, I say simply, and then I'm going to tear Henry Sterling's empire apart, brick by fucking brick.
Sienna. The car speeds away from the Feretti mansion, my heart pounding so hard I think it might break through my chest. I don't recognize the man driving. He's not one of Henry's regular guards. His face is hard, all angles and cold eyes checking the rearview mirror every few seconds. Your father thinks they took you, he says suddenly, breaking the heavy silence. The Ferettis. But looks to me like you were there by choice. My blood turns to ice. If Henry finds out I wasn't kidnapped, that I stayed willingly with Enzo, the punishment will be beyond anything I've endured before. Please, I whisper, my voice cracking. Please don't tell him that. The man's eyes flick to me in the mirror, calculating. I recognize that look, the assessment of value, of opportunity. I've seen it too many times not to know what it means. I can pay you, I say quickly, leaning forward. More than he's paying you, whatever you want. Just don't tell him I was there willingly. My hands are shaking. I clasp them together to hide it, but I know he sees. Everyone always sees my weakness. And where would you get this money? He asks, voice flat but interested. I know where he keeps cash, I lie, and I have access to accounts he doesn't know about. Another lie, but one that might save me from Henry's wrath. The man makes a thoughtful sound, turning down a road I don't recognize. We're not heading directly to Henry's mansion. I don't know if that's good or terrible. Tell you what, he finally says, slowing the car. I'll keep your little secret. For now. Relief washes over me, but it's short-lived. But you owe me, he continues, and I'll collect when I'm ready. Not now, though. The implication hangs heavy between us. I know what men like him eventually want. It's always the same thing. But right now, I'll agree to anything that buys me time. Thank you, I manage to say, hating how grateful I sound for this small mercy. He shrugs, indifferent to my gratitude. Just business. Nothing personal. I sink back into the seat, staring out the window at unfamiliar streets passing by. I think of Enzo, of the safety I felt in his arms just hours ago. The distance between us grows with every mile, and with it, my hope dims. But he'll come for me. He promised. And unlike every other promise I've heard in my life, I actually believe this one. The car pulls up to Henry's mansion, and dread coils in my stomach like a poisonous snake. Home, though it's never felt like one, just a prison with expensive furniture. Get out, the driver says, not bothering to open my door. I step onto the gravel driveway on shaky legs, looking up at the imposing structure that has contained so much of my suffering. The windows are dark except for Henry's study. Of course, he's waiting up. The driver follows close behind as we enter through the grand foyer. The house is silent, the staff likely dismissed for the night. Henry prefers privacy for his punishments. We walk to his study, and I hesitate at the door. The driver nudges me forward with a hand on my back, not rough, but insistent. I step inside. Henry sits behind his massive desk, tumbler of whiskey in hand, expression unreadable. He looks exactly as he did 5 days ago, immaculate suit, perfectly combed hair, cold eyes, as if my absence meant nothing. Ah, there she is, he says, voice deceptively soft. My wayward daughter returns. The driver steps forward. Mission accomplished, sir. Extracted her just like you wanted. Henry nods, pleased. Well done, Collins. The Ferettis gave you trouble? They threatened me, sir, Collins reports. Henry throws his head back and laughs, the sound echoing off the walls. It's a laugh I've learned to fear. It usually precedes his cruelest moments. People say Feretti values family above anything, Henry mocks, swirling his whiskey. Such weakness. If someone from another family stormed in here and put a gun to my head, I'd fight back, even if they'd killed everyone I know. He takes a sip, eyes gleaming. No one shows such disrespect to me, but the Ferettis, pathetic, such pussies when it comes to family. I keep my face carefully blank, the way I've practiced for years. Inside, rage burns hot. Henry wouldn't fight for anyone but himself. He'd sacrifice me in a heartbeat, has already done so countless times. Did she cause any problems? Henry asks, eyes sliding to me. No, sir, Collins answers, came quietly. Henry studies me, looking for cracks in my composure. I stare at a point just past his shoulder, keeping my breathing even despite the panic threatening to overwhelm me. Good, Henry finally says. You may go, Collins. Your payment will be transferred as agreed. Collins nods and leaves, closing the door behind him with a soft click that sounds like a death sentence. You're filthy, Henry says, his gaze traveling over me with that familiar look of disgust. Go shower and change. We'll have dinner in an hour. I have something important to discuss with you. I keep my face carefully blank. Yes, Father. Don't dawdle, he adds, already turning his attention to papers on his desk. Dismissed. I walk out of his study, my legs somehow carrying me up the grand staircase, though they feel like they might give out any moment. The familiar hallway stretches before me, and I make my way to my room, my beautiful prison cell. Inside, I close the door and lean against it, finally allowing myself to breathe. The room looks exactly as I left it days ago, pristine, cold, impersonal. The bed made with precision, not a single item out of place. I slide down to the floor, wrapping my arms around my knees. The irony hits me like a physical blow. My father believes I was kidnapped by the Ferettis, taken against my will, possibly hurt or traumatized. And his first words to me weren't, "Are you all right?" Or "Did they hurt you?" But "You're filthy." A bitter laugh escapes my throat before I can stop it. I clap a hand over my mouth, terrified someone might hear, but the house remains silent. What kind of father doesn't ask if his daughter is okay after a supposed kidnapping? The kind who's been selling her body to business associates for years, I suppose. I push myself up from the floor. I need to be smart now. Henry believes I was taken against my will, and I need to maintain that illusion. If he discovers I went willingly with Enzo, if he learns about our relationship, I shudder at the thought of what he might do. The shower calls to me. I need to wash away this day, clear my head, and prepare for whatever important discussion Henry has planned. I need to be careful, calculated. I need to survive until Enzo finds me, because he will find me. I cling to that belief as I head toward the bathroom. Enzo promised he would protect me, and unlike every other promise I've heard in my life, I actually believe this one.
Chapter 33. Enzo. I slam the door to my office so hard the glass rattles in its frame. The rage burning inside me is unlike anything I've felt before. Not when Katerina betrayed me. Not when our mother left. This is different, primal, and consuming. Fuck! I sweep my arm across my desk, sending papers, pens, and a crystal paperweight crashing to the floor. The sound isn't nearly satisfying enough. I grab the first thing within reach. A fucking decorative vase Lucretia insisted would soften the space, and hurl it against the wall. It explodes in a shower of ceramic shards. My chest heaves as I pace like a caged animal. The image of Sienna being dragged away, the terror in her eyes, plays on repeat in my mind. She sacrificed herself for us, for me. After everything that bastard did to her, she walked right back into his hands to protect people she barely knows. God damn it! I overturn a bookshelf, the heavy wood crashing down as volumes scatter across the floor. My knuckles connect with the wall, once, twice, leaving crimson smears on the pale paint. I can't breathe through the fury. Every second she spends back in that monster's house is another second I've failed her. I promised to protect her. I fucking promised. The bourbon decanter is next, shattering against the doorframe, amber liquid spraying across the wall and puddling on the hardwood. The scent fills the room, mixing with the metallic smell of blood from my split knuckles. I kick over a chair, then another. My phone follows, smashing into pieces against the wall. What good is all this power, all this money, all these fucking resources if I can't keep one person safe? Through the red haze of my rage, I notice Damiano standing in the doorway. He watches silently, arms crossed, expression unreadable. He doesn't try to stop me or calm me down. He knows better. Instead, he waits, a silent sentinel, as I tear apart everything within reach. I grab a framed photo from the wall and smash it on the edge of my desk, glass splintering. My breathing comes in harsh, ragged gasps as I finally run out of things to break. Damiano remains motionless in the doorway, watching as I brace my hands on what's left of my desk, head hanging between my shoulders. Blood drips from my knuckles onto the polished wood. Only when my breathing starts to even out does Damiano finally speak. I slam my fist down on the splintered remains of my desk. We should have killed that bastard when we had the chance. What the fuck were we waiting for? Damiano's jaw tightens. We were gathering intel, building a case, making sure we could dismantle his entire operation, not just take him out. And look where that brilliant strategy got us. My voice rises to a roar. She's back in his fucking house. Do you have any idea what he might do to her? What he's probably already doing? We'll get her back, Enzo. Damiano's voice remains maddeningly calm. We have people watching the house. We're tracking her phone. We'll move as soon as... As soon as what? As soon as it's convenient. As soon as we've filled out the proper paperwork. I kick at the broken glass scattered across the floor. While we've been playing chess, Sterling's been playing fucking Russian roulette with her life. Damiano steps closer, his patience visibly thinning. You need to calm down. This isn't helping, Sienna. Don't tell me to calm down. I shove him hard in the chest. This is on us. On me. I promised her she'd be safe. Damiano grabs my shirt, pulling me close. I swear to God, Enzo, if you don't get your shit together, I'm going to knock you out myself. Fuck you. I twist out of his grip. You don't understand what she... I understand perfectly. Damiano's composure finally cracks. But losing your mind isn't going to get her back any faster. We're face to face now, both breathing hard, when the door bangs open. Enough! Alessio's voice cuts through our standoff. He strides into the room, surveying the destruction with a quick glance before focusing on us. Both of you, back off. Now. Neither of us moves. I said now. Alessio rarely uses that tone, the one that reminds us he might be younger, but he's just as lethal. I step back first, running a hand through my hair. wincing as my torn knuckles protest. Fighting each other accomplishes nothing, Alessio says, looking between us. Sterling's men made a move. Now it's our turn. But we need clear heads, not this bullshit. I take a deep breath, the rage still coursing through me, but now channeled into something more useful. The destruction around me seems childish suddenly, wasted energy when Sienna needs me focused. Her mother, I say, my voice steadier than I expected. Charlotte Sterling. That's our move. Damiano's brow furrows. What about her? Sienna told me everything that we didn't know so far. I step over broken glass to reach my desk, pulling out the one drawer that survived my rampage. Sterling separated them 5 years ago when they tried to escape. He locked Charlotte away in some clinic and never told Sienna where. I extract a folder with the preliminary information Noah had gathered. Noah found records suggesting Charlotte is still alive, despite official reports of her death. Damiano nods slowly, understanding dawning. If we find Charlotte first, we take away his power, I finish, and we give Sienna something worth fighting for. The tension in the room shifts, anger giving way to purpose. Sterling thinks he's won by taking Sienna back, I continue, but he doesn't know what she told me. He doesn't know we're looking for Charlotte. Alessio picks up one of the papers, scanning it quickly. These clinic records are heavily redacted. Finding her won't be easy. I don't give a fuck how hard it is, I say, the edge returning to my voice. We find Charlotte Sterling if I have to tear apart every private clinic in the country myself. Damiano pulls out his phone. I'll have Noah expand the search. Medical records, property holdings, shell companies, anything that might lead to where Sterling would hide someone he wants to keep quiet. I nod, feeling the first flicker of hope since watching Sienna being taken away. Damiano places a hand on my shoulder. We'll get them both out, Enzo. And then, I say, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, Henry Sterling will learn exactly what happens when you play with fire.
Sienna. I step into the dining room, my heart pounding against my ribs like it's trying to escape. The familiar, oppressive atmosphere hits me immediately. Crystal chandeliers, polished silver, and the heavy silence that always accompanies Henry's presence. He sits at the head of the long mahogany table, newspaper folded neatly beside his plate. His cold blue eyes track my movement as I approach. Sienna, you're late. I slide into my usual chair, keeping my eyes down. I'm sorry. The maid appears silently at my elbow, placing a plate of poached salmon and asparagus before me. The smell turns my stomach. I can't eat. Not here. Not with him watching. You look terrible, Henry observes, cutting into his fish with surgical precision. I expected the Ferettis to at least feed you properly during your stay. My fork hovers above my plate. I force myself to spear a piece of asparagus, though I know I won't be able to swallow it. They treated me fine. My voice comes out flat, emotionless, the tone he expects. Henry's eyes narrow. Did they? I find that hard to believe. Those Italian thugs aren't known for their hospitality. I set my fork down, the food untouched. My appetite has completely vanished. You're not eating. It's not a question, but an accusation. I'm not hungry. Henry wipes his mouth with his napkin, his movements deliberate and controlled. Tell me exactly how the Ferettis treated you. I want details. My mind races. What does he want to hear? What version will keep me safest? They kept me locked in a room, barely fed me. The lies taste bitter on my tongue, but I need to protect Enzo. They wanted information about your business. And did you give them any? His voice drops dangerously low. Number I told them I didn't know anything. My hands tremble beneath the table. They got frustrated. That's why I look like this. Henry studies me, his gaze calculating. I force myself to meet his eyes, praying he can't see the truth. Eat your food, Sienna. He gestures to my plate with his knife. I have plans for you, and I need you looking presentable. The salmon glistens under the chandelier light. My stomach churns. I said eat. His voice hardens. I pick up my fork again and force a small bite into my mouth. It tastes like nothing. I chew mechanically, swallowing past the lump in my throat. Now, Henry continues, his tone conversational as if discussing the weather. Tell me more about Enzo Feretti. What kind of man is he? My heart stops for a beat. I keep my face carefully blank as I take another bite, buying time to craft my response. I force myself to paint a terrible picture of Enzo, though each word feels like a betrayal. He's a monster, I say, keeping my voice flat. Cold, calculating. He ... I swallow hard, hating myself for what I'm about to say. He enjoys hurting people. He'd laugh sometimes when... I let my voice trail off, hoping Henry will fill in the blanks with his own twisted imagination. Inside, I'm screaming apologies to Enzo for these lies. Henry nods, seeming satisfied with my description. As I suspected, the Ferettis have always been animals. He takes a sip of his wine, studying me over the rim of his glass, which makes what I'm about to tell you all the more fortuitous. Something in his tone makes my skin crawl. I set down my fork, appetite completely gone. I've arranged a marriage for you. The words hit me like a physical blow. I can't breathe, can't think. Marriage? I stammer, my carefully constructed mask slipping. To whom? Henry's lips curl into what might pass for a smile on anyone else. On him, it looks predatory. Senator William's son, James, 32, Harvard-educated, impeccable family. The alliance will be beneficial. My mind races frantically. A wedding. Number, this can't be happening. When? I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. 3 weeks from Saturday. The arrangements are already in motion. 3 weeks? I can't keep the panic from my voice. That's so soon. Henry's eyes harden. Is there a problem, Sienna? I need to be careful. Need to control my reaction. But panic is flooding through me. I don't know him. I've never even met him. You'll meet him Saturday night. He's coming for dinner. And what if we don't get along, I ask, knowing I'm treading dangerous ground. Henry sets down his glass with deliberate precision. Whether you get along is irrelevant. This marriage is happening. The Williams family has considerable political influence that will be useful to our interests. Our interests, never mine. Always his. Will I have to live with him? My voice sounds small, even to my own ears. Of course, you'll move to their estate in Virginia after the ceremony. Virginia, so far from here, so far from any chance of Enzo finding me. I don't understand why this is necessary, I say, desperately trying to find a way out. I stare at my plate, the food blurring before my eyes as the reality sinks in. Virginia. Marriage. Being handed off to another man like property. This isn't just another special project or temporary arrangement. This is permanent. Henry has finally found a way to sell me once and for all. My chest tightens as I struggle to breathe. The dining room suddenly feels too small, the air too thin. I grip the edge of the table to steady myself. You're selling me, I whisper, the words escaping before I can stop them. Henry pauses, his fork halfway to his mouth. Excuse me? I look up, meeting his cold blue eyes. Something inside me shifts, a tiny spark of defiance I thought he'd extinguished years ago. This marriage. It's just another transaction, isn't it? Except this time, it's permanent. Henry sets his fork down slowly. Mind your tone, Sienna. But for once, I don't retreat. How does it feel? I ask, my voice trembling but growing stronger with each word. How does it feel to sell your own blood like this? The room goes deadly silent. Even the staff freeze in place, eyes downcast, waiting for the explosion. My own blood? Henry repeats, his voice dangerously soft. Is that what you think this is about? What else would you call it? Trading your daughter for political influence. The words pour out now, unstoppable. At least with your other arrangements, I gotta come home. This time you're getting rid of me completely. Henry's face remains perfectly composed, but I see the muscle in his jaw twitch, the only sign of his building rage. You should be grateful, he says coldly. The Williams family is respected, powerful. You'll want for nothing. Except freedom, I counter. Except choice. He laughs then, a sound devoid of any warmth. Freedom? Choice? What use would you have for those? Look at what happened when you tried to run away. You ended up with those Italian animals, and now you're back here where you belong. I think of Enzo, his gentleness, his protection, the way he looked at me like I mattered. Nothing like the cold calculation in Henry's eyes. You're not selling me to James Williams because you care about my future, I say quietly. You're doing it because there's something in it for you. There always is. Henry's eyes narrow to slits. You forget your place, Sienna. You always have. My place? I meet his gaze steadily. As what? Your daughter? Or your merchandise? Henry rises from his chair, his movements controlled but radiating fury. The air in the room grows thick with tension as he looms over me. You should consider yourself fortunate, Sienna, he says, his voice like ice. Most fathers wouldn't go to such lengths to secure their daughter's future. James Williams comes from money, old money, the kind that lasts, the kind that provides security. I sit perfectly still, refusing to cower despite the hammering of my heart. And make no mistake, Henry continues, leaning closer. If not for the dinner with them, I would show you exactly what your place is in this house. I can't have you meeting your future husband with bruises on that pretty face, can I? His words hang in the air between us. The threat is clear, but for once I don't feel the usual paralyzing fear. Something has changed inside me. Enzo's protection, however brief, has shown me another way to exist. I push my chair back and stand, smoothing my dress with deliberate slowness. I meet Henry's gaze and curve my lips into a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. How thoughtful of you, Father, I say, my voice dripping with false sweetness. Thank you for your restraint and for arranging such a beneficial match. I'm sure James Williams will be everything you've promised. Henry's eyes narrow, detecting the irony in my tone, but unable to call me on it without acknowledging the truth of my earlier words. You'd do well to show proper gratitude tomorrow night, he warns. The Williams family expects a well-mannered bride. Of course, I reply, maintaining my facade. I'll be everything they expect. I turn and walk toward the door, my back straight, each step measured and unhurried. I can feel Henry's eyes boring into me, his anger a palpable force at my unexpected defiance. At the threshold, I pause but don't look back. Good night, Father. I step into the hallway, closing the dining room door behind me with a soft click. Only then do I allow my composed expression to crumble, pressing my back against the wall as I struggle to breathe. 3 weeks. I have 3 weeks before I'm handed off to another man like property.
Chapter 34. Enzo. My phone vibrates against the desk, Noah's name flashing on the screen. I grab it before the first ring ends. Tell me you have something, I demand. not bothering with greetings. "Boss, I found her." Noah's voice crackles through the speaker as I hit the button. Alessio looks up sharply from across the room, his exhaustion mirroring my own. "You're on speaker. Alessio's here." I run a hand over my face, feeling the stubble from a night without sleep. "Where is she?" Riverdale Psychiatric Facility in Connecticut. It's a private clinic that specializes in long-term care for wealthy families who want to keep their problems hidden. Noah's tone turns disgusted. "Sterling has her registered under Charlotte Wilson. The records show she's been there for exactly 5 years." My jaw clenches. The same time Sienna mentioned they tried to escape. "That's not all," Noah continues. "She's listed as suffering from paranoid delusions and violent tendencies. Sterling's paying them a fortune to keep her heavily medicated." Alessio slams his fist against the wall. "That sick fuck." "Security?" I ask, already calculating what we'll need. "Minimal. 2 guards at the entrance, keycard access to patient wings. The real security is the isolation. It's tucked away on 50 acres of private woodland. Most patients don't have visitors. Ever." I exchange a look with Alessio. "Send me everything. Blueprints, staff schedules, security protocols." "Already did." "Good work, Noah." "One more thing, boss." Noah pauses. "According to their records, Charlotte hasn't had a single visitor in 5 years. Not even Sterling. The knowledge burns through me like acid. 5 years of isolation, drugged into submission, while her daughter suffered under Sterling's control. "We move today," I decide. "Alessio, call Damiano. We need a plan that gets Charlotte out without alerting Sterling." Alessio nods, already reaching for his phone. "Noah, I want you on site in an hour. Scout the perimeter. Identify all exits. Find out which room she's in." "On it." I end the call and stand, stretching muscles tight from hours hunched over plans and maps. The sunrise is just breaking through the windows, painting the room in gold and red. "You think this will work?" Alessio asks, watching me carefully. "It has to." I check my gun, the weight familiar in my hand. We get Charlotte. We cripple Sterling's leverage over Sienna, and we give her back the one person she's been fighting to find. Alessio's expression hardens with determination. "Let's go get her mother." I nod, feeling the first real hope since Sienna sacrificed herself. Sterling thinks he's won, but he has no idea what's coming for him. I check my watch for the 10th time in the last hour. 9:47 p.m. The darkness has settled fully over the Connecticut countryside, wrapping the psychiatric facility in shadows that work to our advantage. Noah confirms the night shift just started. Alessio murmurs beside me, his breath visible in the cold night air. 2 guards at the main entrance, one making rounds through the east wing every 30 minutes. I nod, surveying our team spread out in position around the perimeter. 8 men, all former special forces, dressed in black tactical gear with faces obscured. No Feretti markings, nothing to connect this back to us if something goes wrong. Charlotte's in room 217, 2nd floor, west wing, I confirm, mentally reviewing the blueprint Noah sent. Minimal security cameras in the patient areas. They rely more on locked doors and sedation. Alessio checks his equipment one last time. Damiano's waiting with the helicopter at the extraction point, 20 minutes from touchdown to wheels up. And the doctor? Already inside. She'll handle the medical side once we secure Charlotte. Dr. Martelli, a neurologist who owes Damiano a favor, had agreed to accompany us. If Charlotte is as heavily medicated as Noah reported, we'll need her expertise to safely transport her. I scan the building again through my night vision binoculars. The facility doesn't look like a prison from the outside, more like an upscale country estate. But the barred windows on the upper floors tell a different story. Team 1 in position, comes the quiet voice through my earpiece. Team 2 ready, follows seconds later. I glance at Alessio, who gives me a firm nod. His eyes hold the same cold determination I feel coursing through my veins. This isn't just business, it's personal now. Remember, we're ghosts tonight, I tell the teams through the comm. No casualties unless absolutely necessary. Our target is one woman, room 217, in and out in 15 minutes. I take a deep breath of the cold night air. Execute, I command, and we move as one toward the building. Our point man disables the alarm system with a device Noah provided, while another team member works on the service entrance lock. The door opens silently, and we slip inside like shadows. The sterile smell of disinfectant hits me immediately, that unique blend of chemicals that all medical facilities share. The hallway is dimly lit, emergency lights casting a soft glow along the floor. I check the digital floor plan on my wrist display. This way, I whisper to Alessio, pointing right. We move efficiently through the corridors, our footsteps silent on the polished floors. Two orderlies talking in a break room don't even look up as we pass the doorway. The stairwell to the second floor is unguarded. Too easy, but then again, who would break into a place designed to keep people in? We reach the second floor without incident, moving swiftly down the hallway. According to the floor plan, room 217 should be just around the corner. I signal the team to slow down as we approach. Two guards stand outside a door marked 217, not part of our intel. Someone must have increased security on Charlotte specifically. I exchange a quick glance with Alessio. He nods, understanding my silent command. We move simultaneously. I take the guard on the left, Alessio the right. Two quick shots from our silenced weapons, aimed at their legs. Both men drop with muffled grunts, clutching their wounded thighs. Secure them, I order quietly, and two of our team move forward with zip ties and gags. I approach the door, testing the handle. Locked, as expected. Alessio hands me the electronic bypass tool. Seconds later, I hear the satisfying click of the mechanism releasing. I push the door open slowly, weapon lowered, but ready. The room is dimly lit by a small bedside lamp. A thin woman with dark hair sits up in bed, pressing herself against the headboard. Her blue eyes, unmistakably like Sienna's, widen with terror. Please, she whispers, her voice hoarse from disuse. No more medication tonight. I've been good. Something twists in my chest. 5 years in this place, drugged and isolated. Sterling will pay for this. Charlotte, I say softly, holstering my weapon. I'm not here to hurt you. My name is Enzo Feretti. I'm here for Sienna. At her daughter's name, Charlotte's expression transforms from fear to fierce alertness. Sienna? Her voice breaks. Is she alive? Is she safe? She's alive, I confirm, stepping closer. But she needs you. We've come to take you somewhere safe. Charlotte's eyes narrow with suspicion. How do I know you're telling the truth? Henry has tried tricks before. I kneel beside her bed, keeping my movements slow and non-threatening. Sienna told me about the cookies you used to bake together, late at night in your kitchen when her father was away on business. Chocolate chip with sea salt. She said it was the happiest memory of her childhood. Charlotte's eyes fill with tears. One hand covers her mouth as a sob escapes. She remembers, she whispers. My baby remembers. I offer my hand. We don't have much time. Will you come with us? Charlotte nods, wiping tears from her face. Take me to my daughter. I help Charlotte to her feet, supporting her frail body with one arm. She's lighter than I expected, like a bird with hollow bones. We need to move now, Alessio says from the doorway. Guards at the main desk will be checking in soon. Charlotte clutches my arm. I can't walk fast. I've got you, I say, and in one smooth motion, I lift her into my arms. She weighs nothing, years of captivity having whittled her down to skin and bone. Team 2, prepare extraction route, I order, through my comm as we move into the hallway. Dr. Martelli appears from the shadows, quickly checking Charlotte's pupils with a pen light. Heavily medicated, she confirms, but stable for transport. We move swiftly down the corridor toward the service stairs, Charlotte's head resting against my shoulder. Her breathing is shallow but steady. An alarm blares suddenly, red lights flashing along the walls. Someone tripped the silent alarm, Alessio curses, drawing his weapon. New plan. Main entrance is compromised. East wing exit, I decide immediately. Team 1, create a diversion at the west entrance. We change direction, moving faster now. Charlotte grips my jacket, her knuckles white with fear. I won't go back, she whispers fiercely. I'd rather die than stay here another day. The same words Sienna spoke to me. The resemblance between mother and daughter hits me like a physical blow. You won't, I promise her. I'm getting you out. We reach the East Wing emergency exit. Alessio disables the alarm on this specific door while the facility's main alarm continues blaring. Clear, he says, pushing the door open to reveal the dark grounds beyond. I carry Charlotte through the doorway into the cold night air. Our SUVs wait 50 yards away, engines running, lights off. Cover us, I order the team members flanking us as we move across the open ground. Charlotte shivers in my arms, the thin hospital gown offering no protection against the night chill. I move faster, my eyes scanning for threats. We reach the first SUV without incident. Alessio opens the back door, and I slide Charlotte onto the seat, climbing in beside her. Dr. Martelli follows, immediately wrapping a thermal blanket around Charlotte's shoulders. Go, I order the driver as Alessio closes the door and moves to the second vehicle. The SUV pulls away smoothly, headlights still dark as we navigate the facility's access road. Only when we reach the main road does the driver switch them on, accelerating toward our rendezvous point. Charlotte stares out the window, watching the psychiatric facility recede into the distance. In the flashing emergency lights, I can see tears streaming down her face. 5 years, she whispers. 5 years of my life stolen. I take her hand. It's cold and trembling. You're free now, I tell her, and soon you'll see Sienna again. I guide Charlotte into the living room, noting how her steps still carry that institutional shuffle, a grim reminder of her years in confinement. The leather chair creaks as she settles into it, her movements precise and measured, like someone who's learned to occupy minimal space. We need to move quickly, I state. Henry will notice your absence soon. Tell me why he kept you alive all these years. Charlotte's fingers twist together in her lap. Insurance. Her voice comes out barely above a whisper. He needed me alive because of the trust fund. Explain. My family's money. It's tied up in an old trust. Henry can only access it through me, and only while I'm alive. If I die, she swallows hard. The money goes to charitable organization. The pieces click into place. That's why he couldn't kill you. How much are we talking about? Hundreds of millions. Her eyes meet mine for the first time. That's why he put me away instead. The facility kept me docile with medications, but alive. As long as I signed the papers he brought, he could keep accessing the money. The magnitude of what we're dealing with settles over me. This isn't just about abuse and control. It's about an empire built on blood money. I need to make a call. Give me 5 minutes to coordinate with my brothers. Then I'll explain everything we're going to do. Charlotte's hand shoots out, catching my sleeve. The gesture surprises us both. She immediately withdraws, folding back into herself. I step into the hallway, pulling out my phone. The weight of what we've uncovered sits heavy on my shoulders. Hundreds of millions in play changes everything about this situation. Henry's not just some sadistic bastard. He's a calculating monster who's built an empire on his wife's imprisonment and his daughter's exploitation.
Chapter 35. Sienna. I lie on my bed, staring at the ceiling, counting the minutes until this nightmare ends. The hours crawl by in this gilded prison, each tick of the clock a reminder that I'm back under Henry's control. The door flies open with a crash that makes me jump. Henry storms in, his face twisted with rage. "You stupid little bitch!" His voice booms through the room as he slams the door behind him. "What did you tell Feretti about your mother?" My blood freezes. How does he know? I scramble to sit up, pressing my back against the headboard. "I don't know what—" His hand slams against the wall. "Don't lie to me. He took her from the clinic. Your precious fucking mother is gone." My heart leaps despite the danger. Mom is with Enzo. She's safe. She's free. Henry stalks toward me, his expensive cologne unable to mask the stench of his anger. He thinks he can blackmail me, using Charlotte against me? I stay silent, trying to make myself smaller. Every muscle in my body tenses, preparing for the blow that always comes. "Answer me." He grabs my arm, yanking me forward. "What did you tell him?" How did he know where to find her? "Nothing," I whisper, the lie bitter on my tongue. "I didn't—" His fingers dig deeper. 5 years I kept that secret. 5 fucking years no one knew where she was. Then you run to Feretti and suddenly he's breaking into my private facility? I catch a glimpse of something I've rarely seen in Henry's eyes. Fear. He's scared of what Enzo might do with this information, with my mother as a witness. A tiny spark of hope flickers in my chest. Mom remembers. Despite the drugs, despite everything Henry did to break her, she remembers what he did to us. You think this changes anything? Henry's grip tightens until I wince. You think your knight in shining armor is going to save you? From me? He laughs, the sound hollow and cruel. Your wedding to Williams is still happening, and if Feretti tries anything, I'll make sure your mother suffers for it. I still have friends at that clinic who can testify she's delusional. Who's going to believe a mentally ill woman over me? I feel sick. Even with Mom free, Henry still holds all the cards. What did you tell him about me? Henry demands again, shaking me. What exactly does Feretti know? I stare at Henry, keeping my lips pressed firmly together. No matter what he says, I won't give him anything more. Enzo has my mother now. She's safe. That thought gives me strength I've never had before. What else did you tell that bastard? Henry's face inches closer to mine, his breath hot against my skin. What other lies did you spread about me? I remain silent, my eyes fixed on a point past his shoulder. His fingers dig deeper into my arm. Answer me when I speak to you. Still, I say nothing. This small defiance is all I have left. Henry's expression shifts, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Oh, I see how it is. You spread your legs for Feretti, didn't you? Just like all the others. My chest tightens, but I force myself to breathe. That's what this is about, he continues, his voice dripping with disgust. You've always been a whore at heart. I tried to teach you better, but you're just like your mother. Damaged goods. The mention of my mother makes something snap inside me. No different than all those men I arranged for you, he sneers. You probably enjoyed Feretti's attention, didn't you? Used your body to manipulate him, make him feel sorry for you. Shut up! The scream tears from my throat before I can stop it. Just shut up! Henry steps back, momentarily startled by my outburst. You know nothing about me. I'm on my feet now, shaking with rage. You never have. You're not my father. You're my jailer, my abuser, my pimp. The word hangs in the air between us. I've never dared say it before. You sold me to those men, your own daughter, and you have the audacity to call me damaged? My voice rises with each word. You're the one who's sick. You're the monster. Henry's face darkens with fury. How dare you speak to me that way? I'll speak to you however I want. I cut him off beyond caring about consequences. You've taken everything from me, my childhood, my dignity, my mother, but you can't take my voice anymore. I'm trembling all over, but I can't stop now. Years of silent suffering pour out of me in a torrent of rage. I told Enzo everything. Every disgusting thing you've done to me, to Mom, and he believed me because it's the truth. I brace myself as Henry's hand flies toward my face. The impact knocks me sideways, my cheek exploding with pain. I taste blood in my mouth as I hit the floor. You ungrateful little bitch. He kicks me in the stomach, driving the air from my lungs. I curl into myself, trying to protect my vital organs the way I've learned over years of his abuse. Another kick lands against my back, sending sharp pain down my spine. But something's different this time. The fear that usually paralyzes me is gone. In its place is a strange, liberating emptiness. I start to laugh. It begins as a small chuckle and grows into something wild and uncontrolled. Blood dribbles down my chin as I look up at him. What's so funny? Henry snarls, grabbing my hair and yanking my head back. This, I gasp through my laughter. All of this. You think you're hurting me? You're actually doing me a favor. Confusion flashes across his face. His grip tightens. Go ahead, I taunt him. Kill me. It's the only thing I'll ever thank you for. His eyes widen with shock. I've never spoken to him this way before. You hear me? I laugh harder, the sound bordering on hysterical. Finish the job. It's the only kindness you've ever shown me. Henry's face contorts with rage. He slams my head against the floor. Stars explode behind my eyes, but I keep laughing. Do it, I scream at him. Kill me. I'd rather be dead than spend another day as your property. His fist connects with my ribs. I hear something crack, but the pain feels distant, almost irrelevant. You're insane, he hisses, breathing heavily. No, I wheeze through my laughter and blood. I'm free. Even if you kill me right now, I win. Mom is safe. Enzo knows everything. You've already lost. Henry raises his fist again, his face purple with fury. I close my eyes, still smiling through the blood and tears. Henry's fist hovers in the air, trembling with rage. I brace myself for the blow, but it never comes. Instead, he lets out a frustrated growl and releases my hair, letting my head thump back against the floor. You stupid girl, he spits, standing up straight and adjusting his cufflinks. The only thing saving your pathetic life right now is that I need Charlotte more than I need you. I lie on the floor, blood pooling in my mouth, but I can't stop the smile that spreads across my face. My ribs scream in protest as I take a shallow breath. She's gone, I whisper. You'll never find her. Henry's polished shoe presses against my injured ribs, applying just enough pressure to make me gasp. I will find her, he says, his voice deadly calm now. I have resources you can't even imagine, and when I do, when I get what I need from her, you'll be of no further use to me. He increases the pressure slightly, watching me squirm. Do you understand what that means, Sienna? You won't be sold to Williams. You won't be shipped off to Virginia. You'll simply disappear. He removes his foot and crouches beside me, grabbing my chin to force me to look at him. First, I'll get your mother back, then you'll die. That's a promise. Something snaps inside me. Despite the pain, despite everything, I summon the strength to scream at him. You'll never touch her again, I shriek, spittle and blood flying from my lips. Enzo will kill you first. He'll tear your world apart. Henry's face contorts with disgust. He stands up, straightening his jacket. Pathetic, he mutters. Pinning your hopes on a man you've known for what? A week? 2? Your mother made the same mistake, thinking someone would save her. He walks toward the door, pausing with his hand on the knob. No one saved her then. No one will save either of you now. The door slams behind him, the lock clicking into place. I lie on the floor, every breath sending shards of pain through my chest. But beneath the pain, beneath the fear, something else burns bright. Hope. Mom is safe. She's with Enzo. And Henry is scared. For the first time in my life, Henry Sterling is afraid.
Enzo. I grip my phone so hard, my knuckles turn white. My rage boils just beneath the surface, but I need to stay fucking calm. For Sienna's sake. I punch in Sterling's number. Each ring feels like an eternity. Henry Sterling. His voice is smooth, cultured, the voice of a man who believes he's untouchable. Sterling, it's Feretti. I keep my tone flat, controlled. A chuckle comes through the line. Ah, the infamous Enzo Feretti. To what do I owe this pleasure? I have Charlotte. I let the words hang in the air, waiting for his reaction. Instead of shock or anger, Sterling laughs. The sound makes my skin crawl. Is that supposed to be news? I already know you raided that facility. His tone is dismissive, bored even. My jaw clenches. Then you know why I'm calling. Enlighten me anyway. I want to make an exchange. I pace across my office, every muscle tense. Charlotte for Sienna. Another laugh, this one colder than the first. How noble of you, the Mafia boss with a heart of gold. This isn't a fucking joke, Sterling. No, it certainly isn't. His voice hardens. You've interfered in my business, stolen my property. They're not property, I snarl. They're people. Women you've abused for years. Careful, Feretti. You're in no position to lecture me on morality. I take a deep breath. The exchange. Yes or no. And why would I agree to that? Sienna is worth far more to me than her broken mother. Because if you don't, I'll make sure every piece of evidence Charlotte has against you reaches the right people. It's a bluff, but a calculated one. Silence stretches between us. Then, fine. Come to my estate tomorrow night. Midnight. My grip tightens on the phone. And Sienna will be there? Unharmed? For now. The threat in his words is His voice drops lower. You come alone. No brothers, no men, no backup. If I see anyone else, I'll put a bullet in that whore's head myself. Every cell in my body wants to reach through the phone and tear his throat out. I'll be alone. Smart man. Until tomorrow. The line goes dead. I slam my fist into the wall, leaving a dent in the plaster. I turn away from the wall, my hand throbbing. The anger coursing through me needs an outlet, but I can't afford to lose control. Not now. Not when Sienna's life hangs in the balance. Charlotte sits in the corner of my office, her thin frame drowning in one of Lucretia's sweaters. Her eyes, crystal blue like Sienna's, watch me with a mixture of fear and hope. He agreed, I tell her, keeping my voice steady. Tomorrow, at midnight, his estate. Charlotte's fingers twist nervously in her lap. Despite the days of proper medication and care, she still looks fragile, like a porcelain doll that's been cracked and glued back together. Did he believe you? About bringing me? Her voice is soft, barely above a whisper. I nod. He wants to make the exchange. You for Sienna. Henry never makes fair trades. Her eyes cloud with memories. There will be a trap. I know. I pull up a chair and sit across from her, which is why we need a plan, a good one, and we already have it. Charlotte straightens her shoulders, and for a moment, I see where Sienna gets her strength. Behind the fragility lies steel. Do you feel all right to do this? I ask. If you need more time? Time is the one thing Sienna doesn't have. Charlotte's voice finds its firmness. Every minute she spends with him. She doesn't finish the sentence. She doesn't need to. This is our last hope, she continues, meeting my gaze directly. If we fail, Henry will make sure we never get another chance. He'll move her somewhere we can't find her. Or worse. The thought of worse makes my blood run cold. I've seen Sienna's scars. I know what Sterling is capable of. I won't let that happen, I promise. I'll get her back, even if I have to tear that mansion apart with my bare hands. I leave Charlotte in my office, needing a moment to breathe. The weight of tomorrow's exchange sits heavy on my shoulders. One wrong move, and I could lose Sienna forever. My feet carry me through the hallways without conscious direction. I find myself at Lucretia's studio door, slightly ajar with soft music drifting out. I push it open to find my sister standing before a canvas, brush in hand, lost in her work. The room smells of oils and turpentine. Afternoon light streams through the tall windows, catching the dust particles dancing in the air. Lucretia doesn't turn when I enter, but her shoulders relax slightly, acknowledging my presence. "How's Charlotte?" she asks, adding a stroke of deep blue to her canvas. Holding up, stronger than she looks. Like mother, like daughter. Lucretia finally turns, studying my face. "You look like shit, Enzo." I run a hand over my jaw. "Thanks for the fucking update." She sets down her brush and wipes her hands on a cloth. "Everything's ready for tomorrow. As ready as it can be." Lucretia moves to the small sitting area in the corner of her studio, sinking into an overstuffed chair. I take the one opposite her, the familiar comfort of my sister's space, easing some of the tension from my body. "What's going on in that head of yours?" she asks. I shrug. Just running through every possible way this could go wrong. That's not all. Her eyes narrow. "This is more than business for you." Of course it's fucking more. Sterling needs to pay for what he's done. To Sienna specifically. Lucrezia leans forward. Enzo, do you love her? The question catches me off guard. What? You heard me. Her gaze is unwavering. Is what you feel for her love? How do you know it's actual love and not just, I don't know, protective instinct, or guilt, or lust? I start to snap back, but stop myself. This is Lucrezia. After what she's been through, she deserves a real answer. I don't know if I can explain it. I stare at my hands. When I'm with her, everything feels right, like the world makes sense. And when she's not there, nothing does. Lucrezia watches me carefully. I wouldn't know. I've never felt that. Not once in my entire life. After what happened to you. No, she cuts me off. Even before. I've never understood what makes people so sure about love. I think about Sienna's smile, rare but brilliant when it appears, the way she studies everything with those sharp blue eyes, her courage in the face of unimaginable horror. You just know, I tell Lucrezia, it's when their pain hurts you more than your own, when you'd burn down the world to keep them safe. I watch Lucrezia's face soften as I talk about Sienna. She reaches across and squeezes my hand. You need to rest, Enzo. You look exhausted. How can I fucking rest? I pull my hand away, standing to pace the room. Sterling could be doing anything to her right now. And you'll be no good to her if you're dead on your feet tomorrow. Lucrezia's voice is firm but gentle. When was the last time you slept? Really slept? I rub my eyes, trying to remember. The days have blurred together since Sienna was taken. Damiana will stay here tomorrow night, I say, changing the subject. I can't risk everyone's lives by bringing backup. Lucrezia steps forward and wraps her arms around me. The gesture surprises me. We're not usually a hugging family. She rests her head against my chest. I'm really proud of you, Enzo, she whispers. Something strange twists in my chest. Pride isn't something we talk about in our family. We do what needs to be done without praise or acknowledgement. Hearing those words from my little sister hits me in an unexpected way. For what? I ask, my voice rougher than I intended. For being willing to risk everything for someone else. She pulls back to look at me. For seeing Sienna as more than just a victim to rescue. For loving someone despite everything our life has taught us about love. I don't know how to respond. The feeling in my chest expands, uncomfortable and unfamiliar. Is this what vulnerability feels like? I've spent my entire life building walls, creating a version of myself that could lead, that could protect our family. Hearing Lucrezia's words makes those walls feel suddenly paper thin.
Chapter 36. Sienna. The sound of a key turning in the lock jolts me from my half-sleep. I've spent the night drifting between nightmares and anxious wakefulness, my mind racing with thoughts of Enzo, my mother, and what Henry might do to me. Light spills into the room as the door opens. I sit up quickly, my back pressed against the headboard, ready for Henry's rage. Instead, a young woman in a maid's uniform enters carrying a tray. Her eyes stay fixed on the floor. "Breakfast, Miss Sterling," she murmurs, placing the tray on the desk near the window. Steam rises from a cup of tea, and I can see toast, fruit, and yogurt arranged neatly on a plate. My stomach growls despite my anxiety, reminding me I haven't eaten since yesterday's confrontation with Henry. The maid keeps her distance, hovering near the door. She's new. I don't recognize her face. Henry cycles through staff regularly, especially when they show me any kindness. Thank you, I say, my voice rough from lack of sleep. She nods once, still avoiding eye contact. I wonder what Henry told her about me. What stories does he spread to the staff to explain the bruises, the locked doors? Is there anything else you need, miss? She asks, her fingers already wrapped around the doorknob. I want to ask for her help. I want to beg her to call Enzo, to tell him I'm alive, to say I'm sorry for surrendering myself. But Henry's eyes and ears are everywhere in this house. One wrong move could endanger us both. No, thank you, I reply instead. She slips out quickly, and the sound of the lock clicking back into place echoes in the room. The familiar sensation of being trapped washes over me, but it feels different now. Before Enzo, being locked in was just my reality. Now it's a cage I've experienced freedom from. I slide off the bed and approach the tray, examining the food carefully. Henry wouldn't poison me. I'm worth too much to him alive. But he's not above drugging me to keep me compliant. The yogurt looks untouched, the seal still intact. The tea I'm less sure about. I take a small bite of toast and move to the window. The gardens below are beautiful in the morning light, a cruel contrast to the ugliness that happens inside these walls. Somewhere out there, Enzo is planning. My mother is safe with him. For the first time in years, I have something real to hold on to.
Enzo. I grip the steering wheel tighter as we approach Henry's mansion. The night wraps around us like a shroud, the darkness our only ally. Charlotte sits beside me, her face a mask of determination despite the slight tremor in her hands. Remember, I say, keeping my voice low, no matter what that bastard says, stay calm. He'll try to get under your skin. Charlotte nods, her eyes, so much like Sienna's, fixed on the looming structure ahead. I've spent 5 years with that monster in my head. His words can't hurt me anymore. But I notice how she tugs at the sleeves of her blouse, a nervous habit that reminds me of Sienna. The resemblance between mother and daughter is striking, even in their mannerisms. The plan is simple, I remind her, as I park the car out of sight of the main gates. I know, Enzo, she interrupts, her voice stronger than I expected. We've been over this. I study her face, searching for any sign she might break. Despite the medication still working its way out of her system, her eyes are clear, focused. He'll try to convince you I'm the enemy, I warn. A bitter smile crosses her lips. Henry has taken everything from me. My freedom, my daughter, years of my life. There's nothing he could say that would make me trust him over the man trying to save my daughter. I nod, respecting her resolve. If anything goes wrong, I know. The panic button. She touches the small device in her pocket. One press, and your team comes in guns blazing. The mansion's lights cast an eerie glow against the night sky. Somewhere inside those walls, Sienna waits, probably terrified. The thought of her fear makes my blood boil. It's time, I say, checking my watch. Midnight, exactly. Charlotte reaches over and grabs my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. Enzo, before we go in, thank you for finding me, for loving my daughter enough to risk everything. Her words hit me harder than I expected. I think about Sienna, her smile, her strength, how fucking brave she is despite everything she's endured. I'd burn down the world for her, I admit, the raw truth of it surprising even me. Charlotte's eyes fill with tears, but she blinks them away quickly. Then let's go, get her back. We step out of the car, the cool night air filling my lungs. My gun presses against my lower back, a comforting weight. I walk beside Charlotte toward the massive oak doors of Sterling's mansion, her arm linked with mine, more for stability than appearance. She's still unsteady from years of forced medication, but determination straightens her spine. The door swings open before we knock. A young maid with downcast eyes greets us. "Mr. Sterling is expecting you. Please follow me." As she turns to lead us inside, her eyes catch Charlotte's face. The recognition is instant. Her hand flies to her mouth, eyes widening in shock. For a moment, I think she might cry out, but she catches herself, glancing nervously at the hallway, where 2 guards stand outside what must be Sterling's office. "This way, please," she whispers, her voice trembling slightly. Charlotte squeezes my arm, a silent acknowledgement. The maid knew her, perhaps from before Sterling locked her away. I file this information away, watching as the woman struggles to maintain her composure while leading us through the opulent hallway. The guards straighten as we approach. Both wear dark suits with telltale bulges under their jackets. One steps forward, his face expressionless. "Arms up," he orders. I comply, raising my hands while he pats me down thoroughly. Sides, back, ankles, even checking my collar and sleeves. His partner watches Charlotte with suspicious eyes, but doesn't touch her. "He's clean," the guard announces, sounding almost disappointed. Of course, I'm fucking clean. I'm not stupid enough to bring a weapon into Sterling's territory when Sienna's life hangs in the balance. The gun I left in the car was more comfort than strategy. The maid opens the office door, her eyes meeting Charlotte's one last time, a look of mingled disbelief and hope, before quickly looking away. I step into Sterling's office with Charlotte clinging to my arm, her body tense, but her face composed. The room reeks of power and old money, leather-bound books lining mahogany shelves, priceless art on the walls, a massive desk that probably costs more than most people's cars. And behind that desk sits Henry Sterling. He doesn't stand when we enter, doesn't offer a greeting, just watches us approach with cold blue eyes and a slight curve to his lips that makes my skin crawl. "Well, well," he says finally, leaning back in his leather chair. "The prodigal wife returns." His gaze slides from Charlotte to me, that smirk deepening. And with such interesting company, I feel Charlotte's fingers dig into my arm, but her voice remains steady. "Henry." Just one word, but I hear years of pain behind it. Sterling's eyes linger on Charlotte's face, something possessive in his expression. "You're looking well, my dear. Better than when I last saw you." The irony in his tone makes my jaw clench. The psychiatric care must have been beneficial. I step forward, pulling Charlotte with me until we stand directly before his desk. "We're not here for a fucking reunion." Sterling's eyebrows lift slightly, that mocking smile never leaving his face. "Mr. Feretti, the man who fancies himself a knight in shining armor." He gestures to the chairs across from his desk. "Please, sit. Let's discuss this business arrangement like civilized men." "I'll stand," I say. Charlotte follows my lead, remaining on her feet beside me. I notice how Sterling's eyes narrow at this small act of defiance. "As you wish." He shrugs, feigning indifference. "Though I must say, Charlotte, after 5 years of treatment, I'm surprised to see you standing so tall." His eyes glitter with malice. "The doctors assured me you were quite beyond recovery." "You always did underestimate me, Henry," Charlotte replies, her voice soft but clear. Sterling laughs, a sound devoid of humor. "Perhaps." He leans forward, resting his elbows on the desk. I assume you're here for my daughter. The way he says, my daughter makes my blood boil, like Sienna is property, a possession. I keep my face neutral as Sterling leans back in his chair, studying me with those cold eyes. The smirk on his face grows wider. What I can't understand, Feretti, is why someone with your reputation would be so stupid. He taps his fingers on the desk. Walking into my house, alone, with no backup. Did you really think I wouldn't have contingencies? Where's Sienna? I demand, ignoring his question. Sterling chuckles, the sound making my skin crawl. All in good time. First, I'm curious. What's your real plan here? Because with one word, I could have my men put a bullet in your head. He spreads his hands. So enlighten me. What am I missing? I feel Charlotte tense beside me, but I keep my eyes locked on Sterling. You think I'd walk in here without insurance? I let out a short laugh. Maybe you're the stupid one, Henry. His eyes narrow. Explain. I nod toward Charlotte. Your wife is wearing something special under her clothes. She's holding the trigger right now. One press of that button, and she dies instantly. Sterling's gaze snaps to Charlotte, searching her face for confirmation. The lie slides easily from my tongue. The button is actually a panic signal to my team, but Sterling doesn't need to know that. So here's how this works, I continue. You give me Sienna, we walk out of here, and everyone lives. You try anything, Charlotte dies, and you lose your access to her family's money. I lean forward, placing my hands on his desk. I wonder which matters more to you, revenge against me, or the hundreds of millions you've been stealing from her trust fund. A muscle twitches in Sterling's jaw. For the first time, uncertainty flickers across his face. You're bluffing, he says, but there's less conviction in his voice. Am I? I shrug. Why do you think your men didn't search her? You told them not to touch her. Ironic that your own twisted respect for your property is what's going to fuck you over. Sterling's eyes dart between us, calculating. I can see him reassessing, trying to determine if I'm telling the truth. Show me, he demands. Charlotte's hand moves to her blouse buttons, her fingers trembling slightly. You want to see what your years of abuse have driven me to, Henry. How desperate I am to save our daughter from you. The conviction in her voice is perfect, just the right mix of desperation and resolve. Sterling's face pales slightly. Chapter 37. Enzo. Sterling's face contorts with a mix of fury and caution. What exactly are you asking for? I lean forward, my voice deadly calm. Before we get to that, I think you need to understand something about me. His eyebrows rise slightly, that patronizing smile still playing on his lips. Please, enlighten me. I keep my eyes locked on his. Let me tell you a story about a man I met a few years back, Carlo Bianchi, wealthy businessman from Naples. I watched Sterling's face for any reaction. On paper, he ran shipping companies. In reality, he trafficked people. Sterling's expression doesn't change, but I notice his fingers tighten slightly on the armrest. What Carlo had in common with you was his approach to family. He used his wife's inheritance to build his empire. When she questioned his business, he broke her spirit, much like you did with Charlotte. I pace slowly in front of his desk, never breaking eye contact. His daughter became another asset. 17 years old, he'd loan her out to business associates as entertainment. My voice hardens. Sound familiar? Sterling's jaw tightens, but he remains silent. I met Carlo at a business function in Rome. He offered me his daughter for the night, thinking it would secure our deal. I pause, letting the words hang in the air. 3 days later, his body washed up on the shore, his operation dismantled, his assets seized. Charlotte stares at me, the story clearly new to her as well. His daughter and wife received new identities, a fresh start, and enough money to never worry again. I stop pacing and plant both hands on Sterling's desk, leaning into his space. And nobody, fucking nobody, ever connected it back to me. Sterling studies me for a long moment. An interesting tale, though I fail to see the relevance to our current situation. The relevance is simple. I'm not just here for Sienna. I'm here to end you. I straighten up. But unlike Carlo, I'm giving you a choice. How generous, Sterling sneers, but there's a new wariness in his eyes. You can either give me Sienna and sign over divorce papers to Charlotte, or I let the sentence hang. Or what? Sterling challenges. Or you can join Carlo at the bottom of the ocean. I smile, but there's nothing warm in it. Your choice. I want Sienna in this office. Now. My voice leaves no room for negotiation. Sterling studies me for a long moment, weighing his options. I can almost see the calculations running behind those cold eyes. How much Charlotte's money is worth against Sienna's value to him, whether I'm bluffing about the explosive. Collins, he finally calls out, not breaking eye contact with me. The door opens immediately. A tall man in a dark suit steps in, his face expressionless. Sir, bring my daughter here. Sterling's voice is tight, controlled. Immediately. He nods and disappears, closing the door behind him.
Sienna. I'm curled up on the window seat, watching the guards patrol the garden, when a sharp knock makes me jump. Miss Sterling, your father needs you in his office. It's one of Henry's men, whose name I've never bothered to learn. His face is expressionless as he waits in the doorway. My heart hammers against my ribs. Henry never summons me to his office this late unless something terrible is about to happen. I smooth down my wrinkled dress, trying to look presentable enough to avoid his criticism. Now, my voice comes out smaller than I intend. Right now. The man's eyes flick impatiently down the hallway. Don't keep him waiting. The walk to Henry's office feels like marching to an execution. Each step down the familiar corridor brings back memories of previous summons, none of them good. My palms sweat as I reach the heavy oak door. I take a deep breath, knock twice, and push the door open. The first thing I see isn't Henry at all. It's my mother. She stands near the window, thinner than I remember, her once vibrant face pale but still beautiful. Her eyes, the same crystal blue as mine, lock with mine across the room. Mom! The word catches in my throat. 5 years. 5 years since I've seen her face. 5 years of wondering if she was even alive. And then my gaze shifts, and I see him. Enzo. He stands beside my mother, his powerful frame tense, his eyes dark and dangerous as they meet mine. He's dressed all in black, looking every bit the predator I first saw at the casino bar. My brain can't process what I'm seeing. Mom and Enzo, here, together, in Henry's office. I freeze in the doorway, unable to move forward or back, my eyes darting between the two people I never expected to see in the same room, the two people I love most in this world. Sienna. My mother's voice breaks on my name, and I see tears gathering in her eyes. Henry sits behind his desk, his face a mask of cold fury, but I barely register his presence. All I can see is my mother, alive, here. And Enzo, somehow standing beside her. "Come in and close the door." Henry snaps, but his voice sounds distant, unimportant. My legs move automatically, carrying me into the room. The door clicks shut behind me, and I stand there, trembling, trying to understand what's happening. Sienna. This time it's Enzo who speaks my name, his voice deep and steady, his eyes never leave mine, and I see something in them I've never seen before, a fierce triumph mixed with tenderness. Mom gives me a smile, but there's something in her eyes, a warning, a message she's trying to convey without words. I've seen that look before, when Henry would enter a room and she'd silently signal me to be careful. It's our secret language, developed over years of surviving his cruelty together. I swallow hard and force myself to remain still, fighting the desperate urge to run to her, to throw my arms around her, and never let go. The slight shake of her head is almost imperceptible, but I catch it. Stay calm. Don't react. Don't show weakness. "Well, isn't this a touching family reunion?" Henry says, his voice slicing through the tension like a blade. "Your mother has been so eager to see you again, Sienna." I clench my jaw and keep my face neutral, the way I've learned to do when Henry is watching. My eyes flick to Enzo, whose expression gives nothing away, but whose body is coiled tight like a predator, ready to strike. "Nothing to say?" Henry continues, leaning back in his chair. "After all the trouble Mr. Feretti has gone through to bring your mother here?" I meet my mother's gaze again. Her smile remains, but her eyes are desperate now, trying to communicate something crucial. I need to be careful. Whatever is happening here is dangerous, balanced on a knife's edge. "I'm surprised to see you both," I finally manage, keeping my voice even, emotionless. "Steel. I need to be steel right now, not the fragile, breakable thing I feel like inside." Mom's fingers twitch at her side, another signal from our old code. "Wait, listen. There's more happening here than I understand." I straighten my spine and fold my hands in front of me, the perfect picture of the obedient daughter Henry has always demanded. But inside, my mind races, trying to piece together what's happening. How Enzo found my mother. Why they're here together. What Henry is planning. The only thing I know for certain is that my mother is trying to tell me something vital with those eyes that mirror my own. And until I understand what it is, I need to remain steel. I watch the tension build between Enzo and Henry, the air crackling with unspoken threats. Enzo's eyes keep darting to my face, and I realize he must have noticed something, a bruise perhaps from yesterday's confrontation with Henry. "You hit her." Enzo's voice drops to a dangerous growl. His hands curl into fists at his sides, and I see that predatory stillness overtake him, the calm before violence erupts. Henry laughs, the sound hollow and cruel. "What I do with my daughter is none of your concern, Mr. Feretti." "It became my concern the moment I saw what you've done to her." Enzo takes a step forward, his movement fluid and threatening. My mother's eyes widen in fear, and she shoots me another warning glance. She knows how dangerous Henry is when cornered. Henry rises slowly from his chair, placing both palms flat on his desk. His smile doesn't reach his eyes. With one word, everyone in this room is dead. His voice is casual, almost bored. "My men are everywhere. And believe me, I won't give a fuck about the money if I have to choose my life over yours." The words slip out before I can stop them. "Of course you put yourself above money." My voice trembles with years of suppressed rage. "That's something you've never done for Mom and me." Henry's eyes snap to mine, cold and dangerous. I've broken our unspoken rule, never challenge him publicly. But seeing my mother standing there, after all these years, after everything he's done to us, something inside me snaps. "You'd sell us both for the right price," I continue, unable to stop now that I've started. "You already have, so many times." My mother makes a small, distressed sound, but I can't look at her. I keep my eyes locked on Henry, watching the fury build in his face. I should be terrified. I know what he's capable of, but with Enzo and my mother here, I find courage I never knew I had. "Sienna," my mother whispers, a plea in her voice. But it's too late to take the words back. And honestly, I don't want to. For the first time in my life, I've spoken the truth to Henry's face, and it feels like breaking the surface after drowning for years.
Chapter 38. Enzo. The fucking second Sienna says those words, that Sterling sold them both, something snaps inside me. Red bleeds into my vision. I don't think. I move. I lunge across the desk and grab Sterling by his throat, slamming him back against his chair. My fingers dig into his windpipe as I lift him slightly off the ground. "You piece of shit," I growl, my voice barely human. "You sold your own daughter." His eyes bulge, face turning purple as he struggles for air. I can feel his pulse hammering against my palm. Good. I want him to feel death coming. Guards rush forward, the metallic clicks of safeties coming off, echoing through the room. I count 4 guns aimed at my head. I don't give a fuck. All I see is Sterling and all the pain he's caused. "Tell them to back off, or I crush your windpipe right now," I snarl, tightening my grip for emphasis. Sterling raises a trembling hand, gasping out words between choked breaths. "Stand. Down," he wheezes. "Remain. Still." The guards hesitate, weapons still trained on me, but they don't advance. Smart choice for them. Not that it would save Sterling if I decided to end him right now. I lean in closer, my face inches from his. "You trafficked your own flesh and blood? Your own fucking daughter?" His eyes dart to Sienna, then back to me. I can see the calculation happening even as he struggles to breathe. This man has no soul. "Business," he chokes out, a sick smile forming despite my grip. I slam him back again, harder this time. His head cracks against the wall behind him. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you right now," I demand, feeling his throat constrict under my fingers. Behind me, I hear Charlotte's sharp intake of breath, Sienna's soft gasp. I don't look back at them. I can't take my eyes off this monster, can't loosen my grip on his throat. Sterling's face is turning deeper shades of purple, but somehow he manages a strangled laugh. Even facing death, he's arrogant, untouchable, the kind of man who's always had power and never faced consequences. "Because," he rasps, "you won't leave alive." A gunshot cracks through the air. One of Sterling's guards drops to the floor. Another shot. Another guard falls. I glance over my shoulder, still keeping my grip on Sterling's throat. One of his own men is systematically taking out the others, his movements precise and deadly. Charlotte, fragile, abused Charlotte, pulls a gun from beneath her cardigan and presses it hard against Sterling's temple. "I've waited 5 years for this moment," she whispers, her voice stronger than I've ever heard it. Her hand is steady, finger curled around the trigger. Sterling's eyes widen with genuine fear for the first time. "Stop! Tell them to stop shooting!" he screams, voice cracking as he looks frantically at his remaining guards. I keep my grip on Sterling's throat, watching the fear in his eyes as Charlotte holds the gun to his head. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, this monster finally understanding what terror feels like. The door behind us crashes open. Heavy footsteps storm into the room. I don't take my eyes off Sterling, but I feel the room shift as more men pour in. The calculated precision of their movements tells me everything I need to know. My people have taken control. "Hello, Henry," Alessio says, his voice casual as he steps into Sterling's line of sight. "Thought you might like to know you're left with only the men in this office." He gestures around the room with his gun. "All the others are dead." Sterling's eyes dart frantically between Alessio and me, the reality of his situation sinking in. The empire he built, the protection he counted on, gone in minutes. "That's not possible," Sterling chokes out beneath my grip. Alessio laughs, the sound cold and sharp. 37 men. That's how many you had on the property. 37 men who aren't breathing anymore. He leans in closer. "You really should invest in better security." I ease my grip on Sterling's throat just enough to let him speak. "How dash? You think we came unprepared?" I cut him off. "You think I'd walk into the lion's den without making sure I owned the fucking zoo first?" Feretti men line the walls of the office. Now, weapons ready. The bodies of Sterling's guards lie sprawled on the expensive carpet, blood soaking into the fibers. The smell of gunpowder hangs heavy in the air. "Your mistake," I tell Sterling, "was thinking I'd play by your rules." Alessio moves to Sienna, positioning himself protectively beside her while keeping his weapon trained on Sterling. I can see the shock on Sienna's face as she processes what's happening, how completely we've turned the tables. "The house is secure," Alessio confirms. Sterling's face twists with rage beneath my hand. This man has spent his life controlling others, making them feel powerless. Now he's the one with no control, no power, no options. "You've lost, Sterling," I tell him, my voice low. "Your men are dead. Your house is mine. Your life." I tighten my grip again, watching him struggle for air, "is in my hands." "You won't kill me," Sterling rasps, his voice rough from my assault on his throat. His eyes dart between me and Charlotte, who still holds the gun steady against his temple. "You can't." I almost laugh at his delusion. Even now, with his empire crumbling around him, his men dead, and his life hanging by a thread, he still believes he's untouchable. "And why the fuck not?" I ask, genuinely curious what bullshit he's about to spew. Sterling's lips curl into a smile that makes my skin crawl. "Because you'll pay. My connections reach farther than you can imagine. Kill me, and they'll hunt you, your brother, your sister." His gaze shifts to Sienna. "Everyone you care about." The threat hangs in the air, words that can't stand. I lean in closer, my face inches from his. "You're right, Sterling. I won't kill you." Relief flashes across his features, quickly replaced by wariness when he sees my smile. "Not yet, anyway," I continue, my voice dropping to a whisper meant only for him. "First, I'm going to make you suffer." I straighten up, keeping one hand firmly on his shoulder to hold him in place. "You'll experience every bit of pain you inflicted on Sienna and Charlotte. Every single bit." I punctuate each word with increasing pressure on his shoulder. "And when you're broken, when you've lost everything and begged for death 1,000 times over." I lean in again, my lips nearly touching his ear. "Then I'll kill you." His face pales, the last traces of arrogance finally draining away. For the first time, Henry Sterling understands true fear. "You don't know who you're dealing with," he whispers, but the conviction has left his voice. I smile. No, Sterling. You don't know who you're dealing with, but you're about to find out.
Sienna. I stand frozen, watching the scene unfold like I'm outside my own body. My mother, my beautiful mother, holds a gun to Henry's head with trembling hands. Enzo's hand remains wrapped around Henry's throat, his knuckles white with pressure. Alessio stands by the door, weapon ready, confirming that Henry's security has been eliminated. None of this feels real. You think you've won? Henry's voice comes out strained against Enzo's grip. His eyes find mine, cold and calculating even now. If you care about Sienna so much, you would never hurt her by killing her own father. A laugh erupts from Enzo. Dark, dangerous, utterly without humor. The sound sends chills down my spine. Enzo tightens his grip, making Henry gasp. Fathers protect their children. Fathers love their daughters. You're nothing but a monster who saw your own flesh and blood as merchandise. My mother's hands steady on the gun. He's right, Henry. You stopped being her father the moment you sold her to the first client. I feel tears streaming down my face, but I'm not sad. For the first time, I'm watching someone stand up to the man who's terrorized us for years. The man who's haunted my nightmares. The man whose very existence has been a prison. Sienna, Henry chokes out, looking directly at me. Tell them I took care of you, gave you everything. My voice finds strength I didn't know I had. You gave me scars. You gave me nightmares. You sold me to men 3 times my age. Enzo's eyes meet mine across the room, fierce and protective. In that moment, I know with absolute certainty that Henry will never hurt me again. You're not her father, Enzo says, his voice deadly quiet. You're just the first monster I'm going to make suffer. My mother steps closer to me, her free hand reaching for mine while keeping the gun trained on Henry. When our fingers touch, a sob escapes me. Her skin is real. This is happening. It's over, she whispers. He can't hurt us anymore. Henry struggles against Enzo's grip, his face turning red. You'll regret this, all of you. I have connections. You know what's really funny? Enzo's voice drops lower, almost conversational. You think your connections matter to me, your power, your money. His grip tightens on Henry's throat. I would burn the entire world to ashes if she asked me to. My heart pounds against my ribs at his words. The raw intensity in his voice makes me shiver. Henry's face is turning purple now, his eyes bulging as he claws at Enzo's hand. Without looking away from Henry, Enzo's voice softens just slightly. Sienna, come here. My mother's hand squeezes mine before letting go. My legs feel like lead as I take the first step forward, then another. Each step brings me closer to the 2 men, one who destroyed my life and one who saved it. Enzo's free hand reaches out to me, an anchor in this storm of emotions. I slip my fingers into his, feeling the strength and warmth of his grip. I stand beside Enzo, his hand warm around mine, a stark contrast to the ice that has lived in my veins for years. Henry's face is turning purple, his eyes bulging as he struggles against Enzo's grip. Sienna, Enzo says, his voice surprisingly gentle despite the violence in his hand. What would you like me to do with your father? The question hangs in the air. For so long, I've been powerless. A possession. A thing to be used and discarded. Now Enzo is offering me a choice that was never mine before. I turn to look at my mother. Her face is thin with dark circles under her eyes from years of forced medication. But there's something else there now, a fierce light that Henry couldn't extinguish. She gives me a small nod, understanding passing between us without words. I turn back to Henry, meeting his eyes directly for perhaps the first time in my life. His gaze, once so terrifying, now holds something I've never seen before. Fear. Real, desperate fear. Please, Henry croaks, his voice barely audible through Enzo's grip. Sienna, I'm your father. Blood means something. A strange calm washes over me. It's almost fascinating to watch him beg, this man who showed no mercy when I pleaded with him not to send me to those men's rooms. This man who laughed when I cried. This man who beat my mother unconscious when she tried to protect me. Blood? I repeat, surprised by how steady my voice sounds. You taught me exactly what blood means, Henry. Nothing. It means absolutely nothing when you're willing to sell your daughter to the highest bidder. His eyes widen and I see it. The moment he realizes I'm not the same broken girl who left this house. I want him to suffer, I say to Enzo, my voice clear and certain. I want him to feel every bit of pain he caused us. And then I want him to die. The words should horrify me. I've never wished death on anyone before. But they feel right, necessary, like lancing an infected wound. Enzo's eyes hold mine, searching for any hesitation. Finding none, he nods once. As you wish, he says softly. You ungrateful little bitch. Henry spits, his face contorting with rage. After everything I've done for you. The words hit me like they always have, but this time they don't pierce my skin. They don't reach the place inside me that used to believe him. I gave you a roof over your head, he continues, voice strained against Enzo's grip. I clothed you, fed you. You used me, I interrupt, my voice steady despite the storm inside. You sold me. Henry's eyes flash with a hatred so pure it would have once sent me cowering. You were nothing before me. You'll be nothing without me. Just a whore who... The rest of his words disappear in a sickening crunch as Enzo's fist connects with Henry's jaw. The impact is so violent that Henry's head snaps back, his body going instantly limp. Enzo releases his throat and Henry crumples to the floor like a marionette with cut strings, unconscious. Blood pools from his mouth onto the expensive carpet, the same carpet where I once spilled a drop of wine and received 10 lashes with his belt. A commotion erupts from the hallway. The remaining guards must have heard the noise. They burst through the doorway, weapons drawn, but freeze at the sight of Alessio's raised hand. I wouldn't, Alessio says calmly, his gun still trained on them. Consider your options very carefully, gentlemen. The guards exchange uncertain glances, their weapons still raised but fingers hesitating on triggers. Your employer is down but not dead, Alessio continues, his voice almost conversational. Your colleagues outside are no longer with us. You have families, I assume? People who expect you home tonight? One guard swallows visibly. I suggest you remain exactly where you are until one of us tells you to move, Alessio says. That would be the healthiest choice for everyone involved. The guards lower their weapons slightly, a silent agreement passing between them. My mother steps closer to me, her arm wrapping around my shoulders. I lean into her touch, breathing in her familiar scent beneath the clinical smell of the facility. She's thinner than I remember, frailer, but her arms still feel like home. Enzo turns to me, his knuckles bloody. The violence in him should frighten me, but instead I feel protected, safe. For the first time in years, I'm watching someone fight for me instead of against me. Are you okay? He asks softly, his eyes searching mine. I nod, unable to find words for the hurricane of emotions inside me. Relief, fear, hope, vindication. Henry lies motionless at our feet, blood trickling from his mouth, the monster of my nightmares reduced to an unconscious heap on the floor. I watch as Enzo turns to Alessio, his face hard with determination. Blood still stains his knuckles from the impact with Henry's jaw. Alessio, take this piece of shit and tie him up in the car, Enzo orders, his voice steady despite the rage I can sense simmering beneath the surface. Make sure he's secure. I don't want him waking up before we're ready. Alessio nods, holstering his weapon before moving toward Henry's unconscious form. He grabs Henry under the arms and begins dragging him across the expensive carpet, leaving a thin trail of blood from his split lip. The sight of Henry, helpless, bleeding, stirs something complex inside me. For years he was untouchable, a god in his own kingdom. Now he's being dragged across his own office floor like garbage. My mother's arm tightens around my shoulders as we watch. Enzo turns to the guard still standing uncertainly in the doorway. "Every man out of this office. Now." His tone leaves no room for argument. The guards exchange glances before backing away slowly. "Wait," Enzo calls after them. "Sterling's men will remain in the house until further notice." The guards pause, confusion evident on their faces. They're used to taking orders from Henry, not strangers who've just knocked their boss unconscious. My mother steps forward, her posture straightening as she addresses them. Despite years of abuse and medication, something regal remains in her bearing. "You will stay until I inform you if your services are still needed in this family," she says, her voice surprisingly steady. "Is that understood?" I stare at her in amazement. This woman, who Henry broke in every way possible, still has strength I never knew existed. The guards look at her, really look at her, and something in their expressions shifts. Recognition, perhaps, or respect. They nod before backing out of the room completely. Alessio has Henry halfway to the door now, the unconscious body leaving a smear across the floor. The same floor where I once had to kneel for hours as punishment for speaking at dinner without permission. I feel Enzo's eyes on me, studying my reaction. I meet his gaze, surprised by the steadiness I feel inside. The trembling fear that has been my constant companion for years seems to have vanished, replaced by something else, something stronger. Chapter 39. Sienna. Before I can process what's happening, Enzo grabs me, his strong hands cupping my face. His eyes lock with mine, intense and burning with emotion. Then his lips crash against mine in a kiss that steals my breath. It's urgent, desperate, filled with all the fear and relief we've both been carrying. I melt into him, my hands gripping his shirt, anchoring myself to his solid presence. When he pulls back, his forehead rests against mine, our breaths mingling in the small space between us. "You're safe now," he whispers, his voice rough with emotion. "He'll never touch you again." I nod, unable to find words that could possibly match the magnitude of this moment. Henry, unconscious and defeated. My mother, alive and beside me. Enzo, fierce and protective, having risked everything to save us both. Enzo strokes my cheek gently, his touch a stark contrast to the violence I just witnessed from his hands. "I need to go help Alessio," he says softly. "You should spend some time with your mother." He glances at my mother, who stands watching us with tears streaming down her face. I see understanding in his eyes. He knows what this reunion means to us. "Take all the time you need," he continues. "I'll be close by when you're ready." With one last gentle kiss on my forehead, he steps away, his hand lingering on mine until the last possible moment. Then he's gone, closing the door quietly behind him, leaving me alone with my mother for the first time in 5 years. We stare at each other in disbelief. The woman before me is thinner, her once vibrant blonde hair now dull and streaked with gray. But her eyes, my eyes, are the same crystal blue I remember from my childhood. "Sienna," she whispers, her voice breaking on my name. And just like that, I'm running into her arms, collapsing against her as years of separation crash over us like a wave. My mother's arms wrap around me, fragile, yet somehow still strong. The familiar scent of her, something floral and faint that even years in that place couldn't erase, brings back a flood of memories, safe bedtime stories, whispered lullabies, secret smiles across dinner tables when Henry wasn't looking. My baby, she sobs against my hair. My beautiful girl. We cling to each other, both trembling. Her tears wet my shoulder as mine dampen hers. For a moment, we just breathe together, syncing our heartbeats after years apart. When she finally pulls back, her hands cup my face the way they used to when I was small. Her fingers trace my features like she's memorizing them all over again. "I'm so sorry," she whispers, her voice breaking. "I'm so sorry I left you with him. I tried to fight, I swear I did." "Mom, dash!" "No," she cuts me off gently. "Let me say this. Every day, every single day, I thought about you. They kept me drugged, confused, but I never stopped fighting to get back to you." Fresh tears spill down her cheeks. "I failed you. I should have been stronger. I should have found a way." I shake my head fiercely. "You didn't fail me. He's the monster, not you." Her shoulders shake with silent sobs. "When they told me you were still there with him, still suffering what I couldn't protect you from, I wanted to die." "I survived," I whisper, gripping her hands in mine. "And now, you're here." 5 years, she says, her voice hollow with grief. 5 years he stole from us. I lean my forehead against hers, but he doesn't get to steal another minute. She nods, drawing a shaky breath. Her fingers brush through my hair, tucking it behind my ear like she used to do. "That man, Enzo," she says softly. "He risked everything to save us both." "I know. He loves you." She states it simply, as though reading a truth written in the air between us. "I do love him too," I confirm. I take a deep breath, my mind racing with 1,000 questions. 5 years of separation means 5 years of stories, pain, and experiences we've never shared. But one question rises above the rest. "What are we going to do now?" I ask, my voice small against the enormity of our freedom. Mom's eyes, so like mine, scan Henry's office. Her fingers tremble slightly, but her jaw sets with determination I remember from my childhood. "First, I need a few days to understand what's been happening all these years," she says, her voice growing stronger with each word. "I need to speak with the house staff, review accounts, see exactly what he's been doing." The thought of staying here makes my stomach turn. Every corner of this mansion holds a memory I've tried to forget. A client's unwanted touch, Henry's cruel words, punishments I endured in silence. "I don't want to stay here," I blurt out. "Not another night. This house, it's not home. It never was." Mom's expression softens. She cups my face again, her touch gentle as a butterfly. "Oh, sweetheart, I don't think Enzo would let you stay here one way or another." A small smile touches her lips. "I saw how he looks at you, how protective he is. That man would burn this place to the ground before letting you spend another night under this roof." Her words warm something inside me. She's right about Enzo. He wouldn't leave me here, not after everything we've been through. "What about you?" I ask, suddenly worried she might stay behind. She shakes her head firmly. "We're not separating again, never again. I just need to make sure certain things are in order, so Henry can't hurt us financially when he—" She stops, looking toward the door where Enzo and Alessio had taken Henry. "When whatever happens to him happens." Her eyes meet mine again, clearer and more determined than before. "We're going to rebuild our lives, Sienna, together."
Enzo. I watch as the office door swings open and Sienna bursts through, her eyes searching frantically until they lock with mine. Something shifts in her expression, relief washing over her face as she runs toward me, her dark hair streaming behind her. "Enzo!" she calls, her voice breaking slightly. I open my arms instinctively, catching her as she collides with my chest. The familiar scent of her hair fills my senses, and I tighten my grip around her waist, lifting her slightly off the ground. This feeling, having her safe in my arms, is something I never want to lose again. Mom says she needs to stay here, she murmurs against my neck, her breath warm against my skin. She has to deal with everything, all the business matters and the staff. But I can't stay in this house another minute. I set her down, but keep my hands firmly on her waist, unwilling to break contact. Looking into those eyes that have haunted me since the first night at the casino, I feel something fierce and possessive rise within me. You're not staying here, I tell her, my voice dropping to that low tone reserved only for her. From now on, you stay with me. Only with me. I brush a strand of hair from her face, letting my fingers linger against her cheek. You need to remember something, Piccola. You're mine now. The words come out rougher than intended, but I don't regret them. After everything we've been through, after nearly losing her, I need her to understand exactly what she means to me. Instead of the fear or hesitation I half expected, Sienna's face breaks into a genuine smile, one of those rare ones that reaches her eyes and transforms her entire face. A small laugh escapes her lips, the sound like music after so much darkness. Yours, she agrees, rising on her tiptoes. I like the sound of that. Her lips find mine, soft at first, then more insistent. I respond immediately, one hand sliding up to cradle the back of her head while the other pulls her closer against me. I don't give a fuck who might be watching. Sterling's staff, Alessio, anyone. Let them see. Let them all know she's protected now. When we finally break apart, she keeps her forehead pressed against mine, our breaths mingling in the small space between us. Take me home, she whispers. I guide her toward the door with a protective hand at her waist. Alessio, I call over my shoulder. Take Sterling to the warehouse. Make sure he's secure. I'll join you later. Alessio nods, his face grim, as he gestures for two of our men to lift Sterling's unconscious body. Consider it done. Outside, the night air feels cleansing after the suffocating tension of Sterling's office. Damiano's black Mercedes waits with his driver in the circular driveway, engine running. I open the rear door for Sienna, then slide in beside her, keeping her close against my side. As we pull away from the mansion, Sienna turns to me, her brow furrowed. How did you manage to get your people inside Henry's security team? His vetting process is... She trails off, shaking her head. He's paranoid about loyalty. I smile, tracing my thumb across her knuckles. Noah, after Sterling's men attacked us at the country house, we knew we needed someone on the inside. But how? She presses, genuine curiosity replacing some of the tension in her face. Noah knows a guy who specializes in placing security personnel with high-profile clients, dons, business tycoons, politicians. When Sterling lost men during the first attack, he needed replacements quickly. I squeeze her hand gently. Noah presented himself as the perfect candidate, experienced, discreet, and with excellent references from his contact. Her eyes widen slightly, and Henry just accepted him. Sterling was desperate to find you. He needed men fast, and Noah's credentials checked out perfectly. I can't help the satisfaction that creeps into my voice. By the time we made the exchange offer, Noah had already mapped the entire security system and identified every guard's position. Sienna shakes her head slowly, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. That's why the guards were so easily taken out. They never saw it coming. Exactly. I pull her closer, pressing a kiss to her temple. Sterling thought he was the smartest person in the room. That was his biggest mistake. The drive back to our family house is mostly silent. Sienna rests her head against my shoulder, her body finally relaxing as we put distance between us and Sterling's mansion. I keep my arm wrapped around her, drawing small circles on her shoulder with my thumb, unwilling to break contact even for a moment. When we pull into the driveway, I spot Lucrezia and Zoe standing in the doorway, their faces anxious in the warm glow of the entrance lights. Before the car fully stops, Lucrezia is already moving toward us, her steps quick and determined. I help Sienna out of the car, keeping a protective hand at the small of her back. The moment her feet touch the ground, Lucrezia rushes forward, nearly knocking Sienna over as she wraps her in a fierce hug. "Thank God," Lucrezia whispers, her voice thick with emotion. "We were so worried." Sienna stiffens for just a second, still not entirely comfortable with unexpected physical contact, before melting into Lucrezia's embrace. Something tightens in my chest watching them. This is what Sienna deserves. People who genuinely care for her, who worry when she's gone. Zoe approaches more carefully, offering Sienna a warm smile. "Welcome back," she says simply, reaching out to squeeze Sienna's hand. I guide everyone inside, my hand never leaving Sienna's back. The familiar scent of our home, polished wood, Ettores cooking, and Ginevra's favorite lavender candles, wraps around us as we step into the foyer. Sienna glances at me, a silent question in her eyes. "Go with them," I tell her softly, brushing my lips against her temple. "I need to speak with Damiano for a bit. I'll join you soon." She nods, though I catch the flicker of uncertainty in her expression. I cup her face gently, making sure she meets my gaze. "You're safe here," I remind her. "I'm not going anywhere." The tension in her shoulders eases slightly. She rises on her tiptoes and presses a quick kiss to my lips. "Don't be long," she murmurs. I watch as Lucrezia links her arm through Sienna's, already chattering about wanting to hear everything, while Zoe shoots me a knowing look over her shoulder as they head toward the kitchen. Damiano appears from the hallway, his face grave. Without a word, he jerks his head toward his office. I follow him, my mind already shifting to the business at hand. What to do with Sterling, how to dismantle his operation, how to ensure Sienna and her mother remain safe. The door closes behind us with a soft click, sealing us into the familiar space where so many Feretti family decisions have been made. Damiano doesn't waste time, turning to face me with arms crossed over his chest. "So," he says, his voice low and serious, "what happens now?"
Chapter 40. Sienna. I follow Lucrezia and Zoe up the familiar staircase, my body feeling oddly weightless after everything that's happened. The adrenaline that kept me going at Henry's house has faded, leaving me hollow and shaky. "Come on," Lucrezia says, her voice gentle as she guides me into her room. The space feels like a sanctuary now. The paintings on the walls, the soft bedding, the lingering scent of oils and turpentine. I sink onto the edge of her bed while Zoe perches in the window seat and Lucrezia settles cross-legged on a plush rug. "You don't have to talk about any of it if you don't want to," Lucrezia says, twisting a strand of her dark hair around her finger. "We can just sit." The silence stretches between us, but it's not uncomfortable. These two women who barely know me seem content to simply be present while I process everything. "I saw my mother," I finally whisper, my voice cracking. "After 5 years." Lucrezia nods. "Henry can't hurt either of you anymore," Zoe adds, her hand absently resting on her stomach. I notice the gesture and remember what Enzo mentioned about Zoe being pregnant, a new life in the midst of all this chaos. I don't know how to feel, I admit. Everything happened so fast, Henry being taken away, my mother coming back here. I look around the room at these women who've shown me nothing but kindness. Being here. You belong here, Lucrezia says firmly, for as long as you want. Something inside me shifts at her words. Belong. Such a simple concept that I've never experienced. I love being here, I confess, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. With all of you, it feels... I search for the right word. Safe. Real. Zoe smiles, a soft expression that reaches her eyes. That's because it is real. This family might be unconventional, but we protect our own. And you're one of us, Lucrezia adds, reaching to squeeze my hand. I feel tears threatening, but they're different from the ones I've shed before. These aren't tears of fear or pain. I don't know how to do this, I whisper. Normal life, friendship, any of it. None of us really do, Lucrezia says with a small laugh. We're all figuring it out as we go. Zoe nods in agreement. Some days I still wake up surprised that this is my life now, that I found a place where I fit. I look between them, these strong women who've survived their own battles. For the first time, I can see a future stretching ahead, uncertain, but full of possibilities that were never available to me before. Thank you, I say simply, unable to articulate everything I'm feeling. They both seem to understand anyway. I search for a way to shift the conversation to something happier. My gaze falls again on Zoe's hand resting protectively over her stomach. How's your pregnancy going? I ask, grateful for a chance to focus on something life-affirming after everything we've been through. Zoe's face transforms instantly, her eyes lighting up as her lips curve into a radiant smile. She caresses her barely visible bump with such tenderness it makes my heart ache. It's amazing, she says, her voice softening. The morning sickness was rough at first, but it's getting better now. She laughs lightly. Damiano hovers like I might break if I pick up anything heavier than a teacup. Lucrezia rolls her eyes. You should have seen him yesterday when she reached for a book on the top shelf. I thought he was going to have a heart attack. He's sweet, Zoe defends, but she's smiling. Overprotective, but sweet. I find myself smiling too, caught up in her obvious happiness. Do you know if it's a boy or girl yet? I ask. She shakes her head. Not yet. We could find out, but we've decided to wait. Her expression turns dreamy. I just can't wait to meet this little one, to hold them in my arms and see their face. She looks down at her stomach. Sometimes I lie awake at night just imagining who they'll be. Damiano wants a girl, Lucrezia confides, though he'd never admit it. He does, Zoe agrees with a laugh. He tries to sound neutral, but whenever we talk about names, he only gets excited about the girls' ones. The way she talks about her baby, about her future, it's so full of hope and certainty. No fear, no shadows, just pure anticipation. You're going to be a wonderful mother, I tell her, meaning every word. Zoe reaches across to squeeze my hand. Thank you. She tilts her head, studying me. A knock at the door interrupts our conversation. The door opens and Enzo stands in the doorway, his powerful frame filling the space. His eyes immediately find mine, and I feel that familiar flutter in my chest. Sorry to interrupt, he says, his gaze lingering on me. But it's been a long day for everyone, especially Sienna. We were just talking about the baby, Lucrezia tells him, gesturing toward Zoe. Enzo nods but doesn't move from his position. You need to rest, he says to me, his voice gentle but firm. We all do. I realize suddenly how exhausted I am. The emotional whiplash of the day, seeing my mother, confronting Henry, returning here, has drained me completely. He's right, Zoe says, standing up with a small stretch. We should all get some sleep. Lucrezia rises too, offering me a hand to pull me up from the bed. We'll continue this tomorrow, she promises. I nod, grateful for their understanding. As I cross the room to Enzo, Lucrezia calls after me. Sienna, I'm really glad you're back. Her sincerity brings a lump to my throat. Me too, I manage to say before stepping into the hallway with Enzo. He places his hand gently on the small of my back as we walk, the warmth of his touch grounding me. As we enter Enzo's room, the weight of the day settles fully on my shoulders. Every muscle aches with tension, and my skin feels grimy with the remnants of fear and adrenaline. I need a shower, I say, running my fingers through my tangled hair. I want to wash everything away. Enzo's eyes darken as he watches me, a slow smile spreading across his face. What a coincidence, he says, his voice dropping to that low rumble that sends shivers through me. I need one too. I catch his meaning immediately, heat blooming in my cheeks. Is that so? Absolutely. He steps closer, his fingers brushing a strand of hair from my face. We should conserve water. It's the responsible thing to do. I bite my lip, trying to suppress my smile. Despite my exhaustion, something about his playfulness makes me want to match it. I don't know. I might want some privacy. Privacy? He raises an eyebrow, his hand now trailing down my arm. Maybe I just like making you work for it, I counter, enjoying this light moment after so much darkness. Enzo's eyes gleam with appreciation for my challenge. He steps even closer, his body nearly touching mine. Sienna, he says, my name a caress on his lips. We're taking a shower together. That's not negotiable. My breath catches at his commanding tone, even as I recognize the playfulness behind it. Is that right? Yes. His fingers trace my jawline. I'm not letting you out of my sight tonight, not after everything that happened. The intensity in his eyes shifts the mood, reminding me of how close we came to losing each other. I drop the pretense, reaching up to touch his face. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, I admit softly. His expression softens, and he leans down to press a gentle kiss to my forehead. Good, because I plan to wash every inch of you and then fuck you all night long. The promise in his words makes me melt. After years of touches that made me recoil, Enzo's make me feel alive, cherished, desired. Well, I say, finding my voice again, when you put it like that. I step back from Enzo, maintaining eye contact as I reach for the hem of my shirt. With deliberate slowness, I pull it over my head and let it drop to the floor. The cool air raises goosebumps on my exposed skin, but the heat in Enzo's gaze warms me from within. His eyes track my every movement as I unfasten my bra and add it to the growing pile of clothing. I'm still not entirely comfortable being naked. My scars make sure of that. But the way Enzo looks at me makes me feel beautiful despite them. I unbutton my jeans next, sliding them down my legs along with my underwear in one fluid motion. Standing completely naked before him, I turn toward the bathroom, giving him a full view of my backside as I walk away. Dio mio, Enzo groans behind me. That ass of yours is going to be the death of me, Sienna. I glance over my shoulder, feeling a surge of confidence at the raw desire in his expression. His eyes are fixed on my curves, his jaw tight with restraint. Is that a complaint? I ask, pausing in the doorway. Fuck no, he says, already unbuttoning his shirt with quick, efficient movements. It's appreciation for the most perfect view I've ever seen. I feel a blush spread across my cheeks at his words. No one has ever spoken to me this way, like my body is something to be admired rather than used. I step into the bathroom and turn on the shower, adjusting the temperature until steam begins to fill the room. Behind me, I hear the rustle of clothing as Enzo undresses, followed by his footsteps approaching. His warm hands find my waist and he pulls me back against his chest. I can feel every hard plane of his body pressed against mine, his arousal evident against my lower back. I meant what I said, he murmurs against my ear, his breath sending shivers down my spine. I'm not letting you out of my sight tonight.
Chapter 41. Enzo. I strip off my boxes and follow her into the shower. The hot water runs over us, and I reach for the soap, working it between my hands until it lathers. "Let me," I say, my voice dropping lower as I begin washing her shoulders, her back, her arms. She leans into my touch, eyes closing as my hands slide over her wet skin. I take my time, memorizing every inch of her. When my hands move to her breasts, she gasps, arching toward me. "You're fucking perfect," I whisper against her ear. My hands continue their journey downward, across her stomach, her hips. The water streams between us as I drop to my knees before her. "Enzo," she breathes, her fingers threading through my wet hair. I look up at her, water droplets clinging to her eyelashes. "I want to taste you." She nods, her bottom lip caught between her teeth. I press my mouth to her inner thigh, kissing a trail upward until I reach her center. The first stroke of my tongue makes her knees buckle. I grip her hips, steadying her as I continue, savoring her sweetness. "Oh God," she moans, her head falling back against the shower wall. I take my time, learning what makes her tremble, what makes her cry out. When she comes, it's with my name on her lips, her fingers tightening in my hair. Before she can recover, I turn her to face the wall. "Hands against the tile," I command softly. She complies, looking back at me over her shoulder, her eyes dark with desire. I slide my fingers inside her, my other arm wrapped around her waist to hold her steady. She's so fucking responsive, pushing back against my hand, seeking more. "That's it, Bella," I encourage, curling my fingers to hit that spot that makes her come. "Come for me again." She does, her body clenching around my fingers, a strangled cry escaping her lips as the water continues to rain down on us. When her breathing steadies, she turns in my arms, her eyes meeting mine with newfound confidence. "My turn," she says, her hand sliding down my chest. "I want to taste you too." I stand there mesmerized as Sienna slowly drops to her knees, water falling down her naked body. Her eyes never leave mine as she kneels before me, the shower spray creating a halo around her dark hair. "I want to make you feel good too," she whispers, her voice barely audible over the running water. Her delicate fingers wrap around my cock, and I nearly lose my mind at the sight of her holding me. She leans forward, pressing her soft lips against the tip in a gentle kiss that makes my muscles tense. "Fuck," I breathe, one hand bracing against the shower wall, the other tangling in her wet hair. She works her way down my length, placing feather-light kisses along the shaft before running her tongue from base to tip. The contrast of the hot water and her warm mouth has me fighting for control. When she finally parts those perfect lips and takes me into her mouth, I can't hold back a groan. The sight of her, this beautiful, brave woman who survived so much, on her knees for me, is almost too much. "That's it, Bella," I encourage as she takes me deeper, her tongue swirling around the head before she slides down again. She finds a rhythm that has me tightening my grip in her hair, my breathing turning ragged. Her hands grip my thighs for balance as she works me with her mouth, her eyes closed in concentration. "Look at me," I command, my voice rough with need. "I want to see your eyes when I come." She obeys immediately, her eyes locking with mine as she continues. The connection between us in that moment, her gaze holding mine while her mouth works me, pushes me over the edge. "Sienna," I growl, as release tears through me, my body tensing as I spill into her mouth. She doesn't pull away, taking everything I give her. When I'm spent, she slowly releases me, her tongue making one final sweep to clean me completely. The sight nearly hardens me again instantly. I pull her to her feet, crushing her against me as I kiss her deeply. That was just the beginning, I promise against her mouth. I'm going to fuck you all night long.
Sienna. I step out of the shower, water dripping down my skin as Enzo wraps a towel around my shoulders. The bathroom is steamy, mirrors fogged with condensation. My body still tingles from his touch under the shower spray. Enzo's eyes darken as he looks at me. His wet hair slicked back, water droplets trailing down his muscular chest. He leans close, his lips brushing my ear. Get on the bed, doggy style. Wait for me. His voice is a deep command that sends shivers through me. I nod, feeling heat rise to my cheeks. The authority in his tone leaves no room for question. I walk to the bed, dropping my towel along the way, feeling his eyes on me with each step. The sheets are cool against my knees as I position myself, facing away from the door, waiting. Minutes pass. My heart pounds against my ribs. Then I hear his footsteps. The mattress dips as Enzo kneels behind me. His hands trace the curve of my spine, gentle yet possessive. Then his mouth is on me, kissing the small of my back, moving lower. His teeth graze my ass, nipping just hard enough to make me gasp. "Fuck, you're perfect," he murmurs against my skin. His kisses turn hungrier, more demanding. I grip the sheets, my body responding instantly to his touch. When his fingers slide between my legs, I'm already wet for him. "So ready for me," he says, his voice thick with desire. His fingers work inside me, finding that perfect spot that makes my vision blur. I push back against his hand, wanting more, needing more. "Enzo," I moan, his name falling from my lips like a prayer. I hear the tear of foil as he rolls on a condom. Then he's positioning himself behind me, his hands gripping my hips. When he pushes inside, I feel complete in a way I never knew possible. He fills me perfectly, stretching me just right. Each thrust sends waves of pleasure through my body. I feel him everywhere, his chest against my back, his breath on my neck, his hands holding me steady. "More," I beg, not recognizing my own voice. "Please, more." Enzo responds by driving deeper, setting a rhythm that has me gasping. His fingers trace circles around my asshole, adding a new dimension of sensation that makes me clench around him. "You like that?" he asks, his voice strained with restraint. "Yes," I manage, barely able to form words as pleasure builds inside me. His touch becomes more insistent, matching the rhythm of his thrusts. I'm dripping now, completely lost in the feeling of him. The pressure builds, tightening like a coil inside me. When I come, my body clenches around him as waves of pleasure crash through me. I collapse forward, trembling, as Enzo holds me tight against him. I watch Enzo through half-lidded eyes as he stands from the bed, his powerful body on full display. He stretches, muscles rippling under olive skin, then reaches for his clothes. "You're staring," he says, a smirk playing on his lips as he pulls on his boxers. "Can you blame me?" I prop myself up on my elbows, not bothering to cover myself with the sheets. The way his eyes darken as they sweep over my naked body makes me feel powerful in a way I've never experienced before. Enzo tugs on his jeans, leaving them unbuttoned as he searches for his shirt. "I'm going to grab us some food. We need to keep our strength up." He throws me a wicked grin, "because I'm not done with you yet." A laugh bubbles up from my chest, light, carefree, unfamiliar. "Don't forget to bring some tiramisu, too." Demanding, aren't we? He pulls his shirt over his head, then leans across the bed to kiss me. What starts as a quick peck deepens instantly, his hand cupping my face. When he finally pulls away, we're both breathing harder. "Tiramisu, huh?" I trace my finger along his jawline. If you want to keep fucking me all night, I need proper fuel. His eyes flash with heat at my words. Noted. Food, tiramisu. Then I'm going to make you scream my name again. Promises, promises, I tease, feeling bold and light. Enzo buttons his jeans and runs a hand through his messy hair. 5 minutes. Don't move. What if I do? The challenge slips out before I can stop it. He pauses at the doorway, his expression shifting to something darker, more primal. Then I'll have to punish you. The door closes behind him, and I fall back against the pillows, a smile spreading across my face. This feeling, this happiness, still feels foreign, like a coat that doesn't quite fit yet. But I'm starting to believe I might get to keep it.
I wake to the sensation of being watched. Opening my eyes, I find Sienna staring at me, her eyes studying my face with an intensity that makes my chest tighten. Her dark hair falls around her shoulders, catching the morning light filtering through the curtains. "Good morning," she says softly, a hint of shyness in her voice, despite everything we've shared. I reach out, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The simple gesture feels more intimate than it should. "Morning, beautiful." She bites her lower lip, hesitating before speaking again. "I want to go see my mother today." The determination in her voice makes me smile. After years of having no control over her life, she's finally making decisions for herself. Fucking proud of her for that. I laugh, not at her request, but at the fierce look on her face, like she's prepared to argue her case if needed. She doesn't need to. Not with me. "We'll do whatever you want, Sienna." I prop myself up on one elbow, watching her expression shift from determination to surprise. "Your mother is probably eager to see you too. I'll have Alessia bring the car around whenever you're ready." Relief washes over her face, and that small smile appears, the one that still feels like a victory every time I see it. "Really? Just like that? Just like that?" I trail my fingers along her jawline. "You're not a prisoner here. You never were." She leans into my touch, eyes closing briefly. "I know. It's just, I'm not used to asking for things and getting them without a fight." The reminder of what she's been through sends a flash of anger through me, but I push it down. Sterling will pay for everything he's done to her. But right now, this moment is about her healing, not my revenge. "Well, get used to it," I tell her, my voice gruff with emotion. "Whatever you want, wherever you want to go, you just have to say the word." Her eyes meet mine, searching for something. Whatever she finds makes her smile widen. I watch Sienna as she moves around the room, getting ready. There's a new confidence in her movements, subtle but unmistakable. She catches me staring and raises an eyebrow. "What?" she asks, smoothing down the simple blue dress Lucrezia lent her. "Nothing. Just enjoying the view." I pull on a fresh black t-shirt, then reach for my shoulder holster. Old habits. Sienna's eyes follow my movements as I strap on the holster and slide my Glock into place. She doesn't flinch anymore when she sees my weapons. Progress. "Ready?" I ask, shrugging on a dark jacket to conceal the gun. She nods, and I take her hand as we head downstairs. The kitchen is already buzzing with activity when we arrive. Damiano sits at the head of the table, scrolling through his phone, while Zoe leans against his shoulder. Lucrezia is arguing with Ettore about something involving pancakes. "Finally," Lucrezia says when she spots us. "I was about to send a search party." "Good morning to you too," I reply, pulling out a chair for Sienna. Damiano looks up from his phone, his expression shifting to business mode. What's the plan for today? I pour coffee for Sienna and myself before answering. I'm taking Sienna to see Charlotte this morning. I catch the slight tightening around Sienna's eyes at the mention of her mother's new name, a necessary precaution, but another reminder of everything that's been taken from them. And after, Damiano presses, his tone making it clear, he knows exactly what I'm planning. I meet his gaze directly. Then I'm heading to the warehouse. The table goes quiet. Everyone knows what happens at the warehouse. What's going to happen to Sterling? Sienna's hand finds mine under the table, her fingers intertwining with mine. She doesn't speak, doesn't protest or question. She understands what I'm about to do, what needs to be done, and she's not trying to stop me. I'll join you there, Damiano says after a moment, his voice hard. I finish my coffee, feeling the weight of what's ahead. The warehouse visit will be satisfying. Sterling deserves everything coming to him. Lucrezia pushes her plate away and turns to Sienna. I could help you pack your things if you want to. Sienna's fingers tighten around her mug. Her eyes drop to the table as she considers the question. When she looks up, there's a firmness in her expression I've come to recognize. Determination mixed with the quiet strength that's always been there, even when she was terrified. No, she says simply. I don't want anything from that house. Lucrezia looks surprised. Nothing? Not even clothes or personal items. Maybe a few photos of my mother and me, if they're still there, and my mother's jewelry box. It belonged to my grandmother. Sienna's voice grows stronger as she speaks. But everything else, I'd rather start fresh. That's a lot to replace, Lucrezia points out gently. Sienna shrugs, a small smile playing at her lips. I don't need much, and nothing there feels like mine anyway. It all came with conditions. Fuck, I love her resilience. Every time I think I understand what she's been through, she reveals another layer of strength. We'll get you whatever you need, I say, my hand finding hers under the table. Everything new. I want to build something that's actually mine, Sienna explains, looking around at everyone. Choose things because I like them, not because they're what someone else thinks I should have. Lucrezia nods, understanding dawning in her eyes. Fresh start. I get it. She grins suddenly. Does this mean we're going shopping? Because I excel at spending other people's money. That pulls a genuine laugh from Sienna, the sound still rare enough to make my chest tighten. Maybe, Sienna says, after I see my mother. I check my watch. Speaking of which, we should get going. I help Sienna into the car, watching as she smooths her dress with careful hands. The morning light catches in her dark hair, and for a moment, I just stare. It still hits me sometimes, how quickly she's become essential to me. What are you thinking about? She asks, glancing up as I slide into the driver's seat. You, I answer honestly. Always you. A blush colors her cheeks. She looks down, then back up with determination in those crystal blue eyes. I want to get a driving license, she says suddenly, so I can drive by myself. The request surprises me, though it shouldn't. Of course she wants independence, after years of having none. We'll start lessons tomorrow if you want, I tell her, reaching over to squeeze her hand, and get you set up with the DMV for a learner's permit. Her face lights up, and it's like watching the sun break through clouds. Really? You'd teach me? Of course. Though Alessio might be a better teacher, I've been told I'm not the most patient man. I smirk, pulling onto the main road. But whatever you need, Piccola. Driving lessons, college classes, fucking skydiving, you name it. She laughs, the sound still new enough to make my chest tighten. I'll start with driving. Not sure I'm ready for skydiving yet. Fair enough. I navigate through morning traffic, thinking about all the normal experiences she's been denied. You'll have a lot of firsts coming up. I know. She looks out the window, her profile thoughtful. It's overwhelming sometimes, but in a good way. We pull up to the mansion. She leans forward, pressing her lips to mine in a quick, fierce kiss. Take care, Enzo. Her voice is soft, but steady. The simple statement hits harder than any declaration of love. Always, I promise. Now go see your mother. I'll be here when you're ready. Chapter 42. Enzo. I pull up to the warehouse, cutting the engine of my Audi. The building sits isolated on the outskirts of the city, perfect for what we need to do. No witnesses, no interruptions. The weight of my gun presses against my lower back as I step out of the car. The night air carries a chill that doesn't touch me. My mind is too focused on what waits inside. Alessio meets me at the entrance, his broad shoulders blocking the doorway. His face shows no emotion, but I know him well enough to see the tension in his jaw. He's inside, Alessio says, nodding toward the door. Been crying for the last hour. I nod, satisfied. Good. Alessio falls into step beside me as we walk through the dim corridor. You should know, he's been begging, offering money, connections, anything to let him live. A cold laugh escapes my throat. Of course, he fucking is. The irony isn't lost on me. Henry Sterling, who showed no mercy to his own daughter or wife, now pleads for the very compassion he never gave others. Did you tell him who's coming? I ask. Number thought. You'd want that pleasure yourself. We reach the heavy metal door at the end of the hallway. Through the small window, I can see Sterling tied to a chair in the center of the room. His expensive suit is wrinkled, his face bruised from where I struck him earlier. Blood has dried at the corner of his mouth. He say anything about Sienna? I ask, my voice hardening at her name. Alessio's expression darkens. Tried to. I shut that down quick. Good. I place my hand on the door handle, then pause. How much did you hurt him? Just enough to keep him cooperative. Alessio shrugs. Wanted to save the main event for you. I nod, appreciating his restraint. You coming in? I ask. Alessio checks his watch. For a bit. Damiano wants me check in the casino. I push the door open, and Sterling's head snaps up. When he sees me, his eyes widen with fear. I step into the room, letting the heavy door clang shut behind me. The sound echoes through the concrete space, making Sterling flinch in his chair. Please, he starts immediately, his voice hoarse. I can give you anything. Money, connections, properties. Name your price. I walk toward him slowly, letting my footsteps ring out on the concrete floor. Each step deliberate, measured. I want him to feel the approach of what's coming. It's way too early to start begging, Henry, I say, my voice eerily calm. We haven't even begun yet. His face pales, the powerful Henry Sterling, reduced to a trembling mess tied to a metal chair. The sight should satisfy me, but it doesn't. Not after what he did to Sienna, to Charlotte. You don't understand. He tries again, desperation creeping into his voice. I have resources you can't imagine. We can work together. I laugh, the sound harsh and cold in the sparse room. Work together? You think I want anything from you except to watch you suffer? I circle his chair slowly, like a predator stalking wounded prey. Alessio stands by the door, arms crossed, face impassive. The great Henry Sterling, I continue, stopping directly in front of him. Businessman, philanthropist, human trafficker, father who sold his own daughter. He flinches at the last part, his eyes darting away from mine. Look at me, I command, grabbing his chin roughly, forcing his gaze to meet mine. You're going to feel every ounce of pain you inflicted on Sienna, every cigarette burn, every belt mark, every time you sold her body for profit. Please, he whispers, tears forming in his eyes. I can explain. Explain. I release his chin with a shove. There's nothing to explain. I've seen the scars on her body. I've held her while she cried from nightmares about you. I lean in close, my voice dropping to a whisper. Your begging means nothing to me. Save it for when you actually feel pain, when you understand what true suffering is. I straighten up, rolling my shoulders to release some tension. But don't worry, Henry. We have all day, maybe longer. I smile, but there's no warmth in it. You'll have plenty of time to beg before we're done. I step back from Sterling, rolling up my sleeves methodically. Each movement is deliberate, a ritual I've performed countless times. This isn't my first interrogation, but it might be my most personal. You know, I say conversationally, I usually do this for information, to send a message, business reasons. I pick up a knife from the metal table against the wall, testing its edge with my thumb. This is different. Sterling's eyes follow the blade, his breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. Please, he tries again. Whatever Sienna told you. Shut up. My voice cuts through his plea, like the knife I'm holding. Don't say her name. I place the knife back on the table and instead select a pair of pliers. Sterling's face drains of color. You're a businessman, Henry. So am I. We understand value. I approach him slowly. So let's start with something small. A finger, perhaps. Then we'll work our way up. He thrashes against his restraints, the chair legs scraping against concrete. I grab Sterling's right hand, extending his pinky finger. This is for the first cigarette burn you gave her. The pliers close around his fingernail. I pull slowly, deliberately. His scream echoes off the concrete walls. One down, I say calmly, as the nail comes free. Blood wells from the exposed nail bed. Many more to go. I move to the next finger. This is for the first time you hit her with your belt. Another scream. Another nail. Stop! Please! Sterling begs, tears streaming down his face. I'll give you anything. I laugh, the sound hollow in the sparse room. There's nothing you have that I want, except your suffering. I select a cigarette from my pocket, lighting it slowly. The irony isn't lost on me as I take a long drag. You're familiar with these, aren't you? I hold the burning end near his face. You left quite a collection of these marks on your daughter. His eyes widen with recognition and fear. No, please. I press the lit end against his forearm. His body convulses with pain, a hoarse scream tearing from his throat. That's one, I say, keeping my voice even. Sienna has dozens. We have a long way to go. I light another cigarette, watching him shake with terror. You enjoyed this, didn't you? I ask, moving the burning end toward him again. Having power over someone weaker, making them suffer. The cigarette touches his skin again. Another scream. How does it feel now, Henry? To be the one without power?
Sienna. I stand in my mother's room, watching her flip through the pages of a thick folder. It's strange seeing her here. The woman I thought I'd lost forever. Her dark waves fall forward as she studies the financial documents, and I catch glimpses of myself in her delicate features. These accounts are extensive, she says, her voice still soft but gaining strength each day. The trust fund my parents left. Henry never had legal right to most of it. I perch on the edge of her bed, my fingers tracing patterns on the silk duvet. Everything in this house feels tainted by Henry's presence, even though he's gone. What are we going to do now? I ask, the question that's been burning inside me since we reunited. Mom looks up, meeting my gaze. Whatever we want, sweetheart. For the first time in years, we have choices. I take a deep breath. I think we should sell this house. The words hang between us. This mansion has been our prison, not our home. Every corner holds memories of pain and isolation. Mom sets down the folder and reaches for my hand. Her touch is still tentative, as if she's relearning how to offer comfort. I was thinking the same thing, she says. I never want to spend another night under this roof. Relief floods through me. Really? She nods, a small smile forming. This place was never ours, Sienna. It was just another way Henry controlled us. She gestures to the papers. With what's in these accounts, we can start fresh anywhere. Where would we go? The possibilities seem overwhelming after years of confinement. I'm not sure yet. She tucks a strand of hair behind my ear, the gesture so achingly familiar it makes my throat tight. Maybe somewhere near the ocean. You've never seen the beach. I think of Enzo's promise to take me there someday. I'd like that. Mom squeezes my hand. We'll sell everything. The house, the furnishings, all of it. Nothing here is worth keeping except what truly belongs to us. Just my photos and Grandma's jewelry box, I agree, and my few keepsakes. She looks around the room with determination in her eyes. The rest can burn for all I care. For the first time, I see a flash of the woman she must have been before Henry, strong, decisive, unbroken. It gives me hope that maybe I'm not as damaged as I feared. We're really free, aren't we? I whisper. Mom pulls me into a gentle embrace. Yes, my darling, and no one will ever cage us again. I climb the grand staircase to my room, a space that never felt like mine. The walls are too perfect, too pristine, like a museum display rather than a teenager's bedroom. Opening the closet, I bypass the designer clothes Henry selected to showcase his perfect daughter. Instead, I pull out a small box hidden behind shoeboxes. Inside are the few treasures I managed to keep. Photos of Mom and me from before, a dried flower from the garden Mom once tended, and a small notebook where I wrote poetry when I could sneak moments alone. These memories are all that matter from this place. I grab a few books from the shelf, classics that transported me away when reality became unbearable. As I tuck them into a bag, I notice the faded copy of Jane Eyre, its pages dog-eared from countless readings. The story of a woman finding her strength after suffering always gave me hope. Downstairs, Mom waits in the foyer, her fingers nervously twisting the strap of her purse. Despite everything, she still moves with that innate grace that Henry could never beat out of her. I've been thinking, she says, her voice gaining confidence. I should stay here until our new place is ready. Someone needs to oversee the sale and make sure Henry's associates don't try anything. My heart sinks. You're not coming with me? She takes my hands in hers. It's just temporary, darling. A few weeks at most. I nod slowly, understanding her need to reclaim some control. I'll come visit as much as I can, I promise, but I need to do some things for myself too. Like what? Her eyes are curious, no longer shadowed by fear. I want to get a phone. I've never had my own before. I want to walk down a street without being watched. My voice grows stronger with each word. I want to feel the sun on my face without asking permission. Mom's eyes fill with tears, but she smiles. Yes, that's exactly what you should do. I need to learn how to be a person, Mom, a real one, not Henry's puppet. She pulls me into a hug, her familiar scent enveloping me. You already are, Sienna, you always were. You just need the space to remember that. Mom's eyes light up as she remembers something. She reaches into her purse and pulls out a small notebook. I've been going through all the financial documents. Henry kept everything meticulously organized, probably the only decent thing about him. She flips through the pages. There are several credit cards connected to my trust accounts that he never let me access. My eyes widen. He had cards in your name? She nods, a hint of anger flashing across her face. Many things were in my name, but controlled by him. The bank president is coming tomorrow to verify my identity and restore my access. That's amazing, I say, feeling a surge of happiness for her. This small reclamation of power means everything. Once I get the cards activated, I'll call you to come pick them up, she says, her voice gaining enthusiasm. I want you to spend as much as you want, Sienna. Buy clothes you choose, books, anything that makes you happy. The concept feels foreign, shopping without Henry's approval, without his critical eye evaluating every purchase. Really? Anything? Anything, she confirms with a smile. For 21 years, you've had no choices. It's time to discover what you actually like. I try to imagine walking into stores, selecting items based solely on my preferences. The freedom is dizzying. Maybe I'll buy jeans, I say, testing the idea. Henry always insisted on dresses and skirts, claiming pants were unladylike. Mom laughs, the sound still rusty from disuse. Buy 10 pairs if you want. Buy those ripped ones teenagers wear. Buy whatever makes you feel like yourself. I don't even know what that is yet, I admit. She touches my cheek gently. That's the adventure, sweetheart, finding out. I'll call you as soon as the cards are ready, Mom promises. Probably tomorrow afternoon. Then we'll start building our new life, one purchase at a time. I hear the sound of tires on gravel and glance out the window to see Enzo's black Audi pulling up the driveway. My heart skips a beat, a reaction I'm still getting used to. For so long, the sound of an arriving car meant danger, not excitement. He's here, I tell Mom, trying to keep my voice casual. She smiles knowingly. Go on, I'll call you tomorrow about those cards. I kiss her cheek and hurry outside, my small bag of belongings clutched in my hand. Enzo steps out of the car, and the sight of him still takes my breath away. He's wearing dark jeans and a fitted black Henley that shows off his powerful build. His eyes find mine immediately, and that familiar intensity makes my skin warm. Hey, I say, suddenly shy. Enzo takes my bag, his fingers brushing mine. That's all you're bringing? It's all I want from this place. He nods, understanding without needing explanation. After placing my bag in the back seat, he opens the passenger door for me. These small gestures of care still surprise me. Once we're driving away from the mansion, I feel the tension leave my body. Enzo glances over, his hand finding mine across the console. What would you like to do now? He asks. I consider for a moment. The world is suddenly full of possibilities and it's overwhelming. But there's one thing I know for certain. I want to be alone with him, away from everyone else. Could we go to the country house? I ask. Just the two of us? A slow smile spreads across his face, dimple appearing in his left cheek. Miss me already, Tesoro? Maybe. I feel a blush warming my cheeks. We can go there if you want. His thumb traces circles on my palm, sending shivers up my arm. Though I'm starting to think you just want to get me alone to seduce me. I laugh, the sound surprising me with its freedom. Is it working? Fucking hell, Sienna. His voice drops lower, that Italian accent becoming more pronounced. You don't need to try. I've been thinking about you all day. Feeling bold, I lean closer to him. I want to lick you again, I whisper. Enzo's grip tightens on the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. Christ, he mutters, then shoots me a heated look. You can't say shit like that when I'm driving. Why not? I ask innocently, enjoying the effect I have on him, because I'll crash this fucking car trying to get us there faster. Chapter 43. Sienna. The drive to the country house passes in a blur of anticipation. My body hums with energy, alive with possibility. Every glance Enzo gives me makes my skin tingle. The way his strong hands grip the steering wheel reminds me of how they feel on my body. When we finally arrive, the sun is beginning to set, casting long shadows across the property. The isolation feels different now, not threatening, but intimate, private. The moment we step through the door, something shifts in the air between us. Enzo turns to me. His eyes darken as they sweep over me, predatory and intense. Without warning, he moves forward and scoops me into his arms in one fluid motion. I gasp, instinctively wrapping my arms around his neck. What are you doing? I laugh, though I know exactly what's happening. He doesn't answer, just carries me through the house with determined strides. His strength is effortless, holding me against his chest like I weigh nothing. My heart pounds against my ribs as he pushes open the bedroom door with his shoulder. The room is bathed in golden evening light filtering through the curtains. Enzo sets me down in the center of the room, his hands lingering at my waist. His eyes lock with mine, that hazel gaze turning almost black with desire. Take off your clothes, he commands, his voice low and rough, and lay on the bed. The directness of his words sends a shiver down my spine. There's no hesitation in his tone, just pure, confident authority. I hold his gaze as my fingers find the hem of my shirt. Slowly, I pull it over my head and let it drop to the floor. His eyes follow my movements as I unbutton my jeans and slide them down my legs, stepping out of them 1 foot at a time. Standing before him in just my underwear, I feel powerful rather than exposed. The hunger in his eyes tells me everything I need to know. I reach behind to unhook my bra, letting it fall away. Finally, I slip my panties down my legs, now completely naked in the warm evening light. Enzo doesn't move, just watches me with that intense focus that makes me feel like the only woman in the world. I back toward the bed, maintaining eye contact until my legs touch the mattress. Then I climb onto it and lie down in the center, my dark hair fanning out across the pillows. I watch as Enzo's hands move to his shirt buttons. One by one, he unfastens them with deliberate patience, his eyes never leaving mine. There's something hypnotic about the way he undresses, confident, unhurried, like he knows exactly the effect he's having on me. He shrugs the shirt from his broad shoulders, revealing his powerful chest and abs. His olive skin stretches over defined muscles, marked here and there with scars that tell stories of his dangerous life. I've seen him shirtless before, but the sight still makes my breath catch. His body is a work of art, strong, powerful, built for both protection and pleasure. My eyes travel down to his hands as they move to his belt. The sound of leather sliding through belt loops sends a thrill through me. He unbuttons his pants and pushes them down along with his boxers in one smooth motion. His cock springs free, hard and impressive. It's thick and long, jutting proudly. My mouth goes dry at the sight. Even after our previous times together, I'm still amazed by how perfect he is, how perfectly he fits me. Enzo stands before me completely naked now, his powerful body on full display. The evening light catches the contours of his muscles, highlighting the strength in his thighs, the definition of his abs, the breadth of his shoulders. He's magnificent, dangerous, and beautiful all at once. "Spread your legs," he commands, his voice a low rumble that vibrates through me. I hesitate for just a moment, not from fear, but from the sheer intensity of the desire coursing through me. Then slowly I part my thighs, opening myself to him. The cool air hits my most intimate places, making me shiver with anticipation. His eyes darken as they take in the sight of me laid out before him. The power in his gaze makes me feel both vulnerable and strong, exposed, but completely safe. Enzo moves toward me with predatory grace, each step deliberate as he approaches the bed. The mattress dips under his weight as he kneels between my spread legs. My breath catches in my throat as his powerful body hovers over mine. "You're fucking beautiful," he growls, his accent thickening with desire. He reaches toward the nightstand, retrieving a condom from the drawer. I watch, mesmerized, as he tears the wrapper with his teeth and rolls it down his length with practiced ease. The sight makes my core clench with anticipation. Enzo positions himself at my entrance, the blunt head of his cock pressing against me. His eyes lock with mine, intense and questioning. Even now, he's making sure I want this. "Please," I whisper, lifting my hips toward him. He pushes forward in one smooth thrust, filling me completely. I gasp at the delicious stretch, my body welcoming him like it was made for him alone. He stills for a moment, allowing me to adjust to his size. "Fuck, Sienna," he groans, his voice strained with the effort of holding back. "You feel perfect." Then he begins to move, withdrawing almost completely before driving back in. Each thrust is powerful, deliberate, hitting spots inside me that make stars burst behind my eyelids. I wrap my legs around his waist, pulling him deeper. His pace increases, our bodies finding a perfect rhythm together. The room fills with the sounds of our pleasure, skin against skin, my breathless moans, his deep groans. His hands grip my hips, fingers digging into my flesh as he pulls me into each thrust. "Look at me," he commands, his voice rough with passion. I open my eyes to find his intense gaze burning into mine. There's something raw and vulnerable in those hazel depths, something beyond physical desire. The connection between us feels electric, transcending the physical act. My body tightens around him as pressure builds low in my belly. I'm climbing higher with each powerful thrust, getting closer to the edge. Enzo must sense it because one hand slides between our bodies, his thumb finding my sensitive bundle of nerves. "Come for me," he demands, circling his thumb in perfect rhythm with his thrusts. The dual sensations push me over the edge. My back arches off the bed as pleasure explodes through me, radiating from my core to my fingertips. I cry out his name, clinging to his shoulders as my body pulses around him. Enzo's rhythm falters as my release triggers his own. With a final, powerful thrust, he buries himself deep inside me, his body tensing as he finds his release. He groans against my neck, his hips jerking as he empties himself. For a perfect moment, we're completely connected, our bodies and pleasure intertwined as we come together.
Enzo. I hold Sienna against my chest, her breathing soft and even as she nestles into me. The silence between us is comfortable, peaceful. I trace my fingers along her arm, marveling at how right this feels. How fucking right. "Can I ask you something?" Sienna's voice is quiet, almost hesitant. "Anything. And I mean it. With her, I'm an open fucking book." She shifts slightly, tilting her head to look up at me. "How come you didn't have anyone in your life before? I mean, someone special?" The question hits me harder than expected. Images of Katerina flash through my mind. Her smile, her betrayal, the aftermath. I tense involuntarily, and Sienna notices. "You don't have to answer if..." No, it's fine. I take a deep breath. I did once. Her name was Katerina. Sienna waits, patient. Her fingers trace small circles on my chest. I was 24. Young, fucking stupid, and thought I knew everything. I stare at the ceiling, the memories sharper than they should be after all these years. She was beautiful, smart. I thought she was the one. What happened? Sienna whispers. She was working for a rival family. The words taste bitter. Used me to get information about our operations, our security protocols. Nearly got Damiano killed. Sienna's body stiffens against mine. She betrayed you. In every fucking way possible. I run a hand through my hair. Turned out she'd been with another man the whole time. Everything between us was a lie. I'm so sorry, Enzo. I pull her closer. After that, I didn't let anyone get close. Casual arrangements, nothing more. No attachments, no risk. Until now, Sienna says softly. I look down at her. This woman who's somehow broken through every wall I built. Until you. Her eyes search mine. Aren't you afraid I'll hurt you too? The question makes me smile, despite the heaviness of the conversation. Sienna, you're the most honest person I've ever met. You couldn't lie to save your life. That's not true. I've had to lie plenty. To survive, I interrupt. That's different. But your heart, it's right there on your sleeve. I see everything you feel, right as you feel it. She blushes, burying her face against my chest. Besides, I continue, Katerina was a calculated attack. She targeted me specifically for information. You ... I lift her chin gently. You tried to run away from me, remember? A small smile tugs at her lips. I did, didn't I? Multiple times. I kiss her forehead. Not exactly the actions of someone trying to seduce state secrets out of me. She laughs softly, and the sound warms me from the inside out. So no, I tell her, I'm not afraid you'll hurt me like she did. I'm just afraid of not being enough for you. I watch Sienna's expression shift, vulnerability flickering across her face. She raises herself up on one elbow, her hair falling around us like a curtain. You're more than enough, Enzo, she says, her voice soft but certain. You're everything I never thought I could have, everything I didn't even know to hope for. Something tightens in my chest at her words. The sincerity in her eyes makes it hard to breathe for a moment. When I was there, I learned to expect the worst from people, to see the darkness in everyone. Her fingers trace the line of my jaw. But you showed me something different. You showed me that people can be good, even when they don't have to be. I capture her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. I'm hardly a good man, Sienna. You are to me. The simplicity of her statement hits me hard. I pull her closer, burying my face in her hair for a moment. When I look at her again, I can't help the smile that forms. Well, now I have an even bigger problem, I say, my tone lighter. She tilts her head, curious. What problem? I think I'm in love with this girl, I say, watching her eyes widen slightly. It's fucking inconvenient, really. Is it? A small smile plays at her lips. And who might this girl be? I pretend to consider the question, running my hand along her side. Beautiful woman, stubborn as hell, tried to escape through my window once. Her cheeks flush pink. Sounds like trouble. The worst kind, I agree, grinning now. Makes me feel things I never thought I would again. Drives me absolutely fucking crazy. Sienna's smile grows wider. And what are you going to do about this problem? I roll us over in one smooth motion, pinning her beneath me. Her hair fans out across the pillow, and I'm struck again by how fucking beautiful she is. Keep her, I say simply, for as long as she'll have me. Sienna's eyes shine with emotion as she gazes up at me, her body warm beneath mine. Her hands come up to frame my face, gentle fingers tracing my jawline. Well, she says softly, I think your problem might have a simple solution. Is that right? I raise an eyebrow, enjoying the playful light in her eyes. She nods, suddenly looking almost shy. The girl is in love with you too. Say that again, I whisper, needing to hear it one more time. Sienna's smile grows wider, more confident. I'm in love with you, Enzo Feretti. Completely, hopelessly in love with you. Something breaks open inside me, something I'd kept locked away for years. I capture her lips with mine, pouring everything I can't say into the kiss. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. Fuck, I murmur against her lips. I never thought I'd hear those words again. Never thought I'd want to. And now? She asks, her fingers threading through my hair. Now I never want to stop hearing them. I press my forehead to hers. I love you, Sienna. More than I thought possible. She wraps her arms around my neck, pulling me closer. Then I'll keep saying it until you get tired of hearing it. That'll never happen. I kiss her again, slower this time, savoring the moment. Never. Her smile turns mischievous. So your problem is solved? I laugh, the sound rumbling from deep in my chest. One problem solved, about 1,000 new ones created. Like what? She traces patterns on my shoulder, her touch light. Like how I'm going to keep my hands off you during family dinners. I nip at her lower lip. Or how I'm going to focus on anything when you're in the room. Sienna laughs, the sound bright and free. It strikes me that I've never heard her laugh like this before, without restraint, without fear. The realization makes my chest tight. I think those are good problems to have, she says. I brush a strand of hair from her face, suddenly serious again. The best problems. Problems I want for the rest of my life.
Chapter 44. Sienna. I stare at myself in the mirror, smoothing down a navy blue dress. 2 days have passed since we left my mother at the mansion. 2 days of peace, of waking up beside Enzo, of learning what normal feels like. But there's a question hanging between us, unasked. I haven't mentioned Henry once. Haven't asked what happened after they took him to that warehouse. The image of Enzo's face when he knocked Henry unconscious flashes through my mind, that cold, controlled rage that promised suffering. You look beautiful. Enzo appears in the doorway, already dressed in dark slacks and a crisp button-down. His eyes soften when they meet mine in the mirror. Thank you. I turn to face him. I heard someone's picking up my mother? He nods, crossing the room to stand behind me. Alessio left 20 minutes ago. She'll be here soon. My stomach twists with nerves. Not about seeing my mother. That still feels like a miracle. But about tonight. About the elephant in the room. You haven't asked, Enzo says quietly, reading my thoughts as he so often does. His hands rest gently on my shoulders. About Henry? My voice comes out smaller than I intended. Enzo's reflection watches me carefully. Yes. I swallow hard. I don't know if I want to know. You don't have to ask if you're not ready. But something in his expression tells me he needs me to ask, needs me to acknowledge what he's done, what I asked him to do when I said I wanted Henry to suffer. Did you kill him? The words hang between us. Enzo's hands tighten slightly on my shoulders. Yes. When you're ready to know more, I'll tell you everything. He presses a kiss to the top of my head. But tonight is about family, about moving forward. I turn in his arms, pressing my face against his chest. Thank you. For what, Tesoro? For giving me the choice. Henry never did. Enzo lifts my chin, eyes serious. You will always have choices with me, Sienna. Always. The doorbell rings downstairs, breaking our moment. That'll be your mother, he says softly. I take a deep breath, push thoughts of Henry away, and prepare to face the future instead of the past. I rush down the stairs, my heart racing as I spot my mother standing in the foyer. She looks different than she did at the mansion, more alive somehow. She's wearing a simple blue dress that brings out her eyes, and her hair falls in soft waves around her face. Mom! I call out, unable to contain my excitement. She turns, her face lighting up as she opens her arms. I crash into her embrace, breathing in her familiar scent. For a moment, we just hold each other, neither of us speaking. I feel her trembling slightly against me. You look wonderful, she whispers, pulling back to study my face. There's color in your cheeks. So do you, I say, noticing how the haunted look in her eyes has diminished. How are things at the house? Nearly finished. The realtor thinks we'll have offers by next week. She squeezes my hands. But let's not talk about that tonight. Enzo appears beside us. Mrs. Sterling, welcome to our home. Please, call me Charlotte, my mother says with a small smile. I'm reclaiming my maiden name. Sterling was never truly mine. Enzo nods respectfully. Charlotte, dinner is ready whenever you are. He leads us through to the dining room where Lucrezia, Zoe, and Damiano are already seated. The table is beautifully set with candles and fresh flowers, and delicious aromas fill the air. Charlotte, this is my brother Damiano and his wife Zoe, Enzo introduces, and you've already met my sister Lucrezia. My mother smiles warmly. Thank you all for having me. We're thrilled you could join us, Lucrezia says, gesturing to the seat beside her. Come sit by me. I've been dying to talk to you about your art collection. Sienna mentioned you used to paint? My mother's eyes widen in surprise as she takes her seat. Yes, many years ago. How did you know? Sienna has your eye for color, Lucrezia says. You should see what she created in my studio. As they launch into conversation about painting techniques, Ettore emerges from the kitchen carrying a large platter. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have osso buco with saffron risotto, he announces proudly, setting the dish in the center of the table, and for the antipasti, burrata with heirloom tomatoes and basil. It smells incredible, Ettore, I say, my mouth already watering. As Ettore serves, Zoe leans across the table toward my mother. Charlotte, Sienna tells me you're a classical music lover. Any favorite composers? Chopin, my mother answers without hesitation. His nocturnes saved my sanity during, difficult times. We have a piano in the music room, Zoe says. Perhaps you'd play for us sometime? I watch my mother's face light up at Zoe's invitation to play piano. For a moment, I see the woman she was before Henry. Cultured, passionate, alive. I'd love that, she says softly, though I'm terribly out of practice. The piano won't mind, Damiano says with unexpected gentleness. His eyes meet mine across the table. This house needs more music. Ettore fills our wine glasses, except Zoe's, who gets sparkling water for the baby, and returns to the kitchen. The conversation flows easily as we eat, jumping from music to books to travel. With each passing minute, I feel something unfamiliar expanding in my chest. It takes me a while to recognize it as hope. Sienna mentioned she has never been to the beach, Enzo says, his hand finding mine under the table. We should remedy that soon. I've been making a list, I admit, feeling my cheeks warm, of things I want to do now that I can. What's on this list? Lucrezia asks, leaning forward with interest. I hesitate, suddenly shy. It's silly things, really. Learning to drive, going to a movie theater, eating ice cream in the park. Not silly at all, Damiano says firmly. His usual intensity softens as he looks between my mother and me. Family outings are important. You'll both join us for our trip to the lake house next month. It's not a question, but a statement of fact. My mother looks startled. That's very kind, but we wouldn't want to impose. She begins. You're not imposing, Damiano interrupts. You're family now. The simple declaration hangs in the air. Family, not guests or charity cases or people to be pitied. Family. He means it, Zoe says, smiling at my mother's surprised expression. Once a Feretti decides you belong, that's it. Trust me. Laughter ripples around the table, and I feel Enzo's thumb tracing circles on my palm. Thank you, I say, looking directly at Damiano, for everything. He gives me a rare smile. Welcome home, Sienna. Later, as Ettore brings out tiramisu, I watch my mother laughing at something Lucrezia said. I see Zoe resting a hand on her growing belly, while Damiano watches her with undisguised adoration. I feel Enzo beside me, solid and real. For the first time in my life, I'm not just surviving, I'm living. And I plan to experience every moment I've been denied.
Enzo. I watched Charlotte leave with a warm feeling in my chest. The dinner exceeded my expectations. Seeing Sienna's mother connect with my family feels right, like puzzle pieces falling into place. Charlotte's quiet elegance reminds me of Sienna, though Charlotte carries the weight of years of abuse in her posture. When the front door closes behind her, I turn to find Sienna watching me, her crystal blue eyes soft with contentment. That went well, I say, moving toward her. Better than I imagined. She leans against the doorframe, exhaustion evident in the slight droop of her shoulders. I think I need to get some rest. It's been overwhelming. I reach her, placing my hands on her waist, feeling the delicate curve beneath my fingers. Rest, huh? Her eyebrows rise. Yes, rest. Some of us are emotionally drained after family dinners. I lean closer, my lips brushing her ear. Funny, I was thinking about getting some rest too. Really? Her voice catches slightly. Absolutely. My fingers trace small circles at her hip. Though my idea of resting might be different from yours. A flush spreads across her cheeks. Enzo. What? I pull back with mock innocence. I just thought we could rest, horizontally, together. She pushes against my chest, but there's no force behind it. You're impossible. I'm persistent. There's a difference. I capture her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm, and very interested in helping you relax. Her lips twitch with a suppressed smile. Is that what you call it? Among other things, I tug her closer, enjoying the way her body fits against mine. I've become something of an expert at helping beautiful women named Sienna unwind after stressful days. She rolls her eyes, but her body melts into mine. That's a very specialized skill set. Extremely specialized. One woman only. I brush my lips against hers. So what do you say? Want to get some rest? The playfulness in her eyes shifts to something deeper, more intense. She stands on tiptoe, her lips nearly touching mine. Take me to bed, Enzo. I scoop Sienna into my arms, her weight familiar and perfect against my chest. She laughs, wrapping her arms around my neck as I carry her up the stairs. You know I can walk, she says, but her head rests against my shoulder. Where's the fun in that? In our room, I set her down gently, my hands lingering at her waist. Her eyes meet mine, that perfect blue that first caught my attention at the casino. I still can't believe she's here, safe, with me. I lower my mouth to hers, savoring the soft press of her lips. She sighs against me, her fingers threading through my hair, pulling me closer. The kiss deepens, and I back her toward the bed, my hand sliding beneath her shirt to feel the warmth of her skin. Enzo, she whispers against my lips, and fuck if my name has ever sounded better. I'm about to lay her down when a sharp knock rattles the bedroom door. You've got to be fucking kidding me, I growl, pulling away. Sienna's eyes widen, her lips still parted and tempting. Another knock, more insistent. I'll get rid of them, I promise, pressing a quick kiss to her forehead before stalking to the door. I yank it open, ready to tear into whoever dared interrupt us. This better be. Alessio stands in the hallway, his usual easy smile nowhere to be seen. His jaw is tight, his eyes hard, in a way that immediately sets me on edge. What's wrong? The anger drains from me, replaced by the cold certainty that something serious has happened. We need to talk, Alessio says, his voice low. He glances past me to where Sienna sits on the edge of the bed. Now, I glance back at Sienna, torn between my responsibilities and the woman I love. Her eyes reflect concern, those blue depths questioning. Give me a minute, I tell Alessio, my voice low. He nods once, stepping back. I'll wait downstairs. I close the door and turn to Sienna, who's already standing, arms crossed protectively over her chest. What's happening? She asks, her voice steady, despite the worry etched across her face. I cross the room in 3 strides, cupping her face in my hands. I don't know yet, but I need to find out. Enzo! I silence her with a kiss, deep and thorough, trying to pour every ounce of reassurance into it. When I pull back, her cheeks are flushed, her eyes half-lidded. I'll get back to finish what we started, I promise, brushing my thumb across her bottom lip. Wait for me. I'll be waiting, she says. I press one more quick kiss to her lips before heading for the door. When I glance back, she's standing tall, arms at her sides, instead of wrapped around herself, as she first did when I brought her here. Chapter 45. Enzo. I follow Alessio downstairs, tension coiling through my body. Whatever's happened must be serious for him to interrupt like that. When we reach Damiano's office, my brother is standing behind his desk, hands planted on the polished surface. His face is a mask of controlled anger. What the fuck is going on? I demand, closing the door behind me. Damiano's eyes meet mine. The Williams family. They're causing problems. Williams? The name clicks into place. Henry's business partners. More than that, Alessio says, leaning against the wall. Apparently Sterling promised Sienna to their son James in marriage. A cold rage settles in my chest. Another fucking transaction, like she's property. Damiano nods grimly. They're furious. Sterling took a substantial loan from them, $8 million, with the promise of both repayment and Sienna as part of the deal. And now that Sterling's gone, Alessio trails off. They want their money, and they want Sienna. Damiano's voice hardens. They've been calling Sterling's contacts, threatening to go to authorities if they don't get what was promised. My fists clench at my sides. They can go fuck themselves. They're not getting anywhere near her. It's not that simple, Damiano says. The Williams family has connections in politics. They could make things difficult. I don't give a shit about difficult. I pace the room, mind racing. We need to keep them away from Sienna. She's been through enough without these vultures circling. I slam my fist against the wall, fury burning through my veins. These fucking people, trading women like they're nothing but merchandise. Alessio pushes off from the wall, his expression thoughtful. We might have a way to handle this without bloodshed. I'm listening, I say, though my mind is already calculating how many men it would take to make the Williams family disappear permanently. A business arrangement, Alessio suggests. We offer them something valuable enough to forget about Sienna. Maybe exclusive import rights through our shipping channels, or priority access to some of our legitimate ventures. Damiano nods slowly. It could work. They're businessmen first. If we make it financially attractive enough. You want to reward these fuckers? I growl. They were willing participants in Sterling's trafficking operation. Not reward, Alessio clarifies. Neutralize. Give them something that makes financial sense so they back off without us having to start a war. I run a hand through my hair, considering the proposal. They deal in shit we don't touch. Human trafficking, drugs through schools. We don't approve of that garbage. We wouldn't be supporting those operations, Damiano says, just giving them something else to focus on instead of Sienna. I pace the room, my mind racing. What about just paying them the money Sterling owed? 8 million is nothing if it keeps these vultures away from her. Alessio exchanges a glance with Damiano. That could work. Clean break. No ongoing relationship. But we need to be careful, Damiano adds. If we just throw money at them, they might see it as weakness, think we're willing to pay anything to protect her. I stop pacing. Decision made. I need to talk to Sienna first. This involves her, and I won't make decisions about her life without her input. I look between my brother and Alessio. Get me everything you can on the Williams family. I want to know exactly who we're dealing with before I bring this to her. Damiano nods. Noah's already gathering intel. We'll have a complete picture by morning. I nod sharply at Damiano and Alessio. Keep me updated. I need to get back to her. I stride through the hallway, my mind racing with this new complication. Just when Sienna was starting to feel safe, just when she was beginning to build a life without fear, these vultures appear. The Williams family. The name burns in my mind like acid. I take a deep breath before opening our bedroom door, trying to compose my features. No need to worry her tonight. I'll tell her everything tomorrow, once we have all the information. When I enter, Sienna is sitting cross-legged on our bed, wearing one of my t-shirts. Her hair falls in dark waves around her shoulders, and her blue eyes immediately find mine. She looks so peaceful, so at home here. The sight of her calms something inside me. Everything okay? She asks, setting aside the book she was reading. I hesitate for a fraction of a second. I promised myself I'd never lie to her, but I don't want to ruin this night with more problems. Not when she's just had dinner with her mother for the first time in years. Not when she's finally feeling safe. Business, I say, moving to sit beside her on the bed. Something that needs handling. Her eyes narrow slightly. She's too perceptive to miss my evasion. What kind of business? She presses, her voice soft but determined. It must be important for Alessio to interrupt us. I run a hand through my hair, torn between protecting her and respecting her right to know. It's about Sterling's business associates. Sienna tenses, her fingers clutching the bedspread. Which ones? The Williams family, I admit, watching her reaction carefully. Her face pales instantly. She knows them. The way her body goes rigid tells me everything I need to know about their relationship. James Williams? She whispers, her voice suddenly small. I take her hand, feeling the slight tremor in her fingers. Yes, apparently Sterling had some arrangement with them that involved you. She nods, her eyes distant. Henry told me I was supposed to marry James in 3 weeks. It was the last thing he said to me before. She swallows hard. Before you rescued me and my mother. Fury builds in my chest, but I keep my voice steady. You don't have to worry about that anymore. No one is going to force you to do anything you don't want to do. I promise you that.
Chapter 46. Sienna, 6 months later. I study my reflection in our bedroom mirror, smoothing the fabric of my navy blue dress. It's fitted but modest, perfect for the business meeting Enzo explained we'd be handling today. The Russo family, important associates. My stomach flutters with nerves. How do I look? I ask, turning slightly to catch Enzo's gaze. Professional enough for the Sartoris? Enzo doesn't answer with words. Instead, he moves behind me, his tall frame appearing in the mirror as he presses against my back. His hands find my hips, fingers splaying possessively across the fabric. You look perfect, he murmurs, his lips brushing my ear. Too perfect. The Russos won't be able to focus on business. I feel the hard planes of his chest against my back, the heat of him seeping through my dress. In the mirror, we look like we belong together, his dark intensity complementing my lighter features. These meetings are usually Damiano's territory, I say, leaning back into him. Are you sure we're ready? Enzo's reflection smirks. Damiano has more important things to worry about. That baby girl has him wrapped around her finger already. I smile at the thought. Zoe and Damiano's daughter arrived just last week. Tiny, perfect, and already commanding the attention of the entire Feretti family. Even Enzo melted when he held his niece. Besides, Enzo continues, his hands traveling up to my waist, it's time they meet you properly, as my partner in every sense. The word partner sends a thrill through me. 3 months ago, I couldn't imagine having any control over my life. Now I'm standing in our apartment, preparing to help Enzo with family business. I'm nervous, I admit, meeting his eyes in the mirror. What if I say something wrong? Enzo turns me to face him, breaking our shared reflection. You won't. Just be yourself, the smart, observant woman I fell in love with. His hands cup my face. Watch, listen, and if you're uncertain, squeeze my hand under the table. I nod, drawing strength from his confidence in me. When I turn back to the mirror, Enzo resumes his position behind me, this time wrapping his arms fully around my waist. Though, if you keep looking like this, he growls playfully, we might be late to that meeting. His lips find the sensitive spot below my ear, and I watch us in the mirror, his dark head bent to my neck, my eyes fluttering closed at his touch. In this moment, I barely recognize myself. Confident, loved, free. I sit beside Enzo in the sleek black SUV as we approach the Sartori estate. My fingers nervously smooth the fabric of my dress for the 100th time. Remember, Enzo says, his hand finding mine, You have nothing to prove. Just be yourself. I nod, drawing strength from his touch. The car pulls through ornate iron gates and follows a curved driveway to a stunning Mediterranean-style mansion. Unlike Henry's cold, imposing home, this place has warmth despite its grandeur. The Sartoris have been allies for generations, Enzo explains as we exit the car. Riccardo runs things now. Smart businessman. His wife Ava handles the legitimate side of operations. And Vittoria? I ask, recalling the third name Enzo mentioned earlier. Riccardo's sister, tech genius, bit of a rebel. He winks at me. You'll like her. A butler greets us at the massive front doors, leading us through a marble foyer to a spacious balcony overlooking manicured gardens. 3 people turn at our arrival, cocktails in hand. Enzo! A tall man with salt and pepper hair steps forward, clasping Enzo's hand firmly before pulling him into a brief embrace. About time you joined us for something other than crisis management. Riccardo, Enzo acknowledges with a smile. His hand finds the small of my back. I'd like you to meet Sienna. I extend my hand, but Riccardo surprises me with a warm kiss on each cheek instead. Welcome to our home. A stunning woman in a fitted emerald dress approaches next, her movements graceful and deliberate. I'm Ava, she says, her smile reaching her hazel eyes. We've heard so much about you. Before I can respond, a shorter woman with a pixie cut and bright green eyes pushes forward. All the boring details, I'm sure. I'm Vittoria. She raises her glass. The fun Sartori. Ignore my sister, Riccardo says with a good-natured eye roll. What can we get you to drink? Soon we're settled on plush outdoor furniture, the Chicago skyline creating a breathtaking backdrop as twilight approaches. The conversation flows easily. Nothing business-related yet, just casual chit-chat that helps ease my nerves. So, Sienna, Vittoria says, leaning forward, Enzo tells us you've got an eye for art. Any favorites at the Art Institute? The Impressionist collection, I answer, surprised by the question. Especially Monet's water lilies. The colors feel alive somehow. Vittoria nods approvingly. Good taste. I'm more of a contemporary art person myself. The weirder, the better. Vittoria's apartment looks like an explosion in a modern art gallery, Ava adds with a laugh. Complete sensory overload. It's called having personality, Vittoria retorts, but her smile takes any sting from her words. Riccardo refreshes our drinks, discussing a recent Bears game with Enzo while I find myself drawn into conversation with the Sartori women. I sip my wine, watching Enzo chat with Riccardo about expansion plans. The evening has progressed smoothly, with dinner served in their elegant dining room. The conversation flows naturally between business and personal topics, making me feel increasingly at ease. So how are things with the Williams situation? Vittoria asks, casually twirling pasta around her fork. My hand freezes midway to my glass. The Williams family. The memory hits me suddenly. James Williams, the man Henry had promised me to like a piece of property. Enzo's hand finds my knee under the table, a gentle, reassuring pressure. Handled, he replies smoothly. We paid off Sterling's debt to keep them quiet. $8 million, wasn't it? Riccardo asks, raising an eyebrow. I glance at Enzo, surprised. He never mentioned the exact amount he'd paid to free me from that obligation. Worth every penny, Enzo says, his eyes meeting mine briefly before returning to Riccardo, though they've been pushing for additional business arrangements ever since. Ava leans forward slightly. They're persistent. We've had similar approaches from them. They've been after a partnership with us for months, Riccardo adds, swirling his wine. Something about distribution channels through Virginia. We considered it, Vittoria chimes in, but there was something off about their proposal. Too many gray areas. I remembered James Williams' cold eyes when Henry introduced us, the way he looked at me like I was merchandise. The The thought that Enzo paid such a sum to keep me from that fate makes my chest tighten with emotion. The debt was just their entry point, Enzo explains. They wanted leverage to force a partnership. We've declined their subsequent offers. Smart move, Ricardo nods. Our analysis suggested the same. Too much risk for questionable return. I remain quiet, processing this new information. All these months, Enzo never mentioned how hard the Williams family had pushed after he paid Henry's debt. He'd shielded me from that stress, handling it quietly while I focused on healing. Under the table, I squeeze Enzo's hand in silent gratitude. He squeezes back, continuing the business conversation without missing a beat. The evening winds down with coffee and dessert, conversation shifting to lighter topics. When Enzo finally announces it's time for us to leave, I feel a strange mix of relief and accomplishment. I survived my first real business dinner as Enzo's partner. It was lovely meeting you all, I say as we exchange goodbyes on the terrace. Vittoria hugs me warmly. We should do lunch sometime, just us girls. I'd like that, I reply, surprised to find I genuinely mean it. Enzo guides me to the car with his hand on the small of my back, a gesture that's become familiar and comforting. Once we're inside and pulling away from the Sartori estate, I exhale deeply. You did great in there, Enzo says, his eyes on the road but a smile playing at his lips. I barely said anything during the business talk. You didn't need to. Your presence was enough. His hand leaves the steering wheel to rest on my thigh, thumb tracing small circles against the fabric of my dress. You have no idea how fucking sexy you looked sitting there, all poised and confident. Heat rises to my cheeks. I was terrified. Couldn't tell. His hand slides slightly higher up my thigh. Everyone was impressed, especially me. The way his fingers trace patterns on my skin makes it hard to concentrate. I didn't know about the 8 million. It wasn't important. His voice drops lower. You were. His hand continues its teasing journey upward, pushing the hem of my dress higher. I catch my breath as his fingers brush against the inside of my thigh. Enzo, we're still driving. I know. His smile turns wicked. Just giving you something to think about until we get home. By the time we pull into the driveway, my skin feels electric with anticipation. Enzo helps me from the car, but instead of heading straight inside, he presses me against the vehicle, his mouth finding mine in a hungry kiss. Been wanting to do that all night, he murmurs against my lips. We barely make it through the front door before his hands are on me again, lifting me effortlessly. My legs wrap around his waist as he carries me upstairs, our mouths never breaking contact. In our bedroom, he sets me down slowly, his eyes dark with desire as he reaches for the zipper of my dress. Turn around, he commands softly. I obey, feeling the zipper slide down my back, followed by the warm touch of his lips on my exposed skin. The dress pulls at my feet, and I step out of it, suddenly feeling shy despite everything we've shared. Enzo's eyes travel over my body with an intensity that makes me tremble. So beautiful, he whispers, his fingers tracing the curve of my hip. Every inch of you. His touch doesn't linger on my scars anymore. He's memorized each one, kissed each one, and somehow made them feel less like marks of shame and more like badges of survival. I reach for his tie, fumbling slightly with the knot. Your turn. His smile is predatory as he helps me, shrugging out of his jacket and unbuttoning his shirt with practiced ease. I run my hands over his chest, feeling the solid warmth of him, the steady beat of his heart beneath my palm. I love you, I say, the words still new and precious on my tongue. He lifts me onto the bed, laying me down with a gentleness that contrasts with the hunger in his eyes. Show me how much. I pull him down to me, our bodies pressing together as his mouth finds mine. His weight above me feels like shelter, like safety. His hands are everywhere, learning me all over again, drawing soft sounds from my throat that I never knew I could make. When he moves between my legs, I welcome him, wrapping myself around him as he enters me with a slow, deliberate thrust that steals my breath. He watches my face, gauging my reaction, always attentive to my pleasure. "Enzo," I gasp, my fingers digging into his shoulders. "I've got you," he murmurs, establishing a rhythm that has me arching beneath him. Unlike everything before him, this isn't just physical. Each movement connects us deeper, each shared breath bringing us closer. His forehead presses against mine as he moves, our eyes locked in a gaze so intimate it almost hurts. I feel myself building toward release, that familiar tension coiling tighter with each thrust. Enzo senses it, his movements becoming more purposeful, one hand sliding between us to touch me exactly where I need him. "Let go for me, Sienna," he commands softly. "I want to watch you come apart." His words push me over the edge, and I cry out as pleasure crashes through me in waves. Enzo follows moments later, my name a prayer on his lips as he finds his own release. We stay connected, breathing hard, neither willing to break the spell just yet. His weight is comfortable on me, grounding me in this perfect moment where nothing exists but us. After our breathing steadies, Enzo rolls to his side, taking me with him. We lie facing each other, our legs still tangled together, his hand lazily tracing patterns on my hip. We lie in comfortable silence for a while, just breathing together. My fingers trace the tattoo on his shoulder, following the intricate lines of the Feretti family crest. "I have something to tell you," Enzo says suddenly, propping himself up on one elbow. My heart skips a beat. Old fears die hard, but his smile reassures me. "I booked us a trip to Rome. Just the two of us." "Rome?" I sit up, clutching the sheet to my chest. "Really?" He nods, looking pleased by my reaction. 10 days. I have a villa there that overlooks the city. It's private, secure. His fingers brush my hair back from my face. "I want to show you everything, the Colosseum, the Vatican, the little restaurants tourists never find." "When?" I can hardly believe it. I've never been anywhere outside the States. "Next week, if that works for you." He watches me carefully. "Your mother said she'd be settled in her new place by then." The fact that he checked with my mother first makes my heart swell. I've always wanted to see Italy. "I know." His smile turns playful. "You mentioned it during our truth or dare game the other day, remember?" I laugh, remembering that night that feels both recent and like a lifetime ago. "You were paying attention." "I always pay attention to you." He pulls me back down beside him, his arm strong around my waist. "I want to give you everything you've missed, Sienna. Every experience, every joy." I nestle against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. "Just being here with you is enough." "It's just the beginning," he promises, pressing a kiss to my forehead. "Rome first, then wherever you want to go." I close my eyes, picturing us walking hand in hand through ancient streets, eating gelato in sunny piazzas, making love in a villa overlooking twinkling city lights. For the first time, I can see a future stretching out before me, bright, open, and full of possibilities. "I love you," I whisper against his skin. His arms tighten around me. "And I love you, always."
Chapter 47. Epilogue. Noah. I slip away from the crowd, needing space from all the fake smiles and calculated conversations. The balcony offers the perfect escape. Cool night air and silence. Almost silence. Her music still floats through the open doors behind me, wrapping around my thoughts like a vice. Evelyn Anderson, the violinist. I light a cigarette, inhaling deeply as I watch her through the glass doors. Her eyes are closed as she plays, lost in a world I'll never understand. Those delicate fingers dance across the strings with precision that reminds me of how I handle my knife. expert, controlled, deadly in their own way. From the first moment I saw her at Damiano's wedding, something shifted inside me, something I didn't recognize, didn't want. She stood there in a blue dress that matched her stormy eyes, playing like the instrument was part of her body. I couldn't look away then, can't look away now. It's not just her beauty, though fuck, she's beautiful. It's the contradiction. So controlled on the surface, following every note perfectly, but underneath I see it, a wildness she keeps caged, a fire burning behind those proper manners and polite smiles. I take another drag, feeling the smoke fill my lungs. She doesn't belong in our world. Too clean, too untouched. But here she is anyway, playing for killers and criminals, completely unaware of how close she stands to the edge of something dark. Or maybe she knows exactly what she's doing. I watch her bow, slice through the air, her body swaying slightly. What would it be like to break that perfect composure, to see what happens when all that discipline crumbles? I crush the thought along with my cigarette. Women are complications I can't afford, distractions, weaknesses. My father taught me that lesson with my mother's blood. Yet I can't stop watching her, can't stop wondering what her skin would feel like under my hands, if she'd tremble or fight back, if her eyes would still hold that defiance when enjoying the view, Rivera? I don't turn as Matteo joins me on the balcony. Don't give him the satisfaction of catching me off guard. Just getting some air, I say, my voice flat. Sure, and I'm just drinking water tonight. He laughs, following my gaze to Evelyn. Careful with that one. Ivan's been circling her for months. My jaw tightens at the mention of Ivan. That Russian piece of shit has no business touching what doesn't belong to him. Not that she belongs to me either, but maybe she should. Read Noah's story now in Ruined by Melody. Feretti Syndicate series, Book 3. Not quite ready to say goodbye to Enzo and Sienna. Want to find out what happens next for them? You can find out in this exclusive bonus epilogue at bookhip.com/KLGWJCZ. The end.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read or listen the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.